Hello, and I was going to say a very warm welcome to Donington Park. To be fair, it's getting a little bit on the parky side at the moment, but welcome anyway to day 2 of the Brscc's autumn meeting here at Donington Park. Very much an endurance flavour continuing from yesterday. We obviously had the Fun Cup Endurance Championship yesterday. They've packed up and gone home. Their place in the pit lane has been taken by the SILVERLAKE Endurance Championship for the C1s. We've also got the ClubSport trophy with a 45-minute race, not quite endurance, but getting there. And then we've got the continuation of the racing from the Fiestas, the Seniors and the Juniors. In addition, we have very welcome guests from the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, and they're out qualifying now. Great variety of machinery there. Joining me in the commentary box for all the action today, as ever, is John Ratcliffe.
Well, good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Brilliant intro, as always, Richard, and welcome everyone back to Donington Park for day number 2 of the Brscc Autumn Race Weekend. Well, the racing that we were treated to yesterday was absolutely sublime, and I'm sure we're going to see more of that today, as Richard was just telling you all about. Plenty of classes that have carried over from yesterday, plenty of championships and series, but a couple of new faces joining us out on circuit today. To give you a quick little rundown of the schedulers, I do believe we got a couple of cars just to collect from gravel traps and whatnot in the previous qualifying session. Speaking of those, we've had qualifying already for the ClubSport Trophy and the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. We're going to move swiftly on in a few moments' time to the first race of the day. That will be our AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And then you'll be seeing Richard once again as we go through 50 minutes of qualifying for the SILVERLAKE C1 Racing Series. He'll be heading down pit lane to have a little chat with some of our drivers and team members and family members and whatnot, and give a little bit more of an insight into that championship. Then we'll be moving on to our Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship for another race for them this weekend. Then on to the first race of the weekend for the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Then on to a quick lunch break. It's designated for an hour, but it was cut rather short yesterday just to try and make up some time, so maybe that'll happen again. So just keep your eye on how things change here on the live stream to make sure you don't miss any of the racing that you want to see. Then we move on to the afternoon. A 45-minute endurance race for the ClubSport Trophy, followed by the final race of the day for the Fiesta Juniors, then the second race for the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, and we finish it off with a 3-hour endurance race with the SILVERLAKE C1 Racing Series. Lots of action to come then. My name is John Ratcliffe, and as we say, Richard John Neal alongside me in the commentary box. Good morning, Richard. How are you?
I'm very good. Just having literally sprinted to join you from that intro,
which
we didn't pre-record earlier.
You're not even out of breath. Very impressive.
Yeah, looking forward to today. First race is the Fiesta Seniors, which is going to be exciting, the AIRTECs, and I'm guessing I need to double check my maths with yours from last night on the championship. Puzzled look from John there.
I don't do maths, mate. I think you know that. I think you know that. I'll leave that ball in your court for this morning anyway. But the racing was fantastic, wasn't it, yesterday? Alistair Kellett taking 2 race wins from race 1 and race 2, but you say that and it sounds relatively simple. It certainly wasn't out there, wasn't it? Drivers trying to thread the needle left, right and centre, bodywork going flying, but Alistair cutting through the traffic and getting 2 very impressive race wins.
Yeah, you can see why he's a multiple champion, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment.
Indeed we will then. Here they come to the grid. We'll run you through the grid for this race in only a couple of moments' time, but plenty of drivers to watch. Of course, some issues for some drivers at the sharp end of the order yesterday. Had a couple of drivers falling by the wayside in race 1, and of course a sizable incident for Chris Blackburn in race 1 as well, down at the end, down the bottom I should say, of the Craner curves. Luckily, all okay. Chris was absolutely fine, but car not so much. So I can't imagine we'll be seeing him out on the grid for today. He had to sit out of race 2 yesterday, and I imagine it was probably an early bath for him last night. Like we say, a double race win overall for Alistair Kellett. George Foxlow and John Cooper joined him on the podium in race 1. It was Simon Horrobin and Gary Miller who joined him on the podium for race 2. Those two only separated in race 2 by a quarter of a second. Fantastic battling. And another point as well, fantastic to have John Cooper back on the grid. Of course, he was another driver who had a sizable incident earlier on in the season, sat out a couple of the rounds. Back here again in Donington, and as we were mentioning yesterday, no confidence or no skill lost for John. He was fighting hard at the front of the field, wasn't he?
He was, yeah. I haven't had the time to catch up with him, but hopefully saying welcome back on the stream is enough. They're going to be disappearing, aren't they, after this race, a lot of them, because this is their last race of the weekend. First race of the day, so they get to clear off home, which works out well for the strong Irish contingent. One of which is Alistair Kellett, the championship leader. I was saying yesterday, those of you that, if you were still awake at the end of the day when I was talking about the championship configurations, the way it works is there are drop scores in the Fiestas, but you're not allowed to drop the last event at Brands Hatch unless you start it. So to try and encourage the drivers to go. And I was wondering whether Alistair would be in a position where he had amassed enough points to not have to come to Brands. I'm sure he will do, as I said yesterday, but I did the sums, and the answer is no, he hasn't. The short answer. I haven't had confirmation. It has to be, I have to say that is unofficial from my point of view, if Alistair and the team have done sums and think otherwise, and it hasn't been ratified by Greg Graham, the championship coordinator. Normally my maths is there or thereabouts, and I'm pretty sure he's about 25 points away from being able to do that.
Interesting. Well, lots to play for then. Still here today for the final race of the weekend, as you mentioned. Let's run you through the grid then for race number 3 in the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. Jason O'Connell will start on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Joseph Knight. Row 2 has Harry Hayes and Morgan Kidd. Then it's James Pote and Graham Colfer on row 3, followed by David Knight and Gary Miller there on row 4. Simon Horrobin and your double winner so far this weekend, Alistair Kellett, start on the 5th row. They round out the top 10. They'll be followed by Maggie Webster and Luke Waugh on row 6. Row 7 has Matt Chambers and Connor Blackburn, followed by George Foxlow and John Cooper on row 8. Row 9 has Daniel Robinson and Sean Reynolds, and rounding out the 20-car field is Zachary Lucas and Marco Ricci there on row number 10. And a couple of drivers there who had a few issues yesterday, hence starting further down the order. And of course a reshuffle in and amongst the top 10 as well. Double race winner starting down in 10th place. So interesting to see how Alistair can cut his way through the field here across 20 minutes of racing.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do, hasn't he? Might be thinking about the championship at this stage. I've actually you don't meet too many drivers these days who do sit back and think, yeah, championship points. But most of them just want to go for the win or enjoy the race. And I think Alistair is much the same. So we'll see what he can do from 10th place. But yeah, sharp end of the grid. Jason O'Connell looking for his first outright win. He's the amateur class driver. I think he probably has done enough. I'm not sure whether he dropped scores in the amateur bit. The way the championship works is that you've got you've got the overall championship. And then a pro category as well. The overall has 2 drop scores. The amateur one, as far as I can see from the regulations, you don't drop scores, but they keep so you've got to basically be there all year. But I think he's pretty much done enough to have won that. So the battle's on for 2nd in the amateur class. Joseph Knight alongside in the front row, a driver that I'd love to see more of him. We haven't seen him all year this year, Joseph Knight on the front row of the grid, but a very quick driver, product of the Fiesta, I nearly said Ginetta, Fiesta Junior Championship. And then on row 2 we got Harry Hayes, who was up on podium position yesterday. I think wound up in 4th in the AM class. He's got Hamish on the side of his car. I wonder if we could call him Hamish Hayes as well, or instead of Harry. I don't know if that's some allusion to some trip to Knockhill or something. I can't remember him racing at Knockhill, but he's there. And Morgan Kidd alongside as well. So we've got a really good, strong field of potential first-time winners up on the front 2 rows of the grid.
Indeed.
Top 10. Yeah, juggled about, aren't they? I think it's they draw lots or something for the positions for the top 10 to be reversed, and it works out well. They're working hard trying to get the heat into the tyres. Shout out for George Foxlow, who's winning yesterday's race. He checked out and he was away. Had a great lead, and then the car started overheating. And I was didn't get to talk to George, but spoke to his dad Tim this morning, and Tim was saying George was really down in the mouth about it, and understandably so. You know, if you're not going to get fed up with retirements or whatever, then probably shouldn't be racing. But he's got his head around it. He's okay this morning. He's ready and raring to go, but he's got a lot of work to do from the back of the grid, George Fox. So, and I said to Tim what I said on the commentary yesterday. We was robbed because Alistair Kellett had just put the fastest. He was away behind. Whether he'd have caught George, we don't know, but it would have been nice to have seen those two race.
Yeah, exactly. Another what if, wasn't it? But yeah, shame for George not being able to finish that race, but he's got lots of fighting to do in this one, starting down in 15th place. Just a quick note as well, spotted that Maggie Webster should be 11th on the grid for this one, but she's currently sat at the end of pit lane, so it's going to be a pit lane start for Maggie, so she'll come out of the pits pretty much right at the back. She'll have a lot of fighting to do from that pit lane start. Clearly something going awry this morning, meaning that she's starting from pit lane less than ideal, but Maggie was in some great battles yesterday, so I'm sure we'll see more of that throughout race 3 here. As the drivers pull up to the grid there, you can see Zachary Lucas just getting as much tyre temp into his tyres as possible. Of course, it is rather chilly this morning, so definitely worth getting that sorted. Right then, we're about ready to go for the first race of the day here on Sunday. Drivers will look to those lights, they'll come on, the engine notes will rise. As soon as they go out, we'll be racing here in race number 3 of the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. The lights do go out, and we get racing here on Sunday at Donington Park. Good start from the front row. It's a great start from the amateur driver of Jason O'Connell. He'll fly down to the first corner and easily hold on to that race win down through into Redgate, or race lead I should say, not quite the win. I'm getting ahead of myself there. The triple one of the 87 there goes side by side. That's Knight on the outside line, a bit bigger than a bit of a squabble there through the first couple of corners. Bit slidey for a couple of drivers in the mid pack. They all managed to get it facing in the right direction, keep all four wheels on circuit and continue on. Another big snap there down the Craner curves again. Those tyre temps struggling and nearly round. Gary Miller almost perpendicular to the circuit. Did he hold the slide? Somehow he did. They all press on through.
I think Gary Miller thought it was the drifting championships today for just a minute as the leaders go up through Swansea. Still there, up ahead of Morgan Kidd. So Morgan's dropped down a tad, but still in the mix, and will do well here to follow Gary Miller. I think Morgan, another driver that came through the Junior Championship, but it wasn't a great start by Jason O'Connell out front.
We've got Luke Waugh getting pushed into the pit lane. He's already out of the race, sadly.
Do you know what? Again, I was chatting to Luke before the race, and he was telling me about his penalties that he had yesterday. He had a grid penalty for spinning under a yellow, which kind of, that's a very hard thing to, obviously saying he was trying too hard under a yellow, but, the conditions yesterday probably didn't facilitate. Anyway, I said, today's another day. He said, it can't get much worse, can it? And he said, maybe I shouldn't have said that. And there's the proof he shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
As Joseph Knight has a little stab here at going for the lead. Knight on the outside in blue. Jason O'Connell on the inside, side by side into Redgate. How's this going to pan out? Wonderful move by the Fixer Tool car. Joseph Knight round the outside into Redgate, gets the lead. And O'Connell very measured there. O'Connell now, what's he going to do? Is he going to have a look? I can't recall these two going side by side and racing so far this season. So for O'Connell, this might be okay, we'll just have a little look and see and then get back in. Gary Miller, meanwhile, gets back into third place, does the dive down the inside, overruns the corner. Graham Colfer, his countryman, goes back on the inside and gets the place back, but it's Joseph Knight, the new leader.
Yeah, very momentarily there into third place, wasn't he, Gary Miller? It was a great aggressive move down into the old hairpin, but didn't quite work out. A little bit too late on the brakes. I was a bit nervous because it was both of those two that went sideways there on lap one. Both kept it a bit more in the straight line this time. Gary attempting the move for third, but not quite able to get it done. Oh dear, who's that off into the grass on the right-hand side? It is the number 12. Yes, indeed. And that boot lid jumping open as well, nearly becoming a new rear wing for these ST240s, but I think it's managed to close itself.
Yeah, fingers crossed that it has. Joseph Knight though out front. This is brilliant stuff from Joseph, and then we've got a three-way scrabble, which may well help him if they engage for a long time. That will help him out front. Not that he might need the help, but there's George Foxlow coming through. Now Foxlow is ahead of his arch championship rival, 2 cars ahead of Alistair Kellett. Kellett last lap was down in 11th place, but improves to the good by 1 position in this one. I think at the expense of David Nye with his flapping boot lid. So Kellett up into the top 10 again. Remember, started 10th, but George Foxlow was the last retiree of yesterday's race, starting a little bit further back. He's actually ahead of his arch championship rivals. Graham Colfer gets sideways. You wouldn't know he was an ex-rally driver, would you?
No, not at all. Another big snap down the bottom of the Craner curves. It's a change for third, though. Gary Miller has got through this time, and now he is hounding the rear bumper of Jason O'Connell. This is the opportunity that Joseph Knight needs here to build a nice gap out in front. As they came across the line, it was just over a second between Knight and O'Connell. And now that O'Connell is firmly focused on his rear view mirrors here, looking at Gary Miller, this might be the opportunity, like I say, for Joseph to scamper off. Bit of an argy-bargy there up over the top of the crest as we head onto the back straight, and we'll be side by side down into the Fogarty S's, potentially even 3 wide.
Here we come, it's Miller time now. Here he comes up into P2. but he's got Graham Colfer in the mix as well. Colfer's on the right inside. Is he going to come through? Colfer hard on the brakes, saw the gap, went for it. Miller's seen him as well, turns in behind him. So Miller, the net result is he gained a place, then lost one on the way into the Fog of the S's, but remains in third place. I was going to say, is this race going to be Miller time or night time? But at the moment, it's night time. Here comes Miller again. He's had one go at getting into second position. He's going to have another one, but Colfer is throwing caution to the wind. We've seen some lovely sideways stuff from him. Goes far too wide, though, as they go into Redgate, and that means that his countryman's going to go through down on the inside, or is he? Colfer's, going to knows that that's a done deal, flicks back in and follows in the wheel tracks. They go down through the Craner curves. We've still got Jason O'Connell as the top amateur driver. Second in the AMS is Dan Robinson down in 13th. Harry Hayes is third. Oh, no. Oh, well, George Foxlow, it's going to be a long drive home to Derbyshire for George. That is such a shame. Issues there as well. Zach Lucas has had an absolute nightmare of a weekend.
He has, he has. Sadly, more bad luck for the drivers who are already having pretty poor luck from yesterday's action. Falling by the wayside at the moment are a few of our really, really quick pedallers in this championship. But we continue on then. Just less than 15 minutes left to go, and we refocus our attention here to the sharp end of the order. Simon Horrobin was on the podium yesterday. He's chasing down this battle pack for the podium, and following him through there, Morgan Kidd, James Polk, not too far from Colin Blackburn, but there is Colin Blackburn getting overtaken by Alistair Kellett. So after an initially, for Alistair anyway, pretty poor start, he now gets through up into 8th place, as we just had Luke Waugh pulling over to the side. So was pushed back to the pit lane, has come back out, but sadly immediately pulled back over again.
I'm wondering now with George Foxlow's demise whether, my sums were saying that I reckon 27 points were needed by Kellett in this one to maybe not have to go to Brands Hatch. I don't think we could crown him champion. I'd be foolish of me to do that without confirmation from the club. But he's certainly in the queue for being provisional champion, Alistair Kellett, on the scoring that's happening now. Gary Miller's ahead of him, but Miller lost points yesterday. Oh, actually, he lost points in the first race on George Foxlow, but he pulled them back in race 2. So the gap was, he was on 6-11 points by my reckoning at the end of yesterday, Gary Miller. So with Miller ahead of Kellett in this one, that does actually keep the championship going to Brands.
At the moment, he's very much further ahead, isn't he?
He's
a good 7 positions ahead at the moment. And Gary Miller with that fastest lap. He set that on the last lap, and here he's thinking about the move for the lead. Now is he down into the final couple of corners?
How did he catch him that quickly?
Not quite well. That's because he did a 1:18.9 on the last lap, whereas the drivers around him went a 1:20. What an exit for Gary Miller. He's got the overlap at the outside line. Down into Redgate as we head on to lap number 6 of this one. Still side by side, but not quite getting the overlap. Late on the brakes for the 87. Can he keep it in there? No. Round the outside goes Gary Miller, but can he get a good enough exit? They're side by side again as we head down towards the Craner curves. Oh, it always gets a bit dicey, doesn't it, when we go side by side down Craners, especially on a cold morning like this. Gary Miller fires it up the inside, just about gets the overlap and gets the lead of the race.
Yeah, Miller positioned the car well. Luke Waugh's back out having a go, which is good to see, but yeah, Miller was very cautious about that one, giving each other space, giving each other room, which is what we like to see in the AIRTEC Championship. And it's Miller who now leads for the first time into Schwantz Corner, up into McLean's. But Joseph Knight is not finished. He's having a go here, Joseph Knight, as well he may well do. Not quite sure what happened with that 1:18 lap for him. It is the fastest lap by far. One starts to think about track limits when you post one. I'm not saying Gary Miller isn't a fast driver. He is, and he's very well capable of taking fastest laps in the race. But that, to me, suggests things might get looked at.
Indeed. Well, the only driver to have joined him in the 18s is Simon Horrobin, who's now right involved in this squabble. He's up to 4th place now. He's got past Jason O'Connell, and a moment to go, it was about 2 seconds in the lead for Joseph Knight. Now we've got all 5 of them together once again.
Yeah, we'll see whether track limits warnings come up. I'm sure they probably won't in this case, but Miller still the leader. Knight in 2nd position, running strongly, trying to gun for his best result of the season. And then Graham Colfer in the treble 1 car, followed, as you said, by Simon Horrobin, the Specialised Motorsport team boss, veteran of the championship, Simon Horrobin, multiple race winner. He's still winning races now, and in the Masters, of course, as well. So one of the older drivers in the championship, and that means big experience in Fiesta. He's having a look at the inside of Graham Colfer here. They go side by side. Colfer left the door open. How's this going to play out as he goes into the next corner? The next corner is Schwantz. He's got to brave it out on the outside. He's being aided and abetted there by Jason O'Connell and gets the move done before they get into the left-hander. Now it's the right-hander at McLean's at the start of the climb, which will continue up to Coppice Corner, the double apex right-hander. And that was good stuff from Simon Horrobin, who now goes up into third place. Miller still getting the attentions, though, of Joseph Knight in P2. Knight's really impressed here. If he'd have done all season, and usually, of course, it's a budget thing, and I'm not quite sure what Joseph's reasons were for not doing the full season, but he's really bedded himself back on his return superbly, and he's getting better and better, gaining more confidence as well, as you do. The youngster really performing well here. So it's Miller, Knight, and then Simon Horrobin in third place as they cross the line to complete lap number 7.
Indeed, yeah, great racing there. That was fantastic from Simon Horrobin. One of those classic moves where you don't actually really think you can go for the move, but you just scare the driver in front of you into the braking zone by pulling out of the toe and looking like you're going to go for it. That just forced Colfer off of the racing line and opened up the door on the exit for Horrobin to file his way through, and he did just that. Jason O'Connell then aggressive to follow through. Here's the move for second. He's going to do it again down into the old hairpin. This time even more committed from Simon Horrobin. Into second place he goes, and now the 87 of Joseph Knight is under a lot of pressure from our top amateur driver of Jason O'Connell as they fly up the hill once again. O'Connell made the move up here last lap when he tried again into the right-hander. He's looking for it. Will the door open? Not quite this time. Yeah, you were just talking about Joseph Knight. Best finish prior to this weekend's event was 2 P5s at Silverstone. Very impressive, but he's looking for his first podium. He's trying to hold on to it, but look at this. Less than ideal exit. Sneaking up the inside is Jason O'Connell. They're going to fly 2 by 2 down into the final couple of corners.
Well, we said earlier on, didn't we, when Jason got into the lead, that Jason might be, when Joseph got into the, Jason might have a look and see how it panned out. And at the moment, that's all a little knock in the back, or big knock in the back actually, by Colfer. I'm going to say it was a big knock if I'd been in the car, for sure, and almost felt that one sitting here in the commentary box. Again, inadvertent. Whether that attracts the attention of the officials remains to be seen. But now, look at the champion. He is on the left of screen. Alistair Kellett goes down the inside of John Cooper. Had a little bit of a wobbly moment on the brakes. I think saw Kellett's car there. He's going to run a tighter line than Kellett. But Alistair Kellett is up into P6 at the moment with the fastest lap of the race. He's in the 118s as well, and has got the potential here to make some more progress. He's back down behind John Cooper again now. So Cooper has gone through. Maggie Webster, that is, who has taken a little bit of a tumble as the race continues, but that will surely bring out the red flags. We've got 8 minutes of racing left to go. Officials bang on the red flag button straight away. No messing about from race control, as you would expect with Brscc. And it is Gary Miller out front. Now, whether we will restart, we have started the day's racing a little bit earlier than we anticipated. I think I told everyone originally it was going to be 10 o'clock, but we got going a little bit early. And we'll check that all is well with the Kent racer Maggie Webster, as the cars will form up on the grid, possibly maybe get another 5 minutes of the race, because you've got the official time that you need to build into getting the cars on the grid, getting them lined up in the order that they were before the stoppage. If the organisers deem it thus, we might call it a checker, because they are past the halfway stage. So there's a little bit of a decision to be made in race control. They've got some wiggle room on the timetable, to be absolutely sure. We started a bit earlier. We've got a lunch break which we can play into as well. But we'll see what decision is made. But yeah, bad luck to Maggie Webster, who started from the pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. No, she was doing a great job in that race so far, wasn't she? Cutting her way through the order. But yeah, that was a wild ride out of the final couple of corners so easily, especially when you're trying to go too wide through those corners to get shoved off on the grass, and it's still rather damp on that grass. It would have been a one-way ticket to the barriers there. Hopefully Maggie is all okay. But focusing our attention back to the sharp end of the order in that one. Some brilliant racing, wasn't it, through there? Joseph Knight leading really well, then getting drawn back into the pack once more, and then it all was kicking off. We still had, what was it when we went onto that lap? 2.5 seconds separating the top 7 as we went there onto lap number 9, which is fantastic racing. Hopefully we do go back to green flag conditions, but obviously that's all to the jurisdiction of our fantastic stewards here at Donington Park. So we will wait and see how we press on with this one, but at the moment under red flag conditions, and we'll wait to give you more information on Maggie as soon as we can. Well, at the moment, if that is called as a result, it'll be Gary Miller Miller's race with, well, Simon Horobin had overtaken Joseph Knight at the end of the previous lap, but obviously if we count back a lap, that might end up switching back around again. Either way, if the result is called, it would be Joseph Knight's first podium. So from a very impressive race leading out front to a very well-deserved podium, I think is fair to say.
Absolutely right, and another great advocate for the Fiesta Junior Championship was Joseph Knight. A lot of youngsters now. I look at the Junior Championship this morning, going around the paddock and thinking, you know, there were a lot of drivers there that are going to go, you know, significantly onwards and upwards, and you know, we might be talking touring cars, touring car package, single seaters, as Joseph Loke did back in the day, and Deegan Fairclough. Just thinking about that, we've had two Fiesta Junior drivers, therefore, that have won the BRDC Aston Martin award. There is Maggie being led away to the ambulance. Looks a bit shaken, I've got to say, and understandably so.
Yes. After
that, but out of the car and receiving the attention. Everyone will know now that, you know, any incident, you go to medical centre to get checked over. There is so much care given at the racetracks these days to anyone involved in any incident, and obviously you'd want to get looked at after a roly-poly.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I've got personal experience of that up at the Brands Hatch Medical Centre. Everyone was absolutely lovely looking after me when I headed up there after my big crash in the Fun Cup last year. So, no, I cannot thank everyone enough at all the different circuits across the UK for the fantastic job that they do and the brilliant care that is obviously shown to our racing drivers here at Donington Park. Of course, they were jumping into action left, right and centre yesterday. I remember in the Fun Cup race yesterday, suddenly the fire crew had to jump into action pretty quickly. But like I say, everyone's been doing an absolutely smashing job. So again, a massive thank you.
One of the ways you can get into racing if you're a youngster, we were talking about the Fiestas, one of the ways you can get in is by taking part in the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. Do you want to find out how to do it or learn a little bit more about it? Well, we've got some information for you.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
So Maggie Webster's car being recovered, and that was a nice little reminder that the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship is upcoming. As you saw, it's the first weekend in November, so I hope if you've got a youngster in the family that wants to get involved in racing, even if they don't, if they just don'ty a day out at Blyton Park with tutelage, time in a race car, A little bit of fun in terms of the fitness that we do. Is fitness fun? Probably not. The media thing certainly isn't. It's me interviewing with Greg Graham on the media. A couple of notes on that. I remember filming all that, actually. That was done 2 years ago with Johnny, our cameraman who's here with us this weekend, filming that. We had a great time. Couple of notes in case anyone wants to re-edit it at any point. Or for this year, I think the bobble hats were a mistake. all these youngsters walking towards the camera with bobble hat would have looked a lot more serious without the bobble hats. I think we need to do away with them. They give them away. You get a goodie bag when you go to Brighton.
Oh, nice.
And the bobble hat. They are nice things for the winter. And to be fair, actually, it is cold at Brighton in November. It's cold any time you're actually at Brighton because it's near Scunthorpe.
Right, okay.
Have you been to Brighton?
No, I've not been.
It's a great place, actually. The team that look after it are fantastic. And luckily, I've got 2 loads. Yeah, get him signed up. Get them signed up for the scholarship. There's people actually. It's funny how these competitions capture the imagination because the people who aren't eligible for the scholarship this year can't race next year, obviously. But people are planning to enter next year's already, which is incredible. It's very brave that they're making the assumption it will run. I hope it will run next year, but people are very keen on it. Anyway, the other one was it might be worth adding subtitles to Aidan Moffat. I don't know if you heard the Aidan Moffat bit. That was my other note. It's a scholarship, yeah. I love Aidan. It was really funny. And again, I remember interviewing Aidan, and Johnny got the sound absolutely superbly spot on that. But it was weird because there's lots of car noise because you've got cars going in and out of the little paddock of Brighton to go on track to assess and coach the drivers. And I literally could not hear what Aidan was saying. And I have to focus on Aidan because he's got quite a strong Glaswegian accent, which is a lovely thing, a Glaswegian accent. But I couldn't hear him. And when you get those, I don't know if you've been in this situation, John, where you're interviewing a driver, you can't hear them, let alone understand them, and you nod sagely.
You sort of wait for them to stop speaking, don't you, and then go, I have no idea what you said, but I'm going to ask this now.
100%, I agree 100%.
You just hope they didn't say anything too rude, but not that Aidan ever would. Of course, no, not that he ever would. What you needed was subtitles in real life, didn't you?
Yeah,
just appearing below him.
Of course, Aidan himself was a Fiesta Junior driver back in the day, and again, it's got. I talked about we're looking at the seniors now, obviously, and they've got a very rich history. Going back many years, but the Junior Championship's got a fair old history as well with the likes of Aidan Moffat. One of the closest races I ever saw was here at Donington Park, and I think it was Jack Mitchell and Charlie, can't remember his name, went into GTs and Janettas, and they had an absolutely super race and finished inches apart. Really cracking race, and that was in the early years. We had the Mark 6 Fiesta. But ever since the get-go, people always go on about, hasn't it done well since we only had 3 cars or whatever? And do you know what? Every junior championship will go through that. Junior saloons have been struggling for numbers this year. Well, I say struggling. They've had 14, 15, which isn't that bad. But the very nature of it, you've got to change the driver base every 2, if not 3 years. So for any organiser, you're going to have to expect a junior championship to drop in numbers. It's going to happen. There are a lot of drivers in this year's cohort that are coming back next year for the juniors, so that's going to be good. I think we're going to have a very strong Fiesta Junior Championship next year. And we've got the Speedworks team, will be BTCC team. Speedworks are running a team in juniors next year. What sort of effect that is going to have on the championship remains to be seen. Certainly in terms of PR side of it, it's great having a touring car team in. Will that put off some of the lad and dad type entries who might think we can't really compete with the touring car team? I don't know, but yeah, PR wise and shine and publicity wise, it's great. And Speedworks are a fantastic team. Danny Buxton, obviously the team manager with them, his son's come through Brscc product and gone up into touring cars as well. Really exciting to see how it pans out, but I don't think it would do the championship any harm. And great to have that link with Speedworks.
Exactly, yeah. Fantastic to have them involved, and I can't wait to see it continue to go from strength to strength. And the racing speaks for itself, really, doesn't it? Out there, it's been awesome to watch. But like you say, you've got to expect that ebb and flow in a junior championship, haven't you? Because drivers get older. That's how aging works, and then they move on to other things, don't they? So you just got to wait for that new crop to come through. And there's been plenty of different junior championships over the years. I remember when my brother was younger, he used to race in Sax Max. if you remember that.
Junior Saloons now, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's all changed names, but again, the racing never lies. It's always fantastic, particularly with young drivers involved, always looking to get rather scrappy. I say that though, and there's plenty of older drivers involved in the other championships who get just as scrappy. They've been treating us to a great day. Hello down there. I knew it was Chris Simpson. Thank you for the for the mention in the ears, Kieran. Great to see Chris down here at Donington. He's always on an Alpha Live gig. Chris is always a good lad. I assume he can probably hear me in the ears. So hello, Chris. Good morning. I hope he's got a BAP down there. I don't know if you know much about Chris, but he runs a page called BAPs About Britain, which he hasn't been doing enough of recently.
That sounds like one I should get involved in, or look at anyway. Not get involved with, but have a look at.
You can get involved. He does occasionally kindly bring some maps with him, but I don't think today, sadly, or at least he hasn't shared them with us. So if he has,
cheers,
I
don't know if there are any bakers involved in the C1 paddock. We'll have to try and find out. But
yeah, Martin's down there, Martin Webster. Hello, Martin. A big wave from Martin. Martin always a happy chappy, even if he's getting soaked at Donington Park. He's always a happy chappy.
Which he will later on, as will we during the 3-hour C1 race.
I think the camera ops were slightly hoping it might be absolutely torrential and they get to have an early go home time, but we're hoping it just sprinkles, gets them absolutely soaked, and gives us some great racing in the C1s.
But then the Brscc will get a refund.
We'll wait and see. Aaron, we're dotting around every commentator. There's Aaron, every commentator, every camera op down there. Aaron giving us a little dance as well. This is great to see, of course, under red flag conditions here at Donington Park. And a big shout out to all of the Alpha Live crew out there. I was going to say braving the elements. At the moment, it's okay, rather chilly, but
is that a dab
not
or is he
too
pointing
bad.
at something?
I have no idea. I hope it wasn't a dab. That would be horrendously out of date. But yeah, big shout out to all the Alpha Live camera crew. Of course, they were all out there yesterday, braving it in the Fun Cup race, where we saw about 4 different torrential rainfall storms. But obviously created some awesome racing for us as well. Who's up there, Kieran? I'm waiting to hear in my ears who is up there. It's Rob up there. Has Rob got a poncho on? Honestly, I thought he was a northerner. I thought he'd be used to bad rain, yet he's wearing a poncho like he's at a theme park.
I did get feedback on my northern accent yesterday, which apparently wasn't good enough.
I wasn't going to say it, mate. I mean, I'm from Surrey as well, so I wouldn't even attempt one, but it was a fair attempt.
But yeah, it was the one viewer that we had yesterday that criticised me on it. So.
And we got Luke down there as well. Hello. Oh, sorry, Liam. Sorry, I'm getting an update on my ears. It's Liam. Hello, Liam. I think we pretty much run through every single camera down there. Of course, you've got to have quite a few on an Alpha Live gig such as this, because around a big circuit such as Donington Park, you've got a lot of areas to catch, haven't you? So a big crew down here to bring all these pictures to you, and it is a huge operation that goes in to bringing these pictures for you throughout the Fun Cup Endurance Championship season. Of course, this being a Fun Cup weekend, even though they're not racing it today, they were all yesterday. And there's Luke. Hello, Luke. I didn't even know that Luke was here today, so hello to Luke. Another big wave.
He's definitely northern. He's not wearing that, is he?
Yeah, he's nice and relaxed, isn't he? I think he'll be more suited later on for the conditions that are surely going to come, like we saw yesterday. But yeah, like I was saying, a massive operation that goes into it, so all of your support really appreciated. Make sure you're subscribing to not only Alpha Live, but the Brscc and the Fun Cup channels as well to keep up to date with all racing action as we bring this season to a close, but it'll all continue on again into 2026.
We hope so.
Well, I do. I'm going to be out of a job, mate, if it doesn't.
I think a lot of the dates are out. Obviously Fun Cup put their dates out. I'm guessing that the rest of the Brscc dates will be available at some point. And hopefully we'll get a call to get to work on some of those. The touring car dates have been available forever, and that's the main. I think the starting point's always British Grand Prix, then touring cars and GT. And everyone else kind of falls into line around it. I remember times when we used to sometimes get the dates sort of January, but getting them confirmed in September, October. Be interested to see when the club put theirs out. They're probably provisional at the moment. I've always run this quote out. It's a great quote from Phil Cooper, who runs the Legends Cars Championship, and he used to ring me up in the days when I used to work with Phil, and he would say, Richard, we have a calendar. The race dates are provisional until the races are run, and then the results are provisional.
It's very true. It's very true.
Legends finale next week, actually, at Snetterton next week. So another busy weekend. We've got touring cars next week. Where are you next week?
I'm actually working behind the camera for Alpha Live next week out in Italy, at Mugello.
Oh, very good.
So it should be a bit warmer than this, I hope.
Yeah, it's going to be better than there's me wandering around Silverstone in the rain, and you're at Magellan.
Yeah, I won't rub it in at all, mate. Don't worry. Don't worry. No, you're going to have a great time, and so will I out with the Alpha Live squad out there in Italy. But yeah, like you say, we look forward to those dates being released, and hopefully we do get the call up for some of them. But I mean, after your northern accent, maybe less so.
Yeah, Croft is out now, I think. Mind you, it's more Geordie, isn't it, Croft?
Yeah, that's true. Do you want to try that one as well?
No, what was the word? Somebody said, as a comedian said, what's the tapioca?
Yeah,
that's the word you can do. That's the best word to teach a Geordie accent.
Kawasaki as well.
Possibly. I think tapioca is better, isn't it? Going to offend all our northern saloon sports car drivers.
Yeah,
hey, we'll come to them later on because we've got them. Is that after the qualifying for the C1s? No, it's Brscc Fiesta Junior.
Yeah, they've switched around because we had an updated timetable. I think they were supposed to be just before lunch, and now they're just after lunch on the new timetable.
So the car's ready for a 5-minute resumption of action. So it's a 5-minute dash.
I was wrong. It was the other way around. Sorry. They were supposed to be after lunch, but now they're before lunch.
So
it's
what
the
have you got the
ClubSport
updated
and
one,
Northern Saloon that are switched around. Yeah, so we've had an ever so slight change. So Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship is now the race just before lunch.
Just getting my head together on who I'm going to be handing to after C1 qualifying. And that's Fiesta Juniors.
Indeed it is. Yep, you'll be holding down the fort down in pit lane for a good 40-50 minutes, and it'll be great to hear from a few of the drivers involved in the C1s, and then we'll see them out again for 3 hours to finish off the day.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. We've got some changes in C1s this weekend as well, which we're going to talk through with Robin Welsh, Mr. Silverlake himself, looks after the series. Really excited to bring that, and we apologise to regular C1 viewers that we haven't got Rob Lewis with us. He's down at Brands Hatch doing unspeakable things rather than being where he should be, which is C1s doing the pit lane, so I'm going to do my best to emulate him over the course of the lunch break. But Rob, hope you're doing well. And class podiums hopefully for him down at Brands Hatch today. As we resume our action, Gary Miller, he's going to be, I think, difficult to beat off pole. Joseph Knight, second front row start of the morning for him as well. Did very well first time out, Joseph Knight, and as I say, I hope that he can carry the momentum through from Donington to Brands Hatch and hopefully into next season, assuming he wishes to stay with us, and I sincerely hope he does. It's a really good cohort with the senior Fiestas at the moment. We do get drivers coming in from the junior formula. We get drivers coming in from other championships. So Luke Waugh's been a perennial on the BTCC package. It's great to have him here. Very good addition to the championship. Got Morgan Kidd there running well. Did a really lovely segment with Alpha one time. He was up at Alton Park, and I can't remember if Morgan's the one that does the wrapping of the car, but talked us round all the sponsors and what she'd done on the car. Really, really good. Great work. It's Connor Blackburn in the Golf livery. B&Co 664 car. It's a shorter race, so I'm wondering whether it's going to affect how the drivers play this out. They're just going to have to gun for it. Probably. Now, where's Alistair Kellett on this one? Let's have a quick look.
It could be P5 now on this restart.
You wouldn't bet against him getting another win here, would you? It would be the first hat-trick in Fiestas for quite a few years. I've got the last 3 or 4 seasons scribbled in front of me, and I couldn't spot a hat-trick. I'm probably wrong, because it may have been a judicial somewhere, but we could have an historic hat-trick underway here. Alistair Kellett. Good planning for Brscc. I think given the number of drivers that come over from Ireland to race, who are very welcome, it's always great to see them, and it adds something to the championship, having drivers that come from overseas, whether it's Europe or Ireland. Ireland is Europe, isn't it, of course. Yeah, it just adds something to it, rather than just being English drivers or British drivers.
I mean, it's great to have as many drivers on the grid as possible. Doesn't matter where you're from or whatever. Just as many drivers getting involved, getting out there on the black stuff and putting on a great show for us. We're about ready to go then. I do believe it'll be a 5-minute dash here to the checkered flag. And let's see who can grab it. Green flag, then we look to the lights ready for the restart here in the ST240s. We wait for those lights.
Here we go then, Gary Miller in red, Joseph Knight in blue. Knight gets away well, again as he did first time of asking, and he's got the run. He's going to try and come across on Gary Miller, but Miller's getting up through the gears and trying to hold the inside line, but Knight goes for the wide sweep round the outside, and I think he's going to lead as they go into Redgate. Colfer is there in 3rd place. We look back, and we have a couple of runners, of course, going off. I'm bouncing around on the gravel. That was Marco Ricci towards the back of the field in red. We've got a red car up front, and in fact it is Gary Miller that's made made it up into lead position. And coming up, though, is Conor Blackburn. Super stuff from Blackburn. And
is that O'Connell? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's Jason O'Connell off down at the bottom of Craner's. Big slide off into the gravel. He's trying to pick it out of there, but that's going to be dropping all the way to the back of the pack after a great race so far for Jason. It all goes wrong on the race restart, but what a restart for the 664 of Blackburn. Fantastic restart. It's gone from about 9th, I think, up into 3rd, maybe even 2nd place. Yeah, it is 2nd place. Fantastic.
I can hear the officials now. You nearly jumped the start there, son. As one famously said to Rob Boston, he said, well, did I or didn't I? Well, no, you nearly did.
So you didn't?
Yeah, so he had, yeah. But it was a cracking start. Knight did well, didn't he? But now he's coming under pressure from Simon Horrobin. He puts the grey 14 down the inside, so Knight probably would have been happy with that first go. Morgan Kidd follows him. Then Alistair Kellett, the championship leader, further back than we thought he was going to be. And it's Gary Miller who's done the quick getaway here from Conor Blackburn. Graham Colfer is next up. Gets a flash of lights from John Cooper, the returnee. And John will try. They love the run-off there, don't they? Is there track limits there?
Yeah, I do believe so. Yeah, I do believe that is one of the main track limit areas. So drivers do need to be a little bit careful there, but I understand it's a 5-minute dash. You're pressing on as hard as you can. I think it's so obvious to see that Alistair Kellett really is thinking about the championship. He's been super calm on all the race starts so far this weekend. Doesn't mind losing a couple of places because he knows he can pick them back up later on in the race, and he's looking forward to the final event next time out to try and bring home that championship. These top 5 starting to scamper off though. Still Gary Miller leading the way ahead of Conor Blackburn, Graham Colfer, John Cooper and Simon Horrobin all in this top 5. And then Joseph Knight, sadly for him, has dropped down into 6th place, of course, like we mentioned earlier as well. That goes a wing mirror. I think both wing mirrors got there on Cooper and the 111 there of Graham Colfer. Cooper looks to have got the move done though, round the outside, and does slot back in behind, does Graham Colfer. So Cooper up into the top 3, just like we saw in race 1. Here comes Simon Horrobin. He was up in the top 3 in race 2. Looks so late on the brakes. Nearly goes up over the front of the car and into the side.
Yeah, he does.
Big tank slapper for the 111. Comes back down on all 4 wheels. My goodness, that was close.
Yeah, you can see why drivers get punished for lunges like that. You know, it's not intentional, but if you cause contact and cause that car to go over, the clerk's going to look at that. Kellett now up with these guys. Knight's got bodywork flapping around at the back, so he's been involved as well. But all this is for 4th position, and Kellett now is within arm's reach of getting 4th place, but he's got to deal with Knight, and we know that Knight hasn't been easy to deal with in this race. He's settled back into the racecraft. He's got Horrobin ahead of him. Miller, Blackburn and Cooper are away as the potential podium at the moment, and it's not going to be too far away now because we've only got 1:41 on the clock. We're reckoning this lap and probably one other just to get us to the end of our 2:40 racing for the weekend. So Miller out front and looking pretty handy to grab his first win, would you believe, since Alton Park. He did the double at Alton Park, did Gary Miller, and he's been waiting patiently since then. He's checked out really from Conor Blackburn and John Cooper. Blackburn's done a super job in 664, looking for his third podium of the year, beg your pardon, but the best result of the season, possibly best of the run. But now, is he going to get second? The answer to that is probably no, because John Cooper goes down the inside, moves up into P2, Blackburn down to 3rd, Miller on the last lap now the leader from John Cooper. Now we're going to see a fairy tale return for Cooper. We've seen bigger gaps than that negated in the course of the week. Black and white flag coming out for Gary Miller due to track limits. Whether that was for earlier on, I don't know. Joseph Knight still fending off Alistair Kellett as the pack make their way through, headed by Morgan Kidd into Redgate Corner. In the mix there as well is David Nye in the number 12 car. Now he sorted out, probably a driver that benefited from the restart. And this is the scrap for 5th position. Alistair Kellett having a look, and Jason O'Connell is on the grass again, trying to get himself back round, I think, in towards pit lane with 20 seconds to go on the clock. So this is the last lap. We look at Kellett trying to close in on Knight to take 5th position, but Joseph Knight running well. Alistair Kellett will be happy, I think, with whatever he could get. I thought he was going to have a look up the inside there, but Knight had the inside covered in the fixed tool car. And now Kellett's got the momentum. We'll think about looking up the inside, but we said that John Cooper was closing up, and John Cooper here might be within the possibilities of having a stab here as they get to the end of the exhibition straight. Here they come down in towards the chicane, but I think Gary Miller has got enough gap, enough to hold on to this one as he comes through into the chicane. and will exit the chicane in lead position from John Cooper. What a drive from Cooper to get back onto the podium. And John's having a go. They come up to the line, looks to the outside, but Gary Miller hangs onto it from John Cooper. Connor Blackburn gets another third place. Well done to Connor. Simon Horrobin fourth. Alistair Kellett finally getting the better of Joseph Knight, who finishes in sixth place. Morgan Kidd seventh from Sean Reynolds. Graham Colfer next up from David Nye, which rounds out our top 10. I don't know whether there were further transgressions. I'm assuming Gary Miller's black and white flag was for track limits. If there were any more, he may well find himself losing the win from John Cooper, but I must admit I didn't see too much of that in the closing stages. So our third race of the weekend for the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship is won by Gary Miller. So it's 2 wins for Kellett, 1 win for Miller. John Cooper second from Connor Blackburn. Fourth goes to Simon Horrobin from Alistair Kellett and Joseph Knight. Morgan Kidd next up from Sean Reynolds and Graham Colfer. David Nye finishes in 10th. The AM-class victory goes to Daniel Robinson. Harry Hayes in 12th from Marco Ricci and Matt Chambers 14th. And Jason O'Connell coming home in 15th position and securing another amateur class podium. That's the first time I think he's not won the amateur class over the course of the season. So cracking stuff from the AIRTEC Motorsport Fiesta 240 Championship. We wish them all well, and we look forward to seeing them at Brands Hatch for the Formula Ford Festival. Fiestas have always been very welcome at the festival. Great to have things all blue oval at that meeting. I think we've got a guest formula coming onto it as well, but we can catch up with, I think we've got ST50s, ST150s on the Saturday. Probably the majority of the junior and senior racing on the Saturday at Brands Hatch, and then the Formula Ford finals on the Sunday. I just hope we get some good weather. You never quite know what you're going to get these days. We had a couple of torrential downpours the last couple of years, and the timetable gets adjusted to reflect that. But Alistair Kellett on that one, making up that other place. Is he going to be provisional champion? We'll have to wait and see the Brscc social media updates to see whether he is provisional champion after taking that win. It may be that John won't get to talk to him here, will he? Because he's not on the podium apart from the Masters. Hopefully, because we're going into qualifying again in just a moment for the C1s, we can have a chance to catch up with our amateur class drivers as well. So much time as you need, John, once we get the cars assembled down there in Parc Ferme for the Fiestas. We've still got 2 more junior races to go. I thought we might have maybe waited a little bit longer, but at least everyone in the senior paddock can get away in a timely manner. Certainly done Gary Miller's championship. Now, I'm pretty sure, doing the maths now, that Gary Miller still keeps the championship alive to go to Brands Hatch, and it is going to be a formality, I think, for Alistair Kellett if he rocks up at Brands and qualifies and goes to the race. But anyway, we'll hear more from the man who is still keeping that championship alive, our race winner, Gary Miller, who should be down there with John Ratcliffe.
Well, you join me down here at the end of the pit lane then for the end of the ST240 Championship, at least for this race weekend. Of course, they go on again for another one to end the season. Of course, never all we want to see during a race, a big red flag there for Maggie Webb. So I've just spotted her in the paddock, seemingly all okay, obviously in floods of tears, gutted to how that one ended, but all okay, and that is the main thing. Let's have a chat with some of the drivers involved in that race then. What a race it was. Of course, you've got the circuit commentator just having a chat with our race winner. Let's go round to John Cooper first, who was in second place. See if I can just grab John. John, I'm just going to grab you quickly if that's okay, my friend. Another great race, and I see you getting on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, enjoyed that. Firstly, I hope Maggie's all right, because that looked a nasty roll. So, but no, it's a shame. I think one more lap I'd have got him. I was nearly there at line, but it is what it is. So. But yeah.
I was going to say you had a little sniff there just out the final corner across the line, like you were saying, one more lap, potential for a race victory, but still very happy with the second.
Yeah, you can't complain of that. I mean, I got put on grass off start when somebody didn't move. I had to check up a few times for people spinning, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, a good result. So good race.
No, it was aggressive. More great racing in the ST240s, and again, like I said yesterday, welcome back, straight back on form.
Thank you. Cheers.
Lovely. Cheers, Don. Thank you very much. Right, then let's head around, see if I can spot Gary. Gary's over there, Johnny, so we're going to have to run all the way over here. But, wow, another great race from Gary. Let's have a little chat with him. Hello, Gary.
How are you?
Well done. I'm very well, thank you. I think you're feeling pretty good, aren't you? Another victory.
Yeah, a victory now. It's been a long time coming since Donington Park, so delighted, yeah. It was hard work. I actually seen how I couldn't understand why the back of the car was so uncontrollable, but It must have been the first lap or something. We got a bang on one of the back wheels, so I was hanging on for dear life out there, to be honest with you. So I wasn't too happy to see the restart coming, but look, it's a great weekend. Everyone's here, so thank everyone for coming, and yeah, it's brilliant.
No, amazing. Yeah, I think there were a few drivers who weren't quite happy that it was restarted, but you were really scrappy on the first stint. Then that second restart, you were able to just pull away and bring it home.
I just had to keep it on the track, and he even got track limits in that 5-minute session. So I could see John coming, and I said, right, just don't do track limits and just keep it on the track. And I'd say it would have been a good dice. Now, I would have let John go, to be fair, because I'm not fighting him in the championship, so it was important to get a good finish. So I just hung on enough. So anyway, keeps the championship alive to Brscc, so we'll see what happens.
Amazing. We're all very excited. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. Of course, you can relax now, but yeah, on to the next one.
On to the next one. See, here we go. Yeah.
Cheers, Gary. Thank you very much. Right, we'll head on over as well to the 664 of Connor Blackburn. Hello, Connor. That was possibly the most amazing race restart I have ever seen. You were fighting your way through. I think it was like 6 or 7 places getting on that first race restart lap.
Yeah, I think I was 7th, and by the end of the first lap I was in 2nd. It's just a shame I couldn't get past Miller into 1st and Cooper got past me. But yeah, great race and great end to the weekend.
You know, it was fantastic, of course. Yeah, maybe that race restart a little bit of a blessing for you. You were chatting with Gary and he was like, I did not want to see that restart come out, but it seemed like it was a positive for yourself.
Yeah, when I saw 5 minutes I thought, oh, this is going to be spicy, but it worked out for me, so I can't complain.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah, P3 then, well done. I think you're going to have a pretty happy drive home.
Yeah, it should be a good drive home. I'm glad my dad's all right as well after yesterday, that big crash. But yeah, great end to the weekend for me.
Good. Okay, so mixed feelings after the weekend for the family, but a positive on your side.
Yeah, good weekend.
Lovely, yeah. Okay, wish your best to your dad as well. Yeah, hopefully he's all good. But thanks for chatting with me, mate. Well done. Cheers. Third place on the podium then for Connor. I did want to see if we could grab we got the number 26 here. Hello, sir.
How are you?
How are you doing today, mate? You good?
Yeah, I'm better now. I'm on the podium. Second time this weekend. This is my favourite track now.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah. It wasn't before though.
No. So I get scared of the crane of curves. I shouldn't be saying that out loud, but they're really scary. I don't want to lose it coming down there. I want to try to be safe, But good fun, good weekend. 2 P2s. Can't complain.
Oh, mate, that's fantastic. Well done. I'm exactly the same. I used to race in the Fun Cup. Those crane of curves always scared the hell out of me, especially when it just starts raining and you come up to it next lap and you're not quite sure how much throttle to use.
Yeah, definitely. It's very, slippery down there. Before, I know it's kind of backwards. Before I did race here, I watched a lot of cars come off there, and had a bit of big accidents. That's kind of, it plays in my mind a lot when I come down there. I'm trying to brake and just play it safe. I don't end up in the gravel. But no, awesome weekend. Whoever's watching, thank you.
Well, like you say then, did a great job this weekend and on the podium again, so well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Right then, we're about ready to crack on next. Who's this beautiful man who's just walked over here? Hello, Richard. Oh, little kiss, how kind. I think my girlfriend might be watching, mate. Stay away. Right then, I think we're going to cut to a few ads before I hand this microphone over to that gentleman, and then we'll kick off the C1s for their qualifying. We'll see you in a few moments.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Let's go racing!
That's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun.
And welcome back. By the power of magic of live streaming, we are back in the pit lane and looking very much forward to Silverlake Endurance C1 Championship. And Mr. Silverlake himself, Robin Welch, is here. Robin, I was going to start off and say we never start with an apology, and I'm sorry we haven't got Rob here this weekend.
Hello, Rob, but you look new, you lost some hair.
I was going to go for a syrup and shorts, but that look probably wouldn't become me.
No, he's having a great time at Brands Hatch 4 Power Live this weekend. He's back with his focus and he's doing what he loves. And you know what? That's why we're all involved in racing, because we love racing. And he is a racer and he's going racing, so it's fine. Can't knock it.
But we miss him, and we're thinking of you, Rob. Yeah. But we were, and we're not anymore now because we're going to get onto the C1. What an exciting weekend, though, for the series, because we've got a couple of changes. And I'm going to deal with the driver changes first, because there's a change now in the regulations in terms of when you can do stops.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to mix it up a little bit to try and give the multiple driver teams a fairer chance, because it really was advantageous to a 2-driver team with the previous rule setup, because they could do a dummy stop in the first hour, get those dummy stops out of the way, and then they could play the strategy game based on safety car or fueling or whatever they needed to over the rest of the 3-hour race. But now you have to stop once every racing hour. So 3 pit stops, you must stop once every racing hour. So that suddenly brings into play, if you've got 3 drivers, you're now not at a disadvantage. So it's hopefully going to make it a lot fairer and really interesting, because everyone's going to have to change their strategy. Everyone's got to start from scratch. So it's going to be really interesting to see who does what and who's thought about it properly. I thought of a load of scenarios which I think are good, but it'd be interesting to see what the teams come up with.
So, Robbie, when you came up with that idea, did you float it or did you just sort of impose it on them? You being a Bernie Ecclestone type character here.
Yeah, I just imposed it on I can't imagine. I tell you what, actually, it was Charlie Bingham's idea from Alpha Trojan. Okay. So we were all having a beer one night, and we sat there, and he's a quiet character, you know, I mean, he's a lovely guy, and he just sort of said, Robin, why don't you just get us to stop once every hour? And we all just looked at each other and were like, wow, there it is. So I literally said, right, fine, we'll do it next year, but I thought, actually, we've got Donington left, so let's try it at Donington. So yeah, if anyone wants to blame anyone, go and blame Charlie from Trojan, Alpha Trojan.
I was going to ask how it's been received, but we'll talk to the drivers and ask what they think. I personally think it's absolutely superb.
I have one negative comment about it, and what is there to negatively say about it? Everyone's in the same boat. It just means you can now have more drivers, which effectively brings the cost down even lower, and everyone can have a fairer share of the drive, because previously you might have one driver that does 10 minutes and the rest might do 2 hours, but now everyone has to have a fair share effectively, so it changes things a lot.
I think from our point of view, and my point of view as a journalist, if I can waffle for a little bit, is to say that, you know, it adds a set narrative into the race as well, which is great for us as commentators, but also good for the viewers, because it gives you those fixed points where you know something's going to be kicking off.
Yeah, as I said, you've now got, before you didn't know what was, because in the middle of a C1 race, no one really knows what's going on. I don't know half the time, it's sort of a bit confusing, but at least now you kind of know, right, okay, hour 1, hour 2, hour 3, where are we? Because everyone has to have done their stops. Yeah. So yeah, it does make it a lot more organic and easier to follow as well, so that'd be good.
That's great. Looking forward to getting the drivers' reactions to that. The other change, of course, is related to classes.
It is, and that's Rob Lewis's fault. So luckily, none of this weekend is my fault, so I can just do slopey shoulders and go, not responsible for any of it. But yeah, Pro-Am class. And again, myself, Rob Lewis has wanted to do this for 2 or 3 years. It's something I've not really been a huge fan of up till just recently, and I don't know why I've changed my mind, but recently I've just been like, well, yeah, it's a fantastic idea. Why are we not doing that? Because it is tough. You know, the guys up the front have been doing C1 racing for so many years, and a lot of these teams have got exceptional drivers. And you might have some teams that have got 2 really, really good drivers and one that's just like a few tenths off the pace. And they can't get that chance for an overall podium, but they're still very, very good. So do the Pro-Am class, but also new people coming into C1 kind of gives them a stepping stone. So they can go, right, we're in the Am class, right, let's try and win that. and they can get a good chance out of that and go, right, now we can now try and step up and win the pro class. Essentially the cars are all the same, nothing changes, different colour sticker, but it's based on experience. So it's just more to fight for.
And the definition is that if you've been on the podium, or any of your drivers have been on the podium before, you're a pro team. If you've had 3 amateur class wins, that means that you're a pro as well. But other than that, it's in the AM class.
If you're a member of the BRDC, you're automatically a pro.
Do we get many of those?
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Yeah. Rob Lewis done the spreadsheet. I think it's 5 or 6 this weekend. Yeah. That automatically makes you a pro because, you're in that league. But yeah, you got it exactly right. Yeah, so you're a pro if you've had an overall podium, and then if you win the AM class 3 times, that makes you a pro. But if they're tactical, they won't do that. They'll win twice and stand back and let someone else win, so they can stay an amateur. So it'll be interesting to see how people play that. If they want to just go for the class honours, or whether they want to really push for the pro, the overall wins.
I mean, you guys don't change the rules for the sake of it. You're saying that you're not sure why it's happened, but obviously it's happened at an appropriate time. You've got to that point, thought about it, and they're both very positively received from what I've read and what I've seen.
Yeah, really positive. I think the thing with me is we have so much rotation, so many new teams coming in all the time, and it's quite different from most series. And there's so many new drivers, on the average C1 race, we have probably 10 new drivers every time, because a lot of the teams do arrive and drive. So it just made sense to me to separate it out a bit. Pro-Am, it's another thing to keep your eye on in the race as well, and it gives these people that are just coming in, if you've got 4 mates that do Civic Cup or Fiesta STs or whatever, and they want to have a go, they can hire a car off someone, come in and potentially still win the AM class their first time out, if they're good, so it just, it gives a lot of enthusiasm to do it and come back, and it's good to have 2 races in one race as well.
I mean, GT racing has that. You have silver and bronze. I mean, and this is the starting point, isn't it, for endurance racing?
If you look at any world level endurance stuff, we're the same ethos, exactly the same principle, same driving principle, same mentality. It's strategy based. It's not necessarily outright pace based. So this is where a lot of people start, as silly as it sounds. But
tell me to go away if you need to do other things, Robin. But we've got loads that we want to ask you as the main man behind the championship. Next year's dates, how are they coming along?
Good. Calendar will be out next week. Brscc have been working really, really hard on that, just trying to, I'm a bit of a diva with what I asked for and when I asked for it, so Paul McCurlin, he's pulling his hair out, but no, thank you to Paul McCurlin and everyone at Brscc for everything they do for us. It's absolutely fantastic, one of the best clubs in the country you can possibly run with, and they've done a great job on the calendar, so I'm not going to give it away yet, but we there's probably going to be a 24-hour, and it's probably going to be back at Silverstone. So that's obviously really exciting. That's like the highlight of the year, to get Silverstone GP on the 24-hour. So it
was a good event this year. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, having the likes of F4 on with it as well. I mean, it was just brought all these different areas of motorsport together, with the highlight being, I mean, F4 was fascinating for me because I've been working on it elsewhere, but having that highlight of the 24-hour race back, and now it's back and people know it's back.
I think that's it. The good thing, we had a bit of an internal mix around with the behind the scenes, and Brscc are kind of taking the reins of that event. It's still a C1, a 24-hour event, but it's kind of run by the Brscc now, wholly, which is great because they can bring along stuff like F4 and bring these huge championships in to make it, because it's Silverstone GP, it's a huge event. Let's make it a big show, and that's what they've done, and it's secured the 24-hour for years to come, which is great.
That's brilliant. I hope today is good for you. We'll catch up with you in pit lane during the course. Have you got any other sort of, I know the last time I did a C1 race with you guys, there were lots of different awards that went off during the day. Are we doing that today as well?
We've got, sorry, nearly got run over. We've got, what have I got this weekend? I think I might have best prepared car and blooper of the day. Right. So blooper is for something like this, if you nearly run the commentator over in qualifying.
Get a prize for that, a proper prize.
Yeah, that would class. So we got a coup, but I'll catch up with you during the race for those sort of things.
All right, Robin, thanks very much. Cheers for chatting to us. Good luck for the race. So chat with Robin Welshoe, he's Mr. Silverlake. Let's have a wander up the pit lane and just have a look at some of the cars. Obviously, we've got to be a little bit mindful about driver changes. Now, obviously, the point of qualifying is that it gives each of the drivers, whether it's a 2 or 3 driver team, or indeed a 4-driver team, the chance to familiarise themselves with the cars. Just under an hour in terms of qualifying, so it's actually not that much time for each driver if you've got a 4-car team to get in, bed yourself into the car, bed yourself into the track. Luckily, weather-wise, it's okay at the moment. We've got grey skies, but I think when I was chatting to Robin earlier on, the weather forecast for this afternoon when the race is due to happen is it's going to be a little bit wet. so the drivers won't get their chance to have the wet running in qualifying. But that's the same for any Formula anyway. So we're going up. We'll see if we can have a look at some of the cars and drivers. I think the lad here, am I right? Is this the Brscc? Brscc there. Are you the injured driver?
Team owner / sometimes driver, yeah.
What happened?
This was a couple of weeks ago at the SNET 24-hour.
Sorry, and I don't know your name, which I apologise for. Can you introduce yourself as well for the viewers?
I'm Chip Howland from SCR.
Oh, Chip, right. So I've commentated on you a few times.
I've raced a few times. No, all it was, I helped WRC out from next door at Snetterton 24-hour, and during a pit stop we were repairing a damaged car, and I literally just tripped over while repairing it, and turns out I've broke I can never get these ones right, fibula, tibia, and my ankle. So I've done all three at once.
That's a bit of a long job then.
Yeah.
So was that the 24-hour?
That was at the Silverstone 24-hour, 2CV and C1s.
That was ages ago.
That was 3 weeks ago. Get on my feet now. But no, it's at least 6 weeks like this, and then go from there basically with physio.
So a bit of a pain. Do you get in everywhere free? Because I know when I was on crutches, when I was a youngster, I got in free everywhere.
No, I don't get no freebies. I'm still being expected to work as well, so...
So what's the role this weekend?
Team manager like normal anyway, dealing with like getting everyone in place, and I'll probably do a bit of car controlling because I can do that while sat down. Other than that, watch everyone else work.
We've just been talking with Robin Welch about the changes in the series for this weekend, and what are your thoughts on those?
I do like the pro and am idea because we're normally fighting sort of around 10th, around 12th, something like that. So it's now nice knowing that not only are we fighting for the top 10, we could be fighting for top 3, top 4 in our class because we're an am at the moment. So that just gives you that little bit extra to fight towards. It's sort of like you've got something to battle at. You might be running round in 10th or 12th, but you've still got a chance of getting a trophy.
Oh, Rob Lewis is here, everybody.
We've got a mask of him as well somewhere. He's floating about, bless him. He's at Brands this weekend, isn't he?
Yeah, I think you could probably sue for having a go at disabilities here.
Nah, I don't need any of that. Just get on with it. That's all you got to do.
Anyway, so a busy weekend for you. Great to see you involved. I wish you a speedy recovery with those injuries. And
I'm ready for ROR. That's all that matters. That's the next one on the list.
Right, yeah, because there's class, isn't there, for the C1 cars. And so you'll be back in the seat.
I don't know if I'll be back in the seat yet. Obviously, it depends how physio goes, but we'll be there regardless. And then we've got Mallory Park for the Plum Pudding as a C1 class. We'll be there as well. And also Portimao we're aiming to go to as well. So regardless of a broken leg, we'll still go racing if we can.
Nice one, Chip. And I will forever remember you as having a bald wig and still having more hair than me.
I'm saying nothing on that one.
Cheers, Chip. Swift recovery, mate. Very well done. Let's have a quick word with our 586 driver who has just gone out. So, a changeover. Hello. I'm Richard. How's it going? Have you been out? Are you derobing or robing?
Either.
Either. So how's the track? How are you finding the track so far today?
We've never been out for practice, so it's my first time out qualifying for getting a few laps in.
Yeah.
So I'll have to just see how it goes, really. We meant to practice, but obviously we booked up a bit late, so it was fully booked. So qualifying is the first time I've been on the track. So just have to see how it goes. It's dry though, so hopefully I'll get a good few laps in.
Okay, have a good one. Thanks for having a chat with us. We'll leave it to it. Thank you. Let's whiz down to a little bit further. See if we can pick out the thing about doing a pit walk is that a lot of the cars are obviously out on track, so it's difficult to identify exactly who's who in the various cars. We've got the 421 car up there, which is Alpha Trojan, who regular viewers will know are very regular winners in the championship. Won most of the races coming through. Johnny's just juggling the phone and trying to find out what's going on in terms of we're all okay. We're not going to add or anything just yet. Let's have a little bit further wander up.
Catch up with you later on.
So yeah, Alpha Trojan, very distinct livery, as we can see there in the 421 car. I think this is a driver change. Chris Freeman just about getting. This is the car that's on pole position at the moment. Chris Freeman just getting in, and the 421 car this weekend is actually Chris, Jonathan Monday, and Adam Willis. And the car makes it out into... You all right to have a quick word with us?
Yeah, can do.
I'm Richard.
Nice to meet you. I'm Jack.
Jack, things going well, P1 at the moment?
No, definitely, you've got the wrong car.
Oh, okay. Are you helping out? But that's indicative of all the... Tell us about your role in your car.
We're just in for a driver change. Jumping in with Mark and Andy today, in absence of Sid Smith Racing, who's doing some Fiesta Junior coaching.
Okay.
So yeah, just thought I'd jump in. Normally I'm team manager, so keep things flowing as smooth as possibly can. But yeah, this time around, just jumping in for a little bit of a send off at the end of the year. Really, last round of the season, have some fun. Really, send it out good and proper.
Yeah.
That's the plan anyway. That's the plan.
Fingers crossed. Any dramas so far?
No. Traffic's a big problem. As always, on for a quick lap and then you hit a bit of traffic and it's always ifs, buts and maybes. But no, the lads seem to be doing okay. Hopefully get another stint towards the end of qualifying and keep out of trouble. That's the plan.
Nice one. We'll see if we can grab the P1 man now. Thank you very much for that.
Mate.
Thanks very much. We'll go into the garage. I think signal still works. Have a quick word with Austin. Hi, Austin. Richards. Doing some bits and bobs this weekend. P1 at the moment. Was that yourself?
No, that was the other team, my dad's team.
I got the wrong team again. There we go. This is why we need Rob Lewis. But anyway, Austin, how is your morning going?
Yeah, just scrub some tyres for the race and then try and get some laps in now. See, we've tried another car, so see how it goes.
Is that a new build or?
No, it's one Charlie actually won in a raffle. So we thought we'd try it out.
How'd you win a C1 in a raffle?
Enter.
Was it a race raffle? Was it one of these things that you did on Facebook or something like that? Or was it?
Yeah, I think it was off Facebook.
There you go. It's worth a punt doing those if you've seen them on Facebook. So what's the game plan then? Because obviously we've got a new sort of format this weekend with the hourly stops or stops within the hour.
Yeah, so that works well for us because we've got 3 drivers, so it splits the race evenly between the drivers. So yeah, that's it really.
Donington a favourite, or what's good or bad about it?
Yeah, it's always been good to us. It's just weather. We don't know what's going to happen. Could happen.
It's going to rain, Austin.
Yeah, perfect. Spice it up, won't it?
So where are you guys at the moment? So I got the wrong car again for pole. Where are you?
I think we're doing very well at the moment, but we'll see. I'm going to go out in a minute. So.
Okay, I'll let you get ready. Have a good one, mate. Thanks. Trojan always one of the top teams that we get, and there we go.
Hi, you all right?
Jonathan, how are things going?
Yeah, good, really good. Yeah, car felt good. Changed tyres in between, and it made a bit more front end grip for us. So yeah, it felt good for the 3 laps I've done. Yeah, really good.
Just the 3 laps, and that's enough to get you done.
3 I've done. That's it. Yeah, 3 on older rubber and 3 on.
How do you decide when you're sharing drives with who's going to do what?
Well, we sort of planned it before. Obviously, the weather might be a big difference today, where we do the stops and when the rain comes, and you've got to be on the right tyre. If you go on lower tyres to go fast, obviously it might not work in the rain. So we're just looking at that at the minute, and I think there's been a bit of a change in the rules anyway. So we have to pit every hour, so we've got to bring that in as well. So yeah, it'd be good. Yeah, it'd be really good.
That sounds like you might be doing as someone directs rather than you being on top of who goes out when.
Yeah, that's it. Me and Chris more or less do the same. We just go to do the best in the race, really. Yeah, whoever does the most, it doesn't matter. It's all about the race, yeah.
Best circuit for C1s, what do you think?
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, down the Crave, it's pinned in there. It's really good, yeah. Really good fun. Yeah, brilliant.
And in terms of people wanting to get involved in this, I was chatting to Robin Welch about some of the changes, particularly with the AM class thing, so it kind of brings it in line with higher level endurance racing. What's your advice for new drivers maybe looking at it?
Oh, come and have a go. Do a track day, hire with a team, have a go first, see if you like it, but you can get a few involved. It's not ridiculously serious. Obviously, you've got some real good drivers at the front end, but now he sort of split that up and sees the difference, and they still have a good race between themselves, and I think that's really good for the series, to get more involved.
That's good. We'll try and do that. I think the dates for next year are coming out in the next week, Robin was telling us, so we look forward to that, and we look forward to seeing you in the race.
Lovely. Thank you.
Cheers a lot, mate. Very good, very well done. Trojan Motorsport, one of our front runners, of course, in the C1 series. Let's wander up a little bit further. Timing-wise, how we got? We've got around about, I think we've got about probably 25 minutes or so left. Hey! Is this the Prep Tech camp by any chance? It is. Jack, good to see you, Jack. How are things? How's the youngster?
He's all good, thank you. Yeah, he's growing too much for me. But yeah, no, he's all good. So.
What is Jack, who I know you from racing in the short ovals, but also as a Prep Tech engineer when you guys were racing in the Junior Championship. So, yeah, nice to see you in the C1s. Is this a relaxing weekend for you, relatively?
Yeah, it's very relaxing for us. We're still working with Pace Performance, helping them on their Juniors.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, this is just a bit of fun for us. We're loving it.
How's the qualifying going at the moment?
We are currently P10, so
What car number are we looking out for?
469.
Right, okay, so 469. So we've got Oliver, who's there, and Daniel Kell. That's a Janetta name, isn't it? The Kell name's a Janetta-ish name.
He's Finn McLaughlin's engineer in F4.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Are you still Brscc F2ing as well?
No. I've moved on from them. I'm in stock carts now.
Stock carts?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Bit of fun.
Okay. Catch you in those at some time.
Yeah, thank you.
Is Mr. Kell around, or is he out in the car now?
No, in the car at the moment.
Okay, so we've got, obviously, Oliver's there yet to go out. So it is just having a quick look, 3-car team?
Yes, it is. 3 cars for three drivers for us, sorry. And got Josh Goldman, they're going out next. After the red flag.
Was there a red? Oh, there is. Okay, so that's not too good. So we might get some cars coming back. Are we worth heading to a break at some point so we can tease some more interviews? That might be a plan if we can do that in a little while. Let's have a word with the other guys in the team. Oliver always walks away when there's a little bit of a camera, but sorry, I don't know names and who's who.
I'm Ian. Worked with Oliver PrepTech for a number of years, doing Fiesta Juniors, race Audi TT Cup myself. So yeah, it's a nice relaxing weekend. Just come and enjoy it.
So how's the Audi? Are you still in Audis?
Yeah, still running Audi TTs, first year doing it. It's good fun. It's difficult engineering it, but it's driver at the end of the day.
Got one more round to go on that, which is, I know it's one of the Silverstones, and I can't remember whether it's the September one or the October one, but you'll put me right.
Yeah, September 26th, 27th, 28th, we're at Silverstone doing a national circuit. So looking forward to that. It's always quite good going Silverstone. It's fast.
The Audis has been an interesting one to watch, and I can talk about it because it's Brscc product as well. And it started off and there was 30-odd cars, and at the moment the numbers have come down a little bit because some people have moved on to other things. But the exciting thing for me over the last couple of rounds, we were up at Croft and watching it there, and the drivers that are sort of coming into it and getting to grips with it, for me, teeing up what should be a very exciting 2026 season.
Yeah, I think it should be. Like you say, there was a lot of people to start with, numbers. People chop and change so much these days. And but I think numbers should improve. Cars are up for sale at good prices. And it's great fun to do.
Well, that's good. And is it a disciplinary thing, you know, a difficult discipline, jumping out of the Audi and then coming into a C1?
I don't drive C1. I've not driven a C1 yet. But yeah, I used to race MGZRs, so going from basically 1,000 kilo ZR to a 1,200 kilo Audi, and all the weight is on the front wheels of the Audi, so I find that difficult.
There's a lot of MG people coming into Audis, aren't there?
Yeah, a lot of MG people swapped over to the Audis. Cost-wise, it's not far off. What we was running with the ZRs, so it's that type of thing. Everything's driven by cost in Club Motorsport, but yeah, and enjoyment. So if you see friends that you've raced with and you know they're good racers and fair racers, you're going to follow them.
Good racing, and they're great looking cars as well, the Audis. As I say, I've enjoyed watching them this year. Hopefully we'll get to see a lot more of them next year.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, look forward to it. It should be good fun.
Well, good luck with the last round and enjoy the weekend, Ian.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Can we grab a quick Oliver word? So, PrepTech boss, lovely to see you. Haven't seen you for absolutely ages, and just bit of fun this weekend.
Yeah, that's the idea. We're backed by CEX, who are one of our corporate friends of ours. We do some corporate track days with them, and they're a sponsor for us, so they pay for us to do this, so big thanks to them.
Is that Central CX, or is it a particular branch? Or?
No, it's across the whole country. We work with franchise owners and we work with the main bosses, and we do driver coaching with them. We do some corporate track days, we get them up to speed, do some coaching. They did do some racing a while ago, but now they've kind of handed the reins to us for a minute to kind of lead them forwards and get some results. So yeah, it's fun, but trying to make sure we represent them the best we can. So yeah, you know, this is a different side of the coin to normal. Rather than running a team in engineering, I get a little bit of both, a bit of a play, and with thanks to them to let us do it, really. So yeah, it's a bit of fun, but competitive fun.
Jack was saying that obviously you're helping out Pace Performance in Janetta Juniors. It's been a shame to lose you guys, but the guys you had in the team, PrepTech, have moved on and done very well, haven't they?
Yeah, I think so. It was probably a life choice thing, really, more than anything. Just chose it, enjoyed it, wanted to go out on a high, and it was time to kind of hang up the hat at that level and do some different stuff. So we changed the business direction, but now means I am still involved with Pace and kind of really helped them this year. And we've dragged them up the grid. We've had pole positions, we've had fastest laps, we've had podiums, so they're in a much better place. So we've done our job. Yep. We've brought some staff with us. Some of the mechanics are kind of with me. My job was to help Sean kind of improve things, make the team better, make the staff better, make the cars faster. So far, we tick the boxes. We just need some wins and some championships, which might have to wait till next year now. But yeah, we're getting there.
Still a fair old competition, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it is. It's very competitive. But kindly, Sean funds it now, so I'm not the one funding the team anymore. I'm working for the team, so
that's why you're smiling.
Yeah, someone else's problem. But no, still enjoying it. Still get a buzz out of doing it. I think I'm back with them next year. We're just discussing what happens for next year. Okay. So I think we're game again for next year, I think.
Okay. Well, thanks for that, Oliver. Great to see you. I'm going to have a word with Daniel. So if you put me in there's Daniel over there. Hi, Daniel Richards. I didn't realise, I've probably seen you in the F4 paddock. So you look after Finn McLaughlin, who's winning the championship at the moment. A race and a half lead or so points-wise, so good for you guys.
Yeah, leading by, I think, 34 points now. It's been a good year so far, just hopefully we can get it over the line with him.
What's Finn like to work with?
Yeah, it's fine, yeah.
That's a stupid question, isn't it, on camera?
No, he's fine. Yeah, he's really talented and, he's had a couple of struggles this year, but, we work as a team just to really, sort of boost him and yeah, I'm looking forward to the last few rounds with him.
AIRTEC of kind of the benchmark team now, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. It's nice that, we're leading the teams, won the rookies, leading the drivers, and, I've been working there a couple of years now, and we've always been at the at the forefront, and yeah, it's just really fun to work with them.
In terms of F4, really, although you guys are at the top, it's been a very competitive year. I mean, I've laboured the point really on broadcast, but it's worth making. Every team has won a race this year.
Yeah, I think this year's the most competitive year. For me, I compared to 2023 when Louis Sharp was there. Like a lot of the teams were very, very close last year. Obviously, we were quite lucky we had Deegan, who dominated everything. But then this year, the car's been out now 3-4 years, so up and down the grid, all the teams will be somewhere close now. But it's just trying to find that last little edge now. Like we're really looking for, that 10,000ths a lap now, not looking for that 10th or two. So yeah, it does make it quite hard work.
I was chatting to a couple of the engineers from JHR during the week, and they were telling me that they're out during the week testing drivers for next year. I'm guessing it's the same with AIRTEC and yourself.
Yeah, just sort of out quite a bit, learning rookies, and it's quite funny for us because you work with a driver for a whole year, and then when you test rookies you've got to go back to basics. You've almost got to relearn your job for a couple of weeks, but it's fun, and seeing the progression of everyone and whatever, it's quite enjoyable, it's quite rewarding.
Inevitably that question that I'm leading up to is that you spend all week race weekends with F4 at the racetrack, you're then at racetracks during the week in terms of helping rookies and testing new drivers, and then when you get a weekend off you come and race.
Yeah, so funny enough, today I'm in the C1s with PrepTech, but I'm also in the Northern Saloons in the Sierra, so I've got double duty today.
Wow. How is that?
It was good. Yeah, I've done it a couple of times this year, and I've done it in the past. Jumping from a 400 horsepower four-wheel drive Sierra to a 70 horsepower C1, it is a difference, but a lap or two, and it feels like normal again. Yeah.
What's the history of your Northern Saloon and sports car?
It's been going well. My dad started out in 2010, got to 2018, and I then took his car over, and we've just developed it, and now we're sort of at the limit of its development now. But I went out and qualified P2 and first in class this morning with quite a nice lap. So yeah, we'll see how the two races go. It's going to be a bit of a hectic day though, jumping between everything, but I'll manage. It'll be all right.
Thanks for the chat, mate. Really appreciate it. Good luck with the racing, and double bubble there because we've got a little bit of Northern Saloons as well involved. It looks like we are going racing again. Let's move back up to. I was going to go up to Garage 8 because one of my Brscc colleagues is in there. We're still okay for time. Don't need to run an ad break or anything. Quick look at the watch and. I think we've got around about 20 minutes to go. We will do some build-up for the Fiesta Juniors, which are coming up as well. That's going to be their second race of the weekend, which we're looking forward to. Some of the parents in the Fiesta Juniors were telling me earlier on they were kind of getting a little bit, what's the word? Negative? A little bit worried about having rain when the Fiesta Juniors start. So just having a look at my garage numbers. I think we're going to go to Garage 8 and we'll see whether my Brscc colleague is out there or not. Jeremy Crook, let's have a look and see whether he is there. He was here earlier on, but it's always difficult trying to catch up with drivers. No cars or anything here.
Get up-to-date driver names on our screen.
Can I have a word with Gary James? Hey Gary, how are you? Should we put you on the stream? How are you going? So Gary looks up. Usually, have you been having bun fights with our John for the podiums?
No, it's all been quite organised. I usually say to him, do you want the first or the second? And he says, I'll go first. So it makes it easy for me.
He hasn't let you go first yet?
I did at the beginning of the day when he was still lurking somewhere else.
Just what you have to do, just get an elbow in and, sort him out.
Yeah, but, I know that you guys are on a bit of a time schedule, the same as we are. So it's a case of getting something done and then handing back to get the grid done for the next race. But, no, we should have some good racing. Obviously, yesterday we had the 4-hour Fun Cup that came down to literally the last bend.
Wasn't that 3 cars? I was telling the missus about it last night. What a finish to the day.
Yeah. I mean, you think endurance races, even like with the C1s, you think, is it going to be a long, drawn-out affair? But even with these, it's all down to keeping the momentum going and down to driver ability. So, I think we're going to get another close race. So
I think we will. Yeah, I'm going to go and grab some more.
Weather permitting, that's the trouble, Richard, is that it's going to be lurking at about 1 o'clock, and I think they're trying to get stuff moved up the orders, but these guys finished the race day today, so wet finish, I think.
Yeah, I like it one way or the other. When it's changeable, it can make it a bit of a pain, to be honest. But
so have you worked out which garage you're going to dive into when it really starts pouring with rain?
I'm just going to get wet. It's the end of the day. I've got to change your clothes. It'll be all right, wouldn't it? There's no such thing as bad weather, only bad clothing or something. Is that what they say? It is true, though, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, we had some horrendous stuff yesterday. And I think it's going to be much the same today. But like you, I've probably got to change your clothes in the car to drive back home again.
Very nice chat. We'll let you crack on as well. Let's have another quick round. We're going to go to a break. We're not. We're okay.
Everybody's the same driver.
So have a quick chat. Driver. Hello, I'm Richard. Would you like to introduce Charlie?
Yeah.
How's it gone?
Not too bad.
Which car number as well for our viewers?
550. So we're 3.
Oh, Charlie's our MBA. So in the new order, amateur team.
Yes, amateur team. Yeah.
Good thing though, isn't it, now having the Pro-Am, because it gives you guys something to fight for. What's your history with C1s? How many rounds have you done with us?
We've done about a year now, so we're getting up there. Snetterton was a good round for the boys. I wasn't there, but they had a good round. So we're getting hopefully into the top 10s. So let's just see if we can do it today.
And what's your racing history and that of the team or group of drivers?
So we have in the car at the moment, it's my dad. He's Michael Dark. He's actually 72 years old.
No way.
Yeah, he got into racing. I got him into racing about 4 years ago, and he's done really well. And then we've got Adam Button, who is his first year of racing, so he's done really well.
So what got you into it? Did you race before? So you say you got your dad into it. So how did you fall across C1s?
I started racing in a BMW, little 3 Series BMW, and then did a bit of racing in the BMW car club, and then did some club enduro racing. We love endurance racing, so we got into the C1s by chatting to someone, and bought 1 and then bought 2. So we've got 2, but we've only got 1 out today. So
that was going to be the next question. Was saying, have you got another car? So you got a spare if you need to go. We do.
Not here.
Did you do 24 hours as well?
No, we didn't. We missed out. We had a job on this year. So
what was the job? What did you do?
We're an events company, so we do corporate events. So. We'll definitely be there next year. So,
what side of corporates do you do? Because there's so much that you can do. Is it sort of logistics or what kind of thing?
So we do conferences and charity events for clients like Crown Paints. It's a bit different, but we like it.
Racing is a getaway. We're just chatting to one of the F4 mechanics, and he's at a track all weekend, and for a day off he's come to race 2 cars. He's in the saloons, but this is a proper get away from it for you guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. It's just a bit of fun. That's what we're here for, a bit of fun, and if we can do all right, then brilliant.
Who's the quickest of the 3?
Don't want to say.
Is it yourself? You've been modest.
At the moment, but my dad's doing really well, and he's a very quick driver as well for his first year, so doing brilliantly.
How old's Adam? Doesn't matter if you don't know. Sorry, it's a quick.
35. So.
So your dad's 72, and he's right. And this is what, his 2nd year in racing?
So it's his 4th year of racing. I bought him a track day when he was 65. He fell in love with it, and then did it a couple of years later. started getting into racing, and yeah, it's just brilliant.
That's really interesting to hear that, because we know that age is no barrier to racing, because you see, you know, septuagenarians, octogenarians racing, but very rarely do you see somebody actually starting up later in life. So that's really good to hear if anyone is out there and wants to get involved.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You're never too late for it, never too late for it, and that, I think my dad's proof of that. So.
Brilliant. Well, Charlie, I'll let you get back to your tea. Thanks for having a chat. It's lovely to meet you. Good luck for the race. Charlie Dart there. One to keep an eye on in the race, which we will do. The guy that was going to come and try and find was Jeremy Crook and Alec Livesley, and unfortunately, I don't know if these guys were the cause of the red flag. I hope Jeremy and Alec are okay. Sadly, the car is not, so I'm guessing that won't be taking part in the race. Inadvertently, it does give us a story if we can find... I'm guessing if that car's been over, that Jeremy might be in the medical centre. But it was Garage 8. We'll see if we can find someone who knows what has happened. Are you with the... Was it Jeremy?
No, it was me.
Oh, so, okay, so it's Alec, yeah?
Yeah.
So we found Alec. You're okay, that's the main
Fine.
thing.
Been upside down. Been in the medical centre. We all checked out. I'm fine. I got the inboard, lifted out the throttle, took it nice and easy through there, understeered off track, and just didn't pick the throttle back up. Should have picked the throttle up, and yeah, it was a stupid error from my part. And it was slow, really slow. Yeah. So, one of those things. I've never rolled a car on track. I have now.
Oh dear! And
26 years of racing, never rolled one.
And was Jeremy more concerned for you or his track time?
Probably his track time.
So probably a stupid question. Sometimes these things can be slung back together in some way, but there's not a huge amount of time, is there?
We've got Bear, so I don't think we'll back out qualifying, but we've got a Bear, so we'll be back out for the race, I imagine.
That's good news, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
But you're okay. Talk us through the procedure, because a lot of our viewers might not know, you know, how you get attended to. I mean, presumably you got out of the car unaided.
I was on its side, so I had to get up and out. So someone held the door open for me and managed to climb out.
Right.
So
the doors are heavy when you've got to lift it out, isn't it?
Yeah, when on the side to push.
That tells you the story that I've been in the car. But
oh, have you done? You've done the same, have you? Yeah, no, it's all good. Medical guys are really good. Do your full MOT in there. Make sure your neck's not.
I guess the first thing is they separate you from the car, get you to the medical centre and check. And what sort of checks do they do?
Neck, shoulders. Make sure you've got all your senses and you're answering the right questions.
Concussion and stuff like that.
And then fingers, if you're making sure you've got your feeling in the right places, because neck injuries can show themselves in different ways. Yeah. So.
The next point is, sorry I'm doing really long-winded interviews here, but it goes to show how safe the cars are. The build of the cars it's not built so that you can do it, but in the event that it does happen, that you're looked after.
Look, it's only got a scratch on the roof and lost some windows. It's fine. Hopefully we'll get back out again.
Fingers crossed. Have you? I guess this is a kind of paddock where everybody mucks in, and you'll probably get some help as well.
Fingers crossed. Yeah. We've got Bear with us this weekend, so he's very good.
Nice one, Alec. Glad to see you well.
Thank you.
Glad we managed to get the story by accident anyway. Good luck for the race if you can get out. Alec Livesley there. Didn't get to talk to Jeremy. He doesn't get his track time. What we're going to do now, because we're only about, I think, 10 minutes away from our build-up into the juniors, is wander back down the pit lane. So we've seen quite a few people. And the drivers still... Actually, we might have a little bit longer because of the red flag, because I presumably have to get everybody out. But we'll wander back down and catch Robin on the way back as well. We'll catch some more cars as we go down. Just a reminder, it's a 3-hour race which will wrap up the day for today with the new regulations where in the past, as you heard Robin say, the drivers would be going out. Some of them were getting in very quick stops first of all, but now they've got to have a 15-minute break. We'll just move Johnny out of the way of the Avery & Co. recovery vehicle. But yes, structured pit stops and driver changes now, which is going to be very good for us. All going well, Robin? All okay?
Yeah, I think so.
We chatted to Alec and he's okay.
Yeah, I was about to say I was just going to come and try and find him actually, but it looked like on C1 standards that was a little roll. He's fine. It's fine. It's a little roly-poly between friends. It's fine, isn't it? Yeah.
Hey. We'll let you crack on and go and catch up with Alec. Again, that's indicative of the nature of the paddock. The organiser knowing the guy's back from the medical centre straight up there to find out that all is okay, and that's the kind of environment if you're lucky enough to join us, and we hope that maybe you will think about coming and racing in the C1 Endurance Series at some point. That's the kind of level of care that you get. But the cars are built and ready to look after any drivers that do come in. Not particularly a busy pit lane, but it's, as I say, most of the drivers are making sure that they've got, making the most of their track time as they go through. Let's have a random word with another driver. Hi, I'm Richard, commentating today.
Richard.
Can you introduce yourself and say which car you're with, please?
Mark Thompson, Gala Performance.
Are you in the AM class or the Pro class?
AM class.
And how's qualifying going? Tell us about your teammates and how things are going so far.
It's going all right. I mean, Andrew's out at the moment, and we've got a new setup on car, so he's still getting used to that setup. But his times are coming down, so we're looking good. Jack went out first, and he set a good time. So I don't know where we are at the moment. But where are we, Mark? Do you know? 20, right. So we're going to get Jack back out now for last 5 minutes, and hopefully we can improve on that.
Tell us about the full names of the drivers.
Jack Watts, Mark Thompson, Andrew Scott.
Okay. And what's the history of you guys as a team, and maybe before you came into C1s?
Originally it's been me and Andrew from the start, but through the years we've had different third drivers with us. We prefer to drive with 3 drivers, and now this AM class has come along. It's suiting us even better. So
it's a real positive reaction to it, isn't it? Up and down, and you know, for us, it's another story coming into this weekend, but also it gives you guys something sort of closer to race for.
I think it's really good. It's really going to mix it up a bit and make it more interesting. So
Best round so far this year. Have you done all of the events this year?
We missed Silverstone, unfortunately.
No.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Unfortunately, we missed that. But yeah, we've been doing all right. I mean, we're finishing 14th and 15th. So, but now we're in this AM class. I think we're going to be really competitive. Yeah. So hopefully we can sneak a podium.
You sound disappointed you missed Silverstone. Robin was alluding to, we haven't got the dates yet, but he was alluding to it being back on next year. Will we see you there?
Probably next year, yeah, because we were waiting on a couple more drivers, and one of them couldn't get budget, and one was still recovering from an injury, and he weren't ready. So we just said, look, we'll just chalk on it and look at it next year.
Yeah, it was a shame that we missed you, but at least there was a little bit of, I think a lot of people were maybe worried not whether it would run, but maybe didn't know it was, and we're getting that momentum going again now with people know the championship or the event is back, and it's a huge event. So
yeah, I think next year it's going to step up another gear. I really do.
I think so too, and looking forward to it. Thanks very much for chatting to us. Good luck for the race day.
Thank you.
We might see you when the driver changes. Talking of driver changes, Johnny just looking through at the changeover here with... you can see Mark Thompson's name on the side. Pretty quick, actually. And we were saying how quick yesterday the driver changes were in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship. And the guys in the C1s actually do pretty quick turnarounds as well. We've got another one going on here with the 510 car. A little bit more work going on. If we look at the front of the car, you can see the white stripe, which means AM class, which, as I say, is new. And also we've got the white dot on the back of the car underneath the 510 number with the newcomer. We've got another car coming into pit, beg your pardon, coming in, but we've got a car going out. I might see if we can grab a quick word with the Proiettis as well a little bit further down. They were down near where Robin was earlier on. But yeah, white dot on the back of the car for the amateur class, and then a red dot. If we look at, he's got a red splodge actually on the Liquid Moly car, which is the 434, the Proiettis. That will definitely be a red one. And the Pro cars also have the red strip across the top as well. So the 378 car going out. Matt Hillam and David Birch. On the entry list, I don't have Pro or Am, but we will have the differential for you on TSL once we get into the race. Let's head down to the Proietti camp.
434.
We've got Lindsay, the championship coordinator there. I say championship, of course it is a series. So we can't, in fact, I'd get told off by MS UK for calling it a championship. And rightly so. Series takes the pressure off everybody because that means that you can come and do whichever events that you want to do rather than being compelled to do a full season. Lindsay now moves that side. And moves away. Camera, I'm not going to have a talk. We'll catch up with her a little bit later on. Bacon Racing looking, we've got Gary here as well. Are we refuelling? Sandro looking about to do the refueling. And this is another thing which is probably going to be practiced over the course of the race. Maybe not, as driver Oscar, I was thinking, was going to get in. So we will see this in anger during the race. For refueling, driver out of car. Team crew in appropriate attire. And then refueling starts. Fire extinguisher on standby, of course, should anything happen. And we did have a fire yesterday in the Fun Cup, which was dealt with very, very quickly indeed. Not sure if this is a practice or actually just top up for the last few minutes of qualifying. I don't know whether Oscar or Sandro are going to go back out. Nope, still topping up. There we go, that's done. Once we're away, looks like Oscar's going to be the one to get in the car. Waits for you can see how disciplined this is, waiting for the door to open, gets in the car. Sandro away, belts being done up. Car fired up and getting ready. We'll see whether Sandro will give us a word, but he's also involved in pushing the car back onto the pit lane apron and getting it out on track. And there we go. So that was a really nice look at some of the key elements involved in getting the C1s in their pit stop in terms of the refueling, driver change, and so on and so forth. Gary's going in first, so we'll wait for Gary to finish off and grab him in a minute. The joys of Bacon Racing doing their bits and bobs. Were you the guy doing the refueling?
I was.
We talked to our refueler. There we go. You all right to have a quick word?
Yeah.
So let's talk to the guy who did the refueling there. That was really good because we happened across it at the right time. So that was obviously for real, you're putting fuel in, but is there a little bit of the element of practice for the race there?
Absolutely. I mean, we take every opportunity we can just to try and get it right as quick as we can. We're probably one of the most competitive teams when it comes to trying to cut as much time off of a pit stop as we can. So every time the car comes in, we try and use that as a way to practice.
Do you have a management role within the team as well? Or are you, do the drivers make the calls in terms of stopping and all that kind of stuff?
As a family team, it's the three of them making the calls, or the three drivers. They've got Luca, San and Oscar. Luca today is team manager because he's not driving, so we follow his lead today. But we change the roles around as much as we can.
Are you related as well?
No, I'm just a family friend. So yeah, I love to get involved, just help them out where I can.
Okay, and do you work in the industry?
No, I have an engineering degree, mechanical engineering, but that's as far as it goes. I used to do a bit of karting myself, and I just love racing. So,
what's your name, by the way, for camera?
Josh White.
Josh White, good to see you, Josh. Did you get racing yourself?
Maybe one day. I mean, this is a good way to get into it, isn't it? C1s, so grassroots.
I guess driver-wise, they're not going to let you muscle in unless you're up to speed, because Bacon Racing one of the quickest teams out there.
Exactly. I mean, it would take me a few years of practice at least, and maybe Sam's retirement. So we'll give it a decade.
I was going to say he's that imminent, but yeah, you just answered that. What other roles do you do? I mean, obviously apart from the getting involved in the refueling, what other things do you do on a race weekend?
So sometimes I'll do car control as well when the car comes in, so making sure it comes in and the exit is the most important part of that, making sure we don't clash into anyone else on the pit lane, and then I'm on the pit wall as well, feeding information to the driver. So those are the three main ones I get involved in.
I haven't looked at the times, Josh. How are things going in terms of qualifying for the team?
It's good. We're hovering around P5 to P7 at the moment. Oscar's a quick guy. He's just figuring out a little bit, and just got to stay away from the gravel. There seems to be plenty of it today. So,
have you been around with them long?
I've been around since just before COVID, actually. Spa was my first. We did a 24-hour at Spa, and I was involved in that. That was the first time I ever got involved, and I've been here and there since. And a lot more this season. They've been doing a lot more City Car Cup and endurance racing this season, so I've been involved.
Okay, wish you a safe and successful weekend. Thanks for having a chat with us.
Very much, appreciate it. Cheers.
Thanks very much. Well, wrapping things up now down here, we're going to start to look forward to our Fiesta Junior race, which is upcoming. But for qualifying, that's done now, and we'll see you back for the races in just a couple of moments.
the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
Here we go then, about ready to get underway for race 2 in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Great to see all that information there about the scholarship programme. Of course, if that is something that looks interesting to you, that was all the information to tell you exactly how to get involved. And make sure you do get involved, because it is a fantastic programme that is put on by the Brscc. As you can see there, our C1s all vacating the circuit, heading back into pit lane, and we'll see them out a little bit later on. They'll be capping off the action here from Donington Park with their 3-hour endurance race at the end of the day. That's scheduled at the moment anyway to start at around 3:30, but I can imagine we might be trying to save a bit of time here and there, so that might end up being brought slightly forward. So just be careful. Make sure you're keeping your wits about you if you want to make sure you catch the start of that race. Mr. Richard John Neal joins me back in the comms box, but he's been doing a fantastic job down there for a good 45-50 minutes or so, chatting with lots of the drivers, and fantastic to get that insight, of course, about the series in general, about all the drivers getting involved in it as well. I can tell you provisionally all the results from that qualifying session coming in on our live timing screens, and it was SILVERLAKE Racing Team who grabbed that pole position by a good 3/10 or so, so finding some really good time out there. They've taken provisional pole. Of course, things could change once the stewards have a look at that result, but provisionally anyway, they are your pole sitters. We'll talk more about that later on in the day when we see them heading out onto the circuit. Just a few amends being made with liquids and whatnot being dropped down on the circuit during that session, but soon enough the Fiesta Juniors will be heading out onto the track, so we turn our attention to them for their second race of the weekend. Well, the first race yesterday was a rather spicy one, to say the least. Drivers were really getting their elbows out, and we had a few going off left, right and centre, and a few issues for some key drivers in that one. First one to mention was Thomas Merritt. He was telling me about the issues yesterday at the end of the day. I can't quite remember. I think it was a wheel bearing that he said to me was the issue that they'd previously changed after practice and quali. Then it went again in the first race. It was a refurbished part which maybe hadn't been refurbished absolutely perfectly. Sadly went wrong for him. Hopefully this new one that's in for race 2 will assist him a bit further, but he's got a lot of overtaking to do from 24th on the grid. Another one to mention as well is Mr. Archie Davies. He had a great race yesterday, ended up finishing in P2, but sadly got disqualified from the race, slightly out of, it was in the scrutineering checks, and it was millimetres out, one of the checks, that got him disqualified, and that now means he's got a 10-second delay on this race start from the back of the grid. So again, another driver having to do a lot of work here in this 15-minute race for the Fiesta Juniors. But welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Richard John Neal. How was that down for you in the pit lanes? Did you enjoy that?
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can. Rob makes it look so easy. And the big issue for me is, of course, not knowing a lot of the teams, but getting to know them. Just had Zach Taylor come into the box. You don't know who Zach Taylor is, do you?
Well, he came and said hello and asked when you were going to be back.
Ah, right,
so
yeah.
You're back. Do you want to have a quick chat?
Yeah, we'll do if that's all
We're
right.
getting ready for the Fiesta Juniors then, like we say then. Race number 1 yesterday was fantastically exciting. I'm sure it's not going to disappoint here as we begin to crack on with race number 2 and a bit more plane spotting out there above the Donington Park Circuit. Of course, we are right by East Midlands Airport, so you do get a lot of planes heading above us. And like we were mentioning yesterday, it can often be the fuel burnt from those planes can the particles can drop down onto the circuit, and particularly when we get rainfall, that can make it even more slippery than other circuits around the country. So drivers just got to be a bit careful if we do see any precipitation out. We saw plenty of it yesterday. It seems to have just about held off so far today, but I'm not holding my breath. Clouds have been rather dark throughout this morning, so we'll wait and see if any rain does decide to join us down here in East Midlands at Donington Park. Drivers lining up then on the grid ready for this race start, and soon enough we'll take you through that entire grid order as we look to get this one kicked off. Like we were saying then, we were obviously expecting second place on the grid for Archie Davies, but he's sent to the back because of that scrutineering failure at the end of the race yesterday. And that now means that we have an all-double front row. It's Chris and Isaac on that front row. Chris ever so slightly ahead. Yesterday in race number 1, he took his maiden victory in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, and it was a brilliant victory. Well, he's lining up in the best possible seat for race number 2, so let's see if he can make it 2 from 2 here on the Sunday. But drivers, all just those nerves starting to pick up now as you sit there on the grid, ready for the green flag lap. Of course, drivers will head round, they'll park back up on their grid slots, lights will go out, and we'll go racing for race 2 here in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Plenty of drivers to pick out of this one, lots and lots of talent, and of course a couple of drivers who have come through the scholarship programme that we were just learning a little bit more about a few moments ago. Like I was mentioning, if that looks interesting to you, which if you're even vaguely involved in motorsport, very much should interest you, definitely get yourself involved either at the end of this year, or like Richard was mentioning earlier, a few drivers already planning for next year's involvement, so make sure you keep those dates in your diaries and get yourself ready for that one, because it is an amazing scholarship program, not even just to win, just to be a part of as well. It is fantastic. Right then, let's have a look at the grid for race number 2 here in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Like I mentioned, an all-double front row. Christopher on pole and Isaac alongside him. Dara McInerney and Harry Lindley are on row 2, with Lewis Islin and Benji Douglas on row number 3. Max Fenton and Jack Sant there on row 4. Then Daniela Sutton and Jensen Pritchard round out the top 10 on row 5. Eden Spanswick and Luke Broadbent are on row 6, with Jake Howarth and Oliver Heron on row 7. Then row 8 features Tom Simpson and Neil Hampson. Row 9 is Bobby Holmes and Aaron Beattie. Then rounding up the top 20 on row 10, it's Max Horler and Oscar Homerston. Then Kasper Tomolewski and Nathaniel Darcy on row 11, with Harry Russell and Thomas Merritt there on 23rd and 24th place respectively. And then running out the grid, 25th for Archie Davies. Well, like we said, he's got a 10-second delay off of this race start, so he's got a lot of time to catch up and quite a few positions to gain as well. Ready for race 3 later on this afternoon. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you very much. I was thinking about names and nicknames and stuff like that over the course of the evening, and you know, you get the ones like you get J-Lo and Tingram, and it wouldn't apply because it's not the case, but Thomas Merritt, Temerity. but he's not overly confident or cocky, so I probably wouldn't use it with him. But he's a great lad. And the scenario's not ideal for Archie Davis, but it's going to be fascinating for us to watch those two coming through from the back in this one.
It is. Of course, drivers who are not shy of being at the sharp end of the order, starting down the back, they'll definitely be one to watch. I think we're going to need about 4 or 5 different camera angles throughout this race to keep us updated. If only we could see them all on the same screen. There's going to be so much to watch throughout this race, but only 15 minutes for it all to change. So it is a short and sharp race, as all it is in the Fiesta Juniors. So not a lot of time for them to try and pick their way through the order.
No, indeed. And incidentally, the reason that I went off mic there was Zach Taylor came to see us, an ex-British F4 Championship racer and driver coaching with JRW, Maggie Webster's team, and he said Maggie's okay. They haven't looked fully into what happened in the incident yet, but he's coaching a number of the junior drivers as well. He's lovely to see Zach. I haven't seen him for a while, so great to see him here. And we'll see the fruits of his works for the JRW drivers in the Fiesta Junior race, which is going to be exciting to see.
Exactly that, no, for sure. No, great to see him coming up and saying hello in the commentary box. Lovely to come and say hello to you, Richard. And yeah, hopefully I'll learn more about him, because he seems like a pretty accomplished racer, and he's clearly assisted some of the drivers in this field. Yeah, very, very kind. Shame we didn't get the chance to see him going further up the single-seater ladder, to be honest. But the only reason, budget, certainly wasn't talent, but hopefully we'll see him back on track in something very soon. But we've got an all-Doble front row then. Indeed we do. Yeah, always gutting, isn't it, when you see a driver who could go so far just be held up by budget, but that's how the world goes, isn't it? You need money to do anything in this world, and you've chosen motorsport. It's not exactly the cheapest thing to get involved with. It's not like football where you get some boots and a ball and you can kick around for hours. Everything costs money in motorsport. All the new tyres, all the different changes, all the fuel you've got to put in. Testing. Exactly that, but it's all worth it at the end, isn't it? The feeling that it gives you and the excitement when you finally get that first race win. Let's see who's going to win this one then. Race number 2 for the Brscc Fiesta Juniors. Lights go on. We wait for them to go out. They go out now. We're racing for race 2, and the 2 Dobles get off of the line well. McInerney's going to try and pull into the inside line, but he's going to get immediately chopped off there by Isaac Doble. They'll hold the inside line going down to the first corner. Christopher's got a lovely start. He can pull over to that main racing line and try and scamper off down into the Craner curve. That's Lewis Islin trying to find his way around the outside there at turn 1. That's battling with Lindy there as they continue to go side by side, heading down into the Craner curves. There was a good start by the 2 Dobles. McInerney up into 3rd place. We've got a real championship fight on our hands here, minus Thomas Merritt and Archie Davies, of course, but all these guys quick. And a massive sideways moment there for the 69 of Larry Lindley. And well, we said yesterday about would they survive the first few corners. That's going to be at the very least a safety car again, and it wasn't midfield this time. No, it wasn't. Yeah, that was so unfortunate. A driver who collected them there just got in the side of another car, flicked them up on 2 wheels, and once you've got on 2 wheels, you've got no steering. Straight into the side of Harry Lindley there. That is super unfortunate. Luckily, both drivers seemingly out already and all okay, but already examining the damage and thinking, oh, that's going to be a lot of money. Very frustrated drivers down there. And we also saw there 2 more drivers off further up the road. Yeah, Oliver Heron, one of those in 306, had the issues yesterday. That's disappointment, and I think a little bit winded for the driver there. It was interesting to hear about the medical process from Alec Livesey. Bear in mind, he just rolled his car in the C1s in qualifying. He was just like so chipper and happy to talk. It's like they said to you, I was like, oh, that was nothing for a C1. That's fine. No safety car. I'm puzzled. Indeed, McInerney's going for it down the inside for second place. So late on the brakes, and Dara McInerney gets it stopped as there you can see the yellow flags down Craner curves. I don't think he's quite got enough alongside us. Oh, straight on goes the 287. That's Max Fenton straight on down at the first corner. That's going to be a long way for him to get it back out of the kitty litter. We're still green flag. Of course, yellow's down here through the Craners, but no safety car just yet. Yeah, that really surprises me. I've got to catch up with Max Fenton. His dad said about inviting me to the launch they had at the start of the year. I didn't get the invite, so they're going to... I don't know whether they canned the launch. Safety car, red flag. Okay, so the deliberation, there was deliberation going on in race control. I'm not in any place to criticise race control at all, but there was obviously, are we going to keep it safety car? If it had been the first 2 cars only, I think probably they might have done that, but taking the decision to red flag it,
I take my hat off to race control. I could not do the job, because I haven't been trained for it. So if I had been, something I might do in later years for sure. But the right thing to do, it will calm everybody down. I did ask a couple of drivers whether there'd been a general chat from the clerk of the course over the evening, Mark Noble. Apparently there hadn't. There were a lot of judicials. I was looking at the bulletin board last night, John, and the decisions were, I was back in the hotel, had me food, and the bulletins were still being published from the judicials. I mean, who'd be a clerk working that late,
Oh my goodness, but huge respect to them.
But there wasn't a general, as far as I'm aware, there wasn't a general warning to all the drivers. I think Mark's trying to let them get on with it.
Exactly, yeah, you got to learn, haven't you? You got to learn.
Yeah, you have, but equally, with there were some midfield shenanigans yesterday, weren't there?
There were a few. I think there were a few. Yeah, we can continue to touch on that. But of course, great to see all the drivers hopping up and out of the car and seemingly all okay. I wonder if we can see a replay from that camera shot as they headed down through that incident, just with how it unfolded there. It was so unfortunate. Just two things going wrong, two totally different incidents, and then both drivers converging on the same piece of tarmac. Contact made, and that has done a lot of damage to the front right of Harry Lindley's car there, hasn't it? That's not going to be a cheap rebuild to get ready for future racing. Of course, they've still got another race left to go later on today, so is that going to be able to get out? Pretty unlikely, I think, looking at that damage, but equally I'm no engineer.
Bit of teacup, be alright, wouldn't it? As they always say. I said we were going to have cliches, didn't I, when I introduced it yesterday. I think that's the case. It is, and I'm sorry to make light of it. It's always such a shame to see a broken car. Really hate to see it. And but loads of work. Unfortunately, I mean, in my experience, Donington and Juniors tends to lead to that kind of thing.
Yeah, it does. It is one of those circuits that just really creates close battling, and of course the more close battling you have, the more issues you're likely to have as well. As we try to look at a replay there of the incident, we'll see that in a couple of moments time. There again is that damage on the front right of Harry Lindley's car. We can confirm then it was Archie Heron in the 306 who sadly collected him. Like I say, it was just a bit of contact, went up on two wheels, and nothing he could do from that point. He was a passenger, one-way ticket to the accident, and just unfortunately for him, if nothing had happened ahead, he would have landed on all four wheels, carried on through the gravel and rejoined. But due to the incident ahead for Lindley, they just converged there into the gravel trap, and both drivers all seemed absolutely fine. Physically, but emotionally very damaged there. Absolutely gutted as they get out of the car because they know how much that's going to hamper things heading on through the rest of this season and, of course, through their racing careers. We were just talking about, before the start of the race, budget always a key factor. Here we go then, down the Craner curves. We'll have a look at it again in a minute. We're getting teased for this replay from Kieran in the box. We're just waiting to speed that. But we will see it in a few moments' time. But like we were saying, yeah, budget's always a crucial thing, and sadly things can so easily go wrong out of your control, and that just ekes and saps further budget from the wallet, doesn't it?
It does. A lot of people look at the annual budget, how much does it cost to run a car for the year. You really got to have twice that. A lot of team owners will tell you to get you through a serious run at a championship. So interesting story with Oliver Heron. Met him at Silverstone, came out for the last couple of rounds last year to retain rookie status for this year with 306 on the car, which you probably won't know, but you might know through Joe Polly, actually. You know Joe Polly that races in the Minis?
I don't.
No? Okay. Oh, well, anyway, Joe's dad, George, was a multiple champion on the circuits and short circuits and ran 306. So 306 is actually a very famous number from the 70s. I mean, a lot of the circuit drivers back then didn't have dedicated numbers, which we tend to have now, and your number can become your brand. But 306 was the brand of George Polly, who was world hot rod champion. Was it definitely 76? I want to say 82. I'm not quite sure. Someone will correct me on that. And I asked Oliver, I said, why 306? Were you a Polly fan, or was your dad a Polly fan? Nope. So I said, oh, you're not from a short oval background then? Yes. So it was really weird coming across this youngster who had a short oval background and knew the number 306, but that's not why he picked it. But 306, Joe Polly races in Mini Miglia.
Right, okay.
At the moment.
Let's have a look at this incident then as they come down to the bottom of Craners. You see the big wobble there for Lindley as he goes sideways, and here's the contact up and over into the side. Big accident there at the bottom of Craners. But like we were saying, just so unfortunate. Yeah, thank you for correcting me there. Sorry, Oliver Heron, not Archie. Archie Heron is a driver I've commentated over in karts. Oliver there being the driver to collect.
You get names in your head, don't you?
Exactly, yeah. Just assume and then, sorry, no, wrong on that one. Oliver, of course, involved in that incident. But yes, we saw there. I mean, I think you were looking away on the first time we saw that incident. Second time, what did you think of that one, Richard?
There was certainly no malice in there. I don't think driving standards are an issue. It was a car losing control, and the rest of it was a reaction to that. So I'd be very surprised if there's any judicials on that. whether the car that went askew at the start of it was tapped by somebody or not, I don't know. But from my point of view, it just looked like someone losing a bit of control, and the rest of it was reaction.
Yeah, no, totally agree with you there. Yeah, it was just a little bit of a snap of oversteer there, heading into the right-hander at the bottom of Craners, which is so easy to do. We've seen that multiple times only this weekend, haven't we? Drivers having a bit of issues down there, and it all just ended up going wrong for a couple of them.
David Elsie just going out of shot, the team boss from Race Car Consultants, who look after the Daniela Sutton car and many other cars. Actually, you can't move for cars in the awning actually at RCC at the moment. Lovely team. Did I tell you the story about the youngster who was studying engineering at uni? I can't remember if it was Bath or Bristol Uni, and came to Thruxton, and RCC were running the minis, a couple of minis at Thruxton, including the former junior Saloon Car champion Ronnie Smith and Henry Foote, who raced in the juniors with us last year, the youngster who comes up from Cornwall. I know Henry's dad was watching the stream yesterday. We did actually have more than one beer yesterday, by the way.
Even after your attempt at a northern accent, that is impressive.
Not a Cornwall accent. I wouldn't dare do a Cornwall accent, to be absolutely fair. Where was I going with this? RCC, yeah, very friendly team. They had this young lad who came up and was from uni and was basically looking to try and get some work experience with the team. And fair play to this youngster. Going around all the teams and saying, can I help out? And RCC took him on for the weekend, and he was back here a couple of weeks ago helping them out. So David Elsley, a champion driver in the senior Fiestas, of course, back in the day, runs a great team, but it's also a friendly, approachable team as well. There aren't too many that would take on someone just rocking up on the day and saying, can I help? But they did, which was really nice. And funnily enough, the lad who did it actually lives in the same village as me.
Really?
The same base. I said, where are you from? He said, you won't have heard of it. I said, try me. I said, I live there. No way. What a crazy story. It's a small. And actually, he was the Saturday boy in the local DIY shop. But I never saw him on a Saturday because he's usually racing.
Gotcha.
What a small world,
Exactly. Yeah,
we're trying to get him in with an F4 team now as well. We've been talking to MSUK about trying to get him some work experience with those. He wants to do F1. He's got great ambition, and whatever he gets, we. Partly thank you now to RCC for giving him a run as we look at the work going on track with Jake Howarth. One of the things that I was a little bit frustrated about yesterday, I had a nice evening in the hotel, just working out the points, doing the results and everything else, and it just struck me that one of the things we don't have these days is sort of driver commentators packs anymore. You used to get sheets given to you with commentary information sheets. There isn't one for the Fiesta Junior Championship or the Senior Championship, and it would be a tremendous help to know, particularly with the youngsters, whether it's a karting background, newcomer to racing, short circuit, whatever they've done, to have that information collected. I know people say, well, as a commentator you should go and do it, but you will know that we probably work on far too many things to be building that sort of thing every evening for next weekend. Can't be done. And back in the day, and it's not just the BRSCC, it's every club now. You do not get the information through as we used to. I don't know why.
No, I agree with you. I was chatting with Chris Weatherall, part of the Axiometrics team in the Fun Cup yesterday, just before they went racing, and he was saying the same. He was saying, well, we were in the pits during Silverstone, and we were thinking, why are they chatting about UVO and Team Olympian GRD and things so much? Why aren't they talking about us? Probably because I don't know a huge amount, so we should probably give them some information to help, and that will make them talk about us more. And I was like, yeah, it always helps. Every little helps. There's a few teams in karting that I've been really impressed by who have gone that extra mile to make a full PowerPoint presentation with a slide about each driver, all sorts of different information, and it's so helpful. And it does mean, well, I've got that to fall back on, so I'm going to talk about you more. It's super helpful.
And I get people, I know people are probably listening to this going, well, why don't you do the research yourself, Richard? But we do. We do, but you cannot research. I mean, if you look at a Toka weekend when Janetta were there, I was commentating on over 100 drivers a weekend. And I knew a bit about most of them, but Janetta would give you a media pack and stuff like that. But if there are any championship coordinators or people organising it, please do think about helping and there's actually more people to cater to these days because you've got the circuit commentary team who will benefit from it, as well as the live stream. I know MSV tend to do its one role, but it's all about communication. It's all about, and if you are in the paddock, and if you're a mum or a dad or a brother or sister, don't be afraid to come and say hello and introduce yourselves, because as John just pointed out, if you come and talk to us as with the iLockers team yesterday, the guy came in, said hello. We spoke about them several times during the race, and that's the way it works. It's not favouritism, it's just feeding information to us. We can only research so much.
Exactly that. Exactly, yeah. No, come and say hello. We're not that scary. I do enjoy it in
well,
karting.
You're not.
No, you're lovely. You're lovely, mate. Don't stop talking. Not talking about that. Anyway, well, we move on to the green flag then. I was just going to mention, in karting, I love the relaxed vibes I have at some of the club meetings where I've built up a relationship with like a lot of the younger drivers, and they're not afraid to just come up to the comms box and lock around, and I'll give them the microphone for a bit and they can commentate for a bit of the race. It's great fun. We want to get drivers involved and enjoying the entire weekend, because of course you come in racing, you come in to try and do your best, but also you want to walk home with a smile on your face and have a positive weekend. And if we can benefit that in any sort of way, we always want to do so. Of course, we try and bring a good soundtrack, but also come and get involved.
Makes it more enjoyable for us, because it is a people business, and you and I wouldn't be here if we didn't like the company.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, I'm thoroughly enjoying your company, Richard, so let's crack on with a bit more racing.
Where's
then.
my wallet? I've got to give them.
Let's get on then. Right, we obviously have lost a couple of drivers from the grid in this one, involved in those incident at the first attempt at the start, but we'll go for a second attempt now. We'll immediately look back to that front row, the two Dobles. It was a pretty impeccable first attempt at the start from both of them. Let's see if they can do that second try.
They did, didn't they? Dara McInerney was ready to throw it up the inside. So we've got, really sharp end of the championship drivers all pretty much together. Is that Lewis Islin next up?
Yeah, he gained one spot on
Sean
the
Lewis,
first
wasn't
start.
he in a Goodyear car at some point?
He was. He was.
Did that get written off, or is it?
Yeah, I don't know what's happened there. I don't know what's happened. But yeah, no, he was fully Goodyear branded, wasn't he? Back when we last saw him, when we were commentating anyway, out on circuit. But no, all black now. He's just going under the radar.
Goodyear
you can't even see him coming. Yeah, there you go. That's what it is. It's like when a certain cigarette company used to sponsor in Formula One, the Ferraris, and then they couldn't anymore, so they did the barcode instead, where it's like, I know what that's an advertisement for, but it's not at the same time. Maybe it's the same for Lewis.
Yeah. So here we go then, ready for our second start, the Fiestas. Yeah, I'm kind of glad it wasn't caused by it was an error, obviously, the guy getting sideways, but it wasn't a punt or anything like that, was it, that first incident? But that doesn't alleviate the stresses on parents' wallets and teams' wallets.
Exactly.
Forward,
it doesn't matter if it's not anyone's fault. There's still money to be paid to get that car back on circuit, which is obviously gutting. Our heart goes out to all the drivers involved in those two incidents. I didn't quite spot who were the two others that were involved in the spin further up the hill, as to whether they've rejoined, ready for the second attempt at the race start. Hopefully they have, but drivers then getting ready into their grid spots. Now, I know we're literally about to go green, but I'm interested to know as well, of course, 10-second delay on the first race start for Archie Davies. I wonder if he has to do it again here for the second restart, or whether he just gets to go with everyone.
I think it would probably be the same again, because it's technically the same start, I would imagine. But what do I know?
Here we go then. Let's go out, and we're racing again here in the Fiesta Juniors for race number 2. Another good start from the Nobles. Is it quite so good from Isaac? Not as good as the first attempt. And McInerney has the inside line heading down into Redgate. Isaac knows to give up that one, go for the outside line, and Lewis Islin looks to put his car on the inside as well. Drivers flying down through Redgate for the second time in this race. On the new race start, we're side by side for second place. McInerney now on the outside line as Isaac got the up and under. We're side by side down through Craners. Islin's going to try and get involved in here as well if a gap opens up for him. Down into Old Hairpin, inside line for Doble, and Islin will try and slip on by as well.
Islin chose very well there, didn't he? Realised that Isaac had the momentum and followed him through, but he's got to still deal with McInerney side by side. Islin, last year's scholarship winner in the all-black car, going side by side with Dara McInerney, another driver with his roots very firmly in the short ovals. His dad, a good, brilliant engineer as well. I was chatting to him about some cars that he's built on the short ovals and engineered, and certainly knows what he's doing, and so too does Dara. So it's P4 for him at the moment, but they're letting Christopher Doble get away with this. We're going to get a Christopher Doble double. There's Daniela Sutton going side by side with Max Fenton, who goes off onto the gravel, and so too does Daniela. They keep it out of the tyres. Keep it going, fellas, keep it going. Daniela's out of the gravel. I think that Max is going to as well. They will carry on, but place is lost, sadly.
Indeed, yeah, that's gutting. Of course, we'd already seen them off in the gravel on the first attempt at the start, and off again there, sadly, and Daniela joins him right at the end of lap lap number 1, and it is still the Dobles in the top 2. As another off there down at the bottom of the course. That's the 5.55 of Oscar Homerston there facing the wrong direction. Something's gone awry there down into the Fogarty S's, and he's facing the wrong way. Back down the inside there goes Dara McInerney. He's closed off that apex line though. He's not going to get as good of a run, and I think Islin might try and pop the nose in and continue on side by side down the Craners once more. It's a carbon copy of the previous lap. They're just on different sides of each other, as round at the first corner now is the number 11 of Max Horler as well. Side by side through Old Hairpin. McInerney has the inside line and he holds on to third place.
That car was a Christmas present, Max Horler's car last year. Saw it on Facebook on Christmas Day. How chuffed would you have been of that?
Yeah, that's a fantastic Prezi. To be fair, you can't think of much better than that. Getting involved in this championship, 3 wide. Round the outside is trying the number 86. Can he keep it in there? He might make up one. No, not quite there. An aggressive move from the 86 of Jack Sant. Can't quite get the move completed though.
Jack Sant having a good old go there. Great to see Benji Douglas, one of the drivers, wasn't old enough to join the championship at the start of the season, so joined us a couple of rounds ago. You can see he's got the novice's cross on the back of the car, but driving very much unlike a novice, being up at the sharp end, as McInerney now has managed to fend off Lewis Islin. Those two, of course, were gunning for the scholarship last year, as was Isaac Doble. 3 of those guys were finalists in the scholarship, so this is panning out to be a good race, and another good one for Christopher Doble from his brother, and then it's Dara McInerney in third. They need to maybe try and work together and close down the 2 Dobles out front. So Doble's both running with RCC, but here comes Lewis Islin down the inside at Redgate, gets the move done, timed that perfectly. Dara sees him. We've got a car off Daniela Sutton in the gravel, and it's contact there on the 235 car that beds into the gravel, doesn't thankfully go over. But that's Jensen Pritchard, who was running very strongly up in the top 10, running strongly no more. Will we get a safety car if we've got 2 stricken cars on track? We might get reds now as Benji Douglas tags into Dara McInerney, and McInerney as a result goes round Benji Douglas there. Maybe could have backed out of that one. That one again will go to the stewards. The Sim 1 car gets back on track, but it's very close quarter racing, and this is why I guess they're in junior racing, to learn what to happen. But Dara will feel a bit aggrieved about that, and well, we've got cars all over the place at the moment. A couple of cars in the gravel, and it is safety car time now. We've had 1 red flag. Here comes our safety car. Not a bad thing. It will hopefully calm the remaining drivers down, but not good news for Christopher Doble, who'd start to build a good lead. 1.4 second lead for Christopher Doble, and that is, again, you know, like getting your money out, is one of the dangers of racing, safety cars and leads being cut.
Oh, blimey. Well, I thought it might be a bit more relaxed on the second attempt at the race start, but it certainly wasn't, as more drivers heading off-piste there, and a few getting stuck. Yeah, gutting there for Dara McInerney. He was right involved in the scrap there for the top 3 positions, but now he finds himself beached in the gravel. Now, will we see the fantastic marshalling crew be able to push him out here of the gravel? Of course, we did see it yesterday in the Fun Cup with the Renault Racing squad. We thought they were well and truly beached, and then the next shot we suddenly saw them drive around again.
We did, but I don't think it's going to be the case this time. We've got 10 minutes left. Telehandler to quick recovery. I still want to do the Thunderbird theme tune when it comes up. Did you used to watch Thunderbirds?
I know of it, but it's a little bit before my time.
Yeah, well, I mean, they did a reboot, didn't they? They did a reboot of it. But the blue and white Doble livery, second car, first car in line now as we look at them in shot, second car on the road. That for me, I mean, I've been seeing that logo, that livery, pretty much as it is on cars since the late 90s. Because Mike Doble raced with that on his Euro cars. He raced in single seaters as well afterwards too. It's a great livery. If you're ever driving down the A23 from London to head down to the M23, you'll go past. Actually, you used to drive right past the the Doble workshop, and you do, but not the front of it now, the garage, because they've got a very impressive dealership down there in Coulsdon, and obviously doing well because they've got Mikey in touring cars, and Doble's everywhere actually, racing well, racing quickly.
Indeed, yeah, certainly a fast family, isn't it? Yeah, then it's shown here by both the top 2 being part of the Doble squad. But yeah, that is
even Mum has raced as well in karts, winning a parents' race or something. I think she remember telling me she's actually the only unbeaten Doble, because she did 1 race and won it.
There you go then. There you go. That's something that can never be taken away there. As long as she doesn't ever compete in another race, then she might lose. But no, impressive stuff. Well, there you go then. It clearly trickling down through the entirety of the family. Well, like you said, Dara McInerney not able to rejoin the race, and he will be dragged out of the gravel trap. And hopefully we'll still have probably about 5 or 6 minutes after all this is sorted to crack on with a bit of racing, and would lead me to believe with sort of a 5 or 6 minute dash that maybe it won't calm down any further. There's the 235 getting dragged off to the sidelines there. Jensen Pritchard started in 10th place in this one. Sadly going to be a DNF for him, same for the 507 of Dara McInerney. Well, we always say that the Fiesta Juniors are exciting, but it's been particularly aggressive here this weekend at Donington Park.
Yeah, I think we've had a few misfortunes. I think probably be a good way of summing it up. Misfortune obviously in race 1 for Thomas Merritt. He's up into 9th, so Thomas has made super progress through the field, and you know, could have got caught up in some of the other things that were happening, but has been okay.
And Dara McInerney helping the guys to get it back all in safely. So.
Yeah, Dara's, you know, like his dad, he's an intelligent youngster, and you know he will oversee the recovery of his car, quite rightly so.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
very invested in his car is Dara. A lot of the youngsters aren't. You know, I'm not saying that some drivers that come into single seaters or others are spoilt, but you know the path can be somewhat easier for them. I always note at a single seater weekend which drivers help push their car, for example, back to Parc Fermé, and it's amazing. You see. You know, some drivers that may be a little bit more grounded will help their engineers push them back. The ones that are, you know, don't have to worry about the money, probably stand there and just let the engineers get on with it. But it's always lovely to see a driver. A lot of the F4 drivers, a lot of the top level drivers do get involved and help their engineers and talk to them and do it. But you know, Dara's one of the ones that, yeah, he will oversee everything and appreciates everything he's got, which is lovely.
It's the little things, isn't it? Offering that bit of assistance. Obviously, that helps you build a connection with the team as well, and thus you're going to more quickly gel with them and hopefully have an overall faster outfit for yourself on circuit. So, like we say, it's all those little things that matter in motorsport. Right then, looks as though we're pretty much cleared in terms of the stricken cars out onto the circuit. We'll see. Well, just I say that. Thank you for coming back to picture-in-picture there, Kieran, of Daniela Stutton still stuck, so maybe we will go around for another lap or two. Of course, we were chatting with Daniela's mum earlier on, and she was hoping for a bit more fortune here today. Sadly, it hasn't really worked out here in race 2.
I haven't seen Dad this weekend. It was nice to see Rachel and Dan. I haven't seen Dan, which is Daniela's father, obviously. There is Daniela. She's been a very good ambassador for herself and the Brscc since she won the scholarship for last year's campaign. Didn't have the results I think that she perhaps deserved, but you know that's the thing with anybody really. Great seasons are few and far between, but she's learned a huge amount and was a terrific ambassador. Wasn't able to race at Silverstone last year, but yet still turned up, still came down, still spoke to us, gave an interview. So very, very good ambassador. Indeed. Might be worth having a look at Thomas Merritt in 9th place because he's made some progress, and also perhaps Archie Davies to see where he is. Just having a quick look down the timing screen. Davies is always actually quite a way behind Thomas Merritt. Davies is in 15th place. Behind a newcomer in car number 7. I haven't had a chance to catch up with Nathaniel Darcy, but he's made some good progress in this one. Guest driver, not entered for the whole championship. I'm guessing a driver who maybe just old enough to come in and start his racing for the last couple of events, and maybe we'll see Nathaniel come in and do a full season next year. You Googling him? See if you Instagramming him.
Looks as though rental kart racer and Assetto Corsa driver and finally getting his proper chance in a real race car, and he's doing a great job at the moment, isn't he?
Assetto Corsa, we've got an Assetto Corsa series starting on Tuesday evening with let me see, BMW GT4 Championship. So if anyone wants to sort of push Nathaniel Darcy into that direction, we'd love to have him along and racing. Co-commentator for that. We've been doing lots of Assetto Corsa commentaries and having co-commentators with various drivers from different. A lot of Brscc drivers come in and join us as co-commentator on those, but we're starting again with the Virtual Reality Racing Club on Tuesday, and co-commentator for the series is Becky Aparicio, who raced in the C1 Endurance Series a couple of years ago. And funny story about Becky, I think she might be coming to a couple of events, and she's maybe going to get involved, if not as a driver, as perhaps official later on, is that we were talking about who could we get as co-commentators, and she did great social media, did Becky. And we were talking, me and Rich, who runs the championship, about and there is Nathaniel Darcy, so yeah, if he's a Seto, we'll try and get him involved. Anyway, yeah, we were talking about who could do the co-coms, and we've had lots of different commentators. And my missus was watching Beat the Chasers, if you know that's quiz programs on ITV.
Yes, I do.
And I thought, I know that girl who's on there taking part, and it was Becky from the C1. So I pinged her on Instagram and said, do you win? And she said, watch it. But she didn't win, but she did join us as co-commentary. Second prize was co-commentary with us on and she's really a really great co-commentator.
So that you saw how good she was on camera on the show, and you were like, she needs to jump in the comms box.
Yeah, very, very definitely. She's really good, really developed well. And she, I don't know if she probably isn't watching this, but she's good enough to come and do some presenting and some co-commentating with us as well. So, you know, hope she does that. But yeah, that's Tuesday. So all that was about the 7 car. Nice to see Nathaniel Darcy. Nice that he's had a little bit of stream time. Other than that, don't know too much background. And again, that would be a nice thing, wouldn't it? You know, harping back to not getting the information through. It'd be nice to get the stories through and to be able to, you know, give them a little bit more credit for what they've done and welcome them to the championship. But welcome Nathaniel and your family to the paddock, and I hope that it's a long and happy stay with the Fiesta Juniors.
Indeed, yeah, I hope so too. Yeah, great to see him finally getting that opportunity to step up to real life car racing from being a sim racer and rental kart racer, funnily enough, down at Daytona Milton Keynes, about where I was a couple of days ago. So great to see him up here at Donington Park. But looks as though the safety car lights have turned off. We're about to get ready for a restart here. I thought it might be 5 or 6. It's going to be only 2 minutes of racing here. We might just squeeze in 2 laps of this one as the Dobles lead us back to a start then. Christopher ahead of Isaac, and we go back to green flag racing conditions here in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Doble from Doble, Islin, Spanswick, Howarth, Broadbent, Hampson, Russell, Merritt and Beattie. Merritt's had a great job, hasn't he? Through from the back of the grid, already up into the top 10, but he's only got a couple of minutes to gain a few more places. He was hoping he might speak to me after the race. He's done a fantastic job with the reduced time. I think that might be easier said than done to get up into the top 3 in this one, but we crack on then, straight down into the crane of curves on this restart.
Yeah, Lewis Islin in the black car chasing down Isaac Doble in P2. These two, they weren't rivals in the scholarship. You can't really have rivals in the scholarship, but they were both finalists and both very, very impressive. I'd hate to be making the final judgment on any scholarship, and well, all you can do is get them out on track. But Islin was the scholarship winner, and Isaac Doble outpointing him at the moment in the championship and leading him here. But Islin's trying to draw level with him, and a total eclipse of Islin's car there as Doble gets back in front. They were going side by side for a moment. Islin's going to have a look at the outside run here as they go up into Coppice. Climb completed. Then it's going to be back downhill into the exhibition straight and then into the chicane again, but Islin's still trying to follow. We should get, I think, one more lap after this. So Christopher Doble has had quite a lot thrown at him this weekend. He's had the pressure of starting off the front, he's had the pressure of starting off the front each time, and had the pressure of restarting under the safety car, and dealt with it absolutely superbly. Driver and car looking very much at home here at Donington Park, and he goes on to the last lap with a good clear lead. 1.7 seconds to the good, as you can see from Isaac Doble. Doble, though, has got the attention's fully now of Lewis Islin in 3rd position. So let's see what Lewis can do on this final lap. He's harrying Doble. We've got Eden Spanswick back in 4th place at the moment. So where was Eden? Started in 12th position, Eden Spanswick. So cracking drive from the youngster in the 35 car, and this Eden was on the podium at Silverstone and not far away from the podium here, but we focus on the battle for P2. There is Christopher Doble out front in the burgundy and silver livery, or red and grey, call it what you will, and it's the traditional blue and white of the Doble Motorcycles car that's in 2nd position at the moment. Islin tracking him, and it's probably going to take a mistake from Isaac Doble or a lunge from Lewis Islin to change positions here. We'll see how it pans out. Is Islin going to be able to take a different line and get more momentum? Isaac Doble looking pretty confident here at the moment. He's developed a little bit of a gap. He's not even running as concerned in terms of not defending that much. He doesn't feel he has to defend that much, and it looks like P2 might be safe, but for Christopher Doble it's going to be win number 2 as he comes down into the chicane. We watch the battle for 2nd place as they go into the Fogarty S's for the last time here, and we eventually get to the checkered flag, but it's Christopher Doble that makes it a double. What an impressive weekend for him so far. Isaac Doble another P2. Lewis Islin completes the podium from Eden Spanswick. Jake Howarth in 5th place. Luke Broadbent is in 6th position from Harry Russell. Neil Hampson in 8th. Thomas Merritt comes through, I think, for 9th place. And there he did indeed. And then it was Aaron Beattie completing our top 10. Well, not too much in the way of racing action, very sadly, there in that one, but when we did finally get going, it was a nice, neat final couple of laps. We were really governed by time after the incidents on the first start, and then slightly managed, of course, by safety car, but it ultimately got everybody calmed down, and we got the cars to the finish with Christopher Noble bagging a second win of the... That's the thing, isn't it? You wait for a win, and then you get several turning up at once, so we'll see whether Christopher can add to that. Maybe later on, perhaps going for the hat-trick. That would be an achievement. I don't think we've had one other hat-trick this year, which was Thomas Merritt on Anglesey, which is how John knows him so well, but let's take a look at the result. So our second race of the weekend here at Donington Park, and win number 2 for Christopher Doble from his cousin Isaac. Lewis Islin, the reigning scholar, in third, ahead of Ethan Spanswick and Jake Howarth. Luke Broadbent comes home in 6th, ahead of Harry Russell. Then Neil Hampson and Thomas Merritt from the back of the field up into 9th place. Aaron Beattie, 10th from Archie Davis, another climb through from the back of the field. Bobby Holmes in 12th from Benji Douglas, recovering well in 13th. And then it was Max Fenton in 14th, ahead of Max Horler. Thomas Simpson, 16th from Jack Sant, who was right up at the sharp end in the early stages. Oscar Hummerston in 18th from Nathaniel Darcy, and then sadly retirements for Dara McInerney, Jensen Pritchard, Daniela Sutton and Kasper Tomilewski. Plus, of course, the cars we lost on the original start, which is a little bit of a shame. Haven't done championship points for you overnight on the Fiesta Juniors, but things still pretty close. I think on total points now, Isaac Doble probably championship leader. I haven't had a chance to work out the drop scores. If you look at the summary on the Brscc website, it lists the places round by round, but not the points. Anyway, more of that anon. It's time to go down to our victory lane with John Ratcliffe.
Hello, welcome back down to the end of pit lane then as the drivers pull back in after that Fiesta Junior race. I was just chatting with cameraman Johnny, and he said that was very Fiesta Junior-y, wasn't it, that one? It certainly was. Very, very interesting race, but wow. A second race win of his career, and he's on 2 on the same weekend as Christopher Doble. What a fantastic performance from him. And yet again, just like the race start, it was 2 Dobles on the front row, and it's 2 Dobles in the top 2 spots when they get to the end of racing action as well. And a good run through the pack as well from Lewis Islin. I think it was 4th on the grid to 3rd, so not a huge amount of time to make moves, but he got them done pretty quickly and makes his way up into the podium. So a big well done to Lewis Islin. It's going to be celebrations for Christopher Doble. I'll jump straight in and have a chat with him. Well, Christopher, you had your first win yesterday and you thought, I'd quite like another one.
Yeah, I mean, it was brilliant. It was a interesting race. There's a lot going on. I got my first start wasn't as good as yesterday's, but a bit of wheel spin, but the second restart was much better, and the safety car restart, and I think I nailed it. So yeah, it's an interesting race. Didn't make it easy for me.
No, it certainly wasn't. It certainly wasn't easy for you. It was very interesting, though. I was actually going to say how impressed I was with both of those race starts. They seemed pretty perfect from where I was sitting, but you still think a little bit to improve on for race 3.
Yeah, I mean, the first one I think I just wheel spinned a bit too much. But the second one was really good. So I'm happy that I stayed in the lead. Really, that was what I was looking for.
You had everyone behind you. It was chaos, but you stayed out in front. A second win. You got 1 race to go. Could you make it the triple?
I like to think so. I think it's going to be wet, so it's going to stir it up a little bit. But I was good in the wet snet. I got second in a snet, so we'll see. It'll be interesting.
We'll see. Well done, mate. 2 wins from 2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lovely. Cheers, Christopher. Thank you very much. Let's have a chat with Isaac as well. Isaac, of course, I think it was 3rd when we chatted with you yesterday, but you ended up going up to 2nd place after scrutineering. Another P2 under your belt. That should be pretty happy about that one.
Yeah, I'm happy with that race. More solid points to the championship. Another P2, another podium. Not much to complain with. And well done to Chris for another win.
Yeah, no, super impressive. But I was going to chat about the starts as well. You had a fantastic first race start. Then, of course, we went to the red flag. The second one didn't quite go to plan as well, but you fought your way back through.
Yeah, I didn't quite get a good start. I think Dara got my inside into turn 1, but then I managed to get the cutback coming out and get that place back, and then just try and get my head down, get up the road as much as I can.
No, it was really great, mate. Of course, 2 P1s for him, 2 P2s for you. I assume you're kind of hoping it'll be the other way around in race 3.
Yeah, that's the plan. Maybe get a P1 for myself, but yeah, I'll try and get some more points, close the gap in the championship, and see what happens.
Cool. Look forward to it. Cheers, Isaac. Thank you very much. We'll see if we can really, really quickly dive over with Lewis Islin while I've still got the time. Lewis, I'm getting told to hand over, but I wanted to chat with you. What a move it was from 4th to 3rd and onto the podium. Well done.
Oh yeah, thank you. I never thought I'd be standing here today. From the last couple of rounds we've been struggling with pace, but it's so nice to be back here.
Hey, fantastic, great effort, well done.
Thank you.
Lovely, cheers Lewis. Right then, looks as though we're about ready to go for the last race before the lunch break even. I'll hand back over to you, Richard.
Thanks very much, John. Well done, Christopher Doble, on the interview there as well. Top job. Second time around for him as a winner. Now we've got one of our guest category, which is the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. And we've got a driver that we heard from in our interviews in the C1 paddock walk or pit walk that we did earlier on, Daniel Kell, who starts on the outside of the front row. You can see the Sierra Cosworth 4x4, a Class B car. And in front of him we've got Matty Cobb in the much modified VW Beetle. This for me harks back to that VW Beetle. Looks like the kind of modified sports or modified saloon cars that you used to watch back in the day. Special saloons, I think we probably used to call them back in the day. Some marvellous machinery which we're going to see. Probably need to give you a little bit of a rundown of what is what in terms of the championship. We've got 6 classes. Actually make that 7 classes racing. I think there's only 6 represented this weekend over the course of the day, and this one pretty much on an away day. The championship based up in the north, so you'll see these cars racing at Croft. The last round was back at Croft in August, Alton Park and the likes. And whatever you've got sitting in the garage pretty much is catered for by this championship. We've got the 2 A classes, which are run on the slick racing tyres, or wet tyres, probably later on that we'll see, treaded tyres. And then classes B, C, D, E and M, as the cars go off on their green flag lap, are all on treaded tyres, and we'll break those down for you once we're complete. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the grid. Pole position goes to Matty Cobb in the VW Beetle. He's in Class A1. The Class B pole going to Daniel Kell in the Sierra Cosworth. Scott Hubel is next up with Alex Prentice alongside in his VW Golf. Kirk Armitage 5th on the grid in the BMW M3, and Damien Mackay in the Westfield. Then it's David Todd in the Subaru and Stephen Kell in the 4x4. Steve McNabb in the Honda Civic next up from Michael Boak, Stephen Rees, Todd Bowes on row 6. Row 7, Alan McPherson and Stuart Middleton in his Honda Civic. Carl Hitchin lines up in his Renault Clio, followed by Cameron Whitley in his VW Polo. Ian McLaughlin in the Ginetta G40 GTS is alongside Robert Claxton, and the grid completed by John Armstrong in his Porsche. So the championships, as we mentioned, Class A for the slick shod, assuming it's dry, race, and Class A1 is for cars over 2 litre, Class A2 for anything up to 2 litre, and then we have the 3 treaded car main classes. Over 2 litres is Class B, Class C is 1600 to 2 litre, and Class D anything up to 1600. I think Class D is the one we haven't got any entrance for this weekend. And then there's a class for the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s. And just having a quick look down, did we have any Mazdas? Don't think we did, so we're actually missing Mazdas as well. But a lovely mix of cars. The championships, I think, almost certainly decided. Matty Cobb is the Class A1 champion. This is the final event of the season. Scott Hubel in his 205 is A2 champion. The Class B is headed by Alex Prentice, and he's got a 40-point lead over David Todd, who's not here. So he I think has already got the championship. Stephen Rees leads the overall championship. He's in the Lotus Elise and lines up in Class C in 11th position on the grid. Class D, as we mentioned, nobody here. Class E is headed by Alan McPherson in the MK Indy, which is the Lotus 7 kit car replica, Class E being for the kit cars that I don't think I mentioned. And then the Mazda class has been won by Stephen Craggs. Alan McPherson, by the way, I think is champion, and he is racing Alan McPherson, so we'll see the MK Indy racing from 13th on the grid. John is back with us after some great interviews. Christopher did a good job there on his second win as well. Lovely interview, and they're very happy, but the Doble rivalry will continue.
Exactly, yeah. A bit less swearing in this one, though more positive.
I wasn't going to mention it,
but no, he was still super excited, wasn't he? Still very excited.
He did a top job there.
He did a great job out on circuit. I still think you can't quite believe it, isn't it? No race wins, so suddenly 2 on the trot in the same weekend. And I did fancy asking him, do you think it's 3 from 3 later on? quietly confident, I think, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll see. And now we've got a real treat because we've got mix and match, and we've got a Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Very welcome guests. We love them. A green flag from the back of the grid already. Well, we can probably expect Matty Kopp to disappear into the distance, but Daniel Kell, who is alongside, is certainly going to take the battle to him, and away they go. It's a cracking start from the Peugeot of Scott Hubel, the championship leader. Kell a little bit slow away in the Sierra, but it's a cracking start by the VW, and I hope he doesn't disappear too much into the distance, because it's a lovely car to be able to see racing and enjoy watching, but multi-class racing. This one of their away days. Championships, I think, as well, ran through the course pretty much all sorted out at the moment, but it was a super little start from that Peugeot, getting up from third on the grid up into P2. And the thing that gets me, when you've got the classic cars as well here, you see the older classic cars against some of the newer ones, they're absolutely dwarfed by the newer cars. Cars have got so much bigger, haven't they?
Indeed, no, they have. It's amazing to see, and it's like you said, so great to see so many different cars heading around the circuit all in one race. There was a big tank slapper there through Redgate for the 101 of Stuart Middleton. He went one way, then the other, somehow managed to catch it, and he stays well within the track limits and stays in the race. More moves being made up over the top of Coppice. That's a 78, just going ever so slightly wide there up at Coppice. Alex Prentice there, just going wide, losing one, maybe even two positions as they head on down to the end of the first racing lap.
Yeah, we're currently looking at Kirk Armitage in his BMW M3. BMW is, of course, major fare for Brscc race meetings, and they're in 18. He's Damien McKay. Is it McKay or Mackay? I'm not quite sure how we pronounce that. Again, haven't had any information from the championship themselves, which is a pity, but I did have a delve points-wise, and as we said, Stephen Rees is the man leading the championship, the little yellow Lotus a little bit further back, and he's, I think, perhaps on course here. He's got 250 points. Alex Prentice is here as well, so it's going to be close for the overall. You've got to look at individual class ones as well as overall points as well, but the MK Indy getting stuck in as well, and that's the Westfield, isn't it? Damien Mackay in the Westfield. Are there any Westfield championships running still? Used to be, didn't
sure.
there? I can't remember who ran them. 750 was it that ran them back in the day?
We always used to be a catering family, so we were always watching that sort of side of the kit car family. So no, not 100% sure. The 78 of Alex Prentice there getting properly stuck in. There was a cheeky move down into Redgate, late on the brakes down the inside, but inevitably, like we've seen so many times throughout this weekend, goes a little bit too deep, and the other car slips back through on the exit. That was Kell there in his Sierra. Cosworth, the second of the two, still there in fifth place then. As they head on down to the end of lap number 2. Looks as though he's managed to slip back through this time, though, as the 78 gets back past Stephen Kell as they head down into the Fogarty S's once more. So great to see, no matter how differing these cars are, still producing cracking racing for us to enjoy.
Yeah, good stuff. Second position in the championship is Alex Prentice, leading Class B, so we can expect to see him be a front runner. It's interesting to see how the Class A cars, a lot of the other classes running on the treaded tyres, still being able to keep up with the slickshod machines, which is good engineering, terrific driving as well.
Indeed, no, fantastic to see. I'd always be a bit worried in the Westfield that you're quite a lot smaller than the cars around you. You're sort of hoping that if you do go for a move, that they do spot you in their mirrors and don't just end up turning in. Well, he made the move stick there down at Redgate once more, moves up a position. There's the Lotus, the number 1, bearing down. That's Stephen Rees there, looking to try and launch an attack there on the number 20 as they continue to file their way through up the circuit, but continuing on through this lap. More pressure being applied there by the number 1.
Third overall in the championship, leading the overall championship leader here. So we'll see whether the Lotus get on terms. But remember, they are in different classes. So Stevie McNabb in the Honda Civic running in Class C. Stephen Rees, they're both in Class C in actual fact. I was thinking it was a class differential. But a straight fight between these two in terms of the championship. And Stevie in P2, so he's got bragging rights at the moment over the Lotus. It was sad to hear the news from Lotus recently that some people being put at risk. I hope that they'll be able to stay in Norfolk. It's always been a sort of staple at Hethel that Lotus have been based there, and hopefully they'll ride out the storm. They produce some wonderful machinery, such a wonderful history. And there is the Peugeot number 12, still in P2, and closing in is the number 19 Kirk Armitage BMW M3. Kirk running in Class A1 and makes it through.
He does indeed, yeah, uses the power to good use there. Sides around the outside and up into second spot. Good acceleration off the corner there for Scott Hubel, but can't quite get the re-overtake done. So Kirk Armitage there up into second place, but goes a little bit wide there, out of coppice. Back up the inside goes Scott, and now it is a drag race down to the final corner. He's already got the overlap, but up and under goes the 19 of Kirk. He'll get it straight back down into the braking zone, into the final couple of corners.
And so he should in the BMW. I'm the 205 man. I used to own a 205 back in the day. Beautiful car, iconic look.
So cool.
Yeah, BMWs are just BMWs to me, but 205, iconic car.
To me, it depends on the BMW for sure, but yeah, that Peugeot is just stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, great to see, and no disrespect, that's a beautifully turned out BMW as well. So, and I'm not backpedaling, I genuinely mean it.
Yeah, fantastic rear wing as well.
Yeah,
that thing's massive. Trying to create as much downforce as possible, but obviously being that bigger, wider car, more difficult to get through the corners. But like we were saying, has the grunt down the back straight, able to get the position back and up into second place. Well, we're getting news in our ear that maybe that precipitation we were talking about earlier on might just be starting to hit the circuit here at Donington Park. Reported down at Goddard, just starting to spit, so nothing that should change the complexity of this race just yet. But we have still got 9 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Matty Cobb still out front in the VW Beetle. I've got to call it a special saloon. It very much is. It's a super looking car. We're having a look at track action though. The Wimble Garage BMW still holding sway over the Peugeot, but I've got to say here, the 205 is closing up again. So this is good stuff by the Peugeot driver Scott Hubel, looking to try and close in.
Just looking outside our window, Matty Cobb already putting some drivers a lap down as he heads down into the first couple of corners. Yeah, I heard the circuit commentator as I was coming back from the interviews talking about his car and saying that it is down as a VW Beetle, but very much looks like a Radical underneath, doesn't it?
Is that what it is?
I think so. I think it's a Radical that's got some slight body modifications there that makes it look like a Beetle.
I wonder where the Radical effectively killed off special saloons back in the day, because you used to have all sorts of different... I suppose people used to use Sports 2000 chassis or something like that. But yeah, Radical would be the kind of choice. But it's good use of a Radical chassis to me. I love it.
Yeah, it looks awesome, doesn't it? And he's flying away with this one already, 15 seconds into the lead of this one. Yeah, Radicals, they're just so ridiculously quick. And I mean, being shown right now by the number 2 of Matty Cobb. It was the same with when my dad used to race in Caterham's for the Burkitt Relay. They won it one year, and I think the next year they allowed Radicals in, and he went, well, there's just absolutely no chance we're going to beat them for the overall win, so I'm not going to bother. They bagged at least a victory and then decided, yeah, we'll park,
Scott Hubel back
it
through
up.
on the
Well,
inside.
no, that's late for the 19, isn't it? Nearly off the circuit there. So a change around for second place as well. Scott Hubel back through. That looked to be due to a little mistake there from the 19, or was it maybe a bit of rainfall? Either way, he goes slightly wide, loses second place once again.
We've got to remember Kirk Armitage is on slick tyres, isn't he? So he'd have probably gone out. They may have gone out on, some of the A1 drivers may have gone out on wets if they knew the precipitation was coming in, taking nothing away from the Peugeot driver because it's a better car anyway, but he's gone through. No, I'm joking.
Not that you're favourites. No, never.
What's not to like? I mean, they don't make cars as unique as that now.
They don't. They're sort of trying to go a bit retro now, aren't they, with some electric cars? Of course, the new Renault 5, that looks pretty cheeky to me, but still it's electric, so there's just something missing.
If you excuse me, but the electric just switches me off. Totally, I'm not,
No, I understand. It's one of the few electric cars I've actually looked at and gone, I quite like that. Okay, I was surprised at even myself for thinking that, but they're trying to bring back in that sort of retro hot hatch look with the Renault 5, which I'm a big fan of. Keep doing that, please, car manufacturers. I'm sure none are listening to us drivel on. Right then, 6.5 minutes left to go, and continuing this battle. This is the 55 and the 1 now. Tom Bowes and Stephen Rees here battling over the bottom couple of positions of the top 10. The Lotus now hounding the back of the 55 as they head down through the Craner curves once more.
Lovely to see a Boxster being driven nicely in action at a Brscc meeting again. Of course, the Brscc started the Porsche originally 924 Championship, and the 94s were replaced by the Boxsters. They all, I think, go and race with Porsche Club Championship now, which is a pity. But Oliver Behrman's dad raced and was a champion with a race winner with the Brscc Boxster Championship back in the day. It's lovely to see David back around the tracks as his other son, his younger son Thomas, makes his way up through the ranks in F4. But Stephen Rees in the Lotus, the championship leader, that's not what we want to see. That might be added fluid to the track as well, as Carl Hitchin in the Clio, the older style Clio. I miss those as well. Clio Cup was mega back in the day. It was always the issues with getting spares. Yeah, oil down at Craner's we're hearing as a result of that. It was always a a struggle to get parts and new cars over from France, but the Lotus is going to make it through. Stephen Rees will go through on the outside. It's not particularly easy here, is it, to get past the Porsche? The Porsche started off the back of the grid. It's done a good job here in this one.
Is indeed, yeah, great battle forming then, and there you can see the stricken number 14 of Carl Hitchin at the side of the road. Race over for him, and we are being told, I think it was pretty obvious by the pictures there, that there's lots of oil down at the bottom of the Craner curves. Drivers needing to be very careful. There'll be slippery surface flags down there, but it can catch even the best of drivers out then as they head through into Old Hairpin. You can see the slide there for the number 1. The oil gets on the tyres, and you are a total passenger. Well held, sir, for the number 1 of Stephen Rees. Keeps it on the black stuff, keeps it going, but he's lost quite a bit of time there in terms of his battle with the 55 of Tom Bowles.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a shame for us, but we still get to see the wonderfully prepared Lotus making its way through. Still Matty Cobb out front in his Class A1 Beetle. Tom Bowes in Class A1 as well, so he's running on slick tyres as well with the Porsche. Stephen Rees in the Lotus running in Class C, so you've got a treaded tyre. So perhaps unusual to see the treaded tyre car making its way, going a little bit wide and having a struggle as the circuit's getting a little bit more greasy. Rain, I suppose, treaded tyres will cope with, but fluids on track maybe not. So Cobb out front, Scott Hubel, Kirk Armitage second in class, running in third place. Daniel Kell is there in fourth. The 87 car is Stephen Kell in his Sierra. It's amazing how many engineers go racing as well, isn't it? I know in the ClubSport trophy we've got one of the Formula 1 mechanics' dads racing in that, and it doesn't matter where you are, what family you're in, everyone wants to seem to go racing. Of course, Daniel Kell, I don't know if you heard the interview with Daniel, but he was saying, so hang on, so you're at a racetrack every weekend working, or most weekends working, you're testing youngsters and the existing drivers during the week, and then you get a day off and you come racing, and you're racing 2 cars in the C1s and this.
Of course. Once you've caught that motorsport bug, it doesn't go away, does it, Richard? So it doesn't surprise me spending every waking moment wanting to be at a racetrack. I think we're just the same up here in the commentary box. Here we go then down to the final corner. This battle continuing on here between the 89 of Daniel Kell and the 78 of Alex Prentice. Through the final couple of corners they go. Unable to find a way through this time is the VW, but you can see the Sierra there holding the inside line as the grunt out of the final corner for the 78. Opens up the opportunity, looks to the outside line, looks to the inside. It's covered off well, but not quite well enough. Up the inside goes Alex Prentice. It'll be an up and under once again. 2 wide for Alex. Back through goes Daniel.
Yeah, cracking stuff in our northern saloons and sport. I tell you what, very well, considering the championship is, there's a couple of issues still to be settled, but considering a lot of the issues are done class-wise, a very impressive turnout to come down to Donington Park for these runners. So hats off to them. So Kell and Prentice both running in the same class, so a nice inter-class battle, and Daniel getting back to where he was almost in qualifying, he was second in qualifying, but at the head of the field, which is good. So it's Cobb, Hubel and Kell at the moment, the way they stand. This one could well go to the flag between these two as Alex Prentice tries to close back in again. The 78 car, the VW Golf. My son will be rooting for any VW. He's an absolute VW nut, my son. As the VW goes to the outside line. And again, you can see the later VW, a much bigger, higher profile car than the older Sierra. I still think of Sierras as relatively new cars to the classic ones that I grew up with, but you can see the difference of it. And if you picture the cars separately, if this makes sense, you would actually think of the Golf as being probably smaller. I would think of the Golf as being smaller than a Sierra, but it's actually bigger, as you can see. Takes the stance of a wide line going into Redgate. 2 red cars into Redgate now, and are we going to see Alex Prentice have a look down the inside? Can't quite do it, so Daniel Kell doing a good job at the moment of hanging on to second position. Driving well, not getting overly defensive as well at the moment, and this is for the honour of being on the overall podium for Daniel Kell. Alex Prentice makes a little mistake there down at the old hairpin. He was trying that hard, but that is probably going to be curtains as far as the podium is concerned, unless we see a mistake from Daniel Kell. So it's Matty Cobb, our leader, Scott Hubel in second place, and Daniel Kell in third as we look at Alex Prentice in fourth, trying to recover in the Golf. He's caught up once. There's no reason to say that he won't catch up again, particularly if Daniel Kell looks in his mirrors and takes a little bit of a breather, or maybe takes things a little bit easier. There is Damien Mackay in the Westfield number 18 leading his class, and some busy track action going on here. A little bit further back is Stephen Rees now getting into a little bit of
lappery with the number 20 car of Stevie McNabb. So Stevie McNabb dicing hard here. Let's see what the cars behind are going to do. In the mix as well, we've got Michael Boak in the 81. We'll see if the Lotus can make the move as well. The Tom Bowes Porsche in the mix as well. They're going to be able to make their way past the 81 car of Michael Boak. You can see relative newcomer, got the novice cross on the back of the car. Tell you what, we've seen some good dices in this, and everybody wants to, this is very much the essence of, we want to go out and race on a Sunday, and also we want to take our cars home on Sunday night and go to work on a Monday without having to do too much work on it. So what I'm saying is we've seen some very good, respectful racing from these guys. Got John Armstrong in his Porsche 924 immediately ahead, but we're into the clock having run down. Matty Cobb with the Volkswagen Beetle fashioned. You can see it does look like a bit like a Radical, doesn't it? What a superb piece of kit that is. Unsurprisingly fastest lap of the race at 1:12, second place man on 1:14s, so I don't think it was any question that this car was going to be beaten, and Matty Cobb continuing the form that we've seen from him all year. Beautifully driven, beautifully prepared car. Got to say, one of my favourite shades of blue, that one. And out of Coppice for the last time, down Exhibition straight in towards the chicane for the last time will go Matty. Up and over the little brow that you get there. Hard on the brakes. No more traffic, I don't think, for him to deal with. Safely through the first and second parts of the chicane, onto the grid lines, down towards the checkered flag to take a win in our first Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship race here at Donington Park. So congratulations to Matty Cobb. Scott Hubel in the number 12 Peugeot, still in second position. And we'll be clear, Daniel Kell still there in third place ahead of Alex Prentice, and we're looking further back to the gaggle of cars including Stevie McNabb, who's going to pop a lap on the Porsche coming through. We've got another lap. Okay, so clock ran down and another lap, so it wasn't quite the checker. So Matty Cobb's got to do it all again as they go across the line. Now, is that... I thought for a moment that was a problem for Daniel Kell, but it's Stephen Kell, isn't it, running in the 87 car coming down towards us. Michael Boak still having this great dice with Stephen Rees. Separate classes. Rees running in 8th place. Boak in 9th position. So the Golfers managed to get it past the slightly older shaped Golf in this particular case. And Tom Bowes down behind them in the 55, but we're going to get to follow our race leader once again, who's zipped round pretty quickly, and this will be the final time he negotiates the chicane in the number 2 car, and I guess he's going to be in Parc Fermé earlier than everybody else, and it's Matty Cobb who takes the first win of the weekend for the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Scott Hubel will come home next and win Class A2. But Alex Prentice has closed up again on Daniel Kell. So this is for the class victory and also for third position on the podium. It's been a very good recovery from Alex Prentice. Hubel's taken second place, as you can see from the timing tower. And Daniel Kell under a little bit of pressure here. He's still got half a lap to go. They're going up through Schwantz Corner. I don't think traffic is going to impinge them at any point, but it could be a straight race between the pair of them. Great recovery from Prentice. He's trying to close down. Closing's one thing, passing is another, and he's almost under the spoiler of the Sierra as they go up through Coppice now, and we have very definitely got a race onto the flag for third position and the class win here for the 89 car. This is the Class B battle. How is this going to pan out? A1 and 2 settled, so they've all finished pretty much in the correct order. More battling going on behind. Alan McPherson goes through, and it's Daniel Kell still there, and Prentice was able to get close but not quite close enough to make the challenge into the chicane, and they will take the checkered flag, and it's Daniel Kell that wins the class. But a great drive from Daniel, good drive too from Alex Prentice. They battled hard mid-race. Kell dropped back after a little error and then fought back again. That's a very well-earned second position in class for him. Damien Mackay is next up in the number 18 car, and Damien in the Westfield will win Class E. And then David Todd next up, one of the Class B runners. Class B, the strongest supported class. And then Stevie McNabb in the number 20 car, taking victory in Class C. So a very a very good race from our Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. If you've got version 1 of the timetable, we'll come to that in a minute because I'm going to give you the rundown of the full result before we head into our lunch break. Matty Cobb takes the win. Congratulations, Matty. From Scott Huber wins his class. Daniel Cowell winning Class B from Alex Prentice in a fine race at the end there. Damien Mackay next from David Todd in 6th. Stephen McNabb 7th from Michael Boak. Then it was the Boxster of Todd Bowes from Stephen Rees and Stuart Middleton. Alan McPherson 12th from Cameron Whitley, and John Armstrong wrapping up our top 14. Robert Claxton 15th in his Golf. Ian McLaughlin in the Ginetta. We'll have a closer look at that in the future race. Stephen Kell takes 17th from Kirk Armitage and Carl Hitchin completing our runners. Carl in the Clio. I was just going to say, if you're looking at the timetable, I'm guessing it's been updated on TSL, but we have an amended timetable. And if you're watching the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship, the second race will now take place before the SILVERLAKE C1s. So it'll be after the Fiesta Junior race at which I think is due to start around about 2:30. But we've been trying to get ahead of the timetable, so tune in a little bit earlier if you're a regular supporter of the Northern Saloon and Sports Cars. So they will be back for one more race. That leaves us with, we've seen everything now, haven't we, on the programme for this weekend. It leaves us with a short lunch break upcoming after John's done the podium interviews. We will then have the ClubSport. Actually, we haven't seen everything because we haven't seen racing. We haven't seen the ClubSport runners yet. So my apologies to the ClubSport runners. Their 45-minute race coming up after the lunch break. That will be followed by the Brscc Fiesta Junior finale. Then the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship once again. And we wrap things up with our 3-hour SILVERLAKE C1 Endurance Racing Series. Grey skies here at the moment, not as rain heavy as we had yesterday. Thankfully, things staying relatively dry here at Donington Park, and we hope that that will continue over the course of the rest of the afternoon. If we get a chance in the lunch break, I'll try and update the Northern points and work out whether Stephen Rees, I'm guessing Stephen Rees has got a little bit further ahead of Stevie McNabb. There's only 8 points between the pair of them, so we'll have to work it out. I wasn't sure whether there were points on the Northern Championship based on how many starters there were in class. Sometimes when you get a multi-class championship, there are more points on offer for more cars. But we'll have a look at that over the lunch break if we have time. In the meantime, let's go down and talk to some hopefully excited drivers and talk about some very exotic machinery. Down to John.
Welcome down to the end of the pit lane once again then. Great to have the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship with us this weekend as a guest series at Donington Park. Our circuit commentators chatting with P2. I'll go and chat with P3 in a second. Sadly, not going to be able to speak to Matty Cobb. He's driven all the way down. He's already gone through there, so we can't go and chat with him. So a big well done to him anyway. A 46-second win is pretty ridiculous. Let's have a chat with third place, Daniel. Yeah, third place overall, my friend. You were battling really well with another driver throughout that one. He then seemed to make a bit of a mistake, fall off the back of you, and then chase you down at the end, but you held on to it.
Yeah, it was good battle with Alex. Where cars are quite closely matched, so we've been nip and toe all season. I think he made a slight mistake just on the oil that had gone down just at the old hairpin. But yeah, it's one of the hardest races I've done for a while. Just really having to, defend, attack, lapped cars in the way, and yeah, I didn't realise I was third either. So yeah, really happy with that.
Yeah, there you go. Well done. Though there's a lot going on out there. How did you find it dealing with that oil at the bottom of the craners? It looked a little bit sketchy.
To be honest, it was. Luckily, when I first came across it, the yellows were out and there's a couple of slow cars in front of me. Then the next couple of laps, I knew he couldn't overtake me there, so I just backed it right off, nice and safe. There's no point being in it in a yellow flag zone because it was yellow flags for like the whole race there. But yeah, and then I just had to defend down the straights because it's a little bit quicker. And yeah, we had a good couple of tussles at turn one as well. Really, really enjoyable.
Yeah, no, it's great to watch with the commentary box. I'm sure everyone at home would agree. Now, you've come straight in, immediately popped the bonnet. Is that just to keep temps low?
Yeah, exactly. Turbo car, so you just need to let it cool down and whatnot. So yeah, it's a common procedure.
No, well done, mate. Third place. Of course, you've got one more race later on. What are we feeling about that? Any particular tactics or same again?
Just same again. Just try and have a nice fun race to end the season.
Amazing. Well, look forward to it. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me. Well done. Third place then for Daniel. Let's go and have a chat with second place man, Scott. Hello, Scott. That looked like an enjoyable race from your point of view, and I must say my co-commentator is a big fan of your car.
Ah, excellent. No, it was a good race for that. Surprising. Wasn't expecting the result, but yeah, it was good. Very good. Yeah. I was just hoping it wasn't going to rain. I kept seeing spots of rain on screen coming up, and I thought, no, don't get me over here. I ain't going. I'm on slicks. I don't want this. But no, we're good fun.
Yeah, we were getting a bit nervous for you. Might be a bit more precipitation later on for race 2, so we'll see how that goes.
A bit different this afternoon, I think. So that's going to change it a bit. So all good fun.
Could you tell us just a little bit more about the series in general, how you got involved and how much you're enjoying it?
Enjoy it really good. It's brilliant. It just started off as, I built this as a track car, as a bit of a showpiece for work, and someone says, oh, you want to have a go at racing it? And then it just went all out the window, and it's just, yeah, brilliant.
That's always the way, isn't it? You have one go and suddenly you want a few more.
Yeah, you get hooked. It's like a drug, it's brilliant.
Exactly. The racing bug's got you, but well done, mate, second place, congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Cheers, Scott, thank you. Oh, well, there we go then. We'll see those drivers back out again later on this afternoon for their second race. But we move on to the lunch break now. Slightly curtailed. I think it was supposed to be about an hour, should be around 25 minutes now. So set your watches. Be back then for more racing action here from Donington Park.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Let's go racing!
Confusion, mayhem, that's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun.
seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
A scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Let's go racing! That's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
A scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
I've been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
That's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
Let's go racing!
chaos, confusion, mayhem. That's Formula Ford, ladies and gentlemen. Roll up and watch the fun.
Seen the smiles on the faces of all the drivers getting out, and the coaches as well are really enjoying their time in the Fiesta Junior Mark 7. So I want to sort of work with these drivers, find that next person that's going to be the next big driver in the Fiesta Championship.
Scholarship like this, if I'd have had the opportunity, I would have been so over the moon. And you know, these lads and the girls are so humble, and they really make you feel privileged to sit alongside some of the best talent, I reckon, in the country, if not in Europe. It's good to see how much it means to some of them. I'm just loving being around it. It's really good.
The Fiesta Juniors is where I started. Such a spread of varying different experiences, so much potential and so much talent.
Been a part of a number of scholarships over the years, and this has just been head and shoulders above the rest.
SW Motorsports ClubSport Trophy, 45 minutes of racing action coming up. The grid looks like this. Richard Clark on pole position in his Volkswagen and a Lotus shared by the Huggins team. Next up, Nick Brady and Rory Pickles on row 2. All Audi row 2. And then we've got the Mini Cooper of Richard Goodall and Adam Marshall in his VW Golf GTI. Alistair Lindsay back to Audi is next up. On the 5th row, Chris Murphy and the Kelly Goswell Morgan +1 last time out. Steve Wood in the 82. Ashley Parsons in the Celica. Mark Jones and then the Novobilskis 14th on the grid, followed by the Dukes BMW. Charlie Hayes in his BMW E36 Compact, wrapping up our top 16. Huge grid, bigger than that. We've got 35 cars qualified, so not time to go through the whole thing, so I won't do that now because we are racing here at Donington Park and it is a cracking start. I'm not sure if you've seen ClubSport before, John Ratcliffe, but you're in for a little bit of a treat. Again, like the Northern Saloon, the Sports Car Championship, very much multi-mark racing, and pit stop, of course, involved as well for those that have got the dual driver. I don't think we'll probably need to go down and do any pit lane action in terms of driver changes or stuff like that, but if there's a stoppage or so on and so forth, we will do it. Car to watch there is the Morgan, which is University Run 1. That won last time out. but it is an absolutely stonking start from the 66 Richard Clark in the Mark 7 VW, well modified, and he is up and away.
Yeah, this is fantastic, isn't it? We've got 45 minutes of racing action to be treated for you. And there you go, that Morgan you just mentioned, sliding down the inside, takes a place early on in this race. Yeah, like you were mentioning, so many different cars out there on circuit, but they're all going to be battling tooth and nail, aren't they, in this one? And we'll see how they continue to crack on. And again, similarly to the endurance racing we saw out yesterday for the Fun Cup, lots more to play into its strategy and whatnot, potentially changing in weather as well across 45 minutes. So we'll see how it all plays out. But then end of lap number 1, looks as though your pole sitter has held onto it across this first lap as they come under the gantry. We start lap number 2. I do believe it is still the 66 of Clark there in his VW Mark 7 in the lead of the race. Might be a change for a second though. Mini thinks about that inside line down into Redgate, but the Lotus covers it off well there, and they stay as they were heading down into the Craner curves for the second time in this race, but they're going to be doing it a few more than we've seen in other races so far today. A nice long one to get under our belt.
It is, and again, that comparison on car sizes I was talking about. Look at the little Lotus compared to the Mini. The Mini looks absolutely huge compared to the Lotus, which is incredible. Richard Clark in the Mark 7 VW was winner at Snetterton, so he has, was class winner at Snetterton. It was Josh Files in the Civic Type R who took the win. We got Josh Files today. I can't even remember. I did scan the entry list earlier on in the week, having a quick look down. I was hoping to do a good tour of the paddock, but I haven't had a chance to do that for these cars, which I apologise for. It's just the way that things have panned out. Ashley Parsons in his Toyota Celica running well, and you can see the thing about this it's not a championship, is it? It's a series, as we look at Steve Wood in the 82, dad of the F1 engineer that I was talking about, I think very, very briefly yesterday. Nice to see Steve there. The thing about this is that you can, pretty much, race a car. Many of these things you'll see in other clubs series as well. So you can basically pick the events that you want and maybe dart about between series, but you can see that the Brscc Donington meeting is very much a series of choice with the entry we've got.
It is, yeah, clearly so many drivers out there on circuit. I think we might potentially see, similarly to what we saw in the Fun Cup yesterday, drivers sort of splitting off into quite sizable battle packs, and will treat us to lots of action throughout this race. But I can't stress enough how amazing it is to see all these different types of cars all battling over the same piece of tarmac. The little gap being extended at the sharp end, then Richard Clark ahead of Adam Marshall by 1.1 seconds. But after lap 2, the sort of first proper lap of racing, it is fastest out the way of second place. So maybe we'll see that gap start to extinguish itself over the next few minutes, and maybe a battle will return for the lead. We continue to watch here the 83, right in the middle of this squad. That is Ashley Parsons. So we're looking at 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th here, battling it out, but headed up by the 54 of Stephen Harrison.
Multi-class racing, you won't be surprised to know that Class A is the biggest. It's power power by weight ratio, so it's bhp per tonne that separates the classes, Class A down to E. And again, it's for fun. There aren't any championship points. I don't even go away and think about maybe working out what potential championship points might be. But what I do is note down the various class winners at the rounds that we've had over the course of the season. Normally, we've got some regular drivers that we see in this. So I mentioned Nick Brady and his Audi TT CR. He is a fairly frequent winner. I did have a quick look. I don't think we've got Josh Files this weekend, which is a little bit of a pity. But your regular race winners tend to come from the likes of Julian Daniel, who won at Brands Hatch. Had a really nice catch-up with Julian at Brands, and I say this is a really good paddock because the drivers are fairly relaxed, unlike some of the racing that we're seeing.
There was a little bit of front-to-rear contact there from the 83, and there was maybe a slightly choice hand gesture out the window there from the BMW. Not quite happy with the contact being given down through Redgate, but the 71 of Chris Murphy stays ahead for now anyway. Look at the charge up the hill, though, from the 83. We'll have to go to the outside line, will Ashley Parsons, and we'll make him work for this one. Chots back across and holds onto it, does Chris, and now another BMW is getting involved behind. So now a bit of a BMW sandwich here for the 83. As they press on round the circuit once more. This battle already hotting up. We're only just over 5 minutes in.
Yeah, Steve Wood trying to join in the bright yellow BMW at the back of this one as well. Raced in that car, I think raced in the Z Cars series. I think Steve raced with his son in that as well, and Steve's dad, one of the most famous short oval stock car drivers, engineers, goodness knows, involved in absolutely everything Roy Wood. And that 82 number has been a family number since the 1960s, believe it or not.
That's lovely.
Yeah, as I said, short ovals had numbers as brands before Formula One thought of it. You know, many years before Formula One thought of it.
Oh, exactly that. No, it's lovely to see, especially with generations continuing on that, using the number. It was the same with our family. It was always the number 21 for us.
Nice, cool.
Always the number 21. So that's always what we try and race. But of course, now we've jumped into the Fun Cup. The numbers are all done by the chassis number.
Yeah.
So you just have to go with whatever car
So
you have.
you couldn't buy chassis number 21.
No, I think it was already taken. But
do you run the 21 in the car anywhere, just as a sort of?
No, we don't. No, we don't actually. But that would be quite a nice little touch.
Yeah, it would be a good thing.
Yeah,
many drivers do it. If they can't run their own number, they'll sort of tuck away. It's one of the Legends drivers, one of the old Legends drivers, was a Barry Sheen fan, and used to run on number 7, which was Barry Sheen's number. Again, if you remember Barry Sheen, but you don't remember Barry.
I do know of him, but yes, I wasn't there in the
That's
period.
a film that needs to happen, actually, Barry Sheen. You've had the Rush film, haven't you, with James Hunt, but anyway, yeah, multi-class rail. Starting to talk about the rail. Where's Firoz Billamoria today? Firoz is normally here when I'm here in his beautiful green VW Sirocco. Normally at Donington we see Firoz. If he's watching, we're missing you, mate. It'd be lovely to see you. Same with Josh Files, Julian Daniel as well. But the great thing is you can dip in, and there's no pressure to do all of these rounds, which is rather nice. Last time out, as we mentioned, Shane Kelly won in the Morgan Plus 4. He's got Cole Goshawk with him. Carl, I seem to remember, was Silverstone Racing School driver when I had my first circuit commentary at Stowe Circuit at Silverstone, which was BRDC meeting way back in the day. I've still got the programme from that, and it was when Rob Huff was in the Silverstone Racing School as well. That's how old that was.
Wow, okay.
And he's old now anyway, isn't it? But yeah, so Carl Goshawk with him. Rory Pickles won last time out in his Audi TT. He's with us on track. Chris Murphy won in Class C last time. Daniel Kennard winning Class B, and Class E, Andrew Payne and Henry Swanson winning in the DS3. I think they were on their own, but they got the car to the finish, which was good. And I'll give Andrew Payne a shout out because he was watching the stream yesterday. I'm guessing he'll be watching today. So the DS3 is a good car that you can come in, race in its own championship, but you can also pair up with other drivers and have a taster in ClubSport and race it in. So it's a very versatile product.
Indeed, yeah. Look at these two Mazdas going side by side, two very different Mazdas, but all batting for the same piece of tarmac, which is fantastic to see. The RX-8 does finally manage to get ahead of the MX-5. That's Barney Francis through on the 52 of Walker. Two different classes, Class D for Francis, Class C for Walker, but continuing to battle on circuit, and they're going side by side again. Back through goes the 52, but he's on the outside line. RX-8 slips back up and under. Of course, you'd expect that RX-8 to be a little bit faster down the straights, but the MX-5, as always, very nimble in the corners. Tried to find a way back through, but chopped off at the exit there, and we'll see them continue to come back down Starkey Straight then. I'm not sure if my eyes are deceiving me. I thought I might have seen a little sprinkle of rainfall on the previous camera, but we'll wait for any official updates from our producer Kieran in terms of precipitation, and we'll let you know as soon as we do have any calls on that. We continue to follow this battle down into the final couple of corners. Barney Francis and Rob Walker still that way around then as they head on to lap number 7 of this race. And now we cut back to a different battle. This is the number 30 in the middle of this squabble. And whereabouts are we looking down the order here at the number 30? This is up right at the sharp end then. This is Huggins and Huggins in the 30, the Lotus Exige S2, with plenty of cars around them.
They have. We're looking ahead, and this is quite a way ahead, 35 minutes ahead when we get to podium. It will be, by the way, each of the class winners rather than top 3 in this one, so it'll be the 5 individual class winners that will be lined up. And we have a very capable championship coordinator sorting that out for us. So Brian Tax even had them in line for us in class order, which was magnificent. I was going to come back to that. One point I want to make: if we get a spot, if it's great, we probably won't see it until it's lapped, which is the 88 compact E36 of Philip Adcock. I want to, when we see that car, get into. Philip Adcock has very generously offered the car for Andy McEwen to make his racing debut at Race of Remembrance, but apparently Philip was telling me this morning it's all on the communication. It's got a bit cold, so whether Andy's getting cold feet or not,
I'm more than happy to take his space if there's a seat available. I'm always happy. My race license I think is expired now, so I might have to go and
I know Andy does
repay those fees.
As Kieran was saying, Andy needs to get his racing licence. But to be fair, this was mentioned at the start of the year. He's had plenty of time to sort it out. And Philip asked me to, just pass that on.
Oh dear. Offers there, Andy. Offers there. Come on, pull your finger out. Get out there on the circuit. He spent enough time at tracks. He needs to get out there.
I think he'd do pretty well, actually, Andy. He's a pretty cool guy, isn't he? And laid back, nice demeanour,
Exactly that. Well, you do need to be a little bit aggressive out there on circuit. I'm sure Andy has that in the locker. You very rarely see it when you're chatting with him. He's such a lovely bloke, but I'm sure there's a little bit of a fire in there to get out on circuit. We want to see him out there. I'm interested to hear who commentates over him, because the ribbing would be so much fun.
Unfortunately, won't be for me. It's Silver Wedding Time Race of Remembrance this year, but maybe you'll get the call for that one. But it's a voluntary thing, isn't it, RRR? So it's just not possible for me this year, and I don't know. Yeah, that time of year always difficult to get to. At Anglesey, a wonderful circuit. Always happy to go and visit.
You know, I do really love Anglesey. I went to a university in Cardiff, so I'm a big fan of Wales in general, and Anglesey, such a beautiful circuit. Always love visiting it. Just like you say, it's always just a bit of a trek to get to, but very much worth the drive.
It is. And ClubSport, I can't even remember. We've got one more ClubSport, haven't we, this year? We've got Alton Park, which might be the Fun Cup weekend, so you might see you might be calling these again.
Yeah, that would make sense. That is, it's only on one day though, so I think squeezing in 2 Fun Cup endurance race and this is going to be a squeeze. It's only 45 minutes to be fair, yeah, but there's some long races to be treated to then at Alton Park if it is on that final weekend in October. Moves being made down into the final corner there, late on the brakes, and a switch of positions there for the 66 and the 69. This is a great battle for 3rd place overall at the moment, I do believe, as they come across the line. No, sorry, 2nd place overall. Are they on 2 different... thank you very much. Sorry, Kieran. Totally getting myself incorrect there. This is, of course, all of the top 3. The 94 Adam Marshall, 66 of Richard Clark, and the 30 of Huggins and Huggins. They do have the fastest laps. They've chased these 2 down very well over the last few laps. Now trying to find a way through.
Richard Clark, assuming it's the same Richard Clark, and it is an assumption, also the only driver to, I think, won in both classes, won Class B at Donington Park in a Clio. I'm assuming it's the same Richard Clark, spelt the same way. Apologies if that is not the case. I always stick a caveat on a punt, if we're doing that. But, quick at whatever he drives and running well here in P2 at the moment. Which Huggins it is, we don't know because we haven't had the list. This is one class where I do normally get the chance to go down and get the starting drivers.
Oh, that's not an ideal line,
no,
though.
it wasn't.
Rejoins though, nice and safely, keeps out the way of our 3 leaders. That was the 51 there, shared by Piero and Roby. Was in 22nd place. Doesn't look like there was too many cars around him, so I think he's held on to that position, but a little bit of an off-track moment. I think ripped a little bit of bodywork off as well. Less than ideal. Here might be the move for the lead of the race though. Down the inside, so late on the brakes, might go a bit too deep, just about. Keeps 4 wheels on the black stuff. Up and under goes the 94, and now it's a drag race down to the first corner, and the Lotus is trying to get involved as well.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from these guys, all in the same class, but what a battle we've got. Richard Clark really working hard there. You wouldn't think this was a 45-minute race, would you? And it can all go awry on the pit stops. They have to time. Oh, the Lotus has a Mr. Whippy out of the Huggins car. Drops down from 3rd. Adam Marshall, by the way, a regular with Brscc in the Classic VWs. And always sharp and running, but the battle is now on for P2 as the poleman Richard Clark starts to extend his lead, which I was going to talk about pit stops. You have to stop for a set amount of time. You have to manage that stop. Barney Francis in his Mazda, the Rocket Dog racing car, not racing anymore.
Oh dear, yeah, we saw him only a few moments ago battling with Walker in his Mazda MX-5. But sadly, race might be over a bit earlier than expected for Francis in his RX-8. Let's see if they can get that car out of the gravel. We've seen that a couple of times over the weekend. Marshall's have been doing a fantastic job to try and get people back into the race. But that one does look rather stuck, so we shall see whether we do go to safety car conditions or how we play this one out. Blue flags out there down the back straight just as the leaders come through. Drivers making sure that they obey those and move out of the way. Don't make it too difficult for our leading drivers. Well, here they are then down through the under the gantry once again. And your top 3 pretty much as they were. A few more seconds gap in between them as all the 15 just closes up that racing line. Gets to shut those brakes on and still tries to get it up the inside. Contact between them and the back marker. Oh, the 15 of Cox, they're just getting in the way ever so slightly. The 94 finally muscles their way through. They'll be pretty frustrated after that one as they've lost a few more seconds to your race leader.
I don't think Dave Cox will be overly impressed with that. Really, it was a pretty unnecessary visit into the back, which was a shame for the beautiful Davanti VW Golf running in Class A again. The top class, a bit disappointing for him that Marshall went in, but Clark getting away. 1.4 seconds is now the lead. As I said, it can go right in the pit stops. You have to stop for a set amount of time. So the pit stop time is the same for everybody. There's no sort of in and out of the car, or if it's a one driver, you don't have to get out and drive run around the car or anything like that. It's a set time, and it's fascinating to watch. Who's that retiring?
You know, he's back on the track. That's the RX-8. They have got it out of the gravel, so a big shout out to the marshals once again.
And
doing
there they are.
Fantastic job here at Donington Park. The RX-8 back on its way.
That was the Marshall 50-yard stakes, wasn't it, going on there, running back to post. Thanks to Marshals, I'm definitely not taking the mick. Really great work, and working hard to run back to get to safety as well. So really great work.
Yeah, no, fantastic, and I'm sure the driver will be very, very thankful of that as well. He's able to continue the race. Has lost a bit of time, but at least he gets to continue on. As we saw there, pit window is now open as we hit the 30 minutes to go mark. And we'll press on through this race. 94 continuing to pick through the traffic. Yeah, being nice and aggressive is the 94 of Adam Marshall, trying to pick his way through as quickly as possible and forcibly making his way through on those back markers. The Lotus of Huggins, a little bit more relaxed in terms of pressing through. Still doing a good job of it, but not being quite as aggressive as the driver ahead of him. He's just losing him a little bit of time, but equally making sure he doesn't get any unnecessary damage or unnecessary penalties coming in for that contact. Car ahead might just be having the eyes of the stewards at the moment. They'll be keeping just at least one eye on the 94 of Adam Marshall at the moment, but nothing too bad for the Mo. He's dropped about a second and a half off of Richard Clark now, as the 91 does get a black and white flag, and then Huggins a further 3 seconds or so back now. But as we say, we're now into the pit window, so now we'll see when these drivers do decide to come in. Because of course you've got to think about safety cars and whatnot as well. If there is a safety car, you're going to get a much nicer stop. Like you say, there is a set amount of time, but drivers going around the track slower will still mean that you will effectively gain if you can pit under a safety car period. But we'll wait and see how that happens. There you go then. Already a few starting to make the stops. One of those being your second place car. The 94 of Adam Marshall comes in immediately, early on in the pit window, and gets it sorted. A few other drivers up and down the order as well. Kelly and Goshok there in the Morgan +4. Your winners last time out, pit early on in this one, and drivers swap. Of course, we didn't know who was in first, so we can't tell you who's now getting in. But either way, they're in the pits. Hayes in the BMW E36 Compact from 15th has pitted as well, and so has Mr. Radford from 24th place in the BMW Z4. So all starting to kick off then, and this is where we'll see the order just sort of start to reshuffle itself around. We won't quite know how the race is looking like until we move into the last few minutes of this one, once everyone has completed those pit stops. But we'll keep you updated as best as we can. As we can see there, the cameramen and women around the circuit just getting ready for any rainfall here. I haven't been told if there's any, but there is the windscreen wipers were on there on one of our cars, so maybe there might start to be a bit of precipitation. Well, our cameramen are ready. They've got those camera bags over the cameras to make sure that they don't get affected by any rainfall, and they can continue showing us these beautiful pictures from Donington Park. Well, the 527 there of Rory Pickles in 4th does indeed have on the windscreen wipers, and has now got past the 30 of Huggins and Huggins. So Rory Pickles up into the overall top 3 then. He'll jump to 2nd, but of course Adam Marshall still in the pits at the moment. So Rory Pickles up to P2. He's the only one I could see at the moment with those windscreen wipers on. Just as I say that, they come on as well for the number 19. So I'll wait for more information in my ear, but potentially a bit of rainfall here at Donington Park. We were expecting it to come throughout today, and there we go. Nothing through my ears, but Johnny showed me a beautifully self-made graphic that it is indeed raining outside. So maybe expect a bit of craziness here as we head through into 25 minutes to go.
We always enjoy these races. There is the Morgan. I'm wondering whether that's Cole Goshawk, which is as the first driver, because I don't want to say that he is not as fast as Shane Kelly, but he certainly won't be as used to the car, I don't think, as Shane Kelly.
Well, they've just pitted, so they've just swapped drivers. So you might be right there, maybe just taking out the slightly slower driver first and giving a slightly longer stint to the faster driver.
Cole is certainly no slouch, but won't be as familiar with the car as Shane Kelly, a multidisciplinary driver. Shane, remember racing in the
You can see the rain on the camera. Sorry, that's all I was just going to mention. It is definitely raining.
That's fine. And Shane, that car run by University of Derby, so the guy's not having to travel too far, and it is a proper. We talk about student motorsport in City Car Cup, but this is a proper focused team, and it's lovely to see some of the City Car Cup student motorsport teams are looking, as we get this Audi side-by-side battle going on, with the student motorsport teams then move on. And I was chatting to some of them last year, the closing round of Brands Hatch, and they were saying that, yep, love City Car Cup, but ultimately want to move on. That's what people want to do, move up, and Steve Woods had his pit stop. And move up into other things. And one of the things you can move into, particularly if you're involved with Derby, University of Derby, is coming to ClubSport. I was trying to pair him up with a guy who runs media there as well, studying media. So I said, why don't you get someone filming all your social media and all that? It hasn't happened yet, but hopefully will do at some point in the future, as Alistair Lindsay in his Audi nips down the inside, followed by Nick Brady. I know that name, Nick Brady, from somewhere. Yeah, okay, class winner in the opening round of the year at Brands Hatch. That's why I know him when we interviewed him on the podium. It's Lindsay Close you need to look out for, the championship coordinator who will sort out the 5 winners of the various classes. And talking of those, obviously we've got Richard Clark out front at the moment, Rory Pickles leading Class B. Funnily enough, A, B and C are exactly the same class leaders as one last time out at Silverstone, which is very unusual for ClubSport, that you get sort of replication of class winners, but we do have that at the moment in those 3 classes. So Chris Murphy in his Z4 leading Class D, led by Steve Kite. I don't want to put the curse of the commentator on Steve Kite, but a Mazda regular in his Mazda here, leading Class D, could be on the way, the driver of the 72 car for Misty Racing, a very well-known club racing team, an excellent club racing team in control there, and Philip Adcock leading Class E at the moment, so you can get the opportunity to again wind up Mr. McEwen if Philip Adcock pedals the 88 car to another class win.
Fantastic, I look forward to that, or any excuse. I'm always involved. Right then, racing continuing on, of course, like I said earlier, it's all shuffled up the order. Drivers now diving to pit lane, so we'll see once that is all sorted. I'm going to put you on the spot now with a little question, sir. Do you know what time the pit window ends? Is it 15? It opened up with 15 minutes completed. Is it 15 minutes to go? That would be my assumption.
The answer
anyway,
is I don't know, but I did have the sporting regulations open a minute. I think it's around about 10 minutes to go.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll wait for that then to actually work out what the proper running order is at the moment. Here we look at the Lotus once more of Huggins, and Huggins now has got back through on Rory Pickles, so a change again for second place. I think Rory was just able to pick the way through the back markers ever so slightly more quickly, I should say, and got second place away. But now in clean air, Huggins gets him back, and now Rory Pickles dives straight to the pit lane for his pit stop.
Always love a Lotus. You know, one of the things we're missing is a Lotus championship in the Brscc. We need. I would love to see. I'm not sure we'll ever have it. We'd love to see a Lotus championship. Lotus Cup Europe. I used to work on remotely. We used to do. I think it's streamed now, but we used to do the post-production version, and it was wonderful because it was like a proper European championship for Elise and Ivoras, and it was really good. And people got the up because the Hungarians always won it. But it's so good, isn't it, to commentate on a championship where you've got that international flavour and each country is as good as everybody else.
Exactly that, yeah. The more the merrier, as always with racing. It doesn't matter where you're from or your background or whatever. Get involved. Well, here we go then. Drivers heading up over the crest of the hill. Up the inside goes the Lotus. I was just going to mention there, but I've always had a bit of a soft spot for a Lotus. I have always really liked them. In terms of a road car, though, of course, they look brilliant to race. But in terms of a road car, I love the look from the outside. It's always just been the interior that's put me off. It looks like it's about 20 years older than it actually is on the interior. It's very lacking of any assistance.
You're not going to be getting a free drive in a Lotus now, are you?
Oh no, well I don't need aircon and a radio, do I, when I'm racing? That's absolutely fine. Just give me a steering wheel and a gear shifter and I'm involved.
Yeah, they're not going to want you. I was frantically pointing at the screen because you've got Philip Adcock in the back of shot there in the yellow BMW. He has lost the lap as we assumed he would, obviously being in the less powerful class car, but significantly leading Class E. How many other runners have we got in it? Let's have a quick look. There are, there's another one, isn't there? There's the Hyundai Coupe, car number 38 in Class E as well. Gary Hobbs in his Hyundai as the race leader, Richard Clark, comes into pit lane for his stop. These are very difficult stops to actually deal with because you have to be in, the whole stop has to be 2 minutes. And that's from start of pit lane. It's not stopping.
Right,
it's
okay.
From start of pit lane to end of pit lane. You've got to time your entry and the time that you're stationary manually, or maybe you've got something on the dash. And the driver approaches from car to car will vary. Sometimes you get one guy rocking up with the car on a trailer doing it on his own. I think pretty much what Steve Wood does with his BMW. And you've got to time it and work it all. And how they do it, I don't know. But they do. They get through it. So generally the stops are going to be pretty much of a muchness, and we shouldn't see too many place changes, but there might be an incident where the timing goes a little bit awry or you're too quick or otherwise.
Yeah, doing it on your own is impressive. I guess that would just be a stopwatch in the cab somewhere that you press and try to get it sorted. Hello there, team member there giving us a little wave to the camera. I assume it would just be a case of pressing the button as you come in, then sort of waiting and seeing how long it's going to take you to go out. But obviously you want to err on the side of caution because you'd much rather be a couple of seconds over than a couple of seconds under. But each second over is just time wasted that you've got to try and gain back on circuit.
You like your up and unders, don't you?
I love them, mate. I love them. Any sort of close racing, and I'm involved. But yes, I know it is a selection of words I do often use, Richard.
Well, again, I won't do the Eddie Waring for the up and under. People of a certain age will know that. But there we go. I think more famous for Graham Garden's impression. If you remember the goodies, probably don't remember the goodies either.
I don't know what that is.
Totally lost. There's Steve Wood about to be passed by our race leader. And Steve in the Class B BMW. As I say, the super thing about this is you can bring whatever you want, and whatever race car you've got will fit in. Really good idea for a development class, and also a sweep up from other championships that maybe don't work out. So if you've got a championship where, back in the day we had so many one makers, and eventually the cars go out of fashion or the spares get more expensive to get. So what sort of home can you have? Well, you can have this sort of championship, which is what we do, or this sort of series, and you can see it's one of the big success stories of the Brscc, partly due to the brains of Formula development person Greg Graham. Oh, someone reversing into the gravel.
One of the MX-5s is that heading off to the gravel as all dear hazards go on, immediately go off though, so hopefully we'll see them head back out onto the circuit. We've seen a couple of Mazdas off down the bottom of Craners, haven't we? And again, the Marshals jump straight into action to try and push him back onto the black stuff. Rain is definitely getting heavier out there, and I think that's probably the causation of that backwards pirouette off circuit there down at the bottom of Craners. You can even see it there on the front straight. You can see the lines now being caused by the tyres, and drivers starting to make very different lines into the corners. This could really shuffle things up because a driver who is super quick in the dry might not be quite so quick in the wet, and we could see chopping changing throughout the order in this one. But there's two are off, two Mazdas off. It's a Mazda car park down there in the gravel at the bottom of Craners at the moment. The 152 now stuck at the bottom of there.
Tom Curtin run by Hills Motorsport. We had Aidan winning a chat.
That doesn't look healthy, does it? I don't think that's spray, is it, from the 527? As yet, he's going to go straight on. I think that might be a bit of oil then.
That's the story, because that's our class leader.
It is, of course. Rory Pickles had a great start to this race, was squabbling for overall second place, and we were last watching him. But now, sadly, that car gives up the ghost.
Do you know what? That livery is immaculate on that car, isn't it? The colours, the bronze type colour works so well with the black, and it's so well executed with the stripes. It just looks really good on that Audi. What doesn't look good, though, sadly, is the car in retirement. Big shame for Rory. Any thoughts of a double disappearing, or have disappeared now? It's a shame.
And it is a real shame. Like you were saying, car looks fantastic, but a lot of smoke billowing from that bonnet. Car not so happy and out of this race with only just over 15 minutes to go. I can't quite believe how quickly this race has gone, Richard.
Yeah, and he's going to blame me because I wrote his name down as class leader. As soon as you write, it's the pen of doom. Have you encountered the pen of doom and me before? We know that. Andy always knows that. Yeah, not good. Shall I write any more down? Probably not.
Yeah, they'll be telling you very much not to from the cars, I can assume. Top three, at least currently, all into pit lane then. And it's Richard Clark in fourth place, still with that fastest lap, a 1:17.4 fastest lap. However, on the last lap, it was a 1:24. So you can see just how much it's affecting lap times at the moment, this rainfall. About 7 or 8 seconds off of the overall pace at the moment. And rain only seems to be getting heavier.
Trying to work out how Richard Clark, having done one stop, wound up down in fourth place. So when we've got to do the same time for the pit stop, obviously wasn't quite as efficient on the pit stops as we might have seen.
I think as they come out the pits, he'll come round again and he'll probably jump up the order here. But we'll keep an eye.
Yeah, it could be the timing sort out. We had that in Fun Cup yesterday, didn't we?
Exactly that. We watch here the number 69. Of course, Richard Goodall pitting from the lead of this race in his Mini. He sat there waiting. Of course, you've got to do that mandatory stop. You've got to wait that specific time, like you were saying. But it must just feel like an age. You've been hammering around the circuit for the best part of 30 minutes, and now you've just got to sit there and wait.
Oh, that's great. Good stuff from Johnny there, just going into the... What's that 304 telling him?
Well, that'll be, I assume, from when he last crossed the beam, won't it? So there'll have to be some working out of when you actually came in the pit.
The team manager's going to be doing that for him.
Indeed, 91 now going for a spin on the grass. That just showed there how little grip there is off on the green stuff.
It's the Brscc Aston Keeper into BMW Z4. The Z4s have found a good home here. It's lovely to see them in here, so they can run in, have their own little class battles. I think they were an MSV formula, weren't they, the Z4s, going back to the Z Car series, if I remember correctly. And great looking cars. They're my favourite BMW, actually, the BMW Z cars. I love those.
I'm a big fan of a Z4. Yeah, always like them. I think they look fantastic. Don't want to see them off on the green stuff too much more, so hopefully we see driver rejoining pretty swiftly, as there you do see the 69 of Richard Goodall coming back out of the pit lane. Rain continuing to fall here. This is really shuffling up the order, but yeah, can confirm pit window is now closed. So yeah, it was 15 minutes into the race to 15 minutes left, so a 30-minute... no, that's not right. 15-minute pit window. You can tell I don't do the maths, Richard. 15-minute pit window in this race. It is now closed, so of course all drivers already in can finish their stops and come back out. But if there are any drivers who haven't pitted yet, you're going to be getting yourself a bit of a penalty.
Everybody, by the look of it, has been in on the timing screen. So they've all done that. A couple of them have had 2 stops. Adam Marshall's had 2, but that was for problems. So I think we're all done. So we'll wait for the timing screen to shake itself down, and then we can take stock of who is where and what battles are going on.
Yeah, so Richard Clark has just come over the timing beams here. He's just jumped back up into the lead of this race, still has the fastest lap, and I think he's got a pretty sizable lead here over Richard Goodall as they continue on round. No, Richard's lost second place, I think, potentially to Huggins and Huggins as they head down the back straight to the end of lap number 21. But Clark in his VW Mark 7 has a ridiculously sized lead here as they head to the end of this lap. Let's see what it is as the Lotus heads around the final couple of corners through the Fogarty S's and up over the start-finish straight through the timing beam they go as, oh dear, the 152 off again down at the bottom of Craners. And look at that, a 42-second lead for Richard Clark. That is ridiculous. And now we have a 3-way battle for second place. The 196 of Nick Brady looking to the inside line, but that outside line with a bit more grip in these slippery conditions. Huggins holds on to it. So we've got Huggins, Brady and Goodall here battling over second place. But a good 43 seconds nearly off of your race leader.
Yeah, Nick Brady now the class leader following the demise of Rory Pickles. And Richard Goodall, Class A runner. And then there's a gap. We're looking for Alistair Lindsay's TT, who will be next up. And he will be second in class. Shane Kelly started to make some climbing up the order. The 111 Morgan up into 6th place. Stephen Harrison is 3rd in class. Chris Murphy winning Class C at the moment in the 721 BMW, ahead of Steve Wood and Charlie Hayes. And then Philip Adcock leading Class E. Have we got Steve Kite still? No, we haven't. And again, apologies to Steve Kite. It looks like... Oh, no, we'll have a look. Hang on. Class D, Steve Kite, isn't it? 72. The Mazda... still there, 13th place. He's running well, Steve Kite, 13th. So running high, and he's still written down, so we'll see whether the Pen of Doom does get rid of him or not, but we hope not.
We've got over 10 minutes for that to come to fruition, Richard, so we'll keep an eye.
Steve Kite, he prepares a good car, it will last, he will last the distance as well.
Good. We keep an eye on that battle for second place here as they head down into Redgate once more. Beautiful camera shots from our Alpha Live crew there as seemingly light starting to dim. We've seen the precipitation coming down over the last sort of 15 or 20 minutes, but continuing to get a bit darker here at Donington Park. I'm not sure if this rain is going to yield anytime soon. I remember when I was chatting with people post-race in the Fiesta Juniors and whatnot, they were all expecting rain later on. I think it might hold here through the afternoon's action here at Donington.
That will liven up the Fiesta Juniors a little bit. It needs it, doesn't it?
Yeah, does it need it? Yeah. Have you been watching the same races as me, Richard?
Oh, I found out. Remind me to tell you about the Goodyear story. We've got the Goodyear.
Oh yeah.
Sorted out
I found out as well. I asked him as well.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Two great journalists
we'll
there.
We'll update the viewers later on. Right then, 10 minutes still to go in this one, and this squabble for second place now kicking off up the inside. Tries Richard Goodall here into Coppice. There's not going to be much grip, and there's a back marker ahead of them. He gets it done up the inside, gets the power on at the exit, and the 69 makes his way back through into second place.
Yeah, good move there. Wonderful. Where else are you going to see a Mini racing against a Lotus, and the Mini coming up and getting through, making the moves through, just passing Graham Price's Pure Track Racing Renault Megane. did see Sarah Dennis from Pure Track here. She's normally out on track in one or other of his. Oh, thank you so much, T. Look at that, we're being looked after here. Thank you very much, Lucy. Yeah, I saw Sarah Dennis from Pure Track this morning, tooted at her, totally ignored me, but then, you know, I suppose, is that sexist now, tooting at a woman in the pit lane? You're not allowed to do that, but I should have maybe wound the window down and said, hello, Sarah, which probably would have been. But Pure Track, anyway, that car began being passed.
Oh, that was close. Ooh, the McGann. That was a sketchy one, wasn't it? Mazda parked right on the exit there in slippery conditions. They all managed to avoid them, though, thank goodness.
That was Tom Curtin. When we said Mazda, I thought, oh, no, it's going to be Steve Kite, but Steve Kite's still out there in his 72. I haven't seen too much of Steve so far. He looked way, well, not a little way down here. He was only 13th, wasn't he, on the last lookings. Richard Clark's still well clear, though. And he's had 2 class wins, if it's the same Richard Clark, but this could be his first overall win this year. Need to look back previous years and see what has happened in ClubSport Trophy over the previous seasons. We've had, Andrew Dyer did his Audi TT in ClubSport as well. I knew he'd seen some other stuff. Liam Crilly, another regular that we haven't seen for a little while. But no, this could be Richard Clark's first win as Steve Wood gets past as well. Going back to 2023 on the notes here. Firos was still doing stuff then. 2022. Nope, looking back, I can't see that Richard Clark has had an outright win. Had a couple of class wins, as we've mentioned, so it might be a little bit of club sport history in the making here as the Shane Kelly, Carl Goshawk car in 6th position, looking to try and make up some positions, and his next target will be the Alistair Lindsay number 6 Audi TT. Scroll my screen up so we can see on the timing how far he is behind them. Okay, waiting for them to complete the lap at the moment before we can judge the time, but I think the Morgan's got some work to do.
That Morgan's absolutely flying, isn't it, since the pit stop?
And what a beautiful, that's the one you want to be in the pit lane for, isn't it, to listen to as well.
Such a beautiful car. Great to see it out there hammering around the circuit and continuing to gain a few more places. Yeah, Alistair Lindsay was 55 seconds off the lead, and yeah, the 111, 1 minute and 20, 25 seconds to gain in 8 minutes. I think even the best of drivers would struggle to close that kind of gap. So I think 6th place, probably the lofty heights able to be gained here by the 111. Of course, previous race winner last time out. We did just see briefly there while you were looking down, so the 94 of Adam Marshall in his VW Golf GTI getting pushed down the pit lane, so he is out of the race.
That's a little bit of a shame. Coming back to the selling points, and I don't probably need to sell ClubSports Trophy, but the other thing is this, you know, there's no one car with which you would win all the races. So, you know,
Richard Clark's in the pits.
Oh, I spoke too soon, didn't I, about him taking overall win. I'm sorry, Richard. I really am sorry. I was hoping to see that. It means Richard Goodall in the Mini is going to inherit top spot.
Indeed he is, yeah.
Did you do the Pen of Doom as well? Oh, no, you haven't written anything down yet.
I haven't. I'm making a note of that. Don't worry. Don't blame me, Richard, please. Blame this one next to me. But no, yeah, I mean, I was going to say Richard Goodall now gifted the lead, but you've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? He's got himself there to 2nd place.
100%. It could be preparation, it could be driver error, whatever it is, you know, and sometimes we say preparation, it might just be a failure on a part. You can't change every part on every car at every race. So something is going to break at some time, and just maybe a little bit of bad luck. But there is our new leader in waiting, our old leader in the GTI in pit road. And again, you know, it might be a development thing. Some of the drivers put a huge amount of development and take the car to a limit, particularly in modified Fords when we see those with us at Brscc. I don't know the extent of Richard Clark's development there, whether it's just a £5 piece that's gone wrong or an issue with the car, I don't know. But anyway, we're going to see a Mini inheriting the lead. You've got Nick Brady still leading Class B. Class C headed by Chris Murphy. He's pretty much done that from the start. Steve Kite, I think, still there in Class D. Yes, he is. And the Class E lead, have to scroll down a little bit.
It's Adcock, isn't it, in Class E in 22nd place?
Yep, just double checking that Philip Adcock is there. Shares normally with his son Nick. Had some really good chats with them actually over the years. And apologies that we haven't been able to catch up with the drivers from ClubSport Trophy today, as the race leader now happens upon the number 40 machine of Adam Radford, his Z4 Class B car. And now Richard Goodall at the timing screen takes over, and we get the rather depressing sight of Richard Clark's name dropping down the order.
Indeed, yeah, shame for Richard, but at least from a neutral perspective, it now brings us from what was about a 30-second gap between first and second down to a 1.5-second gap between the 69 and the 196, and only a further 5 or so back to third and fourth. Those two are almost nose to tail, the Huggins and Huggins car, that Lotus in the number 30, and the 6th of Alistair Lindy not too far behind either. So we've got the top two in two different classes within 7 seconds of each other at the sharp end of the order.
We have, and what we're going to get, Nick Brady's had one win already this year. That was the opening round of the season. We do go to Walton Park from here. I think there's a ClubSport race as well, a race of remembrance in November, which we can enjoy, and I believe that is being streamed as well. Sadly won't be there for that one myself, but we'll look forward to catching up with the coverage afterwards as we move into the 2026 campaign. So there is Alistair Lindsay, second position in class. And that's the car. That was the car that the Morgan is chasing, probably somewhat in vain at the moment. Morgan running third in class. Richard Clark. It's amazing how strong Richard Clark was running. If you look at the timing tower, he's still in 7th place. He had that much of a lead that he'd built up, and it's very disheartening and sad to see him in the pit lane. But it was a good effort for him while it lasted.
Yeah, even though we've now gone pretty much a whole another lap for our new race leaders, still only dropped down to P7. That just shows you how much Richard Clark was dominating in this one, but sadly it just wasn't meant to be here at Donington Park. Usually when I'm getting ready for these post-race interviews, I try and note the drivers down beforehand so I can get a bit of a head start, but after your pen shenanigans in this race, I'm a bit scared to actually write anyone down here as we head into the final 4 minutes of this one. And yesterday, of course, we had a lot of rainfall. I got quite lucky on my interviews, so I never got soaked, but I have a feeling for this one I might just get a little bit damp.
I think we're going to get some rain in the C1s, aren't we? So that's going to be an entertaining 3 hours, and I think we're going to juggle a little bit of pit lane reporting for that.
I think we'll be diving in and out the pit boxes, won't we?
I think we might be starting in the dry, ending in the dry, and maybe having a little bit in the dry as well. To be perfectly honest, apart from grab it, I think if there's a story, we'll go down and grab it. But other than that, we'll maybe stay and try and keep tabs on what's going on. Alistair Lindsay in third place. We saw Nick Brady. The gap 1.7 seconds to our race leader at the moment, Richard Goodall. So is that going to come down? And Alistair Lindsay's done well, so the Class B cars always seem to punch above their weight in this trophy, and very often you do get a Class B winner. It's happened once this year. It happened twice last year. Both occasions, Andrew Dyer taking overall victories, and it happened again in 2023 with Scott Parkin in his Audi, raced in the Audi Championship. He took 2. So the TT very much the car to have. I said there wasn't a car to have, didn't I? But there is in Class D. It's the Audi TT. And what's happened to our leader?
Oh no!
What's happened to our leader? We're going to get another Class B outright victor here.
Oh my goodness, it's the curse of the Richards. My goodness, both Richards out, courtesy of this Richard. Oh wow. Richard Goodall now parking up at the side of the road. You've seen him smacking the steering wheel in frustration.
Shame.
That is absolutely gutting for Richard Goodall. We've lost 2 race leaders within the space of about 10 minutes here as we count down towards 2 minutes to go.
So that means now the Kelly and Goshawk car is now P2 in class on the road. So it looks like the Huggins number 30 car, Neil and Lloyd Huggins, in their Exige. So we're going to see the Lotus back on the top step of the podium provisionally for Class A, but it looks like it might be a Class B victory. But I thought Brady was closing up. It wasn't by leaps and bounds, but I did wonder if there was a niggle in that Mini that just finally became terminal down there at the end of the home straight. But at the moment, until they come around next time, we will see Goodall at the top of the timing screen, but we know that it's an Audi 1-2, and flashing the lights as we start to come through the traffic here. Philip Adcock, look at that wonderful driving by the traffic up front. I don't like calling backmarker drivers, but the less powered classes moving well clear. Fantastic driving, great sportsmanship. We've got 1:15 on the clock, so I reckon we've got 2 laps to go, and the question now is, are we going to see Alistair Lindsay be able to make some inroads? He's going to negotiate the Ben Amarim Draper Misty Racing Mazda MX-5, so Misty Racing putting out some great cars in this, and it's Nick Brady still out front from Alistair Lindsay in the number 6 car in P2 with a lap and 3/4 to go. It's going to be an interesting finish to this. Huggins and Goodall dropping down the order, so the Kelly Goshawk Morgan still in second position in class. Chris Murphy still leading his one from Steve Wood. He's got a 30-second gap over Steve Wood at the moment. There's a mistake. The race leader's off. Nick Brady is off. He's run the curbs and then goes to the opposite side of the track and winds up. And we've got another race leader. What a dramatic race. And it's Alistair Lindsay who will take over. Absolute heartbreak for 3 race leaders on the bounce. Incredible.
You know what that is, Richard? I just wrote him down.
It's your pen of doom, isn't it? The John Ratcliffe pen of doom. Now, I'm pleased to hand over that mantle. And it's Alistair Lindsay who gets the lead. We've got to, this is going to be, I think this will be the last lap now. I thought we were going to squeeze another one out of it. But it's Alistair Lindsay who comes down the erstwhile exhibition straight. Was that pressure? Was it a mistake from Nick Brady? We won't know. We won't get to talk to Nick, unfortunately. But fortunately, we get another leader, and Alistair Lindsay will take the checkered flag. The clock is down. Watch for the checker on the right of screen. And it is Alistair Lindsay who goes across. Now, is he going to get another lap? We haven't seen the checkered flag. There's no checkers appearing on the timing screen, so I think we've maybe got another lap. Here is the Lotus now running in second position, the Lotus. Well, race control confirming we have got the checkered flag after all that. So it was, now interestingly, we've got the Lotus. How does that work? We've got the Lotus showing in first position. I think they're throwing the checkered flag late, and Huggins, I think, maybe was the first car across the line once the checker went out. We were looking for it. It was nip and tuck, to be absolutely fair to the race officials, as to whether we go. And Nick Brady, absolutely heartbroken. That's 3 heartbroken drivers we've seen. Such a pity. Please, guys, come back and entertain us another day, because the driving was superb. Some tricky conditions out there, but what a race it has been. Wonderful entertainment from the Brscc ClubSport trophy. We'll see whether we get our results sorted out before we can give you the official rundown. It's showing us the Huggins Lotus being the winner from Alistair Lind. Now, did the Lotus get through or not? I don't think the Lotus did get through, did it? I didn't see it, John, certainly. So maybe it was... It's crazy. Well, we know who the class winners are going to be, and they should be as per on screen at the moment. So we know that the Huggins pairing won the class anyway, with Alistair Lindsay winning Class B. Class C goes the way of Chris Murphy. Chris Murphy was the one constant, wasn't he, really, through the race, as class leader in the 71 car, winning that one from Steve Wood. And then Class D does go to Steve Kite, so he was another constant, actually, in the race. Steve Kite in the Misty Racing Mazda. And actually, another constant, we have to say, was Philip Adcock as well in the number 88 BMW Compact E36 for Class E. They are the 5 class winners. And here is Philip now coming into shot, centre shot in the yellow BMW, giving a wave of thanks to the marshals and the hardy race fans that are around the circuit. And there are quite a few, actually, that you get to see here. Steve Wood coming into pit lane as well. But that was an entertaining 45 minutes, and always enjoy ClubSport Trophy. It's not very often I get a chance to be in the comms box for it all, because very often we're down in pit lane or getting ready for podiums. But yeah, really enjoyable stuff. Great vast array of machinery taking part on track and entertaining us in difficult conditions. And I hope they've all enjoyed their run through this afternoon. So here's the result and confirmation that it was the Lotus that took the outright win. We were pretty much focused on classes as well through that one. Alistair Lindsay winning Class B, with Shane Kelly and Carl Goshawk coming home in third place. Chris Murphy winning his class, Class C, with Nick Brady next up in the Audi TTCR, because he'd built up, obviously, that lead, so still classified in 5th from Steve Wood and Rob Walker. Charlie Hayes next. You can see Class C really well supported. Then we have Mark Jones in 9th and Mike Parsons in the Golf completing the top 10. Steve Kite was the Class D winner in the 72 Mazda. Richard Goodall next up from the Del Piero Roby Honda Civic Type R in 13th, and our top 14 completed by Dave Cox, who had that contact earlier on in the race, part of a group of cars 2 laps down on the race leaders. 15th goes to Chris Mayhew from Steve Watson in 107. 17th was the Novobilski's shared BMW Z4 from Graham Price. The Duke's BMW in 19th place, ahead of our Class E winner Philip Adcock in the BMW from Barney Francis in 21st. Cavan Taylor 22nd from Adam Radford. Tom Curtin, who had a couple of excursions in his Mazda finishes 24th from Ben Amarim Draper. Steve Harrison was disappointed with 26th place in the Honda S2000. Richard Clark, after his retirement, winds up 27th from the Frank Davies Mazda. Rory Pickles, after his retirement, in 29th from Adam Marshall. And name checks for Ashley Parsons and Gary Hobbs, who went off early doors. That is our ClubSport Trophy race complete, and a rundown of the result. And as I say, another absolute cracker. And Johnny's already down there, I think, with the cars duly marshalled by Championship Coordinator Lindsay Clark. Thanks, Lindsay. Lindsay Close, beg your pardon.
Yeah, I'm on, it's working. Hello then, welcome down to the end of the pit lane. We're going to get a little bit confused here because I think we were lining up the top three, but then it's all been a bit chaotic. So I'll just talk to who I can down here. We've got the Class E winner, Philip Adcock. Hello, Philip. Well, thank you for parking up for me. How was the race for you?
It was amazing because obviously the transition from dry to wet caught everybody in the wares. Even the last lap, there were people coming off like pinballs. So the last half was like, okay, stay on. Yeah, and just an amazing race.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of fun out there. Like you say, though, the changing conditions. How did you find it out there? Was it changing in different parts of the circuit, or was it all relatively similar?
Changing a lot. So we went out like a 50-50 call with our tyres and our wet-dry setup. We knew the weather forecast was weather coming in, so it was neither perfect for dry or perfect for wet. But once you got to the old hairpin, there was a lot of slide, very slippy. But the car's in one piece, just as well because it's for sale. So I'm trying to keep it in one piece.
Is this your sale pitch then? Class winner?
Yeah, class winner. It's always been on the podium all season. Bargain in the right hands, and you'd trust a man like me, wouldn't you?
I would. I certainly would. Well done, mate. Class winner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, then that was your Class E winner, Philip Adcock. We'll try and go over to the number 30, Neil and Lloyd Huggins. Hello, overall winner of the race. It was a bit of a surprising one. We had three different winners in that, three different leaders in that one who all didn't seem to want to win, and you came through and stole it.
Unbelievable. I had no idea where I was on track. I didn't want to know. I was just focusing, we're still learning this car. We're still trying to learn a wet setup, and it was hairy. And I just wanted to keep it on the black stuff. I could see people looming up in my mirrors, and I was thinking, oh God, and then they would disappear halfway through the corner, and I was just away. So it was just a survival, just keeping focused.
Exactly that. You've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? And you guys put yourselves there, are ready for it. So I understand we're in the second part of the race, were you, where it's probably started to come down?
So I got in the car, it was wet. We left Lloyd in there as long as we could, and he was doing a fantastic job, great lap times in the dry. So we said, just leave him to do it until he got to the point. And then it was raining, so that was the decision to go, right, well, I know no better, so I might as well go out there and wet.
Yeah, fair play.
And adapt. And we brought it home.
That was fantastic. No, well, I will dive over and chat with Lloyd as well. So you're in the car first. Yeah. How was it on the race start for you?
Well, I had the easy bit. I did when it was dry, so it wasn't too bad for me. But the race start was brilliant. Top three were really quite close at one point. And then we had obviously the traffic. Has gone to traffic. That just made it exciting. They had me on the straight, so I had them in the corners. So it was real proper multi-class dicing. It was absolutely fantastic. I've really enjoyed it. Enjoyed it.
I'm so glad you enjoyed the race. And race victory. Well done, guys.
Hey, victory.
Cheers. Great to chat with you. I'll see if I can grab the drivers of the 111 of the Morgan as well. Are they down here? Excuse me, chaps, do you mind if I drive in just for a quick chat? Onto the podium for this one. Come on, come in. How was that race from you? It's all gone a bit crazy because I started making my notes near the end there and suddenly they're all wrong because it all changed. But talk us through the race from your perspective.
I think it came our way a little bit. We had a bad qualifying, so we were sort of out of position really with our times. But Carl jumped in the car first run and made up some great times. Massive improvement on Friday as well, first time in the car. So really happy with that. And and then obviously we knew that rain was coming at some point, and that was going to change the race anyway. I think we made a little bit on the pit stops, but then I think it was. I think overall we had the pace. But there were so many yellow flags, we couldn't actually make any inroads into anything. The guys were down the road a bit, but I think we were catching them. Again, we missed out by 1.9 or 9.9 of a second with the penalty applied. But well done to Carl, well done to the team, everyone. Really great job.
That's how it goes sometimes. Thank you. As I'm telling you in my ears, wrap up quickly. We're ready for the next race. So sorry I can't jump in and say more words to you, but we're about ready to go then for the Fiesta Juniors. Their final race of the weekend is coming up next.
It is Fiesta Junior time. Now, unlike the senior brethren, this one we don't have a partially reverse grid. You don't really want to start instigating reverse grids in junior racing, particularly Fiestas, as you'll have seen from the action this weekend. So therefore, we might have the possibility of a treble, because Christopher Doble, who won race 1 and race 2, starts on pole position again, but his cousin Isaac is alongside, with Lewis Islin and Eden Spanswick on row 2, Jake Howarth and Luke Broadbent next up. We'll give you the full rundown of the grid in a moment. It is wet out there, as you probably saw from John's jacket. He's got his hat on to keep his hair, and I'm jealous of his hair, to be perfectly honest, in the follically challenged bald community myself, jealous of that, but he had his hat on to keep his hair dry, as you can see, and it is going to make things a little bit interesting here. I do hope the clerk of the course or the teams have read the riot act for everyone to behave themselves. Here is the grid though. Christopher Doble with his cousin Isaac next up, Lewis Islin and Eden Spanswick, followed by Jake Howarth and Luke Broadbent. Row 4, Harry Russell with Neil Hampson. Fifth row of the grid, Thomas Merritt looking to continue his climb through the field, with Aaron Beattie alongside. Archie Davies looking to climb through as well, with Bobby Holmes alongside. Max Fenton in 287 and Max Horler in 14th on the grid. Thomas Simpson and Jack Sant in the 86 car completing our top 16. 17th on the grid is Oscar Hummerston from Benji Douglas, who's running really strongly in that one before he's coming together with the man who starts immediately behind him, Darren McInerney. Nathaniel Darcy next to him on the inside. Then on the inside, the next row, Jensen Pritchard and Daniela Sutton. Kasper Tomilewski is next from Harry Lindley in 24th and 25th, completing the grid, assuming the repairs have done. I did see the car on a trailer, so maybe gone home, is Oliver Heron in the 306. So I think we might be a car light, very possibly in this one. As I say, I did see the Oliver Heron car on a trailer going back to base. Runs under the Jam Sport awning. I don't think I was chatting to Jensen O'Neill Going, the reigning champion, Jensen O'Neill Going, who was telling me that the car does run under the Jam Sport banner, but the repairs will be affected by the family themselves, so it runs under the Jam Sport awning rather than banner, I should say. Jensen's got some exciting news coming up over the course of the week, which we're looking forward to. I know what it is, but I'm not going to tell anybody. A few people in the paddock know what it is, but some Jensen O'Neill Going news coming up, so keep your eyes on social media if you are so inclined, and we look forward to that. Jensen, who had his senior car racing debut, I'm delighted to say, with us at the Brscc last weekend at Croft. So I think our director probably did a podium interview with him at that point, with Jensen getting on the podium in his first senior race, which was a mega achievement for Jensen O'Neill Going. Yep, just confirmation of that.
So we might have some news on where he's O'Neill going then?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
No one's ever made that joke before.
It's a secret.
Well, I'm ready to call you a liar, Mr. Richard O'Neill, because you told me explicitly it would definitely be class winners, and suddenly I had the top 3. I didn't know what I was doing.
I'm sorry about that. No, I did have a chat with Lindsay yesterday. To be fair, it's probably the officials, just or the track officials and marshals copying what's gone on in the previous races. Yeah. So I apologise for that.
It's all good. It's all good. We started out in a nice little chat with.
I just want to say thanks to Lindsay Close for sorting out all weekend anyway as well. So Lindsay, we appreciate what you've done. And not Lindsay Clark, as I called her earlier on, getting me names muddled up. She'll thank me for that one. So go on, give us the Goodyear story, as you went out and found it as well.
So it was that they were having issues with the car with the Goodyear livery, and they thought they'd rather be safe than sorry and switch over to this all black car. So it is an entirely new car, not just a different livery. At least that's what I've heard. But I'm sure you can give us much more details, Richard.
Did you see the car?
I didn't. No.
It's got a lot of dents in it, so I don't know what the issues were. But there was, I don't know whether we had a bit of testing contact.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I had a little chat with Lewis after his P3 in that race number 2. So no, didn't quite get to see the car itself. But yeah, he was just chatting about it. But of course, really positive from that 3rd place and starting nice and high up in this one, of course.
I was getting paranoid, talking about Goodyear, and then it wasn't on the car, thinking, oh goodness, have they pulled out? Should I be talking about this? Don't want to get into trouble with any sponsors. And then, but it is a black car anyway, so Goodyear black, representing the black tyre.
Exactly. So the subliminal sponsorship from Lewis Islin on this one. Then he starts in 3rd place on the grid. Like you were saying earlier, we didn't really need anything to spice up the racing here in Fiesta Juniors. It's been pretty crazy throughout race 1 and race 2, but changing weather conditions could spice things up some more.
It can. This is one of the, a great junior championship that these guys take part in. We've had the advertisement for the scholarship. Don't worry, you don't have to wear the bobble hat if you win. Rain is getting heavier just in time for the juniors. We knew this was going to come up. Yeah, if you've seen the video, you don't have to wear the bobble hat. We won't make you wear them this year if that is going to be a deal breaker for getting you to enter the scholarship at the end of October, beginning of November this year. I promise you that.
I'd like a bobble hat.
Well, it's nothing wrong with a bobble hat, but all wearing them in line on the video, the aesthetic doesn't work for me.
It always ruins my hair, so I always try and stay away.
Yeah, don't get started on hair. and look at me in that way.
In what way, Richard? It's always a loving look. Always a loving look towards you. Right then, drivers head on round then, as you just briefly mentioned there, rain getting heavier as we look to go for a race start here for race 3 in the Brscc Fiesta Juniors. This is going to be an interesting one to watch, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 15 minutes ahead of us. Please don't go anywhere.
I don't like asking people to make predictions in junior racing, but the prediction I'll ask you to make is how many corners before we get the safety car?
Again, let's not commentators curse this one, Richard. I have a feeling there might be some off-track excursions on the first lap, though. Let's wait and see then. We look for that green flag at the back of the order, and the drivers will look to the lights. Once again, all Doble front row for this one. Will it be 3 from 3 for Christopher Doble here at Donington Park? His maiden win yesterday. He took another one this morning, and he will lead us away as the lights go out here for the final race of the weekend in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. Isaac covers it off very well there on Lewis Islin, dives to that inside line and will hold on as they head down towards Redgate for the first time. Heavy on the brakes, and Islin dives straight back to the inside. Can he force his way through here? There should be a bit more grip on the outside, and Isaac does indeed find it, but not quite enough. Islin pulls alongside as they head down towards the Crater Curves for the first time.
Yeah, very good first corner from the leaders. Very well judged indeed. Islin managed to shake off Eden Spanswick, got the better start, and he's in P2, but he's going very wide there. He's got the run through. Is he going to go into the back of Christopher Doble? No, he knows what he's doing. Great to see Lewis Islin back up at the sharp end of things in this meeting in that black car. They want to keep that one, won't he? Rather than the Goodyear blue and yellow one. He'll have to transfer the livery over, get it re-stickered. But here comes Isaac Doble. If you pass Doble, the one thing you know is that Isaac Doble is going to fight back, and that's what he's doing. He's following his cousin, but Islin's trying to go around the outside to grab the lead. Is there going to be more grip on the outside run? It might be equitable here. He's got his nose in front at this stage, and he's gone through. Islin, the scholarship winner, goes through and into the lead.
Fantastic. I thought he was going to take it first time of asking the bottom of Craners. Gets it up here, but immediately back down the inside goes Christopher Doble. We're still side by side for the lead as we head down the back straight. We did see one driver heading over the infield there down the Craners, losing a few places, but I think they managed to get it back on the black stuff. We're 3 wide into the braking zone here on the first lap of the race. Who's going to get it down into the final couple of corners? It's Doble versus Doble, and Islin on the outside. Christopher grabs it back as we head to the end of lap number 1.
Eden Spanswick coming into the mix as well, and he's right there and goes up past Isaac Doble into third place. You could, ladies and gentlemen, be looking at a British Touring Car Championship race in 5 years' time. All of these youngsters, I tell you what, we've just seen, I've looked out of the window for the first time over the course of the weekend. The speed of these cars is awesome. You doesn't capture it on the, that's no disrespect to the coverage, but you don't see the speed of any of the racing cars in any coverage. You've got to come to the racetrack and watch them.
Exactly that, yeah. Wide camera angles give us a lovely view to watch it all from home, but it doesn't give that feeling of speed like it does in real life. Holding around the outside there, that was so close to contact between Islin and Doble, but Islin grabs the lead straight back. We're side by side down the bottom of the hill there through Old Hairpin. That's a 66 of Neil Hampson getting forced out wide. I think he's lost a couple of positions in that. Spanswick still ahead of him, but I think Howarth has got through. Merritt involved as well as he tries to fight his way up the order. I think he's right involved in that squabble at the bottom end of the top 10 with Archie Davies there as well. He's done a great job on this race start as Archie getting himself stuck straight in with this one. We head up and continue on here through lap number 2. This doesn't seem like it's going to be calming down at any moment in this one as the rain continues to fall here at Donington Park.
Yeah, another good climber, Jack Sant, into 8th place from 16th on the grid. We can talk about our Thomas Merritts and our Archie Davies, who we'd expect to come through. Jack Sant, another young driver who's really impressed me since he's been in the championship, getting more and more mature, and a super drive through the field in a controlled way. You know, he's not causing any mayhem. He's coming up through, made some great progress. Well done, Jack. Well done, Thomas. Well done, Archie. And out front, though, it's still Christopher Doble from Lewis. Are we going to see a Lewis Islin first-time win? Islin, the leader, too early to start to speculate about this, but we were speculating about Christopher Doble yesterday, and he got it. But here comes, nobody getting away at the moment, and here comes Christopher Doble, dives down the inside into Redgate, gets the line, little bit of a hip and shoulder on the black car on the outside. Is he going to get more of a run round the outside here, Lewis Islin? They're going to be side by side. The two cousins, I think, are going to follow each other. So it's Isaac following Christopher Doble. He goes back into lead position, but they're side by side again as they come through the Craners. Now down into the old hairpin, and it's the 19 car that reclaims the lead.
Oh, Islin was dancing over the curbs there, wasn't he, down the Craners, but just about keeps it on the black stuff. Has to relinquish the lead, though. Christopher Doble grabs it back once again. This is the most fantastic racing between these three, and I've got to say as well, super respectful as well. Just about enough room given by all of the drivers. They continue to squabble here as you go towards 10 minutes left to go. I didn't like you mentioning Lewis Islin's potential first ever win. We've had enough commentators' curses yet today. Just thank goodness none of them are called Richard, eh?
Absolutely right. Now, Jack Sant has continued his charge on the previous lap from 8th to 5th. He's on the back of this group, Jack Sant, from 16th on the grid. Incredible stuff for that youngster. Jake Howarth is behind him, then Neil Hampson, Thomas Merritt, Archie Davis in 9th, Max Fenton in 10th, and it's the 3-car battle for the lead. Now, challenge on for 2nd from Isaac Doble, but it's Lewis Islin who holds on to 2nd place at the moment, but its form are currently orderly. Queue for the rest. There is Sant in the 86 car. Jack Sant, for me, driver of the race so far in terms of overtakes, cleanly coming through. How on earth do you do that in Fiesta Juniors?
It's been fantastic, isn't it? And he's still in touching distance of the race lead, only 1.7 seconds off. Isaac Doble thinking about that inside line on Lewis Islin. Islin slams the door straight in his face. Could this be the opportunity, though, for Christopher Doble ahead? Lewis too busy thinking about Isaac, his cousin, in behind, and Christopher might be thinking, okay, here we go. Let's hit these racing lines, hit the braking points right, and try to pull a bit of a gap here as Lewis gets involved with Isaac. Like we were saying, though, Eden, Jack, Jake, all within touching distance of that one, and there's the 86 down the inside. Sorry, the 60, no, it is the 86, my apologies, getting involved with Jack Sant. Sant making up more positions, getting squeezed onto the grass, though, on the outside there. That is the 86 of Jack Sant, side by side still with Eden Spanswick because they head up the hill.
Yeah, I don't think Jack got squeezed then. I think he just made a little mistake, went a little bit dark. Oh, and now there was a mistake there. Bang! Into the Jake Howarth goes into Sant. That definitely wasn't Jack Sant's fault. I think he maybe made a slight error. Apologies if I've called that wrong when he went up past Eden Spanswick. Eden was another front runner in the scholarship last year, so it's amazing to see how many of these. I was chatting to Simon Hunt from 2010 Racing earlier on, and he said the scholarship a great thing for Brscc because all of the guys that did well are all in the championship and doing well this year. But all this squabbling, and now we've got Sant back up into 4th place, but the squabbling has meant that the 3 leaders have managed to get away. I did wonder whether Isaac Doble and Lewis Islin, problems further back down the order we'll come back to, but I did wonder whether 2nd and 3rd dicing would allow Christopher Doble to start to get away and build on his hopes for that hat-trick. But at the moment, he's not able to break the toe, even though Isaac Doble is trying to deal with Lewis Islin in the black car in 2nd.
Oh my goodness, so we were speaking about yesterday, Islin's thinking on 200% brain capacity, isn't he? He's chasing down the leader once again, but still having to think about Isaac in behind. Isaac sticking the nose in as they head down towards Craner Curves. Will it be back to a Doble double at the front of the order here, trying round the outside of Lewis Islin. Islin keeps it pinned as they head down the hill, closes the door and keeps 2nd place. Goodness, this is so close. I will just say I did spot Jensen Pritchard has got himself a black and orange flag, mechanical flag for Jensen. He won't be able to finish this race. He'll have to pull back into the pits. We saw Harry Russell off on the gravel only a few moments ago as well. So some issues in this one, but to be honest, the least scrappy of all of the races so far is the one in heavy rain.
Yeah, they're probably having to concentrate more about what they're doing. That may well be what it is. And at the moment, we've got a Lewis Islin 2010 racing meet in the RCC Sarnie. That was a long sentence, wasn't it, to go through, but the sandwich completed at the moment by Isaac Doble is going to try and go through, but it's Chris Doble who's been superb this weekend. He's dealt with everything thrown at him. There's the damaged car.
That is that the 235? Yeah, I do believe that was Pritchard then. That might be why he has that black and orange flag.
But yeah, Christopher Doble, everything that's been thrown at him this weekend, he has dealt with. He's overtaken people, he's had to defend, he's had to attack, he's had to do starts, he's had to do restarts, he's had to do safety car starts, the whole thing. And, you know, that was just races 1 and 2, and here he's replicating it again. He'll be well satisfied with what he's done this weekend, whether he wins this race or not. And Isaac Doble's going to have a look down the inside, but so is Islin for the race leader. He was a little bit too far back there, but he judged it well because he didn't launch into the car. He didn't make contact with the car. So the move didn't work, but it was notice of intent that he wants to have an attack. But to me, that was really good stuff because he was worrying the leader. Here comes the chasing pack with Jack Sant still there at the moment, the 85. Just trying to get a handle on the order here. Even Spanswick actually showing us fourth on the timing. He's further back, isn't he?
I think so, yeah. I think it has all shuffled up in this order. We'll check in on that in a moment's time, though. I think initially down there at the first corner, it was defence from Islin diving to the inside to stop an overtake from Isaac Doble, but it almost became an attack on Christopher as he came into the braking zone. This is the 86 and Jack Sant under pressure once again as they head up through McLean's, really close to the rear bumper there from the 66 of Neil Hampson, and it is the 35 of Spanswick now relaunching the attack. He's dropped from 4th to 6th, but he's going up into 5th there. Over the crest into Coppice they go. Spanswick retakes the top 5 position.
Yeah, Eden Spanswick has been, I don't know, I've kind of ignored what he's been doing over the course of the season, but tell you what, he's really arrived at the front end in this one. The top 3, how they're squabbling and getting away, I don't know. Well, I do know it's because the cars behind are squabbling, and Jack Sant would like to break free and get up and have a little nibble at a podium, but at the moment he's going to have to content himself with that 4th place as the race leaders go across the line again.
Archie Davies and Thomas Merritt going side by side there into the final corner. Archie nearly squeezed into the barriers there, held hold of it well though. They continue on battling. They're just about closing in on that pack ahead for 4th place, but these 3 still squabbling over the lead, and once again it's an attack from Isaac Doble down into the Craner curves. He couldn't quite do it last time. He couldn't quite close the door on Lewis Islin. Can he do it on this time of asking? They go side by side again. Does Isaac get the overlap? No. Once more, Islin closes the door and holds on to 2nd place. This is so close. They haven't actually switched around in this battle yet, but we can't call it with 5 minutes to go.
Do you know what I really love about this is that these 3 guys, you know, particularly Islin and Isaac Doble, have been side by side so much in the course of this race. They've been giving each other room. They're in different teams. They're not even teammates now as Islin goes for the lead. Dives down the inside. There's a little bit of a clatter between the wing mirrors of the 2 cars. And Christopher Doble is side by side now as they run along Starkey's. They go very slightly. Sorry, this is up to Coppice, isn't it? I beg your pardon, he's got the inside run. I was thinking they're coming into Schwantz, but it's actually Coppice. And Islin gets back in front. Super move.
Indeed, fantastic move, aggressive from Islin, and finally another driver takes to the front of the order. And is it going to be a push from Doble to Doble here to the outside line as they head down into the pockets? Yes, it's a great one from Christopher Doble, but can he get it stopped on the brakes and hold it round the outside? We go 2 by 2 into the corner. Oh, straight over the gravel goes Christopher Doble. He had to take that off-track excursion, and they stay as they were. Islin is still ahead.
To my mind, that was very clean and fair racing. Isaac's going to have a go at his cousin. Now they go side by side. Isaac fancies a turn. He's already had a couple of goes at dealing with Lewis Islin trying to get up into 2nd. Islin now the leader. Isaac Doble up into P2. Christopher Doble in 3rd, having led so well. I'll tell you what, whatever you say about this weekend, it's been great for Christopher Doble. Really superb. And all of these 3 giving us great action at the moment. But it's 2010 leading a brace of race car consultant machines with Jack Sant still back in the 86 car in 4th place. This is going to be Jack's, I'm not going to say it. I'm really not going to say it. I'm not going to jinx him or any of the top 3. We've got Eden Spanswick running so well behind him as well. Then the 66 car of Neil Hampson having a terrific run. Thomas Merritt 7th. Archie Davies next. Dara McInerney from the back has come up in the 507 car into the top 10 as well, followed by Max Fenton. I just wish I had been involved in commentating on this all season. Such a major shame, and that is a shame as well. Off into the gravel goes the 36 car of Jake Howarth, joined us at the 2nd round at Mallory Park for the first time. He is out of the racing in the gravel. Will that be a safety car? Will that be an end to the race?
He was just trying to pull away as we cut off there. He got a good run out of it, but whether he then got stuck again, we'll have to wait and see. Just less than 3 minutes left to go as the leaders file down towards the final corner yet again. And as they squabble, really, that battle for 4th is not far away from them. As there you go, 36 does get out of the gravel. Fantastic stuff there from Jake Howarth. Rejoins the race, and we can continue on with green flag racing here into the final couple of minutes as they come across the line then. It's still Islin from Doble and Doble in your top 3. It looks like it's all shuffled behind though. It's still Jack Sant in 4th, but with Eden Spanswick, then Neil Hampson, Merritt, Davies, McInerney, Tomilewski. Looking to the inside line there is Isaac Doble as the 51's off circuit. Christopher Doble trying to go round the outside.
Yeah, Christopher trying to get the run and find a little bit more in terms of grip around the outside. You can see it's still raining. Wipers working hard. Islin now, from being the chaser, is the defender, so he's coming under pressure, so it's a completely different dynamic for him as well. He knows pressure was getting into the finals of the scholarship and going through those final runs with the Josh Cook sitting alongside him at Blighton in those final runs. That must have been so nerve-wracking for him. But now he's got the two Dobles all over the back of him as well. He's got into the lead. Can he hold on to it? Isaac Doble probably not doing his cousin any favours by trying to go through, but they're each doing their own race. Isaac's got a championship to think about. Christopher Doble not out of the championship either by any stretch of the imagination. And Christopher there takes a slightly different line. Looks to see if he can go tightly up on the inside and get away at Lewis Islin. We're heading towards the last lap of the race. They're coming out of Coppice for the penultimate time, and the lead trio almost having a little bit of a breather now, such as it might be. Jack Sant trying to close in. Here they come. They break ranks again. Islin going very slightly defensive on the first part. Tiny little bit of movement on the back of the car as he goes into the chicane for the penultimate time. Christopher Doble right behind him. Isaac Doble getting closer to his cousin. Is he going to have a nibble as they go down into Redgate? Down behind them, it's still Jack Sant who will go through in fourth place from Eden Spanswick. Great racing from those. It's been super stuff so far, but there's contact on the back end of Islin by Christopher Doble, and Isaac Doble goes through. Islin's been robbed of the race win. That is such a shame. What a big, massive pity that he has lost it. Christopher Doble, I know he's going to be kicking himself metaphorically for that. We'll have to see whether there was a check-up or otherwise from the car in front. You can't call it from the comms box as far as officialdom goes, but it leaves Isaac Doble in front now. There may be a judicial on Christopher, who's in P2, but Jack Sant has come through and he's on the potential podium here. Sant is in third, Spanswick fourth, then it's Neil Hampson. We're seeing some new names coming up to the sharp end in the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship, and Jack Sant is challenging now for P2. Sant has caught Christopher Doble. Is he going to get close enough to make a move coming into the final couple of corners? We'll have to see, but it's Isaac Doble who came through ahead of Lewis Islin, with Jack Sant now challenging for P2. If there's a judicial, he could get P2. Super run. Sant, remember, started 16th, way back. He's fought his way through. Knowing my luck, he'll put on his luck, he'll probably get a track limits or something like that, but he's clearly not got any damage on the car. It looks like he's content with third, but no, Eden Spanswick comes through. Spanswick dives into third place on the final corner, and Jack Sant down to fourth. It's not going to be a podium for Sant, but it's a win for Isaac Doble from his cousin Chris. Then it's going to be Eden Spanswick ahead of Jack Sant. Super stuff from Eden Spanswick and Jack Sant. Jack for coming up through the field, Spanswick for fighting back at exactly the right moment to get onto the podium. That's why you need to do the junior scholarship and come and learn from the wonderful driving coaches that we have there. It's a super experience. Blighton, a wonderful venue for it. Feel a little bit for Jack Sant, but Eden Spanswick, what timing from Eden to go through. That was absolutely mega racing. As good as any junior race I have seen. Just a pity we had that little bit of contact. I'd need to see it again to talk through it, but what a shame for our not even long-term race leader, was it Lewis Islin, who was there and winds up in the gravel. Such a shame for him. I'm sure there are going to be some talks after the race. Well, I'll call this a provisional result for you at the moment. Isaac Doble taking the win from Christopher. Eden Spanswick to find third place. Great effort from him in the last corner to pass Jack Sant, who himself had a super race. Neil Hampson in fifth from Archie Davies and Thomas Merritt. Dara McInerney, he came through from the back as well. He got up to eighth from Max Fenton. Then Oscar Homerston next up from Kasper Tomilewski, and Max Haller, Bobby Holmes in 13th from Benji Douglas. 15th goes to Aaron Beattie from Harry Rossell and Thomas Simpson. Jensen Pritchard in 18th from Nathaniel Darcy, completing his debut weekend with us. Jake Howarth 20th from Lewis Islin, who winds up in the gravel problems too. We didn't see why, but for 43 Daniela Sutton and for Luke Broadbent. Well, just taking a moment to catch my breath after some fine. You know, that was the pretty typical frenetic junior racing, and they were so well behaved all the way through that, and just, you're going to get contact at some point, but we'll let the clerk of the course sort that one out. Mark Noble, I think he's probably in for a late night after that one once again. But as good a junior racing as you will see. A lot of people still rightly wax lyrical about the Ginetta Junior Championship, but you can see from what we've had today here at Donington Park that the Brscc Junior Fiesta Championship is an equal. Let's go down to Victory Lane with John Ratcliffe.
4, 3, 2,
Here we are then down to the end of pit lane with your top three from race number 3 of the Brscc Fiesta Junior Championship. I think, as Richard said there, one of, if not the best junior championship race I've ever seen. It had everything in that one. I've got to say, though, I'm absolutely gutted for Lewis Islin. He was deserving of that win during that race. Things happen out there on track, especially when it's so slippy. My heart goes out to him, though, to Lewis. He was really deserving of a top performance there in that one. Either way, well done to all the drivers in the top 3. Of course, we've seen Christopher Doble on the top step throughout this weekend so far. This time is the turn of his cousin Isaac. Let's go and chat to Isaac as he gets hugs from friends and family and whatnot. I'll dive straight in with him, that's okay. Isaac, congratulations. I spoke to you earlier and you were hoping for a switch around in terms of the 2 Dobles, and it's happened.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such a fantastic race, battling the whole way through. I was just keeping my nose clean, waiting for my opportunity, and it came in turn 1.
You were really applying the pressure to Lewis, weren't you, for that race? Because he was trying to look for moves on your cousin, but then you were looking for moves on him, and he wasn't quite sure where to go.
It was just an outright dogfight. Everyone was scrapping so well, and it's so hard in these conditions to keep it on. You got to think about keeping it on the track also, and while you're trying to overtake people, it's really fun.
It was amazing to watch, but congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
Cheers, Isaac. Thank you. We'll go and chat with Christopher. Of course, Christopher, 2 wins this weekend. You have to settle for 2nd place in that one, but I think you're still pretty happy.
Yeah, happy. It's a good weekend, for me and my cousin as well. Both probably all-time best weekends, other than obviously his last weekend because at Silverstone he dominated. But yeah, by far my best weekend. I think the luck was on my side. So, and the wet, it was really nice. It was really good fun actually in the wet. So
it was fantastic seeing you 3 battling throughout the race. Isaac called it a dogfight. That's certainly what it was. But of course, through this weekend, top 2 has been held down by the Dobles. All I've got to ask you is that incident with Lewis Islin to the first corner. What happened from your perspective?
Well, I was behind him for quite a while, so I knew that every time I go to the outside, he'd follow me there. So I tried nipping up the inside as he came to the outside, and then he moved over back into the inside again, and just hit his corner of his car, and we both went wide. But yeah, there was a car's width on the inside. I went for it, and he moved over on me. So just nothing I can do really.
Okay. Yeah, no, totally understand that. You guys were battling so well. It was a shame for it to end like that. But again, a 1-2 for the Dobles. You guys are pretty happy?
Yeah, really happy.
Well done, Christopher. Cheers. Thank you very much. There we go then, your top 2. I'll see if I can grab Eden as well in 3rd place. Firstly, I've got to say, congratulations on the 3rd place. Secondly, what a move that was into the final corner.
Yeah, I just knew I had a minute left and I had to get past the guy, so I just sensed it.
You absolutely licked the stamp. I've never heard Richard in the commentary box with he shout quite so loudly about that overtake. He was loving it.
Yeah, I had to watch it back to see him. Yeah, it was good.
It's definitely a good one to watch back. I'd highly recommend it. But of course, running through the pack there, you were involved in a squabble pretty much for the whole entire race there in difficult conditions. So can you talk us through it a little bit?
I just knew that Jack Santa was a tiny bit more quicker than me, so I had to stick with them and just keep up. And then once I just got a gap, I just stuck with them and just waited for the last lap. And that's that.
Nice, you got it. Well, big smile on your face. Pretty happy about that one, so well done. Third place.
Thank you.
Lovely. Cheers, Eden. Thank you very much. Right then, that's it for the Brscc Fiesta Juniors, at least here from Donington Park. But we do still have 2 races coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
And now return to the variety of machinery which we saw earlier on. It's great, isn't it, having a mixture of single make racing and then multi-class, multi-mark racing. I think we're going to have a little bit of a delay whilst the clearing up after the Fiesta race happens. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to the driver of the VW Beetle, Matty Cobb, after this one as well. Matty taking an excellent win in race number 1 for the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. But this is the last sprint race, by the way, of the day. We've got the 3-hour C1 endurance race to enjoy and look forward to a little bit later on. Supposedly with some rain coming down as well. It's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Loads to look forward to with the C1s, with the new Pro-Am category coming in, the changes to the driver change regulations as well in the championship that we heard. So really excited to usher in that particular era of Silverlake C1 Endurance Series racing as well. All the time while we look forward to what could be happening next year. This is their last series round this year, aside from a class to take part in the Race of Remembrance, which you will have seen the promotions for on our coverage, which takes place in November, by all means try and come up to Anglesey and support the racing. But if you don't, then please take the opportunity to support us online with the stream, which will take place that weekend, and also feel free to donate to the various causes that the Race of Remembrance supports. So cars, looks like we've got a car starting from pit lane, but of course that's still the Fiesta podium, isn't it, which needs to be cleared from the end of pit lane. I thought we were starting to see some saloon and sports car drivers make their way onto the track. They won't be able to do so until the rescue crews have got the circuit clear. The race officials will take the course car around the track and make sure that all is clear. In fact, that has been done, because as I say that, we can see the Volkswagen Beetle-bodied car of Matty Cobb coming into the shot and getting ready for his second race. This was due to be the last race of the day, but again, I think with some of the drivers having a fairly long journey to do, it was a decision taken to move them to the penultimate race of the day. And not that they would have minded watching the C1 endurance race, but it just means that they don't have to wait 3 hours, and it's a double-edged sword for organisers, because do you give these cars an extra couple of hours to prepare for their second race, or do you give them the chance to go home and as an away championship, get away at a reasonable time? And they've opted for the latter, and I think that's probably worked out okay, because I don't recall any particular damage in the earlier race. So cars lined up on the grid and ready for their second and final race of the day here. If you enjoyed your Fiesta Junior action, Formula Ford Festival weekend is the last one, and we'll have the ST150s back with us for that one. I think they've got 2 races on the Saturday, and we've got the Senior Fiestas and the Juniors in addition to our Formula Ford Festival. And of course we've had Formula Ford as well as festivals, had Formula Ford as well as Fiestas this weekend. So it's been a very good, atypical Brscc club weekend, and to lead us into our endurance race, a nice mixture of machinery on the grid.
Oh yes, no, thoroughly looking forward to it. Yeah, interesting end to the Fiestas then, and that's no problem at all. Just interesting that I had a little chat with Thomas Merritt there as I was walking back, and he was a bit frustrated. Someone ran into him on the in-lap there, so a bit of damage caused to the car after the checkered flag. Thomas a bit frustrated, but I mean, understandably so there after the checkered getting ran into. And really interesting there to chat with Christopher Doble. Just gives us a little bit more insight onto the incident. Of course, watching from afar, it looks one way, but from in the cockpit, it can look very different. And Christopher there pretty adamant that Lewis sort of moved as they went into the braking zone, and that was the causation of the contact. Anyway, we'll leave the final decisions to people much smarter than us. Let's run you through the grid then for the upcoming race, the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship Race 2 of the day. Here is the grid. Matty Cobb and Daniel Kell on the front row with Scott Hubel and Alex Prentice on row 2. Damien McKay and David Todd on row 3 with Stevie McNabb and Stephen Rees there on row number 4. Rounding out the top 10, Michael Bulk and Stephen Kell there round out the top 10. And then it's Tom Bowes, Alan McPherson and Stuart Middleton, Cameron Whitley, Robert Claxton and John Armstrong. That's row 6, 7 and 8. And then rounding out the grid is Ian McLaughlin. 17 cars on the grid then for this one. We had a really interesting race 1 across this field. But of course your gentleman on pole position, I didn't get to speak to him at the end of race number 1 because he cleared off into the collecting area. I think just missed the call ever so slightly to come and have a chat with me. Maybe he just doesn't like me. He's been watching the coverage and just thought I'm not having a chat with that bloke. Thank you very much. Well, hopefully I could grab him after this one. We'll see whether he's able to once again fire his way through and hold on to that pole position right to the checkered flag. Well, I'm trying to get the grid up, and now I'm told on my laptop that my connection isn't private and I'm getting attacked by hackers, so I'll have to sort that in a moment's time. Richard John Neal's just parted ways from me from the comms box for the moment's time as we get this one about ready to go. So many interesting cars in the field for this one, and as we were speaking about in the first race, it was lovely to see. It didn't matter all the different types of cars that there were out there, they were all scrapping super closely out on the black stuff. So hoping for more of that here in race number 2. Now, the track is a little bit more dicey than it was in race 1. We saw a decent bit of rain in race 1, but it's continued on since then, and it's only really gotten worse. As you can see there, still friends, family and fans there joining us beside the circuit, very much with those brollies up though. Rain continuing to fall here at Donington Park, and really it's only getting wetter out there on the black stuff, but we'll see how these drivers deal with it as we get ready for their second 15-minute race of the weekend. Drivers putting round then to the grid. And we're looking like we're about ready to get this one underway, just as I said. And of course, note they're heading around for 2 green flag laps. I should have remembered that. Of course, rain and falling, so an extra lap to get an idea of what the track is looking like out there, where the grip is and where the grip very much isn't.
Yeah, sensible precaution taken by the race officials to get everybody ready. We've got time to do it, of course. How are we doing on timetable anyway? I need to have a quick look. This one, as I say, was due to be at the end of the day, but brought forward. Yeah, I didn't adjust the times, the second one, so we're still looking to wrap up with a 6:30. So yeah, we should be about on course for that. Let's hope that we don't get too much drama in terms of the Silverlake Endurance Trophy. But yeah, cars ready for the second race of the weekend for the Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship. Look forward to, it's amazing actually, so looking forward to seeing the calendar for these guys for next year. It was interesting to hear Robin Welch from the C1 saying that he's been pushing Brscc to get dates out, and they'll be out in midweek, so I'm wondering if Brscc will follow on quite quickly with their full calendar. It might be they've got some of the sort of lesser dates perhaps not quite sorted out yet, but anyway, we'll see as that goes on. There's John Armstrong in his, is that a 944 or 928? I think the slightly beefier ones, so the 944 might be a 944. Apologies, it doesn't come on the entry list, but yeah, really good mixture in this. As we saw in the ClubSport trophy, I'm guessing that some of these cars could have been eligible for both. If you'd been a real glutton for punishment, you could have entered both.
Those poor cars.
Is a 944,
those poor cars. Yeah, it is indeed the 944. Thanks for confirming in our ears there, Kieran. We have lost, it seems as though three cars that we've lost from the first race. He won't be joining us here for race number 2. Car 14, car 19 and car 47. If you could give us an insight as to which cars we're missing there, Richard. But a shame to see the grid ever so slightly smaller than it was in race 1, but still plenty of cars out there.
Yeah, first one was that Clio, which caught fire, didn't it? I don't know if you remember. Do you remember the Renault advert? Va-va-voom, that was Kaka-boom, wasn't it? That one instead. But
it was. Was that car number 14?
Yeah,
was it?
Carl Hitchin.
Oh, we're missing 19 and 47 as
19,
well.
Kirk Armitage in his BMW M3, and 47, Stephen Craggs, 5th in the championship in his Mazda.
That's a shame then. A few cars lost from the grid, but like we say, still plenty forming up then, getting ready for race 2. And let's see how this one plays out as precipitation continuing to fall here at Donington Park. That seems to be the words of the weekend, doesn't it? Yesterday it seemed to be very on and off, whereas today it sort of just started and has refused to stop.
Yeah, pretty much done that, hasn't it? It's. I don't think I've had. Well, we had one like it at the touring car startup meeting last year when it absolutely bucketed it down all morning and the track was flooded, and we didn't actually get to start racing until well after lunch, and the BARC who were running that meeting actually did well to get any racing on at all that day, and equally we did well to get the ITV coverage through. We ended up having most of the racing. Green flag at the back, which means we are very nearly ready to race with Matty Cobb ready to have another crack at things here. Let's see whether Matty can grab another win from Daniel Kell, who lines up alongside, and away we go. It's not such a great start from the VW, but go on the 205. Peugeot 205. Now, for how much longer I don't know, because Matty Cobb will be chased by chasing Scott Hubel for the lead, and it's Scott Hubel that leads him down into Redgate for the first time. Daniel Kell is going to have a look at the VW as well. I'm guessing now, will they have gone out the racing tired cars? They must have gone out on wets, mustn't they?
100%. They'll be out on wets. And I hope you heard my interview at the end of race number 1, where I was telling Scott how much he liked his car.
Yeah, I did. I heard that, yeah.
He was very appreciative, and now he's into the lead.
Yeah, and putting on a nice show here. And he was saying that this was originally like a track day car, which he got not bullied or persuaded into coming and circuit racing. But yeah, I do love a 205. I tell you what, I love someone looking around the outside line as well. And that's exactly
what Daniel Kell is doing, punching above his weight here with the VW Beetle, which is going to be struggling in these conditions a little bit, to be absolutely sure. Let's hope that if Matty Cobb does get on the podium in this one, that we get a chance to have a chat with him about the technical nature of his car as well.
Yeah, I was just chatting about that while you were away for a few moments. So hopefully I do get to speak to him, and maybe it will be for P1 again, down the inside into the Fogarty S as we go. Tries to hang it around the outside, does the Peugeot, but has to slot back in into second place then. So end of lap number 1. There as they set off with Cobb back into the lead, but he's had to steal it back away then from Hubel, as he actually has cleared, of course, up into second place. So Kell falling by 1, but these 3 already seemingly starting to scamper off.
If I pinched that number 2 car and rocked up on a Fun Cup race day and entered a Fun Cup race, I would still be last.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You've watched so much racing, you must have learned something along the way.
Yeah, not to race. Because so many other people do it so much better than I have.
We'll keep shouting about it then from in the commentary box. It seems better as well. It's a lot drier, that's for sure, as we head on round through this race. Good to see the Teesside Karting branding on the side of the 89 of Daniel Kell, clearly from up near that way. And a track that karters do love, but it is certainly a rib breaker. There's the 25 off at the side of the circuit. That's less than ideal for the Porsche of Mr. Armstrong. He drops to the back of the field, and let's hope he can get back onto the circuit. That grass is rather slippery.
Yeah, have you karted there, by the way, Teesside?
I have. Yeah, I've done the 24, not the 24 hours that you'd be thinking, or the British 24. I've done the BUKC 24, the university one that only uses the rental carts, and it's so much fun to drive. It's amazing during a dusk stint where the moon comes up and over the back part of the circuit. But particularly, anyone who's listening who has driven at Teesside will know how much it destroys your body over a long stint. As there another driver having an off-track excursion, this time the 48 of McLaughlin in the Ginetta G40 GTS, having a bit of an off. But yeah, that track, a ruiner of bones, to say the least.
Was that when you were at uni as well? Or?
It was, yeah, it was. I did it a few times while at university, but and then you get a little bit too old and they don't let you race anymore.
That's not fair. Any graduates from that kart team going to racing? Or
a few bits and bobs. Myself going into Fun Cup. I also had another friend from Cardiff who went into Fun Cup as well. But all doing all sorts of different bits. But of course, you can get involved while you're at university because it's very much reduced fees to try and get people involved. But then as soon as you graduate, suddenly you're having to pay big boy fees, and lots of us can't really afford it.
Either way, it's beer money, isn't it? Or beer money, or karting, or racing money.
Exactly.
One of the two. You make that choice. Making a choice to go down the inside there was the Boxster, which was definitely, it's John Armstrong, isn't it? The number 8 car who was further back on the grid in this morning's qualifying. Must have had some problems. Again, we weren't able to get to the bottom of what the issues were. As we look at the that's Tom Bowes, isn't it? It's a different box to the one I was talking to. Tom actually qualified in 12th place, but made a move there. The aero, someone asked me earlier on whether the aero was actually a thing in the Brscc Boxsters, and I think it was later on. It wasn't for the original day, and then they introduced they had the aero on the back, and then we had the ones without the aero, which were the production class Boxsters, which didn't really take off as well as they might have done, but nonetheless it was a relatively well supported class for, I don't know, 4 or 5 seasons. You know, managed to sustain a few extra years of Porsche racing for Brscc before it finally went its own way. As we look at the 78 car coming under pressure from the 312 Subaru Impreza of David Todd. We said we wanted to look at the Ginetta, and you can see it's an ex-Pro Tyre Ginetta GT5 car from the screen. They've not even changed that, but what we didn't want to see was the car in potential retirement, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a shame. Looks as though they've just about managed to get it back going again. Going across the grass there at the bottom of Craners, out of Old Hairpin. They do rejoin the race, almost right in front of your second place man, the 12 of Scott Hubel. He just about gets through. And thankfully, Ginetta gives him room there on the outside, and they can continue on with this race. An odd place to go off, but understandable that must have been a little bit too eager on the throttle out of the corner. Has lost it going right, exit stage right off towards the barrier, but luckily only a glancing blow. Ginetta rejoins the race. Here's the number 78 then battling with the 312. This is for 4th place.
Yeah, a little way behind Alex Prentice, isn't he, at the moment? He was right up with Daniel Kell in the closing stages of the first race, which he described to John earlier on. Here is Scott Hubel with the now back on track Porsche immediately behind him. Marty Cobb still away and down the road. Second place is the Peugeot 205. Third place Daniel Kell, not that far behind, but with the 25 car to deal with before he can have a go. You're going to see the Porsche coming to pit lane. No, I thought he was hugging the line and maybe coming in, but he's going to carry on for another lap. Might as well stay out there, as this is the last sprint race of the day. Daniel Kell going through, back with the battle with Prentice and Todd. Again, Kell, Prentice and Todd in the best supported class, which is Class B, the second level, oh no, it's the top level of the treaded tyre class, so extremely competitive. Those guys have had a very good season. David Todd is second in the championship to Alex Prentice, so this is a battle between the pair of them. Prentice was actually 43 points clear, and there are only 20 points for each race, so I think that was probably settled in Prentice's favour coming into this weekend. Apologies to anyone in the championship if I've got that wrong, but Prentice and Todd, you're looking at the battle there. And if we see, Daniel Kell probably can't do all the rounds because of his commitments with the AIRTEC GP team in GB4, but obviously competitive when he's out there. But yeah, Class B, that seems to be the place to go in the Northern Saloons and Sports at the moment.
Indeed, yeah, it's been very exciting so far. Like you were saying, it was Kell and Prentice having a great battle in race 1. Now it's Prentice and Todd doing battle for 4th place, and of course second in their class as well. We saw the pace of Prentice earlier on. Of course, he had that little bit of an off-track excursion, and then fell a few seconds off the back of Daniel Kell, but then chased him down right up to the flag and couldn't quite get past him in the dying moments. But at the moment anyway, it seems like Daniel Kell has well and truly cleared those lot, and here is his sort of sister car here, the 87 of Stephen Kell. I was going to say sister car, but brother driving it. But anyway, they continue down through the final couple of corners.
I think it might be Dad.
Is it Dad? I'm sorry.
As if I've remembered the chat with Daniel right earlier on. Anyway.
You were just saying that we were saying that earlier on, weren't we? Getting that wrong, and I've got it wrong. There we go then. Stephen cutting his way through some of the traffic, and that's a change of position down into Redgate, up the inside of Stevie McNabb. So that's 6th place gain there for Stephen Kell. And then Damien McKay just in behind there. The 18 plated Westfield flying down the Craner curves once more. And now the 18 looking to launch an attack on the 20.
Yeah, great racing into. There was another Kell who used to race, and it was James Kell that did Ginetta, and I think that's what I was alluding to in the interviews when I was chatting to the team down there in the garages. So apologies for getting all my Kells mixed. It's an unusual name, Kell. It's not one they come across necessarily as a family name, particularly in racing. So yeah, I think it was James Kell that I was getting muddled up with. Maybe part of the same family, I don't know. The other one was Stuart Middleton I was thinking about, who's in the 101 car out there, which is the Honda Civic. I'm wondering if that's the same Stuart Middleton that raced with Ginetta as well. Answers on a postcard. Don't bother sending me phone messages because I don't look at them during the racing generally. I've got to thank Scott Woodwish from the Brscc for updating me yesterday. All the questions I was asking yesterday, Scott Woodwish, I'm guessing I don't know where he was, probably at Silverstone with that ELMS for Brscc, but he's not here. And a lot of the questions I was answering, I got back to the hotel, opened WhatsApp, and there's all the answers from Scott. And I'm so sorry, Scott, for not opening the phone, but I'm not a woman, I can't multitask.
No, Scott is a fountain of knowledge, isn't he? He probably would have been more knowledgeable than me here, because he was supposed to be here, but I'm filling in for him, so I assume he must be down. Must be down at ELMS. So yeah, great.
It's worked out well. And it's lovely. It's always lovely to work with Scott, but it's lovely to work with you again for the second time as well this year. So.
Of course, mate, thoroughly enjoying it. But yeah, Scott always a fountain of knowledge. So hopefully he sends us a few more messages today, and all the things we're getting wrong, he can correct for us. We look back to this battle for 4th place. So Alex Prentice still just about keeping the 312 of David Todd behind, but Todd really starting to apply the pressure now. They've cut through a few back markers. They press on through into sector number 2. I can't believe the amount of smoke that billows out the exhaust of the 78 of Alex Prentice. I don't think that's compliant with you, Les, is it, that car?
No, it's more smoke than you usually see out of an old Alfa Romeo, isn't it? I used to upset Alfa Romeo owners by saying about, the less smoke than an Alfa. But we used to watch the Alfa Romeo Owners Club races back in the day. Most of them would be billowing smoke out the back. You can't get away with that now, can you?
No, Alfa's sending smoke signals, were they, from the racetrack?
Addison will be on my case next time. David Addison's a big Alfa fan. Although he doesn't drive an Alfa, I don't think, anymore. He rocks up in I think he's done a deal with Porsche being a commentator for them.
Okay.
Good for him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very jealous. Right then, we continue on. 4.5 minutes left to go in this one, so already cutting through the time of this race. It's now nearly 14 seconds. The gap between your race leader and second place, Matty Cobb, yet again driving away with this one. And hopefully he does stick around to speak to me at the end of this race this time. Scott Hubel still in second place, and then 6 seconds seconds further back to Daniel Kell, and then it is now nearly 25 seconds back to this battle for 4th place. But look in the background, Stephen Kell starting to close back in on Prentice and Todd here in the other Sierra Cosworth as he closes in on Prentice and Todd. Could this quickly become a three-way battle for 4th place? We've still got a few more minutes to play with. Let's see if that comes to fruition.
Yes, a good spot. He is closing in, and the newer Sierra having a good go. I wonder if they would go in the modified Fords as well. It'd be very welcome. I know the huge grids we get in modified Fords. 101 having a massive moment off of did well to get it out of the ground. That is the Stuart Middleton I was talking about. I'm not sure that is the same Stuart, but anyway, remains to be seen. I'll have a plethora of messages to open up when I get home on WhatsApp to see as David Todd continues to battle with Alex Prentice. Now, these two cars are going to, of course, have different handling characteristics. And the Scooby is going to try around the outside this time. And is it going to work?
Oh, he's trying it, isn't he? Around the outside as they head onto the back straight. He's going to get it done. They'll run side by side momentarily, but cuts across and takes the line. You've got to think as well, all that gravel's just been kicked up down at Redgate now as well. So as the drivers come through again, they're going to have to be extra specially careful. Trying to grab that inside line into the braking zone. Gets it. Good respectful racing from these two. Prentice gets the place back from Todd, and all that's done has brought Stephen Kell back into the fray of this one as well. We do have a three-way battle for 4th place as we head into the last couple of minutes. They head down into Redgate once more. This might be a move actually for 5th. Trying it around the outside is Stephen Kell. Can't quite get it on the brakes as they go towards that lot of kitty litter that's been chucked onto the racetrack after that off-track excursion for Middleton earlier on. Doesn't seem to cause an issue though. They continue battling well. A bit of breathing room given to Alex Prentice then as David Todd turns his attention to Stephen Kell.
Still Matty Cobb out front in the VW lookalike. Then it's Scott Huber with the 205. Daniel Kell in the older Sierra leading Class B.
Serious tank slapper that one, my goodness. It's going to give up the place, isn't it, to Stephen Kell? He'll keep a foot in and take the place, but well held, sir.
That was good, wasn't it? Yeah. So Todd has got to try and recover this one now. A little bit of space between the three, and they'll maybe have a mid-race lull. What's that? End of race lull now, isn't it? 1 minute 55 plus the 1 lap to go. And again, yeah, Class B very well supported. I think class structure-wise, very similar to the Scottish Saloon and Sports Car Championship, which used to run predominantly at Knockhill, but also would have away days down to Croft. And I think they would have an interchange of drivers. I don't recognise any of that. Maybe the Kells raced in Scotland as well, but I don't recognise any of the other names from the Scottish Championship back in the day. But that's still going, as well as the Scottish Historics, or Classic, which is a lovely championship as well. Wherever you go, these multi-class localised championships, always worth watching. And the nice thing for the regular fans, if you've got a season ticket for Croft or whatever, you'd get familiar with these drivers and cars over the course of the season, and they tend to, build a little bit of support, which is quite nice. Whereas you don't see the Fiestas every week, but you would see these pretty much every other meeting, which I think is lovely for the local fans.
Yeah, definitely so. Yeah, if you frequent a local track, it's lovely to get used to the drivers out there. And of course, with club racing, drivers are always happy to have a chat about their cars, their pride and joy. So go in, have a chat with them, get to know them, and really get stuck in with the racing at your local circuit. This battle continuing on. Of course, we're ticking down towards 0, but of course, in this series, it's plus 1 lap. Another tank slapper at the bottom of the hill. Held once again. Well done to the 87 of Stephen Kell. This time, though, he holds the place ahead of David Todd. But two laps in a row where two different drivers in this same battle have a big tank slapper down through the old hairpin.
And it just goes to show how much they are trying. It's given me an idea, actually, all these local championships. We need to have a national one somewhere. Get the Scots down, the Northern drivers, maybe the Castle Combe Saloon and Sports Car Championship, and have a little race off somewhere at the end of the year. I suppose it would be an absolute nightmare to put together paper-wise with the different clubs, but wouldn't that be a great thing to be able to get all those different championships together? Because I think class structures are very, very similar. Matty Cobb still out front. Scott Hubel next up from Daniel Kell. We're looking at Alex Prentice now coming under pressure from Stephen Kell, who's getting very, very close. And it's Red Sierra and Red VW as it was in race number 1, but it's the opposite Kell. And it's the VW in front this time, under a bit of pressure rather than putting pressure on. Is he going to have a look? Stephen Kell has a glance down the inside as they come into Redgate, then goes back out wide. He's got to be mindful of David Todd behind him as well. If Todd can make up 3 places, or 2 more places on this last lap, we could call him a hot toddy, can't we? But I don't think that is going to happen at the moment as the cars continue on their way. So it's Cobb still out front, Scott Hubel and Kell is the podium at the moment. We've got another Kell challenging for 4th place. has got close to Alex Prentice and putting the pressure on, but we'll be looking in the mirrors at the Subaru right behind him as well in the closing stages of this one. We've got some good entertainment from the Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. It's been great to welcome them here, and I hope that they come back and race with us with the Brscc once again. Maybe one of our Croft meetings next year we can have them on as well, which would be good. But good entry, fantastic mix of cars and some good racing on track to follow as well. Kel's still there, David Todd busy following him in the Subaru. Alex Prentice still holding sway. All of these three cars having to race with each other and deal with a little bit of traffic as well. And there's a problem for Prentice. Prentice has a problem. He slowed going out of Coppice and was hit by Kell. Kell, as a result, checked up, and it's allowed David Todd to have a look round the outside. Here we come then. It's Todd on the outside run as they come down into the... We've still got the Volkswagen going. Did he miss a gear, or was there a bit of a blip in the car? But he certainly lost out, and there was contact between himself and Stephen Kell, who is now immediately on the timing screen behind the other Kell, Daniel Kell, who is up ahead of him. Meanwhile, the inset shows the race leader making great progress and coming through the Fogarty S's and down to get the checkered flag. As meanwhile, David Todd goes through and takes 4th position. So David Todd up into 4th place as the race win goes to Matty Cobb, 2 out of 2 for the VW Special Saloon, I'm going to call it. May well be a radical body under. I think probably might be that. But absolute drama again in the podium positions for Class B in the closing stages of the race. It looks settled for the moment with David Todd now in the Subaru up into 2nd in class. Stephen Kell 3rd. Alex Prentice now with some damage on the rear end of his car. He's still running. I wonder what happened there, whether it was a mistake, missed a gear, whatever. But Prentice loses out 2 places. Massive pity for the VW. There's the damage on the back. It is the end of season, so I'm sure he'll come back with a faster and shinier car for next season for us. We very much look forward to that. Cobb's taken the checkered flag. Checkered flag as well for Scott Hubel in the Peugeot 205. And Daniel Kell has completed another podium, so the podium is as was in race number 1. But here comes the battle for 2nd position. It's not a battle anymore. 2nd position in Class B, our most populous class, and it's going to be 2nd position going to David Todd in the Subaru. And then our 2nd Sierra taking 3rd position is Stephen Kell with Alex Prentice just popping a lap on the Ginetta G40 to take 4th position in Class B. Plenty of other runners in Class B as well. We have Michael Boak next up, Cameron Wickley as well. John Armstrong in the number 25 Porsche was in the mix as well. But a cracking race, and our thanks to all of the Northern Saloon and Sports Car runners for that. Here's confirmation of the result. Matty Cobb makes it 2 out of 2. Class win for Scott Hubel. And another class win for Class B. Daniel Kell, David Todd, Stephen Kell, Alex Prentice. 2nd in Class A goes to Tom Bowes from Stevie McNabb, who wins his class. Damien McKay wins his Class 2. Then it was Steve Rees in car number 1 in 10th. Michael Boak next up from Stuart Middleton. And Cameron Wickley in 13th. 14th goes to Alan McPherson. 15th was Robert Claxton. The runners completed by Ian McLaughlin and number 25, John Armstrong in the Porsche. Well, our thanks and very good wishes to all at the Darlington and District Motor Club Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Safe home, everybody. Thanks so much for entertaining us today, and we look forward to catching up with you guys once again next season. Now, I know for a fact that John isn't in pit lane yet because he's just come back to get the microphone, so he'll be with you in a minute. But yeah, very best wishes to everyone from the Northern Saloon and Sports. After our podium, which John is on his way down to do, we have our final race of the weekend, which returns us to the glories of endurance racing, an entry-level endurance racing at its best with the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, qualifying of which took place this morning and saw the Silverlake Racing team taking pole position from Trojan Motorsport, Alpha Trojan in 3rd, WRC Developments lining up in 4th place. Looking forward to that, and 3 hours of action and changeable weather, we are led to believe, over the 3 hours, and we'll draw straws to see who gets out in pit lane. I think we're going to call the start of the race, the pair of us in the main box, and leave it to Johnny the cameraman to go out and get wet as the race unfolds, but we will pop out and see there. Right, John Radcliffe meanwhile is ready, and hopefully we've got a full complement of podium ready to chat to us.
Right then, you join us down here at the end of the pit lane yet again. As I say, racing very exciting. That's got me out of breath, but also because I forgot the mic again. What an idiot. Right, here we go then. Let's have a look at your top 3 from that race in the DDMC Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Of course, in race number 1, the number 2 here of Matty Cobb didn't come and stop for us. He went straight into scrutineering to get checked out and all sorted, but this time he's come down to say hello. And let's have a little chat with him after that one then. 2 race wins across today then. Pretty dominant form.
Yeah, it's been good fun. Love this circuit. Even in the wet there, just trying a new setup with the wet tyres, so I've been waiting for a wet race all year.
It finally came here, didn't it, in serious fashion. But what is it like to drive one of these? And can you also tell us just a bit more about your car?
Yeah, of course. So it's a Radical SR8 and we've fashioned a Beetle body on top of it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we thought it must be a Radical, and these things pretty quick. What's it like to drive?
Oh, unbelievable. Hard work at times, but I enjoy stuff like that.
It looks like a lot of fun. You're powering through, and like I say, 2 wins from 2. Can't get much better than that.
No, can't complain. Thanks to the team, thanks to the marshals being out there. Brilliant time.
Lovely. Thank you for chatting with me, mate. Well done on the victory. Cheers. There you go then. Your victor in race number 2 there, Matty Cobb. Let's go and have a chat with a couple of the other drivers. We'll head round the back here of the beautiful Peugeot. We'll chat with the number 12, Scott Hubel. Scott, we spoke to you earlier. Yeah. You said it could be interesting in the wet weather. It was, to be fair.
It was interesting. Very skatey. I went out on full wets. I was desperate for some more rain. Well, just managed to hold it together to stop Dan from passing me. He was just catching me up. There was the odd place where it was just starting to dry out a bit, and he was just getting me, and I just thought, come on, race over, please. Or more rain. Either. I want either. But no, it was a good race for that. Definitely different to this morning's.
Yeah. No, completely different. We got 2 different races, but the same top 3 in the end. But you had to try hard for it.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Dan nearly had me at end. He just started to wheel me in a bit because tyres were going off because it wasn't wet enough. But he did well.
You held on. Second place once again. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. And we will dive in as they shake hands. The second and third place gentlemen. Third place then, Dan. How was it out there for you? You spoke to the end of race 1. Slightly different race 2, to be fair.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a bit wetter than it was, so we kind of went more of a wet setup.
Right,
and I knew Matty and Scott were on wets and we're on semi-slicks in our class. So I was like, oh, maybe I could be in the chance. And then we learnt after race 1, head gasket was starting to fail. So went out normal boost first couple of laps and it was just spraying up and they were like, oh, right, click the button just to half the boost.
Okay,
and in the wet, it's not the end of the world. Settling in, I knew I had a big gap to Alex, the other Class B car. And then I just started to catch Scott towards the end, and I was like, I just needed one more corner, I think. Another lap, and I did turn the boost back up on the back straight, but there's a yellow flag halfway down the back straight for a bumper, which if that wasn't there, maybe I could have had a go at the chicane. But yeah, it was really fun, that.
Yeah, a bit of a what if at the end, but still very happy with the P3.
Yeah, definitely. Overall podium and class win, so can't really ask much more for that.
Yeah, legend, mate. Well done. Thanks for chatting with me. Much appreciated. Right then, we do still have one race yet to come, and it's a pretty sizable one. 3 hours of C1 racing coming right up.
The 6th race of the season for the Silverlake C1 Endurance Series arrives at Donington Park in a year which has seen events at Silverstone Grand Prix. We've had 2 events on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. We've had Alton Park with a 3-hour race, which was event 3. Event 4 was a 3-hour marathon at Snetterton, followed by another one the following day. So 2 3-hour races at Snetterton and different winners across the course of the series. As we've mentioned, we've got the Race of Remembrance C1 class, which will be happening in November, but this is the last full-fledged C1 endurance race. And as you heard this morning, if you were with us on the stream when we were conducting the interviews in pit lane during qualifying for our informal run up and down, well, it wasn't a run, it was an amble, wasn't it, for me? It's never going to be a run for me, to be perfectly honest. You'll have heard about the new regulations that we have in this. Incidentally, the driver that we just heard from, Daniel Kell, you'll have heard already, is in this race and finished in 2nd position in the last 3-hour race, which was at Snetterton. Daniel Kell in the Calamity Motorsport car number 598. So we need to keep an eye out for the 598 car. Just having a quick look down to see whether it's the same number in this one. I can't find it immediately. But anyway, finished P2 last time. Against WRC, Ryan Bensley and David Drinkwater, who will be up at the sharp end in this one, indeed qualifying in 4th place on the grid, which we'll come to in a moment. So Daniel Kell has got a, well, he won't be I'm guessing Daniel Kell won't be starting this race. I'm guessing it will be his teammate. Let's have a quick look down the numbers, and we've got so many cars, this actually goes on to 2 pages for me. I think it's a different numbered car. Anyway, we'll come back to that because we need to give you a grid as best we can. Blessed Motorsport 326 on pole position, with 466 car number 2, the CADT one next up from SCR in 3rd, 396, 434 the Liquid Molly Bacon racing car. We did talk to one of their engineers earlier on. JW Bird Motorsport 591 5th, with the 586 car next up. That is the WRC developments with CB Autos. Then it's Alpha Trojan, Chris Freeman in 7th position. The Silverlake Racing team with George Davis at the controls start in 8th. 9th is the 341 car with Alistair Munday starting off the number 341 machine. Then we've got 311 TGR Racing, followed by 380 Red Sky Racing 527. Often front runners are in 12th. AF Racing, Zachary Arthur in 427, with DFTS S Birch 426 car next up, 14th on the grid. MDA Charlie Dark starting the 550 car. We heard from him earlier on. Abbott Racing Motorsport 331 completing our top 16. Oliver Barnard will be starting Preptex 469 car in 17th. DCM Racing with Craig McInerney, dad of Dara McInerney, in 18th place on the grid. Brimston Racing Alec Livesey, if the car is repaired, is 19th. Silverlake Racing 458 is next up from OPC PR. Ron Johnson, we normally see paired up with Tom Ingram in 431. 451 the racing car. Oh, we're losing out here. 25th, we've got so many cars to get through. 424 car next up from the Ugga Dugga Racing 8 Aspen 569. 386 WRC developments with CB next up from Jam first in 28th. 29th Gemini Racing with A Smith. Crispy Moth C Harris 385 next up from Rabsport Racing's Jay Fowler. L Cagill in the 519 car. Then we've got the JW Bird Motorsport Oliver Griffin car 356. 305 Team M8S Racing, followed by the 363, which is looking down the Radiation Racing car with A Williams at the controls. Team MKD are next, followed by FBR and Emax Motorsport in 38th. So a little bit of a long grid. If you're following it on TSL as well, you will get a note of which driver is in the car at the end of the line, and that's because the drivers have a bracelet that they wear, and as they go to the end of the pit lane, when they've changed drivers, the idea is they put the bracelet by a little reader at the end of the pit lane, and it registers the new drivers going out, and it will show the TSL and the worldwide audience looking at TSL which driver is in the car. So a little background information for anybody who might be watching C1 racing for the first time, and it helps us in the commentary box so we can tell who is in the car at what stage. So it's a 3-hour race. The drivers have to complete, effectively have 3 stints. You have to have 1 change each hour, and that is a new regulation for the championship now. A lot of the drivers, if you heard the chat, it's probably worth looking back if you want to bone up on the rules for future rounds for next year. A lot of drivers used to go away, get a pit stop in the first lap, and then that was one of their mandatory stops done, and then they would, maybe sometimes bang 2 in and then just go on with the race, and not have to worry about safety cars and the like. But now they have to pace them out, so you have to have 1 in each hour. The other change that we've got this weekend is that we have a pro category and an AM category, which we haven't had before. I'm told, we have got it on TSL, so we've got pro and AM. Basically, you're a pro driver if you've been on the podium, or if any one of the drivers in the car has been on the podium with the C1 Series before, or if you're a BRDC member, you're a pro driver. I said, what about if you're a Brscc driver? And I was told, well, you're an amateur then, aren't you? I definitely would be, even as a Brscc member, but that wasn't meant in a derogatory way at all. But also, if you win the AM class 3 times, there won't be any 3 times AM class winners yet. But going forward, if you win the AM class 3 times, we've got a driver who's won AM class 3 times, you will automatically move up into the pro category. And as you heard Robin Welch say earlier on in the interview, we've got a lot of regular drivers. If you look through the top 6s, as I normally write down for each one, you tend to get like the Silverlakes, the Alpha Trojans, WRC. So it gives the drivers who maybe aren't on the overall podium a chance to get up amongst the silverware for the AMs, and it also recognises that if you're a regular good AM, you'll go up into the pro category later on next year. So I'm excited about this. It was great to have Fun Cup yesterday. This, I'm guessing, might be a new endurance experience for you, John.
It is indeed, yeah, totally brand new for me, but I'm very much looking forward to it, as we're just hearing in our ears as well as we get ready for a race start. The rain is picking up.
It is, so pole position, Silverlake 5.58, Aaron Chalk, Daniel Jewell and George Davis, I think, who set the pole position time. Trojan Motorsport with Austin Monday, who we spoke to in the pit lane, Adam Willis and Charlie Bingham. There behind them, Adam Willis, Jonathan Monday and Chris Freeman. Fourth on the grid, David Drinkwater and Ryan Bensley, who are going to be a very competitive team. And well, I'm not going to call who is who because they go 5, 6 wide down to Redgate for the first time. Who would have thought a 3-hour race would mean that you all have to squabble and get up front very early doors, but that is what they are all doing. It makes a fantastic sight. Are they all going to hang on? And this is a great championship for new drivers wanting to come into either car racing or endurance racing, but equally held in great esteem by, as we said, BRDC members. Apparently there are about 25 BRDC member drivers who have joined the championship. We've got a red machine going off. We'll catch up with that, who is in a minute. But also, as well as newcomers, you get a lot of very good top-level drivers coming in, and I talk about the likes of Josh Cook, who does the 24 hours. Tom Ingram regularly races in this. So where as a newcomer can you come in and race against Tom Ingram? And Tom Ingram does it because he enjoys it. It's not that he's bribed to go in it or paid to go in it. He loves racing in it, and we'll talk more about that as the event goes on. But a pretty frenetic start as they all try and make the better of what many of them had in qualifying.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be, it has to be an enjoyable series given that there's so many cars involved. You wouldn't get this many people wanting to race in it if it wasn't somewhere that's enjoyable to get involved in with the squabbling. And like you say, already lots of squabbling going on here on lap number 1. We saw down at T1, you could barely see any tarmac. There were so many cars going into that first corner. Wing mirrors flying off left, right and centre, but they just about seem to have been sorting themselves out over here on lap number 1. Big move down the inside for second place there into the final corner. And who is that making a move all the way through? I think it's the 527 of Red Sky Racing. They were 12th place across the line as we kicked it off. I think they've jumped all the way up to second place on this first lap. Yes, up 10 spots on lap number 1.
Now, Red Sky Racing have been in the top 6 and indeed perhaps further up in the past before, but the 4 drivers there, very good. They could find themselves getting pro status for the next round, first time out, but that car immaculately prepared. Ex-Clio family team. I'm sure they'll probably get fed up with me talking about when I used to know them from Clios, but they're a lovely family, the Shepherd family. Very much enjoy their racing, as does the Ratcliffe family.
Of course,
I would draw a comparison there.
All 2 cars off down at the first corner.
We have.
And that's front bumper come off for one driver stuck in the gravel there. Hopefully they don't get properly beached, or maybe we'll have an early safety car in this one. Big slide for your leaders there, the 3-2-6, the hashtag Bless team pressing on. Etheridge behind the wheel at the moment, being chased down by Shepherd in second place. Trying to get involved there is the Poppy branded car there, the 586 is that. Yes, so they moved up a place already in the early part of this lap, and now they're looking to gain a couple more as we head up to the top of the circuit. Down the inside go the 527, new race leaders.
Red Sky at the front, Red Sky at night, Shepherd's Delight. The Shepherd's family doing the business there, getting in front. Ryan Bensley's going to be one to watch, though, in that 586. Didn't he race touring cars earlier on this year, Ryan Bensley?
The name certainly rings a bell.
Certainly rings a bell. Did touring cars as well. But Red Sky Racing, unsurprising to see them at the front of the field and gunning here. Not only they'd love it, they're probably not really worried about pro status, but what they would like is to get an overall win, which is very well within that team. We're trying to look back and see which round it was that they scored a top 6. It was the Stetson 3 hours round 4 of the championship. David, Jonathan, James and Rachel Shepherd in the Red Sky Racing car, taking 5th place in race 1 at Snetterton, race 1 by Ryan Bensley and David Drinkwater, and it's Bensley in 4th place. They crossed the line for the second time, but Red Sky Racing up front. Now remember, we won't see, have a quick look at countdown yet. Countdown's nicely active, so we'll get some changes. Going to be confusing for the drivers with 4 cars, with 3 cars, which you do an hour each, which is fine to be able to work out.
3 drivers, I assume you mean. No, not 3 cars.
So, did I say cars?
Yeah.
Thank you for picking up on that. No, we're not talking Ginetta. I just heard actually someone in Ginetta Junior, one newcomer for next year, has got 4 cars.
What?
At lunchtime.
Fair play. If you can, why not? Why not? Crack on. I was going to say that as well with the 3 mandatory stops. So it's 4 stints, really, isn't it, across the race then? So really,
Yeah,
you
that's
either
right.
want 2 or 4 drivers. 3 makes it a bit complicated.
And you have to have one in each hour. So the pit window won't open for 15 minutes. As the blessed racing car. Now, I got some stick on the last time I was commentating on C1, which was the 24 hours, for saying, you see the face on the side of the blessed car? Do you know who that is?
Oh, they nearly got spun around. It's Lewis Hamilton on the side. What a hold there for the driver.
I thought it was the musician Midgeur. But
who even is that? Who is that?
You've not been watching the Live Aid docos because it was 4 years ago.
I haven't, mate. No, I can tell that's Lewis Hamilton. And it makes sense as well because Lewis Hamilton's thing is hashtag blessed.
Yeah. So I apologise to that team, but it did give us a bit of a, I think, give us a little bit of a, they're going, oh goodness, he's not going to mention that again. But this is super stuff, isn't it? From David Shepherd out front. And Shepherd leading his flock not by night at the moment, but by day. And this is good stuff. 326 Chris Etheridge. I think it's Chris Etheridge, isn't it? 326. Let's have a quick look down. It is.
Yeah, it is.
Sharing with Colin Bysouth, the Mazda front runner of years gone by. Probably before your time, Colin Bysouth. Make Colin Bysouth feel old. He'll love that. Might go grab an interview with him a little bit later on. The planned pit lane was, because we don't have a Rob today, what we were thinking of doing was we'll start the race us 2 here. If the pit lane looks like it's going to be advantageous to have someone there, we'll go.
Issue for the 527. Or slow off the corner for the 527.
Yeah, that's not good. Well, it did 2 laps. No, they're still there, to be fair.
Yeah, no, I think maybe just a missed gear then out of the corner there, was just a little bit slow, but straight back up to pace and trying to hold on to second place here down the Craner curves, going side by side. The 434 will still have the inside line, though, as they get to Old Hairpin at the bottom. They will steal away second place.
Making bacon there, and it's the bacon car that goes through. Now, are we going to get a roly-poly? Someone said we will get a roly-poly, and it was the Liquid Moly bacon racing car. If you're watching the interviews, the very last interview we did was with, I can't remember if it's Jake or Josh, who was the guy doing the fire marshalling bit, or the refuelling for Bacon Racing, and he was telling us a little bit about that. They needed to refuel the car, having a little practice stop at the end of the qualifying session, and great to get those little bits. Anyway, going back to the thing about do we go in pit lane or not, I think if we need to, we will. Otherwise, we're going to stay in the dry is the excuse.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we'll see if anything particularly massive happens. We'll see if we can go down and catch up with the drivers and listen to what has happened. But either way, if not, we'll stay nice and warm and relaxed.
I think so. To be honest, Rob, normally if you look through a coverage on a 3-hour race, you're probably only going to get 15-20 minutes of coverage from pit lane anyway, so it might be more advanced. We'll see how it goes, but we are open to going down pit lane.
We've got Johnny down there as well with the camera, haven't we, to
so
try and pick up on anything.
Yeah,
so we'll get to see what's going on. More battles there going into the final corner. Drivers trading paint once again, and they continue that on to the exit, the 426, 421, and now another driver getting involved and going side by side as they get to corner exit, and we're hearing in our ears rain continuing to pick up even more.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, and we've got one of the best seats in the house here looking. I haven't looked out the window very much because that you're not allowed to as commentators, so particularly on broadcast television because of delays. Oh! 380 car getting a little bit of attention there. The 380 is the Gala Performance BPC Motorsport car. Jack Watts, Mark Thompson and Andrew Scott. I think we spoke to Mark Thompson, didn't we, in the course of the session earlier on. What was I saying? Yeah, great view, and you can see the rain coming down. Ryan Bensley, the leader at the moment from David Shepherd, Silverlake up into third. Can't really put too much weight on what is happening in these early stages, but you do start to get a little bit of a sort out. Liquid Moly car back on track. Lost a fair bit of ground. It's going to be worth watching that one. The Bacon Racing, the Proietti family. And it was interesting that their engineer was saying he was kind of waiting for Sandro to retire, and I thought, we're going to get an imminent retirement announcement. He said, in about 10 years' time. Fair enough, okay. I'm glad we've got Sandro in the car for that length of time. Anyway, the Midge-Ure car going up the inside. So I was thinking Blessed was a CD by Midge-Ure rather than it being...
You are showing your age. You are showing their age there, I'm afraid, Richard. Yeah, no. Well, they were driving like prime Lewis Hamilton a few laps ago when they held that big slide. Now they're looking to the inside here as they go side by side once again for second place. The 558 trying to muscle their way through. I think they might have just about done it then. The battle for third, of course. They're trying to hold on to third place. That's a 3-2-6 trying to fire their way through. I got confused because we've had all the cars basically in one camera shot for now, but the leaders starting to press on. 4.2 seconds. They've broken away properly already. Has your leading car, the 586 of WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. So very impressively done. You could just see them exiting shot there, heading down towards Craner Curbs, far afield of the rest of the drivers.
Yeah, that car carrying a bit of form into this race, obviously running in the Pro category. The Shepherds in second place are in the AMs. The Blessed car with Lewis Hamilton on the side is 3-6, that's second in the AM category. Then Silverlake, who are pros, as you would expect from Silverlake. TGR in 5th position, pro. And then actually we have to look down a fair way. Gala Performance, the next AM, third in the AM class at the moment, down in 12th place with Jay Watts, 380. Let's have a look at Jay Watts, not Josh Watts, is it, in 380? Jack Watts, okay, just getting excited. It might be an ex-Fiesta Junior driver, but it isn't.
Indeed, yeah, lots to be spoken about then in this race, lots to keep on top of. We're only 10 minutes into this one. There you go, official race control, mandatory rain lights on for all drivers out there. I'm pretty sure most of them already have the lights on already, but of course, as much glow as possible from the cars now to make sure that they're as visible as possible for all the drivers around them, and we stay as safe as possible out there. Wow, look at the rain coming down now as we head down the back straight towards the Fogarty S's. This is going to start getting dicey here if it continues to rain like this, because especially for these drivers out there now, they started off with it being pretty wet out there, but it's getting more and more wet every single lap. Those braking points, turn-in points will be changing every lap, and still all running with cars right around them. This is going to get interesting.
469, the CEX livery. Again, we were talking to Oliver Barnard, the PrepTech boss, and that car running pretty well at the moment. It's interesting to hear. I assumed it was like one of the branches it was sponsoring, but it is actually the company involved, and it's great to have a brand name like CEX, your high street, for second-hand DVDs, phones, whatever.
You do know that's not how it's pronounced.
Yeah, I know, but I'm being a bit more so. My son said that, but actually, funny enough, Oliver said CEX as well.
Yeah, no, I feel everyone knows it as CEX, because why would you assume that it's the other one?
But yeah, great shop. Depending where you go, I've been in a couple. I've had some really ropey stuff in, to be perfectly honest, but generally really good service, and you know what you're getting with them. You know, you can look online and find your next phone if you want to get a second-hand phone or a spare phone or whatever.
Well, my girlfriend and I have just found our old Wii and Nintendo DS, so we've been frequent visitors to CEX over the last few weeks, buying up old games that we remember from when we were kids.
Nice when you get them for a bargain, can't you?
Exactly. So now I've been thoroughly enjoying it. But yeah, the driver with the CEX logo adorning the car, right in and amongst this squabble, isn't he? Up in the top 10 at the moment, battling with the 426. That's the DFTS car there. Mr. Birch just in behind, and he's now getting close. Liquid Molly spun round, almost off into the gravel. Well held. Oh, not quite. I said it too early. 4-3 thwart off onto the grass, and look how slippery it is off there on the green stuff. Can't quite hold on to it. We'll plant the throttle and try and get back onto the circuit, but that's going to take an age.
Yeah, Bacon race. They was climbing it. I was about to say how well they were recovering from the moment earlier on, and Sandro Proietti has a moment off. As long as we don't get a bacon roll a little bit later on, that's what we don't want.
Hopefully not. There's the 396 getting away from an issue as well. I know that Oscar, his son, is going to be in the pit box watching with his head in his hands now as he sees his dad going for a spin-off circuit. I used to work with Oscar back in the previous company I worked for, so great to see him out and racing. He always used to tell me about the C1s, about how I had to come down and watch one of the races because they're so awesome. Well, I'm glad to be here in the comms box.
And then he went and did fuck up.
No, we were racing at the same time. He was already in these, but yeah, no, I had to come down to watch one, and now I'm getting the opportunity to commentate over one. It's been great so far. We're less than 15 minutes in.
I'm fairly sure that the Proietti family did Auto Italia, which again is going back, I'm showing my age here, but Brscc ran a thing called Auto Italia, which was basically for things like Alfa Romeos, Fiats, and anything Italian-based, but broadly production. Great little championships. A guy called Andy Giles won the championship in one of the lower classes and was our driver of the year once in one of the cable shows that we were producing. But yeah, great little. I'm fairly sure they were in that, but I stand to be corrected. They're back a while.
Here we've got the battle for second place at the moment on your screen. The 527, I think, losing out here. Maybe even 2 places lost down into 4th. Trying to hang it around the outside of the 558 of Silverlake Racing. Trojan Motorsport already through. Silverlake getting involved, but here comes the hashtag Bless car up the inside of both of them as they come up into Coppice, trying their best. They might get 1. It's not going to be 2, though. The 527 does hang it round the outside. Well held from Red Sky Racing. They hold on to 3rd as in the background. That driver's gone well further afield. The 469 there. Off onto the gravel. Does a good job of getting it straight back on, though.
Ollie. Off. He, again, won't thank me for that one, will he? But, you know.
You can tell it's the end of 2 days of streaming, can't you, here in the comms box?
Ollie, he's a great lad. He's Oliver Barner. Raced with, as you heard, talking earlier on, ran with the Fiesta Juniors for some time. I've forgotten who he ran, but ran some very successful drivers. It might have actually ran the lad that came in and spoke to us earlier on in F4, because I know Zach came through the juniors as well. It's good to catch up with him. So 15 minutes in, pit window will now be open for the first of the stops. So you can't stop for the first 15 minutes, so we let the race settle down. Hashtag Blessed still busy looking to try and get up onto a potential podium position. Looks like we've lost the
6th place
311 car. That's the Haberman, not sure how to pronounce it. Apologies to the family there. We got that one, the TGR racing car, which was running well. Don't recall seeing them in a race that I've been in before. Yeah, I can see it's Lewis Hamilton now.
Yeah, we get a nice close-up there. Clearly from when he was in his Ferrari colours, that one, when they did all the photo shoots. And they looked like they were aura farming seriously heavily. You probably don't know what that is, Richard. They were aura farming?
What's that? Oh, aura. Right, got it, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're aura farming, you're basically trying to be really cool. Like, you're looking like a bit of a legend, but then they can't really back that up on circuit, whereas the team out there with his face on the side
is it aura farming?
That's just a young person's phrase now, a TikTok phrase. Sorry.
I don't do TikTok.
Sorry.
Don't do dancing videos.
That's possibly the oldest thing I've heard you say, mate. Let's continue on then with the racing action. Let's hope none of them do the marketing through TikTok, because Richard isn't going to see it. We continue on now then to the final corner, looking back to the 3-4-1. So this is still the battle for second place then. Trojan Motorsport now ahead of Red Sky Racing. Hashtag Blessed have fallen slightly further back from this battle. And I think it's Silverlake Racing team have joined into that squabble as we head round onto a new lap of this race. I will say, like we were speaking about earlier, continuing to extend that gap at the front. The WRC Developments with CB Auto Services team now nearly 10 seconds in the lead, but behind that gap's all still really close. It's rare to see a gap over 1 or 2 seconds. Drivers following super closely. Battle still hotting up, even if it is cooling down out there and getting significantly wetter. Look at the spray being kicked up off of the tyres as there is your leader carving their way down the crater curves.
Yeah, that car will be handed over to David Drinkwater. He's sharing, so 2 pro drivers. I mean, again, we've got, I suspect that the Pro-Am thing might get honed over time, but I love the introduction of it. But very much a pro team, 2 pro drivers. If you've got a pro driver in your car, if you've been on the podium just 1 driver and 3 AMs, you're still in a pro car because you've got a pro driver in it. But I don't think there's any fairer way you can do it at the moment, not without doing a lot of mathematics. But no. 2 pro drivers in that one.
But he's got a fitting name for the conditions, to be fair, Drinkwater.
Drinkwater, he has, hasn't he? Yeah.
Whoa! Look at that slide with the 3-4-1. Still pushing hard, aren't they, the Trojan Motorsport squad? Well held. That's got to be some extra style points there for 3-4-1. Fantastic.
Yeah, Austin Monday. I think we had a chat with Austin in the qualifying session. Have we had a driver change already?
I think so.
We've had a couple of pit stops down the order. Gala Performance have had a stop. Not sure if they switched, but they have had a stop.
Whoa, that was close. Driver spinning across in front of 2 others. The 306 there thankfully doesn't get collected. Will rejoin the action unscathed, but that was a close one.
It was indeed. So okay, now we've got the race leader showing us in the pits as well. So some of them still doing the idea of early stops. Whether we get a change of driver going on in the garage, that's a good idea, isn't it? In the drive, looks like some technical work going on there as well. Whether we get a driver change from the race leader or not, I don't know. We will know when they come out. We won't necessarily see it. Don't expect Johnny to be able to cover absolutely everything. Here is the answer. There is a driver change. So David Drinkwater going in for his first stint in the race was erstwhile race leading 586 car. And this is where top 4 goes completely out of the window. You're writing down a race winner already?
No, don't worry. We're not causing any more curses today, Richard.
as we get a couple of side-by-sides coming down into the chicane. Being muscled out of the way very slightly there is the 569 car. That's the Ugga Dugga Racing. That's a good name, isn't it?
Oh, in the gravel. That's the 421.
That'll be our first safety car.
It will. That's from high up as well. That's from 7th place out there. The Alpha Trojan squad. That is properly beached in the gravel.
That is a high-profile scalp in terms of the championship, because Adam Willis and company, won. That's the car that won the 24 hours.
Wow. Okay, that's a big player, pretty much out of this race then early on, less than 20 minutes in.
That is a shock. That is a
that
big
just
news
shows
story.
that even the most experienced of drivers are getting caught out in these conditions. And as we look out the window again, it's still getting worse outside. The rain falling so heavily. This is very similar to the worst conditions that we saw yesterday, maybe even worse than we saw on Saturday.
I'm not saying I wish it on the C1 drivers, but kind of, it's not even appropriate for these guys, but, it's perhaps more manageable for the C1s, and there's not going to be a delay because it's a 3-hour race. We've got what we've got. I wish it was better conditions for these guys and all the crews and families that might be out watching it. I really do. As you watch the Red Sky Racing car in P2, David Shepherd still at the controls, yet to stop. Most of the top 10, aside from this one, have stopped. So Silverlake Racing, George Davis, another quick driver, out front at the moment. Into
this
the
was
pits
from
comes
the
558.
new first position, wasn't it, after the initial leaders pitted. So Silverlake now in.
This car was originally going to be shared with Greg Rose, according to the entry, and changed over between Thursday and Friday night. George Davis coming in.
We've got the names on the side of the car there, haven't we?
They have.
Interesting to see there how the helpers, part of the team, will hop actually into the car there to assist. Because, of course, in the Fun Cup we saw yesterday, drivers seated directly in the middle of the car. So you can come in from both sides and get straight in and involved. But with a seat on one side, reaching in from that left side of the car is a bit of a challenge. So deciding to hop straight in. And look at that fantastic work from the marshals in these horrendous conditions, making sure we don't need a safety car early on in the race.
Jonathan Monday and Chris Freeman sharing that car. I missed who went out in it for starters. Have a quick look down. 4-2-1. Can't find it on the timing screen. There it is. It was Chris Freeman who was in the car. It will come back to pit lane. So telehandle will bring it back onto track as we go back to 586. That was our leading car. So we'll wait for the first round of stops. I think probably the best thing to do is maybe take stock after an hour of racing as to who is where and jot them down, have a look and see how things are all going. The 586 car with David Drinkwater now, I think, at the controls, having changed over. Let's have a quick look down, see if I can see where David is in the positions. I can't at the moment off the top of my head, but we'll go back and see 466 Cat DT racing with Colin and Mark Hode at the controls, splashing through the... I tell you what, I was talking about this in terms of being a newcomer to racing, and I know that my son wants to go headlong into Legends cars racing, and my advice, and a lot of people are saying, actually go away and have a go at C1s first, whether it's City Car Cup or this, because you're going to learn the basics. And Paul O'Neill, who I work with a lot, also said that, these cars teach you so much.
Yeah, you learn so much at a slightly slower speed just to get yourself bedded in, learn those basics and get up to speed with everything, and maybe then start adding in a little bit more power. But these cars, fantastic to drive, as we said. That's why there's so many people getting involved, and they produce brilliant racing for us to enjoy here on the live stream. Move down the inside there into the final couple of corners. You can just see how much standing water there is now out on the circuit. And again, my thoughts and feelings go out to all of our fantastic Alpha Live camera operators, along with the marshals, who are still braving the conditions out there. I briefly popped my head outside. I didn't fancy going out there. If it stays like this, Richard, maybe I'll be so kind as to pass the post-race interviews baton over to you.
Yeah, that's very nice of you. I don't mind doing that if needs be. We're going to get wet walking to the car anyway. But we're going to get, as I say, we're going to get wet going out of the track anyway, aren't we? But hey ho, where are we? Okay, 20 minutes in, very nearly 25 minutes into the race. Again, like our racing. Hello, who's directing?
Kieran's coming.
He's having a break, isn't he? Finally, deserves it. He's been doing that all day. So he's been doing a smashing job and keeping us undated and saying things in my ear that he isn't supposed to while I'm doing interviews, but we won't talk more about that.
I was going to say, do we want Kieran to come in and do his Andy McEwen impression? Yeah. I don't know if it's raining elsewhere in the country as well. So more driver changes going on. The 432 car coming in and having, I think, a first pit stop. So 432. Andy McEwen, welcome to the box.
Hello.
I'm sure no one will mind having Kieran in the box because you've commentated with Brscc before anyway.
Yes.
So you do sound a little bit like Andy on the mic.
You're far from the first person to say that, trust me. I had a conversation, I think it was a couple of months ago, with Stuart Lyons, obviously championship coordinator of TCR UK, and he was like, you sound a lot like Andy McEwen. I'm like, yeah, thank you very much. It's, I think it's just that high-pitched, sort of excited, slightly ADHD kind of style. You know?
Are you ADHD?
Yeah, of course we all are, aren't
we? Well, I'm not.
You have to be to work in motorsport.
Seriously though, I mean, have you?
Not officially tested,
right?
But
okay.
Okay.
See, I wouldn't have known that, and I wouldn't feel that I would need to make any allowance for it. And hopefully, that's the kind of guy I am. That you know.
Yeah, absolutely. It just is what it is. I mean, like we're all kind of excited by everything that's in front of us, aren't we? So it's just a kind of ADHD style. So it's just it's one of those jokes that we all quite like to say about it.
And I take my hat off to you because you are just Kieran Mogg, by the way, that's joined us. And it's nice in the 3-hour race to get different people in, but you are an all-rounder in terms of the broadcast experience. Have you done some racing yourself as well, or
not like this? Not properly. Okay. I've only done basic karting stuff. I've done bit of Club 100. I've done some of the Daytona Super Champ stuff. So mainly rental stuff, and I've had a go in senior road tax and a
so
TKM
yes, you are
well.
a bit of a racer, but you also know the broadcast side because you're in the direction. I can't direct. I had to go at directing once and ended up commentating instead of directing. But you do the editing, the vision mixing, and I take my hat off to you because I couldn't do all of those things.
It takes a while to learn.
And you do it very well.
Oh, thank you. It takes a while to learn. It definitely does. I mean, the very first time I did it, I messed up quite a few things. I kept on putting the next race stings in the middle of the race.
Right.
So that was very, very professional.
These things happen.
Exactly.
Worse things have happened with other production companies, to be perfectly honest, if I have to say that one. But have you enjoyed the weekend? It's been a good endurance weekend, hasn't it?
We got to the 396 off the track there. Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic racing. It's been awesome. I mean, for the camera ops out on circuit, it's probably not been the best with the weather, but from our point of view, obviously in the nice, dry, warm conditions, it's been awesome racing. The drivers have done a fantastic job racing through these changeable conditions, and not just the C1s, but in all the different classes we've had this weekend. And it's been fantastic. So, I mean, the Fiesta Championships, both of them this weekend, have just been mind-blowing. I mean, I've been sat there in the production van so excited for that, and for each of those 6 races that we had. It's been awesome. We've got all the 311 going slow there. I don't know if they're just being lapped or if they've got an issue.
To be honest, the C1 Endurance, Fiestas, Audi TTs would make a great package, wouldn't it?
Yes, 100%. Yeah,
not that I'm suggesting the BRS should do that. And to be fair, they wouldn't anyway, because they have this process now. So if I've got an idea, I say it, they write it down.
Yeah.
And then they screw it up and throw it in the bin. That's generally the way it works. And I don't blame them. I'm fully 100% behind it.
Well, I mean, the thing is, obviously, they're the ones that have to put in the hard work. We're the ones that just talk about it.
That's the thing, and it's much more difficult if you're trying to chase those dreams down and organise them and see how logistically they fit in. Let's go back to the race, though, because I often get told off for going off at too many tangents, particularly on C1 racing. And Red Sky Racing doing a super job out front at the moment. Haven't stopped yet. Neither has Craig McInerney. Do you remember Dara, who was in the Fiesta Juniors?
Yes.
His dad's in P2. How about that?
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. And this is what the brilliant thing about club racing is. You get to see family members racing against each other, like we saw in the Fiestas, obviously, and then family members racing in different categories as well. And you do sometimes see that similarity between the father and son, or the brothers, or family members.
Although Craig's kept it on the tarmac, that's the difference.
I wasn't.
Dara's not going to be very happy with me, is he?
Well, you said it, not me.
No, they know we like to have a little bit of a, and actually it's nice if you can have a little bit of a play with people in terms of having a little bit of a gag. There was one drive, I won't say which championship it was, but it was one drive we used to, in pickup truck championship, we used to have a little dig at people left, just fun, a little bit, literally banter, not rude or anything else. And one guy came up and said, I really don't want you to say that anymore. and I respected the fact that he came and said it, because it must have made him feel awkward. Did I want to make him feel awkward? No, so I'm glad he came and told me. But hopefully most people do, like a bit of a joke. But if ever you don't, come and tell me. If you'd rather I didn't, then that's the case. But yeah, Craig McInerney doing a good job in P2 at the moment. But 18 seconds adrift of the Shepherd family, who really do have a great history with this championship. Very much enjoy their racing. And if you're enjoying this, it's a shame, we're only getting to mid-September now, and this is the last one of the year, and we've got to wait 6 months. That's a hell of a long off-season, isn't it? You guys go off and film in the sun, don't you? But
it might be the sun, but it's sure as hell not the warm for a lot of it, trust me. It is called the Winter Series after all. But yeah, it can be a long off-season for some of them. And, you get some championships that are finishing in August. Like, it's the final round. You're like, what? We're halfway through the year. Like, I still see August as halfway through the year, even though I know it's not. But it's like
it should be, because it's school holidays, and that's when.
Exactly.
I agree with that. We're done.
Yes, we get to August, like, it's everyone's half-season break, but then you get some championships like, it's our last race. You're like, okay, we're crowning a champion in August. That just doesn't make any sense.
And we'll see you at the dinner dance in February.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, yeah. But it is a shame, obviously, and the racing is fantastic. We've seen the start of this race, for example. I was sat in production trying to switch between the cameras and trying to cover everything that was happening, and the camera ops are just getting everything left, right and centre. There's cars going off here, there's overtakes going off over there, and it's just like, I don't know which camera to go with. But it's fantastic because it's 36, 38 car grid or something like that.
Yeah. 38.
And it's such a strong format for the BRSCC. Which is A, fantastic for drivers, B, fantastic for BRSCC, and C, fantastic for anyone else that kind of wants to A, watch it, or B, try and perhaps get involved, because there is so much information, so many people out there that can help you get in with that. Say each team has, say, between 2 and 4 drivers, then each team may have people behind the scenes to help with different things here and there as well. So you're talking potentially hundreds of people that can give you a hand in the paddock, and the paddocks are so friendly, and they're always willing to offer help. They're always willing to offer parts up if you've broken something and you don't have a spare. And it's just a fantastic sort of friendly atmosphere in the paddock, and that's one of the best things about a series like this. And like you were saying as well, it's a fantastic starting base because you learn these fundamental skills, especially if you haven't had the opportunity to go karting since you were like 6 years old. It teaches those skills before you then jump into one of those faster cars. So it's a fantastic championship.
It is very much indeed. And I tell you, the trend I've noted this year tends to be, I'm not calling this budget racing because no racing is budget, but things like C1s, City Car Cup, the grids have done really well, and it's not just the general marketing trend, it's because of the work that BRSCC and the works that SILVERLAKE have done. With Robin Welch, people like that have worked really hard to keep the numbers up to a very high level that they've been at. Some of the more expensive racing, it's funny, some of the very top end racing has done well as well, but that sort of kind of midfield stuff hasn't done so well. But the budget side of racing has done numbers wise. This is great because you can share a car at each event, which is absolutely brilliant. I was just having a quick look to see who the top stopper is. Ryan Bensley. I thought David Drinkwater was taking over in the car, but unless the little tag didn't work, electronic tag, it is Ryan Bensley in third place, and he's the top driver to have had one stop so far. So the third place guy, also with the fastest lap of the race. So we may well see the WRC 586 car trying to bag a second win on the bounce. They won the Silverstone 3 hours, both versions of that, so had a very successful weekend. So looking to make it 3 on the bounce. Before that, it was Alpha Trojan, who won all 3, Chris Freeman, Jonathan Monday. So pretty much it's been WRC or Alpha Trojan all season so far. And I think that's kind of one of the reasons why we've got this new AM class coming in, to try and encourage some of the others to be racing. Did it need it? Probably not, because we've got strong numbers, but it's a nice acknowledgement of the teams that maybe aren't that specialised and aren't going to get the opportunity to race up at the sharp end.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were saying earlier about the BRDC drivers that are jumping into this, and that's proving that. Look at the rain that's coming down now. It's so heavy. We can see out the Commons box window just how heavy it is, but yeah, it's difficult to really see on the cameras just how much it's coming down, but it really is out there. There's
Who's directing mixing, by the way?
We've got Dan Hyde now, who's been
okay.
our fantastic runner that's been out this weekend. He's jumped in to help Johnny as well on roaming.
Sorry, I cut across you there.
No, it's fine. So
BRDC.
Yes, so obviously the BRDC drivers jumping into this as well, and so when you got the likes of BRDC drivers against, and there's no offence meant by this, but people that are coming into the motorsport for their very first time, there's a massive disparity in skills and understanding and just knowledge of racing.
Not all BRDC drivers are skilled necessarily.
I was being nice.
No, they are generally, because you handpicked, aren't you?
Yeah,
basically,
yeah, absolutely, But yeah, it just means that there's a massive disparity, and so I do think that the Pro-Am format is. It's not necessarily needed, but I think it's a good thing because it just allows the drivers to kind of go, right, okay, let's just focus on our class rather than there's 38 cars out there. We don't need to focus on every single one of them. We need to focus on our class now, and I think in that aspect it's good because you've got the people that are really quick and kind of go, right, well, I don't care about the classes, I want to go for that number one spot. And then you've got the people that are starting to sort of get their traction a bit, and they can go, right, tell you what, well, let's just try and get top 10 in our class. And when you were doing the pit walk earlier, there was a number of drivers who were talking about that, saying, yeah, I like this new format because now we can just focus on the AM side and it works for us.
And the format works, doesn't it, for everyone? Because if you were to say get a Ted Bradbury, I know this isn't Mazda's or Fun Cup, but if you got a Ted Bradbury come in and started to, Ted Bradbury might not get an outright win, might not get a podium, but someone might spot him and stick him in with the pro team, and then all of a sudden he's got that pro rating, and that's brought them on.
Yeah, no, exactly, absolutely. And plus as well, not that it would make any difference with the classes per se, but obviously with the fact of how big the skill disparity is between some of the drivers, it means that they can then race against drivers who have that much more experience. They can learn off them, and like you say, if they then get put into a team with some of those drivers, they can learn even more, and so it's fantastic proving ground, not just for people coming into motorsport as young people, but also for people coming into motorsport. I mean, wasn't there a driver in there that was like 72 or something?
Yes, it was. Yeah. That was an amazing story.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic that people can jump in at any age group.
Thank you for listening to the
I was listening. I watched the entire thing.
Yeah, you poor thing. Yeah, it's good. I guess let me see, Colin Bysouth in the I forgot Colin was in the Blessed car. And I haven't seen him. He's a driver who was obviously one of the front-running Mazda Super Cup runners. Super Cup seems to be disappearing a little bit, which is a shame. A lot of the drivers going off and racing elsewhere.
It's a 396 stuck in the gravel. I was trying to work out where is that down at the old hairpin? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So that's
WRC developments with CB Auto Services. That was one that David Drinkwater was originally down to drive. It's Jan Whittaker and Ed McDermott sharing that one and looking for a safe moment. That's actually a great shot because what you see there is a driver waiting for the right moment to come back in, and I always make a point about that because so many drivers, particularly in junior formulae, seem to forget about it. I've just got to get back on track, but that was absolutely brilliant, waiting for the right moment, coming back on. Yes, you're off track. Yes, we know you want to get back in the race, but you've gone off for whatever reason. Take your time, come back at a safe point.
Yes.
Really good.
Exactly. You see professionals that do it a lot worse than that. So.
Oh yeah.
I mean, one that springs to mind, Lance Stroll, Italy a couple of years ago. But anyway, back to it. Side by side up through Coppice here, down onto the back straight. Yes, so it's I do love the racing. So I'm like, oh, somebody else is off. Tell you what, down the Craners, you don't realise just how much. It's not even standing water; it's moving water. There's rivers and streams that are coming down. Look at this, where you can't even see the background. The amount of cars, and the amount of spray that they're kicking up as well. It's truly an awesome sight. I don't know about you yesterday, but when we had the Fiestas at sunset in the rain, and all you could see was the lights coming down the Craners.
Yeah, I mean, if they were different shapes, you'd have to rely on silhouette. You couldn't even rely on that, could you?
Exactly.
No, that was a great shot.
I do love these conditions from a spectator point of view. I do feel sorry for the ops and even the drivers to an extent. You know, they've got to. These conditions aren't easy to race in. They're not easy to keep your wits about you, keep your braking points, and don't forget, every single lap, the braking points, your reference points are all changing, and I think that's something that the casual viewer probably wouldn't even consider. You know, every single time you get to a corner, you're going to have to approach it slightly differently. You're going to have to work out, where's the grip, where do I turn in, where do I brake, you know, where do I start accelerating. So it's a constant mental game with yourself, and especially in an endurance race, you've got to do it for hours upon hours. So yeah, massive props to all these drivers. It's not easy. There might be little cars, and there might be, you know, more of an entry-level series for a lot of people, but trust me, it's no easier than some other series that you'll see this weekend.
Bacon racing car, amazingly, Sandro Proietti in 10th position. I was going to check whether they've had a stop. They haven't had a stop yet. They had a couple of stops on track in the gravel, but has managed to get into 10th place. So generally a podium type car, the Proietti car. Also having a look down, the one that rolled over in qualifying was on the timing screen as well. So that amazing that car got out. And I need to look and see where he is. But again, we have to kind of scroll down a little bit. I can't remember who's in it. Is it Alec Livesey, I think, has gone out for the first stint. Probably he damaged the car, so he should get the... Yeah, he's actually in 17th place, Alec Livesey. And he's had a stop.
Right,
in that car that rolled over. That's not bad going, is it? So good repairs. I hope he's got some glass in the car now. Keeping the water out.
I mean, he did say it wasn't a big roll. He just kind of...
A flop.
Yeah, a little bit of a flop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hadn't rolled a car in 25 years of racing or something like that?
You have now.
Yeah, exactly.
What was really nice was we were kind of in the right place at the right time, and I would have tried to go and find out who it was that caused it. But luckily we managed to have a chat with him and reassure everyone that he was okay and catch up. There's the Bacon racing car just making up another. Is that making up a place? Oh no, it isn't for place, that one. But Sandro Proietti in the liquid moly car. Just look at the spray that's coming out. I mean, bear in mind, you normally see plumes of spray off single-seaters, but this is off a small saloon. It's not making life easy for anyone, is it?
No, not at all. And don't forget how thin these tyres are as well. So there's not even as much surface area to kick the water off from. Oh,
and that can happen.
Yeah, exactly. I think he got the back left onto the grass there, and it just spun him right round, lost grip, and yeah, not great. Great catch there from the camera operators out on track, and yeah, it just manages to get it back up. He didn't end up in the gravel like many of his competitors, which is good. So yeah, just coming up towards McLean's now. There's a big gaggle of cars actually, and it's difficult to see who's actually for position, who's been lapped, who's lapping. You probably know more about this than I do, because yeah.
Yeah, I need to go and do some notes as to who's where and what, but I probably won't until we get to the end of the hour, because we've still got a good handful of cars that haven't had their first stop, including our race leader, Red Sky Racing, who have built up a 25-second lead. So if they're not... thank you, Kieran, for joining me. Lovely, appreciate that. Lovely to get a chance to have a chat with you on air. But yeah, need to work out who's where. But yeah, 20-odd second lead. So even after the stop, the net result for Red Sky Racing, current race leaders, is that they are going to be up at the sharp end.
There you go.
What were we talking about earlier on? Oh my goodness me, what did I say about Craig McInerney?
Oh dear. Sorry, commentator's curse from your corner. I'm going to
stand in the corner now.
Well, the other McInerney on his side, then down in the gravel trap, and we can see the safety car leaving the pit lane outside of our commentary box. First safety car of the race comes then with about 2 hours and 15 minutes left to go, and that will press all the field back up together again. But wow, actually jump on comms about 20 more seconds and someone's on their side. So there we go.
We'll definitely blame you, John, for that
okay,
one.
That's fine. Yeah, no problem. That's fine. I'll take some blame on that. That's no problem at all. Driver
out
walks away. Yeah, absolutely fine there. Just a small roll, if you can ever call the roll a small roll, but just there on his side, straight up and out, and good to see.
So that was the second place car. Now this, of course, you know, everyone was saying, oh yeah, we now don't want all these quick stops, but those that have taken earlier stops have probably benefited from that now, because the stop is done. And if we look at David Shepherd, safety car will pick them up, and that 20-second lead that they had is now going to be negated by safety car. If they come in, they're taking longer, so they'll drop further back.
Yes, no, that makes sense. My only thought to that was, if you could pit before you catch the safety car train, could you not make up a bit of time while the rest of them are in the train?
Yeah, very possibly. We'll see what happens. I'm
So
not
it just depends on the
quite
strategy,
sure
doesn't
whether
it?
we need a Rob here to explain whether you can come in under the safety car or not.
Well, I guess we'll see. If no one comes in, then we'll know our answer, won't we?
Yeah.
We'll wait and see what happens. But yeah, thank you to Kieran for jumping on comms there, keeping my headset nice and warm and doing a fantastic job. I mean, he was supposed to have a break from producing, but he's ended up jumping on the commentary instead, so not much
That's
of a
my
break
fault
for you, Kieran. I said if you'd like to, you can jump on.
I'm glad
were
you
happy
did.
to.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. It was good.
Yeah, you gave us some good insight. I was listening to your chat about the producing, and yeah, every time I poke my head in that van, there's just so many things going on that screen. I've got no idea.
I couldn't do it.
No idea. We're better just shouting about stuff. We'll just keep talking rubbish down the microphone for you all at home. Right then, safety car conditions. It does still say green flag in the top left-hand corner of the screen. That's not correct. We are under safety car. As you can see, that driver still, or the car anyway, still on the side. Driver is up and out, but they will have to be dragged back to pit lane. Hopefully they will be able to rejoin the race if there's not too much damage on the car. But yeah, less than ideal end to that first in anyway for the 587, and the McInerney's not having an ideal day here in the slipperiness at Donington Park.
The other thing now is, of course, you know, we were saying that, yeah, well, Craig's kept it on the track and blah, blah, blah. And, of course, Dara was actually put in, wasn't he? So what we don't know is whether Craig wasn't as well. Well, I don't know if we'll find out. I'm sure they'll get in touch with me. Although I'm not on social media at the moment, I can be messaged from social media if they want to. So feel free to ping me a note if you're listening.
But not on TikTok, though, as we found out earlier.
Not on. I have got a TikTok account, but I can't really get my head ready. Do you do it?
I think all young people do. I think all people do.
So what are you saying?
Oh, sorry. I mean, you're a young person at heart. I know, Richard.
But I just don't have the time to do videos all the time, and I see. Scott Woodward, I know Scott's listening to this because he pinged me earlier on, but every time I look at Instagram, Scott Woodward has got 8 posts on there. Paul O'Neill does the same thing, and I know it's what people do now, but do I get any more work if I was to do it? Probably not.
You already get. It's because everyone loves you already, so you don't need to. You don't need to try and get more work.
Well, I do. I have some spare weekends if people want to book. You know, it's more than happy to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I probably should do, but maybe I should get someone to do it for me. A lot of the drivers do that.
Hey, there you go. Well, my girlfriend Lucy, who you've been introduced to, is starting to do a bit of stuff on the side of freelance stuff, so maybe you should have a chat.
Right, okay.
Maybe you should have a chat.
There we go.
Right, then, continuing on in this safety car period. Looks as though the car is back on all 4 wheels, which is a positive, just waiting for it to be dragged out of the kitty litter, and then we'll be back to green flag racing conditions. Of course, that timing tower on your left, I think, has just frozen ever so slightly, because gaps aren't changing or whatnot. They've definitely been round a couple of times since that all stayed the same, and obviously the 587 is the one in the gravel. They're definitely not still there in second place. It's the 586 up into second, still with the fastest lap of a 1:43, but drivers going a little bit slower now as the rain falls, and obviously a lot slower now that they're all behind the safety car. So let's run through the top 10 at the moment. Of course, we're waiting potentially for a few more pit stops, with Red Sky Racing in the lead, with WRC Developments with CB Auto Services in second place. Choda Motorsport in third, then Hashtag Blessed in fourth. JW Bird Motorsport round out the top 5, followed by Bravo Racing, Silverlake Racing Team, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, Cat DT, then MDA. That rounds out your top 10 here in the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. But like we say, still waiting on a couple of pit stops that will sort themselves out by the end of this first hour of racing, and then we can give you a proper update as to where everyone has sorted themselves out and where they all trickle down to. And I think trickle being the operative word. Well, not really a trickle. It's a heck of a lot more than a trickle here at Donington Park. We were expecting some rain today, but the heavens have well and truly opened here in the East Midlands. Doesn't halt the racing, though. Fantastic to see that the C1s continue to crack on around the circuit, and drivers really having to be confident in the cars underneath them in these sort of conditions, because like we saw there with the second place car, one little issue, we didn't see whether it was a mistake or contact, but one little issue can end your entire race.
Thank you very much. Always helps if you switch it on, doesn't it? Safety car trying to pick up our race leader at the moment. So David Shepherd has in fact been picked up now. We can see the distinctive green and black livery.
I'm impressed that they could actually see him in all the spray of that. That was impressive from the safety car driver.
Yeah, lots of radios and binoculars and all the things like that working together. Brscc managing to spot that. So good for some people. Safety cars, bad for others, no doubt, as we go on. The question is, where is Ryan Bensley in relation to that timing clock? Tells us that Ryan is 3 seconds behind the WRC Developments car in P2. Trojan Motorsport with Alistair Monday in third position, 341. Blessed, or Blessed,
Hashtag blessed.
Or blessed. Do we know? I should ask Colin about that, shouldn't I? Should do Brian's of Britain. You don't know that's a Jake Sanson game. Do you know Jake?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I've worked with Jake a couple of times.
He knows Brian's of Britain word game to play. Anyway, go back to that. I'll have to Brian Blessed. Brian's of Britain. No, don't know. Lost.
I've heard of the name.
Yeah. JW Bird next up. Phil House, and then Bravo Racing car 510, which is Oliver Owen. Bravo Racing. I think one of the AMs. Looking forward to getting the AM listing on the entry list next time. I'm guessing it was a fairly late change into the regulations for us in this one. So Bravo Racing next up. SILVERLAKE next up with George Davies in 7th place. Sandro Proietti is into 8th and has had a stop now. So it looks like Sandro handed over to himself. So that was just a stop to get out of the way. CADT in 9th place. And then in 10th, MDA, Charlie Dock. That was the team with where the dad is 72.
Wow. Incredible. Impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive. Well, I've just been reliably informed that no, you cannot pit under a safety car here in the C1. So that's why we've seen no one diving into pit lane under safety car conditions. You've all just got to join the back of the train and wait to go green flag once again, which hopefully will be in only a few moments' time. We have seen that the car has been dragged from the gravel trap. Now,
does that mean you get penalised because surely there's got to be a little bit of grace allowed if the safety car came out you weren't to know that was going to happen?
I think as soon as you've gone past the safety car board, you don't really have a leg to stand on. As long as you've gone past the safety car board, you can't.
So
come
they could get penalised for not having a run in before the safety car. But then if there was a safety car for most of the first hour and most of the people hadn't been in,
there's got to be some leeway, hasn't there? There's got to be some leeway.
Grace, yeah, okay.
There's got to be. But we'll see whether that plays out. Shouldn't matter too much. Still got just over 10 minutes left to go into the end of the first hour, and I think we will be going back to green flag in the next couple of laps or so. So we should just be able to squeeze in those final pit stops in the first hour.
Fingers crossed that we do. Means that Ryan Bensley will be the leader after the stops. Yeah, that gap, we'll be talking about 20-second lead, albeit the WRC car would have inherited the lead anyway after David Shepherd pitted, because it would lose more than 20 seconds, but more time will be lost because the gap is only 3 seconds now between our race leading car. There is the 421 car, which, as we said, not only the GP 24-hour race winner with Chris Freeman and company John Munday taking it. The Bacon Racing car was second in that one, by the way, the 24 hours. It was a good event, the 24 hours this year. It wasn't the best one that I've worked on, but it was good fun. I think there's a case for a little bit of momentum building up now that it's back, because we had a year off. Wasn't going to move somewhere else. I think we were going to have it at Anglesey, weren't they, the year before, and it didn't happen. I think we might have a little bit of a weather forecast coming up. Here we go. Do you want to do your best? What's the Carol Kirkland, isn't it? Carol Kirkwood, Kirkland, BBC weather.
I'm nowhere near attractive enough to be a weather forecaster. But luckily, we're still behind the microphones. Don't worry, you won't have to see me pop up on the screen. But I don't know what any of that means, but I'm going to assume it means a lot of rain.
Well, someone's been out with the Legos, isn't it? You know, so.
Yeah, basically, it's raining. There's your update.
I like that. That was nice to put that in. Well done, Alpha.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you very much, guys. All I need is a little index next time to actually tell me what the colours mean. But apart from that, fantastic. Thank you very much for the effort there in the nice, warm and toasty van as we continue to press on. But it doesn't look like the rain is going to let up anytime soon. And as you can see there through the shot, just look at the amount of rainfall coming down there. You can see it hammering off the circuit. The phrase I always use, it's raining upwards here. It literally is, or even raining cats and dogs here at Donington Park. And drivers cutting it through well, to be fair. We've seen, obviously, a lot of off-track moments, but all drivers managing to keep out of each other's way, get back onto the black stuff. Well, I say black stuff, it's more sort of bluey with the amount of water on it at the moment, but all managing to carry on. And it's been a really good race so far as we close in towards 1/3 of the race complete.
So if you're wondering what effect a rollover or whatever, or stuck in the gravel causes, then spare them. We were looking at the 421 car, the Alpha Trojan car with Chris Freeman at the controls at the moment. 421 car, which has done a stop as well. Whether that counts as a recovery stop, whether that can count as a driver change or mandatory stop or not, I don't know. But 33rd place for Chris Freeman, who was up at the sharp end and, as we said, won the first 3 races of the series. And Craig McInerney down in 35th at the moment, having car having been on its side, will get checked over and very possibly have another out. Craig McInerney. Let's have a quick look down and see. Yeah, so 35th place 587 car. Craig due to hand over to James Woolley in the DCM Racing machine. So, and of course you know what will come next time. As soon as Dara is of age to race, he'll be out partnering his dad, and it'll be Lad and Dad racing, won't it?
Yeah, that'd be really awesome. It's always great to see a family team. It'd be great to see Dara. I mean, he's got enough experience, hasn't he, now, to jump in these and be right on pace. So I think those two as a pairing would be pretty formidable.
And who knows, they might even make the jump up into Fun Cup at some point.
Hey, I'm sure they'd be welcomed with open arms by the Rose family. The more the merrier in Fun Cup. They've been pressing on to try and have 30 cars.
They'd be good enough to go for the bounty, wouldn't they?
They 100% would. Yeah, that would be a great pairing to try and go for that £10,000 that you do get for getting a race win. A nice bit of extra cash in the budget as well to press on through all sorts of different racing. And of course, with the Fun Cup as well, you don't have to purchase a car. You can just do an arrive and drive as well. You can just turn up, hop in and have a go and see if you can grab that bounty. So you definitely want to watch out for that family, definitely. But like I say, Fun Cup always trying to get up to above 30 cars on a regular basis. And I'm sure anyone is welcome who wants to jump in and have a go. But well over 30 involved in this race, and it's great to see so many cars out on track. And even more exciting now that we're seeing them all start to get bunched up behind the safety car, with pretty much the entire field now all in the train, waiting to go back to green flag conditions.
Yeah, interesting to see how this pans out. I might go and find Robin Welsh at some point and explain whether the regulations do allow for you to have a few minutes grace after the safety car. It might not have been something that had been thought about, and that's why you have regulations being built in. I think either way, David Shepherd would want to come in by now anyway. He's the example of the top one. We've got the Bravo Racing car hasn't had a stop. Crispy Moth hasn't as well.
Good to know the weather hasn't grounded the planes.
I'm so pleased for them. I'm delighted for them.
Hasn't grounded some of our cars either, as you saw one on its side. But yeah, plane still taking off, heading over the circuit. And again, can cause even more slipperiness here at Donington Park. Continuing on then, under safety car.
Lights are out.
Not for long. Lights are out indeed. We get ready to go racing once again here in the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, and it will be the 527. Coming around the final corner, Red Sky Racing will take us back to green light. And off we go then for just over 2 hours of racing. Luckily, I don't think you'll have to find out about that. We've still got 5 minutes left to go before the end of that first window. So I assume we'll probably see some drivers diving straight back in. But even just while we've been under safety car there, look how much the conditions have worsened down the front straight. It's almost a struggle now for us on the cameras to see the cars, let alone in real life as we head down to the first corner, back to green flag racing conditions.
Yeah, lights disappearing as we get later into the year as well. Obviously the clocks will go back in a month or so. I think it's festival weekend actually that they do, so we've got a probably about a month and a week or so before that happens. But you start to get the effects of it, and it hits the cameras much earlier before than it hits the human eye generally, as you saw from that, particularly with the bad weather conditions that we've got here. So I'm guessing the pit lane open signal was on the time that they went past when the safety car was in. And now they can come in if they need to with 2:04 on the clock. So David Shepherd looking to try and eke something of an advantage back out over Ryan Bensley. Ryan, will he make a quick stop as well? He's had an hour in the car plus one stop. I remember sharing with David Drinkwater, who won the last 2 races, as we mentioned. Need to check on 598 as well. Where is Daniel Kelton? Needed to check where, because he was in a different numbered car. So lots of checking up to do when we get into. I think we'll do it in the second hour is probably the best thing to do.
Well, the 558's right there in the middle of the scrap. That is the Silverlake Racing team there getting involved as they nearly go 3 wide. They do go 3 wide on the exit of Coppice there. Here we come back to the leader, the 527, Red Sky Racing, trying to build up a nice gap. They've done a really good job on this first restarting lap post-safety car. And let's see what kind of gap they've opened up then. on this first lap around? Well, we won't be able to tell because they come straight into the pits then of Red Sky Racing to get that pit stop completed in the first hour. So we'll press onto a new lap of this race, and it will be the WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car that retakes the lead. The 421 there, just moving over ever so slightly, not on the leading lap, and through will follow the 341, the Trojan Motorsport team pressing on into second place. I did spot, before we went to safety car condition, when we did have drivers coming in and out the pits earlier on, I spotted what you were mentioning earlier about the wristbands of drivers having to tap them on. I saw a couple of drivers not quite getting close enough and then having to lean their best out the window to tap it on and wasting a few seconds there just trying to get it done. An interesting question, you might not know the answer to it, is if you're a driver who comes in for a pit stop but doesn't change over, stays in the car, I assume you still, for fairness, have to tap your wrist on the end to confirm that you're still in the car for the new stint, would be my assumption.
I'm guessing it's part and parcel of a stop, isn't it?
Yeah.
That, I'm guessing that's the case. It registers the stop. Have to get clarification on that from Robin Welch. If it stops raining, we'll go out and ask the question maybe. But there is that erstwhile leader, Red Sky Racing, going out. They'll still be in the mix. A little bit unfortunate that the field closed in on them with the safety car, so lost a little bit of time. 510 car going back out next. The other thing I was going to say about with Daniel Kell, who's got his own car, mentioned the Kell Amity Motorsport 598, was second at the Stetson 3 hours. Of course, he's racing in the car, the CEX car. And I should have remembered that from the interviews this morning, but just having looked it up, he's racing with Oliver Barnard in that. So
I love that you said earlier we'll go and talk to him if the rain eases. I think that's pretty wishful thinking from you, this one, Richard.
Yeah, I think it is. Normally go outside for a bit of air, but it's probably a little bit senseless going out. We're getting the coverage from Johnny, who's doing a sterling job.
He is, yeah. He's braving the elements for us, so thank you, Johnny. It's great to see the specifics of a pit stop here, specifically for the 378 that we're watching at the moment, but a couple of issues, it seems, on this pit stop. There's something to fix as they hop back. You saw the helper there put his hand to his chest, was a bit worried that he'd messed something up, but I think all was sorted there in pit lane. And driver getting ready to be pushed back out. So great shots from Johnny to give us a really close insight into how these pit stops work here in the Silverlake C1 series. Another car in the gravel, the 426 into the gravel there, and well and truly beached.
Sean Birch, Robert Fern, James Matthews. The Matt Hillam car we were looking at in pit lane, currently running down in 27th place. One stop registered. I'm not sure if that's the one that they're in at the moment. We haven't seen the driver change name. The 426 car, which is round up in the gravel, is where, let's have a look, not in the top 10 by the look of it. 427 is 18th place for James Matthews.
Oh, big slide and contact. This is the battle for 5th place. Sorry to cut across you, Richard. 434
well worth it.
And 558 there, battling over 5th. A great re-overtake round the outside from the Bacon Racing team. Brilliant re-overtake. Silverlake tried to hold it up the inside, got a big tank slapper on, went straight in the side of them. Well held from both of the drivers there. And now the 466 getting involved. Safety car is out yet again for that driver stuck in the gravel. So once again, a race is neutralised here at Donington Park.
That was a key move, wasn't it? You know, the first safety car worked well for Bacon Racing. Sandro Proietti still hasn't changed over. Got their stop in, I think, late doors on that one, but stop they did after a couple of shenanigans. Certainly taking no prisoners out on track, Sandro Proietti.
No, not at all. He got overtaken there that we saw on the cameras, immediately fought it back. But yeah, to be on the outside in these conditions is always a bold one. And nearly fell foul of it, getting caught in the side there by the driver on the inside, the Silverlake Racing squad. Both held the slide, both pressed on. Well done to both of those drivers. But there is the 426 then. They were sort of in the bottom end of the top 10, I think, when I last checked. But yeah, now dropping down the order. The DFTS team stuck there in the gravel down at Redgate.
Alpha Trojan, does that count as their second? They've had 2 stops, but is that their second mandatory stop? Because we are into the second hour of race. We look at not Red River Racing, but I've been to Brands Hatch many times in my days as a season ticket holder, and you know, fair play to the fans that are here as well. We're adjacent actually in the suite next to the Donington Park Racing Supporters Club, who do some great work for various causes, and obviously the fact that they've got a little suite means that they can come into the dry, something we never had when I was a season ticket holder at Brands Hatch. But as we look around the track and we look down to Redgate, down towards Hollywood, there are people in cars, there are people outside that will come to their meetings and enjoy the racing in whatever weather is thrown at them. And I think if you're a motorsport fan, you don't really care about all the bad weather.
No, exactly. Especially in Britain, you kind of have to get used to that, don't you? It's often raining, no matter the season. At the start of the race, there were quite a few people in the grandstand. I think they've vacated to other viewing spots that aren't quite so exposed to the weather conditions. But I can still see a tent set up out there, so that person's still braving the conditions and enjoying the racing in front of them. Whether they can see it with the spray being kicked up, I'm not so sure.
I don't
still enjoying it.
I don't ever recall coming back from a meeting, as I say, when I was a brand season ticket holder, in the wet when you've been out, and we used to go because you paid for it and you'd enjoy the racing anyway. And I don't ever recall moaning about the weather. I've always kind of rejoiced in the fact that we had snow, or we had standing up at Druids Bend and the rain was flowing down as we saw our camera op picking up on. We always enjoyed it. Always good.
Yeah, it's always good fun, isn't it, to watch? I mean, up at Druids, you've got quite a bit of tree cover, so that helps a little bit at least.
They used to be. Chopped them all down now.
That's true.
That's why it's raining so much. Global warming. That's right.
Yeah,
there's a lot of standing water.
There's so much
across here. Yeah,
honestly. So it's like Kieran was saying a moment ago. It's not even standing water; it is moving water, isn't it? Rivers forming, going across the circuit. And again, it's just like when you're on the motorway in a heavy storm. Suddenly, you hit a patch of water, and your wheels just aquaplane. They go straight into a spin, and it's difficult to catch. Drivers doing really well to keep it on the black stuff here as the 426 gets dragged out of the gravel trap. And now I think will be dragged off of the circuits. There you go. Releases the slack in the cable. Are they going to release the cable entirely? Yes, they are. So they'll let him rejoin the race then from the exit of T1.
There you go.
Anyone fancy a bath?
Not in that. What your habits are your own concern.
Oh my goodness. Again, you've just got to say a massive shout out and thank you, not only to the cameramen out there, but also the marshals as well, braving these conditions. These are some of the worst that I've seen in quite some time, and it is unrelenting, this rainfall here at Donington Park. Conditions continue to get worse, and honestly, I'm surprised we've not seen any bigger offs, particularly down the Craner curves, because that is a sketchy couple of corners at the best of times, let alone when there's rivers flowing down them that you can suddenly hit, and the cart's so easily lost. But luckily, at least in these cars with slightly lower power and, of course, front-wheel drive, you get into a slide, you just sort of boot the throttle, don't you? Turn into it, boot the throttle, and hope that it comes back on you, and it usually does. There's a 305 into the pits. Of course, we're under safety car, so you're not officially allowed a pit stop at the moment. So the 305 coming in sort of out of whack, I guess you say, for Team MBS Racing. Not going to be counted as one of their official stops, but clearly an issue for that team.
So maybe get an additional penalty, maybe just enjoying the track time now, if you can enjoy the wet. I was having a quick look to see what happened to our erstwhile leader, and that, of course, was Red Sky Racing, who are now 1 minute 11 behind on the safety car. So dropped from 1st to 13th. Had they pitted with the others, would they have maintained that? Would they have been a little bit higher up? I don't know. They were certainly at the sharp end right from the word go with qualifying. They're down in 13th, so we need to keep our eye on the progress from them. Abbott Racing Motorsport, Lionel and Charles Abbott in 12th position at the moment. And Brimston Racing, remember the car that tipped over in qualifying with Alec Livesley, is up in 11th place.
Wow. Indeed. No, lots of things to continue watching as the safety car does come in. I was going to mention there just about the Red Sky Racing team. They've actually got quite lucky here, of course, losing that time, having to come in straight after the safety car, but then immediately there's been another one that's closed them back up to the pack. So it's been quite beneficial for Red Sky. As we do, go back to green flag conditions again. Look at the puddle on the inside of the final corner there. Straight through it goes your race leaders, the 586 of WRT Developments with CB Auto Services. But once again, we are back to green flag racing here at Donington Park, and we press on for another 1 hour and 55 minutes. Lights shining down the front straight, being flashed by a number of the drivers as they all try and make up some easy spots here on this race restart post safety car. Drivers going right, drivers going left, drivers going down the centre, all still to play for here as we kick off racing action once more.
Jonathan Shepherd, no slouch, starting over in the Red Sky Racing car, but it's Ryan Bensley. I'm wondering what the strategy will be for the race leader, whether they will, it's a two driver team, David Drinkwater, remember, sharing, whether they will have a stop in each hour, and in the middle hour just make it sort of 90 minutes each for the three. I don't know, they're both equal drivers, equally good drivers. Maybe Bensley slightly quicker of the two, perhaps, but David Drinkwater certainly no slouch. It's going to be interesting to see what their strategy is going to be. Similarly with Trojan Motorsport 341 in P2, and the gap now only 4 seconds. Obviously you had some cars, as we did in Fun Cup yesterday, some cars that are a lap down or maybe 2 laps down in between those runners, but it gives Austin Monday a chance to try and catch up with Ryan Bensley. The Blessed car, Colin Bysouth now at the controls, up into 3rd. Again, a proper pro. Actually, I was thinking Colin Bysouth's a pro with his Mazda podiums, but of course he hasn't had a podium in C1 Endurance with Silverlake, so he's the top am at the moment, Colin Bysouth. That's so need to keep our eye on those. And that was the point that Robin was making. You could get Mazda men coming in and be amateurs as we get a pass on here.
Indeed, yeah, I was going to say that the hashtag Blessed car has already been overtaken by the Bacon Racing. Bacon getting another place here, up into 2nd place through the final couple of corners. 341 will dive to pit lane then, so that is your Trojan Motorsport car from what was 2nd, now 3rd place, comes straight into pit lane. Another couple of drivers following him in as well, as there we see them picture in picture there, courtesy of Johnny, flying down the pit lane for another pit stop. But there we go then. 586 WRC Developments with CB Auto Services still in the lead of this race. It's now Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, who has jumped up into 2nd, and hashtag Blessed have followed them, and they're following them pretty closely here as we head down into the Craner curves. Absolutely nose to tail. How can the hashtag Blessed driver see anything? And answer is he can't. Goes a little bit wide there just to try and get a bit of a view going down into the braking zone. This has a lovely look at the logo for the C1 Racing Club as we head down to the bottom of the Craner curves. 341 already done with their stop. That was a speedy one, and still there in 2nd place then, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, hashtag Blessed following in behind, and drivers not too far off behind them as well.
Bacon in the first few minutes of the race had 2 offs, dropped them way down, and Sandro Prietti has been absolutely superb, hasn't he, to get up back into P2, and he's going to take the battle to the David Drinkwater Ryan Bensley car, but also will get engaged with Colin Bysouth. Colin, I think fair to say, less experienced in the C1 than the Prietti family, so doing a good job in 3rd place at the moment. Philip House will be well used to these cars. He's in 4th from Alistair Monday. George Davies next up. So we've got some real stars in here. Charlie Dark having a terrific run as well in 8th place. So really good run from MDA. They are currently 2nd in the amateur class. Isn't it great to be able to have to pick out our amateurs in this now, and something extra to look forward to next year. I'm sure it will continue. Seems to be a very good move for the championship to be able to do that, and also great that the not championship series, but great that the series and regulations has the flexibility to be able to change. Is that our CEX car coming through?
I was just going to note that leaders have just come into the pits as well.
Okay, so the 586 car, Ryan Benson coming in for his 2nd stop, and we note from the screen that pit stop 2 does actually flash up as soon as the car is in, so I needed to make a note of that for future reference. So 2nd of 3 mandatory stops done, and early doors in the 2nd hour. But the question is, will Ryan Bensley now hand over to David Drinkwater for the best part of the 2nd hour, maybe take him through into the 3rd hour? I reckon there will be a driver change now.
Yeah, I think that would make a lot of sense in terms of strategy. Of course, like we were saying earlier, you can't pit under safety cars. You can't make or lose during that safety car period. But you can lose if you've played it wrong earlier on in the stint. But of course, we wait and see how it all plays out as we head through into the 2nd round of pit stops. Then in this 2nd hour, your leaders at the time of them entering the pits, the 586 are in. WRC Developments with CB Auto Services. So hashtag Blessed retake the lead of this one. They just managed to get back past the Bacon Racing car then at the end of the previous lap. So those two still absolutely nose to tail. Now being followed by JW Bird Motorsport, Silverlake Racing Team, AF Racing, MDA, PrepTech, Brimstone Racing and Red Sky Racing, now your top 10. So despite that stop straight after the safety car, Red Sky already back up into the top 10. Here comes the 356 then back out of the pits after some earlier issues. Great to see them rejoining the race.
It is the car shared today by Kieran and Oliver Griffin. Nick Bowman was originally slated to start the car. Nick, a regular front runner in Silverlake C1 Endurance Series Racing. Not with us today, but good to see that car back on track.
Hashtag Blessed in for their 2nd pit stop of the day, as we did see one car going well off track there out of the final corner. They do manage to get it back on, though, just about. And now, top two, nose to tail. Now that we've had hashtag blessed into the pits, it's now the 4-3-4. The Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly car up into the lead. JW Bird Motorsport following them closely behind. Here is the pit stop for the 3-2-6 of hashtag blessed. They really have been channeling their inner Lewis Hamilton today, haven't they? They've been really, really speedy out there, this team, and hoping for just as much of a speedy pit stop as well.
They are. I'm not sure whether... Now, I can't see from Crash Helmet here which one's Colin Bysouth, whether Colin is changing over or not. Door closed. No fuel required at this point. A one-man push back into pit lane, which is all you need. And back into the race.
Indeed, yep. Heading back out onto the circuit then. Yeah, to be fair, these cars not the heaviest, so one man only really needed there to get the push backwards and heading back into the race. There's the 4-2-1 of Alpha Trojan. We saw them off a little bit ago, but they're very much back onto racing pace and getting back involved with the action, just slightly further down the order than they were earlier on in this one. Still got drivers pitting in for the top 10 MDA team now in as well. They've just changed driver. I think they've just headed back out in front of us. Yes, they have. It's now the turn of Mr. Button behind the wheel for their squad.
Chris Etheridge has gone back out in the hashtag blessed car, so I'm wondering how strategy-wise that works out. So they've already had... So they've, in terms of what they need to do in the first 2 hours, they've done their 2 mandatory stops, but... Have we not seen Chris Etheridge in the car more than Colin Bysouth? I'm sure Chris started, didn't he?
Don't ask me.
I'm asking because my memory has gone a bit vague on that as well. I'm just wondering what the strategy is, whether it'll be a shorter second stint for Chris and then Colin will get a longer stint for the 3rd hour, maybe at the end of the 4th hour. We'll see whether that does work. Still running well. We'll wait for the timing to catch up. Shane in 5th position, now 6th position on the timing screen, so probably more places to go down. Alec Livesley goes up into 6th place, but still just the 1 stop, but really remarkable performance. I'm looking forward to seeing Jeremy Crook go in the car. Are we going to assume that Alec Livesley is quicker than Jeremy Crook because he's the one that binned it in qualifying?
Maybe he was just so fast he was pushing it a bit too hard and went off. So
Richard said if you bin it, you're a quicker driver because you're going quicker, hence you binned it.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it, I guess. If that helps him with it at all.
Helps with PR.
Yeah, exactly that.
Just didn't complete the lap, but he was quicker on the other on the other sectors.
Delta was way up before the crash. Before the crash. Another team putting in for the top 10, then the 469 in for their second stop. The PrepTech team in for their pit stop. And we'll see when it changes over and they head to the end. It was Mr. Barnard in the car when they came in. Who's it going to be when they exit?
We'll wait and see as they go down the pit lane, the checking out. We're not going to see them check out, but we will on the timing screen. It should ping from Oliver Barnard, the PrepTech team chief. I think he said team chief, put your teeth in. Yeah, it's Daniel Kell now who's gone in. So having recovered from his Northern Saloon the sports car race.
I was just about to say, I remember that name.
Yeah,
he's jumped straight in these. Impressive.
Yeah,
oh dear, another driver off into the gravel, the 385 it is this time. He's had a bit of an off-track excursion. Who is that? I can't see that on my live timing at the moment. I don't think I'm scrolling down enough. Maybe you could check for us.
Away down.
18th place it was that's gone off there. Yes, you're right. The Crispy
James
Moth
Wilmoth
team. Yeah, Jens Wilmoth.
Crispy Moth because of Crispin Harris and the Wilmoth family.
That's a good name. I like that.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
I like that.
It's what it's all about, isn't it?
Exactly. It's all a bit of fun. It's just like the Fun Cup, isn't it? Where we had the Ninky Nonk yesterday driving around. It's all lots of fun.
Yeah, reparations going on.
Oh, safety car. Safety car out once again there for that driver stuck in the gravel. I fear this might become slightly recurring throughout this race. So difficult to keep it on the black stuff, and then as soon as you go off into the kitty litter, immediately getting stuck. And again, facilitating another safety car here at Donington Park. So once more, the drivers will be closed back up together. So no real opportunity yet in this race for someone to storm off in the race lead, is it? As soon as someone tries to get a bit of a lead, safety car comes out and they all close back up again.
That's a result for PrepTech, I reckon, because they've just done their second stop, and out of all of the leading group, unless there's somebody in there.
WRC Developments with CB Auto Services as well have 2 under their belt.
Yeah, just cleared the time, just cleared their outlap, haven't they? So that's come up in 6th place. So are we going to see Red Sky Racing? Have they had? No, they've only had 1, haven't they?
Yes. No, we saw them dive in at the end of the first safety car, didn't we? And then I don't think we've seen them back in yet. So I think once the next pit stops are done, it's likely going to be WRC developments with CB Auto Services from #Blessed and PrepTech, likely your top 3 after this next round of pit stops. But we'll have to wait a little bit for those because, again, you can't pit under the safety car, so drivers will head back round in single file, and as soon as we clear the driver from the gravel trap, we will continue on. We said that though, we've got a safety car on the board. All right, well,
there he comes.
Say I hadn't headed out yet. There we go. Clearly just waiting for the race leader to head on round.
So, is that a DS3 safety car?
It is indeed.
Yeah, we've got the DS3 Cup, which was launched this year, and I know Andrew Payne, if he's listening to the stream, will want me to give a plug out to DS3 Cup, which he looks after for the Brscc. He's done a heck of a lot of promotion. Actually, he was extolling the virtues of TikTok, saying that, funny enough, a lot of young drivers will see the little edited TikTok videos of racing, and that's what will generate inquiries.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
That's definitely where I see a lot of my motorsport content. I personally, because obviously I'm interested, I subscribe to a lot of stuff on YouTube and like watching longer form stuff, but I'll see random creators pop up of like onboards during races and things, or stuff from karting, even like memes and things of racing is also big across TikTok and Instagram. So yeah, that's definitely where the younger generation get most of their motorsport media from. So a great place to advertise a championship if you're looking to get a younger crop of drivers in.
I'm thinking about buying a silly hat and doing some stuff, and that might, a lot of people with silly hats seem to get a lot of followers.
Is that right?
Motorsport, yeah.
Is that right? Gotcha.
That's not cynical at all, is it?
Where's that data coming from? Silly hats, that's what we'll win them over.
I won't go there, but if the hat fits. But yeah, there are some content creators who think that, yeah, I'll wear a silly hat and then I'll get lots of followers. And it does tend to work. People go, oh, there's a silly hat, I'm going to follow him. But yeah, actually the youngsters, and yeah, Andrew Payne saying that DS3, this is all coming back to safety car, which is out, so there is a relevance ultimately, which we've diverted from, or I've diverted from. But yeah, a lot of youngsters coming and looking at DS3 Cup from the perspective of social media, making the inquiries. Oh, why have we got the safety car out?
Roll over down the first corner. That is a bigger roll.
Driver trying to get out, which is encouraging.
Yeah, that's good, but did that then happen under the safety car conditions, that rollover? I hope not. We've just been told, it did happen under the safety car.
It might have been a checking up or something like that.
Yes, yeah, there could be definitely factors to play at, but either way, it's going to be pretty frowned upon, isn't it? A driver upside down during a safety car period. Thank goodness it wasn't in the same gravel trap.
Yeah, that is true. Also, it saves the safety car coming in and going out again, so you might as well have 2 for the price of 1. So saving the officials a little bit of time there. Just give them not a penalty, but give them a 5 seconds addition for being helpful.
Thank goodness you're not a steward.
I'll be better than some of them. So they're myopic geriatrics, some of them, aren't they? But and again, I'm not being rude because I'm not specifying who I'm talking about. It's a difficult job. I always relate it to football. When I used to be an official in football with the club, it's an absolutely impossible job. And I will meet the referee and the second and third officials, and lovely people, and they're because they want to do a job, as our officials do. And yeah, we poke fun and have a bit of a giggle, but they are there because they want to, and they are doing the job to the best of their ability. And drivers are going to disagree with it, but you know what? Tough, get on with it, drivers. That's the thing. Have you had a run-in with the Clarks at all?
No, I would never. Which I don't know what you're trying to suggest. Is that that? No, that's not the ambulance. Is it heading down? Okay, good. I'm glad to see that. No, I would never ever have to go into the stewards. I don't know what you're possibly suggesting there, Richard.
No, but they might ask for your input on another incident.
No, I've been in it because of me, Richard, so thank you for bringing that one up. Yeah, I've had a few, but to be fair, equally I've had a few where I've been the one going up trying to plead my case and say you need to have a look at this. Like this,
you've been moaning about the other
bang out of
drivers,
order. Yeah, exactly. But no, Julian for the Fun Cup does a fantastic job, but he errs on the side of letting us race.
Do you know what? I've never heard a bad thing about Fun Cup judicials. Never have, honestly.
Yeah. He errs on the side of caution in terms of like you're cracking on there, you're racing, and you guys deal with it yourself out there. I want to get involved as little as possible. There's occasions where that's frustrated me, where I feel like, come on, there needs to be a penalty given here. But equally, I'd much rather him be on that side than the other side of being a little bit over the top and getting people frustrated.
Yeah. I was wondering if that was the Red Sky Racing car, wasn't that, behind the rescue vehicle?
I didn't quite spot it.
Yeah, when we flicked away to the rescue vehicle that was going through. I think that might have been one of our potential front runners. He's still showing in 7th position on the clock at the moment. Ryan Bensley still with the fastest lap. So that might be an issue. So how many safety cars? Is this the third or fourth one now? Alec Livesley up
Third, I
into
believe.
5th place. So this has fallen well for any drivers that have had 2 stops. Ryan Bensley has, so WRC development strategy working well at the moment. Second on the 2 stoppers is PrepTech, with Daniel Kell racing the CX PrepTech car, and there's actually a string of them there. We've got MDA next up, followed by CADT, who have done 2. 3 stops, therefore 2 mandatory for Alistair Munday in the Trojan Motorsport car. That's running pretty well. Abbott Motorsport done 2 well. So we've got a sort of plethora of cars, sort of lower end of the mid-10 onwards, that have all had the 2 stops. But Ryan Bensley still the top 2 stopper at the moment. And if you needed a reminder of how tricky conditions are out there, here's our locked off camera by the start-finish line. Yeah, rather those guys than us.
Yeah, no one there to wipe the lens on that one, so you can see how quickly the view becomes covered by the precipitation out here at Donington Park, and I think it's quite a bit heavier than precipitation now. We get that car back onto all 4 wheels, which is good, and that'll be dragged off to the side. We saw, of course, another driver when they got dragged out of the kitty litter was able to rejoin. If that one has a bit more damage, maybe they'll have to come back to pit lane before they do try and rejoin the race. But either way, good to see them back on all 4 wheels. And driver seemingly all okay. We saw him jump straight out, didn't he? So that's always good to see.
Wondering whether you'll know this or someone from the championship might know it, in terms of if the car went on its side, as we saw happen for Alec Livesley this morning, he had to go to the medical centre. So that one's been over, and we've had another car on its side earlier on as well. Do they then go to the medical centre before they go back to pit lane and change over?
Yeah, I'm not sure of that one, because my only experience, obviously, I had my big crash at Brands Hatch, and they checked me over in the gravel trap and sort of gave me you seem fine, but you should go to the medical centre before you leave the circuit. But there was no immediate transport to there. Right. They let me sort of relax and just go and check in before you go, just to hand things back. They gave me an ice pack.
So it's
and
going to
be
probably down to the discretion of the medic.
I think so.
Yeah,
okay, I think it'll be down to the
sense.
discretion of the person down there looking after it, and they always do a fantastic job.
I think the flip that we had this morning as well, or the one onto the side that Alec had, was actually in dry conditions, so probably a little bit faster. So they're going to be a little bit more concerned if there was a faster.
That would make sense.
Roll or partial roll.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's so easy to do it in these conditions, especially going the kitty litter sideways, that you just dig straight in and go straight over.
Yeah, that's a good point, though, isn't it? But you're making about it's the initial medical assessment there on the right after the event.
Yeah, exactly that. They just do a few quick checks just to make sure that you're all okay and you're totally mentally sound. I don't think I would have passed that one before the incident though, but no, I was passed with flying colours after that, just a bit shaken up, and had a bit of sugar in me, and I was absolutely fine. But
it's great to know that we've got that level of care at the track, though, seriously, isn't it?
No, it's absolutely fantastic. They were there within a flash to make sure that I was all okay, and it was honestly fantastic work. I can't thank them enough for the work that they do here at all motor racing circuits in the UK.
I think my the first charitable thing I did motor racing wise was the Motor Racing Safety Fund, when Dominic Ostrowski was with us at Brscc. Probably Dominic maybe just left before you guys started getting involved, and we did can't remember what I did, some fundraising for them, but very, very nicely, very well looked after we were after that, and due thanks coming from the club and the fund, and I'm glad I did that at the time. It was a good one to do. Current efforts really sort of focusing on. We did some stuff. We did a car. I was thinking about doing a winter karting thing again, but I'm actually going to run one with one of the F4 drivers instead, getting involved in that. And we're talking charity stuff. It's nice when there's nothing else going on, so nice to get an event going in the winter. What do you guys do in the winter? Do you go, and obviously not heading out with Alpha to the sunshine for winter racing in the sun?
Yeah, I might see if I've got some free weekends. I know that Alpha have, of course, the Winter Series early on next year, so they keep themselves nice and busy going through the winter months and travelling across all different events across the world. See if I can piggyback some of those and go to some slightly nicer locations than the UK, I'm sure will be over those months. But yeah, in terms of racing, you always get a bit of an itch over the winter months, don't you? Whether you're here in the box or whether you're a racer.
You need the medical team for that, don't you?
Exactly. But yeah, no, you always just want to get back out there. You can't wait for the racing to begin.
Winter
the following there. Yeah.
Actually, Alpha do a kart thing, don't they? Because we had there was a general thing last year about having. So was it Wilton Mill they do?
Yes, yeah, they always do a yearly Alpha live karting race. Funny enough, I remember speaking to Luke Austin a couple of months ago about that, and I was like, I remember doing that with you guys a couple of years ago. But honestly, I'm a bit gutted I've not had the invite for the last couple of years. I would have really liked to be involved. And he went, mate, it's on the Discord. Just go on the Discord. Everyone was
it's open,
invited.
isn't it, for
Yeah, I
anyone
was
that's
like,
on the-
oh, right, I've just not been checking the Discord enough. Oh, that's on me.
You can't-
Sorry, guys.
You can't check everything, can you? I mean, again, that's another reason for, social media. I do look at messages at the moment on it, but you can't be across everything. Same, I can't be across every championship that's streamed now. You can't. I get people coming. Did you watch my race last week? Well, no, I just don't have time to sit and watch every single race meeting and race. We kind of need the cut-up versions of individual races for the key ones. Would be nice, but again, it comes down to cost. Having people to chop it up, put it down, they can put links in and stuff like that.
It takes a lot of time to chop up races, especially longer ones like these, like the Fun Cup and C1s and whatnot. It takes time, but people don't realise how long it does take to make those, and that's why I'm always so impressed when we do have live highlights during the stream. Like I know for British Kart Championships, after the race there'll be an immediate highlight.
Yeah.
That's because that is one person's job for the whole weekend, just to make the highlights during the race to get them ready to go straight after. So of course there's going to be an extra cost there.
So our second recovery of the one safety car period continues, 1 hour 32, and it looks like the guys that have maybe had their second stops were probably grateful that they did. 432 car we saw having issues earlier on is back out and running. Lots of novice crosses as well running this one, so Robin Welsh and the team providing a really good platform. I don't know if you heard what he was saying earlier on, but a really good partnership now between Silverlake, Robin, Brscc all working together to promote the championship, administer it, make it run really efficiently and competitively, and get loads of runners in and involved in it. And it's, I think, in a very good place. Looking forward to 2026.
It's definitely in a really good place. I was going to say, honestly, they don't really need too much promotion for the championship, because everyone I know who's sort of like involved in motorsport a little bit, has that interest, maybe watches Formula 1 and whatnot, and thinks, oh, I'd like to try and give it a go. It always seems to be this series that comes up first. It's always the C1s of, okay, like, I kind of know how to drive one of those. I had those when I was 17, 18. Like, I used to drive it pretty fast around a few roundabouts, so why not have a go out on the circuit? And it is one that you can easily jump into and start cracking on with. But again, there's loads of talent here as well. So to get involved is one thing, but to get up the front is another. So a really great place to try and prove yourself and improve as a racing driver.
That is a really good point. The drivers that come into it, obviously the established stars that we've got with Trojan Racing and Bacon Racing and all those, but we also get we've mentioned the BRDC drivers, but then you've got the touring car drivers like Tom Ingram that come in and race it. Josh Cook, Jade Edwards races with us quite regularly as well, and they don't do it, as I say, they're not paid to do it. They come in and do it because they enjoy it. And if that's not a terrific advert for this type of racing for people coming, I guess in some ways it might put people off. You see Tom Ingram racing in that, I probably shouldn't be going in that, but yes, you should.
Yeah, no, I'd say that's totally opposite. Like, what an opportunity it is to get to race door to door with someone who is such a well-respected and well-accomplished racing driver in all sorts of different series.
And this year's champion.
Exactly.
That's my prediction.
Yeah, well, yeah, not quite yet, but your prediction anyway. We'll wait and see whether that does happen.
I've just killed that off for him.
Yeah, with your commentator's curses today, sorry, Tom, you'll definitely not win the championship after that one. But yeah, where can you said earlier, where can you jump straight in a racing series like this and race with people like that?
Ashley Sutton now is rubbing his hands together after that.
Yeah, he's hoping you say that a few more times to really cement it.
But isn't it good, though, when you've got two class drivers? Like, shame Jake Hill had that sickness and missed a round. But, really good close quarters battle. And, looking forward to Silverstone next week, but also looking forward to the Brands finale for touring cars. It still remains, for me, the pinnacle of our national racing.
Yeah, no, yeah, it definitely is. I always try and keep up to date with the BTCC, and like you mentioned there with Jake Hill, it was great to have him along, of course, in the Fun Cup end of last year, which I was lucky enough to be racing in. I was not racing against Jake. He, I think, lapped me at one point. But that was as close as I got to him on the circuit. But either way, I was in a race with Jake Hill, so that's one. That's one to put on the record books.
I can outdo you on that one. I was in a kart race with Dan Zelos, and he lapped me twice.
Good to hear we're both as bad as each other, Richard.
To be fair, Ria Beauchamp at Mini, I was reminding her of that the other day, and she said, but Richard, you were out there, you had a go. Bless her heart for being nice to me. That was so sweet of her.
Yeah, she was being kind. She was being kind. I won't be quite so kind in the commentary box. Slow coach. I've only messed. Maybe we got to go karting at some point. We've got to go karting. We'll get that booked in at some point. You go for a little break. It has been a while, hasn't it? We have closed in, though, without us really noticing here under safety car conditions. We have closed in to half race distance then. 1.5 hours gone in this C1 endurance race, the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, and 1.5 hours still left to go. Still waiting for a few of our teams to give us their second round of pit stops. And once that's all said and done, we might be able to give you a proper running order as to how this one is playing out. But at the moment, we'll wait and see. We'll wait with bated breath to find out how that proper order ends up sorting itself out. We are still under safety car conditions here at Donington Park in the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, but hopefully not too long until we go back to green flag once again. Of course, we had a driver off in the gravel, got beached, and that is why we initially went under the safety car, but then it's been extended a little bit because we then had a driver roll their car down at Redgate under said safety car conditions. Less than ideal, but either way, they seem to have all been sorted out. All drivers involved absolutely okay. They'll just be heading back to the pit lane a little bit earlier than they would have hoped. Fair play to these people out there, still watching the action from trackside. Brawley's very much up, but as you can see from the rain there, not only is it absolutely torrential rainfall, there's a decent bit of wind out there as well, that thus means it's raining sideways. So even with a Brawley up, firstly, you might get dragged away by the Brawley, and secondly, the Brawley might not be doing too much because raining sideways, it just comes straight under anyway and still gets you absolutely soaked. Let's wait and see then, as these drivers continue to press on round. Still very much all to play for here, with half of the race still to go. Like we say, a few of our teams having done the second of 3 mandatory pit stops, a few that we are still waiting for to come in for their second, and then of course, when we get into the final hour, it'll be one more stop for each of the teams, then it'll be a straight fight all the way to the checkered flag, and that'll bring us to a close here at the Brscc Autumn Race Weekend from Donington Park. What an epic weekend of racing it has been, and we're about to kick it off yet again here. Lights are out on the safety car. We're about to go back to green flag conditions with just over an hour and 25 minutes to go. This time, it will be the 434, the Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly team, who lead us back to green flag conditions, followed by JW Bird Motorsports and Silverlake Racing team, then followed by AF Racing and the Brimstone Racing team. That's your top 5 then heading on to green flag conditions yet again, and immediately not waiting about. We've immediately got about 3 or 4 wide down the front straight, heading into the first couple of corners. Drivers fly past our commentary box window and heavy on the brakes into T1. A bit of slidey movements there for a couple of the drivers, but looks as though they're all keeping it on the black stuff as we crack on with the race once more. So as I was mentioning there, just in the final laps of safety car conditions, really our next point of action is waiting for those cars to come in for their second pit stops who haven't already graced us with their presence in the pit lane for a second time in this race, and then we'll see how that chops and changes the order. Big wobble there for the 558, I think that was Silverlake Racing team coming down the hill. That's the 427 trying to go up the inside. This is the battle for third place overall at the moment, and they're side by side on corner exit.
They are very exciting stuff as we resume racing. I'm guessing people are going to be starting to think about the conditions, maybe breeding more safety cars. So it might be a good idea, with that in mind, to start to think about, getting those stops in. The teams that have only had the one stop thus far, you know, you're more likely to have the safety cars. If you can't pit within the safety cars, get them out of the way straight away. But yeah, really good racing on our restart as we pick up on the JW Bird Philip House car in second position. It's the Bacon Racing machine, which only has all of these cars at the front only have the one stop under their belts at the moment. But of course what we'll look at is how far behind the other cars are. The leading 2-stopper at the moment is 22 seconds behind. So when the other cars come in, courtesy of the safety car stoppage, I think we're going to see Ryan Bensley out front. Red Sky Racing behind him, they've only had one stop. So second position, I think, net at the moment is Chris Etheridge in the Blessed car, 3-2-6. 2 stops as well for PrepTech. So Daniel Kell, I reckon, with 1 foot on the podium in third place. A little bit of an update for those of you watching the stream. We don't always get the chance to update you on judicials in other races during our broadcast. In the past, I've done stuff on YouTube and Facebook to do podium interviews and stuff like that midweek to try and update people on what's happened. There has been a judicial on the Fiesta Junior race, and I bet you can guess what the decision was.
Ooh, I'm actually interested to hear, because I don't want to give any sort of point of view on that. It was a rather contentious one, but I'd love to hear.
Yeah, Christopher Doble has been excluded from the race, so we therefore see Jack Sant get his first podium.
which is great news.
Yeah, well done to Jack.
For third place, which is great news. And Eden Spanswick gets P2, which is mega. So Isaac Doble, the win is still in the Doble family with Isaac. Eden Spanswick, super second place. Jack Sant third. If I get the chance in the week, I'll try and do some socials with Jack for his first podium. But if I don't get the chance to do it, congratulations to him, the team and the family.
It's a shame for Christopher, of course, bagging 2 race wins. His first ever race win, immediately followed by another, then nearly a third, a second place on the road. But
contact has been deemed. It wasn't intentional. We know that.
No, of course,
but, you know, he will accept judicial process.
Of course, in the interview I had with him after the race, he was pretty adamant that Lewis Isen had moved in the braking zone. That was why the contact had occurred. Of course, when you're behind the wheel, you see one thing. The stewards have clearly seen another and deemed it to be his fault, that one. But anyway, we look back to the C1s. I think we did just see the Bacon Racing with Liqui Moly team pitting from what was the lead of the race. Of course, they will drop down now because there are some other teams who have already made that stop before the safety car period. So it's Oscar Porietti who's now into the car. So Oscar, first time out in the race into these conditions. Good luck, Oscar. Good luck.
Was he the guy that you were with before?
Yeah, he was.
Was that studying or was that working?
No, that was working. Yeah, that was on my previous job. I do believe he still works there. So no, always a lovely bloke. Always enjoyed having a chat with Oscar. So I do wish him the best of luck here in this stint. But what conditions to be heading out for the first time, at least here at Donington Park. I know he's got a lot of experience under his belt in that car, but heading out in these conditions is not for the faint-hearted.
I wonder where Ripley Caravan Park is. Do you think it's in Ripley? Is there a place called Ripley?
Isn't there a place called
Ripley in Surrey, isn't it? Yeah, you're a Surrey boy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is that, do we know if there's one there? But then the confusion is we've got Midland tyre shaving.
And then 591 getting blocked there coming out of the box, and the driver who just got out gesturing them to get a move on out of the pit lane so that the 591 can get out now. So close on pit exit between 3 cars, my goodness. All squabbling for position, even in the pit lane.
I'm going to look up Ripley Caravan Park now. Just,
That's piqued your interest, doesn't it?
There. It has, yeah.
Right, then as we see more drivers feeding into the pits then, we've got JW Bird Motorsport in, AF Racing in as well. I wait to see which of the cars that's completed 2 stops will end up filtering through up to the sharp end. We did think it would be the WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car, that number 586. And it does look like it is going to be. They still have the fastest lap in this race. I don't think anyone's going to beat that because they set that in lesser wet conditions. It was still very wet earlier on, but the heavens have opened since then. I don't think anyone's going to beat that 143. They're all sort of down in the high 40s, low 50s lap times at the moment, as we do see the second stop there for Red Sky Racing.
Jonathan Shepherd coming in. Harrogate, by the way, Ripley.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Still don't know what's got to do with Midland tyre shaving, but there we go. Probably helping him out with the car. Jonathan Shepherd handing over to Rachel next, very possibly. We'll wait and see. 527 car, 7th place at the moment. Just racing behind Daniel Kell, who's had 2 stops. The Red Sky Racing car will drop a little bit further down the order as we get 378 in. Still waiting for the tag to change.
No, I think it is still Shepherd in the car there because they're not at the end of the pits. They've already
so
gone.
that's just a stop, mandatory stop rather than driver change. I could have been staring at that screen for another 40 minutes. You could have left me to it.
When are they leaving the pits, John? It's been 45 minutes. No, there they are. We can see them coming down the crater curve. So same driver still on board then for the 527. But yeah, as you say, they make that second of 3 mandatory stops. And that is thunder that we can hear outside of the commentary box. That was a big bang. Yeah, that was thunder that we're hearing over the circuit.
That'll be a race stoppage if we get lightning.
Yeah, as we said earlier, I don't think the rain is halting anytime soon. But like you say, if it gets much worse with a bit of lightning strikes around the circuit, maybe we'll see a red flag. But we'll keep racing up to that point.
Yeah, I sort of, I can't remember, again going back, I can't ever remember being at a track and watching racing when lightning was happening.
Well, as we spoke about yesterday, when I was here last year racing Donny in the Fun Cup, I was in the stint where the lightning started coming down and we did get red flag. Yeah, race was stopped with about an hour and 10 hour and 20 to go.
I moan about wet races being stopped and everything else, but I fully get that.
Yeah, no, it was crazy coming out through the first corner, down into the Craner curves, and as I'm going to the outside line to make a move on somewhere, the whole cockpit lights up with lightning as I'm trying to make the move around the outside. It was pretty sketchy stuff, to say the least. So yeah, obviously safety is paramount in motorsport here at Brscc, here at Donington Park, across the country. Safety is always paramount in motorsport. So if we ever think that the drivers are at risk from the weather conditions, racing will be halted. But at the moment, we stay under green flag conditions. Less than an hour and 20 minutes left to go here in the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. from Donington Park, and as you were just gesturing there, it is currently still Brimstone Racing in the lead of the race, but they're yet to make their second stop. So as expected, the top three is likely to be WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, #Blessed, and PrepTech, your top three.
But the leader, the car that was on its side in qualifying, what a story is that? That is what it's all about, isn't it?
Indeed it is, yeah,
and
never give up.
Alec Livesley has done the whole thing pretty much on his own. He rolled the car on his own. I don't know who set the qualifying lap, whether it was him or Jeremy Crook. And we've got Jeremy to come in. To be fair, those guys are pretty quick. I'm sure they've had a top 6 at some point. Again, have to have a look. They've been, if it wasn't this year, it was maybe last year. Haven't got last year's results. I don't know what's happened to them. But yeah, they are quick. Actually took place in the 24-hour race. The other thing that we're getting around the car is the Red Sky Racing with Jonathan still at the wheel.
And they've just gone a lap down. They've just been overtaken by the 586 there, so they have just gone a lap down, Red Sky Racing.
Yep. That's not so good. We probably, within the first couple of laps, you'd have had them as a potential podium contender, but not to be. And that's the thing, you can't put your money on anything in the first couple of laps of Silverlake C1 Endurance Series. Where was I going? Talking about podium positions and top 6s and things like that. Yeah, I was going to say about the 24 hours. It's great. We've kind of had that sort of tacit confirmation that we are going to have a 24 hours next year before anyone says Richard Chender's going to be 24. Robin was alluding to it, so I'm just sort of throwing away any blame for me saying that 24 hours is running, but Robin was there. I don't think we've maybe got the dates for it yet. A lot of the drivers were not put off by doing it this year, but I don't think a lot of people realised that it was coming back and it was running again. And it was one of the things that we spoke about with Brscc colleagues, and one of the points we made was that, yeah, if you run it again after a year off, then people will see the following year that it was running and the numbers will build.
Yeah, you would imagine so, and it's always great to have as many cars out for what is such a legendary event. Any 24-hour race is always an exciting one.
Did you know Brscc have got the 2 CVs for next year as well?
Epic.
So we've got the 24-hour C1 and potentially 24-hour 2CV race as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll see how that one plays out as well. Again, another legendary 24-hour race, that one in the CVs.
Just got to bring back the equivalent of the wheel hire now and we'll be sorted. You don't remember the wheel hire, basically production saloon 24-hour.
Oh, right, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was good back in the day.
Cool.
Again, showing me age, you see. But it will come around again, as these things do, because we're seeing a lot of the things happening now that happened when I started.
Exactly that,
racing back in the 1800s.
It's always cyclical, isn't it? Always cyclical. Things come round, go away for a little bit, and then come back again.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do this. And then, yeah, Jonathan Palmer thought of that 40 years ago.
Exactly. We're still waiting, though, for the 338 to have their second pit stop. Looks like they've still got just over 15 minutes to get it done, but currently only 6 seconds ahead of your net race leaders in this one, who have completed all of their pit stops so far. I think it's only about maybe 5 or 6 teams in total currently out there running who still owe us another pit stop before we get to the end of this second hour of racing. There is one of them, the 510 in for their second stop. Another driver in behind following into the pits. They get the push and they'll be heading back out onto a rather sodden Donington Park circuit.
Ryan Bensley in second position has had all of the driving, I think, so far. I don't recall seeing David Drinkwater's name up on the car on the timing screen, and they've had 2 stops. So the third stop, I'm guessing, is not going to be that far away, because David's only going to get an hour and 15 at the most. In fact, he won't, because if you've got to do another stop, they've got to do it in the next hour. Yeah. So he's going to get less than an hour.
Exactly, he's going to get less than an hour, which is crazy to have over 2 hours of track time in the car for one driver.
Ryan's done well, hasn't he?
He's done a great job
with safety cars, but
he's done a great. It has, yeah. So maybe not quite that long actually at racing speed, but still so long in the car. Of course, in wet conditions, it's less physically demanding on the body, but it's a lot more demanding on the mind, especially when we're in sort of darkened conditions like these with the lights on and the car slipping and sliding underneath you. It takes so much mental effort, one, just to keep the car on the circuit, let alone pick your way through through traffic, making up positions as well. So fair play to Mr. Bensley for still keeping that car in what I believe is going to be the net race lead before he hands over to Mr. Drinkwater.
Blessed Racing are 13 seconds behind them, and the CEX car pulls up. That's a shame.
Doesn't look like they've gone off, does it? It looks like drivers looking down at stuff inside the cockpit. Oh no, they are getting it back going again.
That's the 4th place car though, so it's,
indeed,
yeah,
that's a big off then for the 469. They've got it back going again, so maybe it was just a little spin there down at the bottom of the hill. You can see all the tyre tracks there off the exit at the bottom of the crater curve. So a few drivers having off-track excursions in this one, but yeah, the 469 gets it back underway. Daniel Kell there from 4th place, like you say. He, of course, would have been net 3rd after all was said and done, but probably losing a couple of positions. Luckily for him, he was about 24 seconds clear of Cat DT in net 4th place overall, and then some cars pretty close in behind, so maybe he'll slot in somewhere in and amongst them as the 421 puts a move around the outside. The Trojan Alpha squad there, they're down in 10th place overall, so if that was that amount of time lost there, they're going to drop down into P10 then from a net P3, which will end up being around a net P9.
Is that the 421 car? He's further back, isn't he? Because he had the cause the safety car earlier on.
Was it? Am I getting my two? I'm getting my two Trojans confused.
Jonathan
My apologies.
No, that's all right. He's down in 28th. There are 2 cars which are very similar.
Of course. Yeah, the 2 Trojan cars. My apologies. So no, that one's still in 10th place, but that one making the overtake. He's just getting a lap back from the CEX car. It was all that got a bit close there at the apex of the Foxy S's, didn't it? My goodness. Just about racing room being given though, and there we do finally see the 338 Brinstone Racing car diving to pit lane. So yes, now officially the WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car takes the race lead here.
Just having a look at the AM class. We've got Adam Button in the 550 car running 2nd in the AM class at the moment, and yeah, so Ryan Bensley, our new overall leader. Alec Livesley drops down to P2. Have had the second one. Alex still showing at the moment as the driver of the car, but we'll see whether that is going to alter once he goes past the checkout. He's not showing as being in. Yeah, he's just showing as being in pit lane at the moment. So that could change over to Jeremy Crook, the 2nd place car in 338. Now, I was going to take a moment to have a look at the AM class. Remember, this is the first race in the history of Silverlake C1 endurance racing that we've had the introduction of the AM class, and at the moment it is the blessed car of Chris Etheridge and Colin Bysouth who are 3rd overall with 2 stops, and will probably get promoted to 2nd place. Jeremy Crook now has checked in as the new driver in Brimstone Racing, so will possibly drop down from 2nd place. First time I've seen Jeremy on track today, fellow Brscc board member, up into P2. And the story I was going back to is that the AM class being led by Blessed, Chris Etheridge and Colin Bysouth, if they finish on the podium, they will lose AM status for next time out. So they will get promoted into the AM category for the next race. As we look at the 396 car, which is the SCR, Ollie Angelo, Richard Alexander. You might remember me chatting to Chip Howland, who had all the various broken bones in his foot, and the team plopped the wig on his head. It's a good interview actually. We had a chance with Chip and the boys, all the very best, but that car looks like it's pulled up. It's on the grass, so hopefully won't necessitate a safety car. Also issues for 558. Now, is that in the gravel or not? I'm not quite sure. And that is one of the Silverlake cars, so one of the front. It is in the gravel, it is well beached in there, and the 558 car, which was running inside the top 10. It's Daniel Jewell who is in the car at the moment, shared with Aaron Chalk and George Davis, so that's a fairly big scalp. And this is what I was saying earlier on. Getting the stops done, we've got 10 minutes of the 2nd hour to go. I think all the mandatory stops are pretty much done now. There's one more, there's only one car. Emax Motorsport, T. Reddick has got 1 stop, and a couple of other runners a little bit further down haven't got the stop done for their 2nd one, leaving it right to the end of the session. Of course, what you might do is, if you've got 3 drivers, leave the stops to the end of the hour, and then you've kind of had 3 equal sessions for each driver. But then on top of that, if you get the safety car, it means that you might not get the stop in time. There we goes the DS3 safety car, which is going out, so we are safety car bound again. As we were at the end of the 1st hour, we had safety car, and at the end of the 2nd hour, we've got another safety car. And the point I was making earlier on is that, you know, with these conditions, it's probably as well to get the stops done early, done and dusted, because of the conditions on track. We're more likely to get further safety car intervention. So as we head with the safety car out, we've got Ryan Bensley and David Drinkwater still out front. When is David Drinkwater going to take the car over? Not for another 10 minutes at least. My guess is that Ryan will come in fairly early to give David a good run. 25 seconds the gap to Blessed, who are the top AM team. Colin Bysouth and Chris Etheridge having a very good run at the moment, and then CADT in third place from PrepTech, still in fourth actually with Daniel Kell, despite that issue that they had earlier on, still in fourth. But yeah, a surprise to see one of the Silverlake cars in the gravel, well embedded, did try to get out, and that's the cause of the safety car.
Yeah, that's a real shame, isn't it? They're really dug in to the gravel. Yeah, like you said, the 469 there, despite issues for PrepTech, only dropping one position, I think, after all was said and done. I think benefiting there from some quite big gaps near the sharp end of the order. But once again, under safety car conditions, they'll close up once more. And hopefully, again, won't be too long until we go back to green flag racing conditions and into the final hour of this race. Again, I cannot stress this enough. A big thank you to all the marshals and camera crew braving it out there. I went out for 2 minutes to nip to the loo. I was maybe outside for 10 or 15 seconds and I'm drenched.
Yeah.
I'm drenched. It is awful out there. And it's only seemingly getting worse. Well, we're hearing in our ear that 5:45, the rain might finally let up here. But of course, with what is that going to be at 5:45? That's 25 more minutes of racing. So maybe like 30-35 minutes of racing with no active rainfall. I don't think that's going to be enough time to create a drawing line, is it?
Not really. It's not going to change things around. It's not going to undo all the safety cars, is it?
No, not at all. Oh my goodness. Honestly, I do not envy the guys out there at the moment. There's another good look
map
at the weather forecast. There you go then, 5:45. Looks as though finally that big cloud of heavy rain moving past the circuit.
Whereabouts are we?
We were just down there on the right-hand side where there was a little bit of sliver of no rain, thank goodness. But yeah, wow, these are some of the most serious conditions that I've seen out watching racing and commentating over racing in quite a long time. This rainfall is significantly heavy, to put it lightly.
Perhaps all the people who've been moaning about the drought will shut up now.
Yeah, surely you can use your hose now, can't you?
What gets me though, you see, we live in this ecosystem called the Earth, right, or on the Earth, and it all the moisture gets sucked up by the sun into the sky, and
it's
what
a closed
happens to
system.
it comes back down.
Yeah, it's a closed system.
At some point, it all equals out at the end, whether it's over a couple of months or whatever. I know it's messed up the crops this year and everything else, but it is coming back down.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Yeah, closed system, so the water's always still going to be there. It's just whereabouts it is in and amongst the world. But again, we're not very geographically minded, so we'll stick to racing, I think, rather than speaking about the weather. 396 there getting pushed out of harm's way, which is good to see. Of course, a shame for them not being involved on circuit anymore. But at least one car dealt with. We still have that other one, didn't we, down at the bottom of Craner Curves to deal with. And we can hopefully have a spot here now as our camera op picks up the safety car once more. That's Chris Simpson down at the bottom of the hill, and there you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, can't very much still beach there. We've still got definitely at least a few more minutes of safety car conditions.
Jeremy Crook wound up in 10th place, so he's just gone through now behind the safety car, and he's 1 minute 6 down. So it's not bad for Brimstone Racing, and they've had 2 stops, so one more, which I'm guessing might be Jeremy handing over to himself because we're well over the halfway point of the race. So Jeremy might just do also, I don't know whether this is where we need Rob as well to talk about refuelling, or maybe I should go out and talk to Robin Welch, but probably not that important in terms of refuelling the cars, and whether we do get some. There will be refuelling because we saw the Proietis doing it in qualifying, at least practicing that procedure. So we might start to see a little bit of that on the final stops, splash and dash to get people to the end of the 3 hours.
Of course, this would have really changed up the fuel plans, won't it? Because we had so many safety car periods where you're burning so much less fuel than you would be under green flag. So all of the pre-planned fuel stops have probably gone out the window here, and they're all having to think on the fly a little bit.
Yeah, you've got to be a master strategist in endurance racing, something I certainly could not get my head around. If I'd have been maybe following sports car endurance racing very closely from a younger age, then maybe I'd have my head around it. But I've just had a general interest in racing rather than getting in the minutiae of and to be honest, long-distance sports car races, whilst I have an interest in it, I'm interested in who wins Le Mans and so on and so forth, I don't get into it in the level that, yeah, I should be an announcer on Radio Le Mans. Not for me. You know, love watching it, love knowing who's won, but getting into that kind of level of detail with it, nah, not bothered.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm open to any gig, so if there's anyone from Radio Le Mans. No, I see your point though. Yeah, really trying to get myself on board with more endurance racing, and I always enjoy watching the highlights of WEC and things like that. But yeah, sitting down and watching the entirety of the race, I just can't keep my attention for quite so long. An F1 race is really pushing it for me at an hour and a half.
It's different if you're working on it. I mean,
100%.
It does. You know, I worked on Power Tour, which was British GT, quite a few years ago, and had a great time working on that one with David Addison. And you know, that was a Power Tour was basically British GT branded and sold with sort of high-level supports. We had Fiestas and all sorts of things on with it, and F3 were with it as well, as it is now, actually, isn't it? But that was the original go of F3 when Takuma Sato was coming through, so it shows you how long
ago. What a legend. No, big fan of Takuma Sato. He's such a legend, of course, smashing it out in IndyCar. Good to see there the 558 Silverlake Racing team are pulled out of the gravel and allowed to continue on then. So they just about rejoin in front of the safety car there. So that will have dropped them, I think, 3, maybe 4 laps now behind the race leader. So it's going to be a challenging one to drag a good result out of this one, but they're back in the race nonetheless.
They are, which is very good news. Ryan Bensley still our leader, 11 seconds to the good over Bless. Colin Bysouth here. I tell you what, Bysouth and Everidge have been quick. David Drinkwater is quick as well. But it's going to be very interesting when David Drinkwater gets in the car. I'm guessing against Colin Bysouth, we're going to have an interesting run in.
It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
I think that, what you mentioned there with the 11 seconds, that's super interesting because, of course, they're under safety car conditions. They couldn't be closer on circuit, but that just shows how many back markers and things are in between the front two drivers at the moment. Of course, the safety car has picked up your leader, but that now means 11 seconds further down the road. That's got to be 10, 15 back marker cars between our top two then. So a nice little cushion there for your race leaders, the 5-8-6, as now, with those two cars having been dealt with, hopefully it will only be a lap or so until we see green flag conditions here once again, as we're ticking down much closer towards 1 hour to go. Already 2 hours gone in this Silverlake C1 Racing Series endurance race here from Donington Park. It's been a topsy-turvy one, hasn't it? Lots of safety car conditions, and I think really a serious race of attrition in this one. Just survive, and maybe you'll be on for a good result.
That could well be the way. I'm coming back to Colin Bysouth. You know, I, as a team manager, would want a driver who's experienced with cut and thrust of sprint races to come through those cars that are between him and the race leader at the moment. So are we going to see this safety car period end up in the next hour? Are we going to see Colin Bysouth get into the car very quickly and then start to work his way through the cars that are between him and the race leader?
Yeah, exactly that. Maybe you should be their strategist, mate. Sounds like a good plan to me.
I'm no good at strategy, but
that sounds like a good plan to me. I'm sure they're listening over in the pit box and
they will
probably disagreeing with you.
They'll have the stream on, but they'll have me turned down. But
yeah, they know the way. They know the way to do it. Right, then we continue on. And at least one more safety car lap then, as the 558 that was dragged out of the gravel. We saw them flying past our pit box, doing their best to catch the back of the safety car train before we do get back underway with racing here. I mean, we said there it is, heading around the circuit. Of course, you've got to keep it at slower than racing speed, but they'll be pushing on to try and rejoin the back of that safety car queue. We did mention earlier on, of course, that potentially rain letting up at around 5:45. Well, it's 5:27 at the moment, and the rain doesn't seem to be letting up at all at the moment. It's still absolutely hammering down here. I still think it's as bad as it's been throughout the last couple of hours, which is saying something. It has been absolutely atrocious, the weather here at Donington Park today. And I think some of the drivers yesterday, of course, we did have some bad rainfall, but I think if they've tuned in to watch the stream today, they'll be thinking, oh, we got off quite lightly on the Saturday's racing proceedings, as this one continues to crack on then. We do tick down to 60 minutes left to go in this race. And let's see how this plays out then. Right, well, most of our teams now have done those 2 stops, at least in the top 10, so let's run you through it then. In the lead of the race, number 586, WRC Developments with CB Auto Services car, currently piloted by Mr. Bensley. Then it's the Hashtag Bless team in second place, Cat DT in third, then PrepTech in fourth, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly in fifth place, then MDA in sixth, AF Racing in seventh, JW Bird Motorsport in eighth, Trojan Motorsport in ninth, and Brimstone Racing rounding out that top 10. Our drivers continuing on then, single file. And a lovely little graphic there on the left-hand side of your screen, just showing the movements throughout the race. Biggest mover in the top 10 then, up 13 places, is PrepTech. And of course, that's despite their off-track excursion we saw only a few minutes ago, where they came to a halt on the grass. They've rejoined in fourth place. They were up in third at that point, so had gained 14th at one point. Now just down one more, but still doing a cracking effort in this race. One, just to keep it on the black stuff, but two, to make up that many places.
Done very well indeed. The other thing you can't see on the timing tower, because it was a late addition to the programme or the
race day technical spec, as it were, is the inclusion of the AM class, but I can tell you that it's #blessed that are leading it, second position overall, with Chris Everidge. Lights out on the safety car. I'll come back to the AM class a little bit later on because we've got another restart about to happen, and we can see the lead car controlling this one, as you would expect Ryan Bensley to do. We are now into the third hour, so will we see a lap from Ryan Bensley and then hand over and allow David Drinkwater the best part of an hour's racing to get us to the end of the race? They're probably working out what fuel they need to do as well, but it's a nice restart, all looking very good as the cars come down Exhibition Straight, lights ablaze for all of them, and we are getting ready to go again. Etheridge in second. What is the gap now? It's 8 seconds between, it was 11 seconds under the safety car, it's 8 seconds already. I think Chris Etheridge has picked off a couple of places, certainly picked off a couple of seconds. CADT running in third position. The next AM class car, which I was coming back to, is MDA with Adam Button at the controls. I think we've still got to see Michael, who's the septuagenarian driver, to come out and do the last stint. I wonder how long they'll put him out for. But remember, got his first racing experience as a racing experience at the age of 65. And 7 years later, up and racing. Absolutely a brilliant story. And there is #blessed picking off another place.
Yeah, that is just amazing, that story. He's a braver man than I, ready to head out in these conditions. Yeah, #blessed doing a great job picking off some of those back markers that are in between themselves and your current race leaders. They all file their way down into the old hairpin at the moment. Of course, another point to make there off of the race start, of course, because your overall race leader was picked up by the safety car, they get to restart with a totally clear track ahead of them. They've got no spray to press on through, whereas #blessed picking their way through the traffic, a lot of spray to deal with. There's the 421 sudding their way through up the inside, trying to get their way back up the order after earlier shenanigans. But we press on through into the final hour, like you say. We're going to watch that gap between the top two like a hawk. It was 8.3 seconds there on the restart. Clear track for the 586, 326 picking their way through the traffic. If they can close that gap despite overtaking back markers, that will be unbelievably impressive. As you can see there, another couple of our drivers a little bit further down. So this will be the 469, 434, 550, all nose to tail
They
here.
are.
In what is that, 4th, 5th and 6th place, as your leader pits already.
Yeah, we said that you might do that, didn't we?
There you go.
Royal we.
Well, no, there you go. You said you didn't do strategy. You just done it there and you got it bang on.
Yeah, but it depends whether there's fuel or the driver change here, whether I got it right. But we did say you might pop in. It's the safety car coming
new driver.
back in. Yeah, it is new driver, isn't it? Is that Colin Bysouth that's going to go? No, it's the second place car, isn't it? It's David Drinkwater going in. Colin Bysouth in the other car, in the Blessed car, in second position. So we will see some changes. But yeah, the Proiettis, I can't believe the race they've had. They've just been so resilient after the initial early problems that they had, and still there in 5th place, which could well become 4th very soon.
Yeah, it was ridiculous when Sandro was in the car, wasn't it? He'd pick up loads of positions, he'd have a little bit of a mistake, drop them again, pick them all up again, have a little issue, drop them again. It was ridiculous, honestly. The aggressiveness and the confidence from Sandro throughout that first stint or two was unbelievable. So fair play to him. But Oscar doing a great job now as well, right in the middle of that scrap there in 5th place, with those three still absolutely nose to tail. I think
David. Drinkwater.
It is indeed, jumping straight in. Confirmed on the live timing, then he'll be in for the full final hour pretty much. As here are your new official race leaders, the #blessed team. Of course, we're still waiting for them to make their third pit stop. But you've got to say fair play. We've got an amateur team in the overall race lead at the moment.
Yeah, they're not going to be an amateur team. It looks like they're on for a podium at the moment, and that's not the curse of the commentator. I've got my fingers crossed behind me back, so that's okay. I can say whatever I like there. I didn't get round to finishing the AM podium positions as they stand at the moment. So before the safety car, before we got into the third hour, I mentioned #blessed leading it. We've got MDA, the 550 car, in second position. Amazing stuff before them.
You've nearly commentated the curse of the
I
media
had
there.
my fingers crossed.
#blessed were fully sideways there, coming up the final corner off onto the grass. Well held.
Red Sky Racing completing the podium. That finally got there with the AM class podium, and it is exciting having an AM class now in our series. And then Gala are running in 4th position in that at the moment. So extra prize giving, of course, to do at the end. But well done to Rob and Robin Welch for instigating the changes that they have. Extremely positive changes that have really, I think added enormously to it. There was nothing wrong with C1 racing. It's just made it even better for me, those changes.
It has, yeah. It's been fantastic, and it's been shown in this race. We're now starting to see a few more drivers trickle into the pit lane for their final stops. Trojan Motorsport being one of those, the 3-4-1 pits from 6th place, which is impressive in and of itself, because that means that they've had 4 stops now. They came in earlier on with a bit of an issue. They're still up right in involved in the top 10. Here's the 527 in as well. Red Sky Racing getting their final stop done. Have they got an issue? I think they've dropped it on the clutch. They're potentially getting it restarted immediately, though, and making sure they don't do it again with loads of revs there as they leave the pit box and rejoining the race there for Red Sky Racing.
I just saw, you know, we saw Jay Shepherd in the car, and then when it came out it was still Jay Shepherd, but of course there are 2. There's Jonathan and James.
Right, okay. So it probably was a change then.
It probably was. I've only just caught up with that. Apologies to the Shepherd family for doing that. I'm wondering if you've now got Rachel in the car, or whether they're just using the 3 drivers, but possibly Rachel Shepherd going in for the last stint. We'll have to check that out. I'll have a look. If the
Yes, it is.
Rachel
yeah, it's
now?
Rachel in the car now.
Rachel's going to do the last hour, or maybe they're going to do another stop to facilitate perhaps a 4th driver, or maybe getting them home towards the end. But Rachel here has got a little bit of pressure, such as it may be, from me anyway, just to say, can they hang on to an amateur class podium?
Yeah, that'd be great to see.
Yeah,
I think we're also pretty glad that her name's not Jade or Jasmine, isn't it? Then we'd have no idea who's in the car at any point in this race.
Jamila would be another one, wouldn't it? Yeah, there we go. Female name is going to be Jennifer. Gemma. We'll get off that one. Sorry, I've done that.
Richard's lost his mind. We're at the end of the day.
In the first place.
End of 2 days of racing.
That's a good point you make. Yeah.
End of 2 days of racing here at Donington Park, and we're all going a little bit insane. But this race is pretty insane in and of itself. We're seeing more drivers dive into the pits.
Jacinda.
Your leaders in the AM class are in.
Jacinda.
Great, thanks for that, Richard. Hashtag Blessed are in then from the lead of the race. Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly in as well for their final stop. Same for JW Bird Motorsport as well. I'll continue on speaking while Richard tries to think of more women names starting with a J. We press on into 50 minutes left to go then here. What's going to happen in this final pit stop? Of course, we've seen them coming into the pits. Maybe, I'm not sure if we cut away too quickly, or whether there aren't really any drivers taking a huge amount of fuel, if fuel at all, here on the final stop. So we haven't been able to keep up to date with that one. I will just say I've spotted out of my window that the Bacon car has come out ahead of hashtag Bless there in the pits.
Wow. Bacon running in pro, hashtag Blessed, of course, AM. So 469 Prep Tech have still to do their next stop. Daniel Kell is in the car at the moment. Who else will go in 469? Let's have a quick look. It's Josh Goldman. I didn't get to chat to Josh in pit lane, so I'll hopefully write that. I'm probably guessing the next time I'll get to commentate or be involved with the broadcast of the C1 Endurance might be the 24 hours next year if it's an early race. We did have the Silverstone Grand Prix one slightly earlier than the May Bank holiday weekend when we had the 24 hours. And a good gig. Hopefully we'll get you involved in that as well next year.
Always love to be involved, mate.
If I'm there. And what we do there is we rotate the commentary with a little bit of commentary in the box, a little bit outside in pit lane, and we all do different things and take turns to do it. But my thing is to go and try and find different people, sort of mechanics, engineers, background teams, things like that, maybe newcomers, stuff like that, who we might not have spoken to. So I'll try and make a point of keeping the notes here and remember to go and talk to the people that I missed today, which with 38 cars is quite a lot.
Yeah, it's difficult to get through all of them. Even
yeah.
when you had 50 minutes, getting through that amount of teams and members and whatnot, people racing, family, all sorts of people. It was great to hear you chatting to all of them earlier on in qualifying. If you missed that, you can scroll back in the stream and enjoy, but don't do it just yet. We've still got 50 minutes left to go in this race, and this stream will be available to view at your leisure once all is said and done. We keep an eye as to when drivers head back on round who have made their final stop. So yeah, it has switched around then. WRC Developments with CB Auto Services still in the lead of this race. It's now Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly. Still Oscar behind the wheel of that one, into second place overall. Hashtag Bless dropping to third at the moment. Of course, that's all net positions. Currently those three running in 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting run in. Things beginning to look a little bit drier. We had our weather forecast that the rain will stop. Still going to be plenty of spray. As you said, hardly going to dry out for today. But there is the Red Sky Racing. Whereabouts did they wind up? Let's have a look. It should have been settled now. 527. Rachel Shepherd in 13th place at the moment. But we've still got a number of 2 stoppers to look at. And of course, there's actually nothing to stop people doing the last stop. If you're a 2 car outfit later on in the third hour, which could upset the apple cart of us trying to work out who is where. But at the moment, the AM class led by MDA. Second, Jeremy Crook's in the pro class. He's still running well in fourth place at the moment, but just with the 2 stops. Second in the AM class is Colin Bysouth, and third in the AM class at the moment is Gala Performance, and then fourth Red Sky Racing. Gala Performance have had their 3 stops. Red Sky have had their 3 stops. Colin Bysouth has as well. So, yeah, it doesn't look like Red Sky are going to be able to maintain that podium slot for the AM class. It's just going to be shy of it.
That's a big off.
But we're going to get another safety car.
Indeed. It's that third car that we've had on the roof so far in this race. And yeah, going sideways out of Coppice, digs in, goes straight over, does one of the cars there, and like you say, that's definitely going to be another safety car. So again, we'll benefit the drivers who came in pretty early on in that stint. We should see a great battle to the checkered flag after this next safety car period. I do think, to be fair, that rain radar we were shown earlier on might be right. We're starting to see a little break in the clouds over top down at Redgate. It is very little. I mean, it's still heavy rain out there, but it's slightly easing to what it has been in this race so far. And at least from a very selfish point of view, maybe I won't get soaked doing the interviews afterwards, which will be lovely from my point of view, but drivers have been so soaked. Another thing I've been thinking about as well, as we head into safety car conditions once more, we saw a couple of the drivers winding down the windows during safety car, because of course you've got to think as well, those windows are all going to steam up hugely during the safety car. When you start going a bit more slowly, you don't have that airflow through the car, and it actually will be quite a challenge when you then go from safety car back to racing to actually be able to see anything out of your windscreen.
Yeah, it's a really good point, isn't it? As the DS3 comes back out on track, makes a good little race car, that. I'm looking forward to seeing that series move on over the winter.
Of course, we had the Hyundai Ioniq 5 out yesterday, didn't we? Today, the DS3, but both working very well as safety cars here at Donington Park. The DS3 out, I believe, has picked up the leader as they head down into the Craner curves. I think it's the 469 that he was looking for, and still, even despite the rain maybe easing a little bit and a bit more brightness out there on circuit, still struggle to see the numbers. No, it's not the 469. I think it's not the 459 just behind. It's the 432 at the front of the train anyway that's been picked up, and there indeed is the 469, the Prep Tech squad. There, I think, in the car just behind. So I assume that one extra car will just be waved through at some point and they'll rejoin the back of the train. Great to see the driver out of the car there. Of course, never nice to see a driver on their roof. I do believe that's the AF Racing squad, the 427 there. It was Mr. Francis behind the wheel in that stint, and can so easily happen. Going sideways off into the gravel there, dig straight in, up and over they went. So that'll be the AF Racing team dropping down the order, sadly, as there you go on the live timing. It does now become an exclamation mark, meaning they're likely out of this race. 3-7 in for a pit stop. Well, I say a pit stop, it maybe looks a bit more terminal than a pit stop, this one.
Yeah, a lot of work going on. Just been doing some sums on the AM class.
Also, sorry, that 8 was upside down. That 8 on the 378 was upside down. That would really tick me off. Sorry, just a personal one there. Sorry, please continue.
That's all right. That A's upside down as well.
That's my favourite joke from you for the whole weekend. I like that one.
Oh, thank you very much.
Did we even getting a zoom in on the 8? You're just annoying me now, Johnny. Cut away, please. Right, I'm gonna stop getting your way. Crack on, Richard.
I was just going to have another AM moment, because just taking stock of who is where, I said that Red Sky Racing had maybe punted off the podium for the AM class, but they haven't. So just doing the sums, they're actually in third place, and MDA, who are currently leading the AM class and won't be able to do anything about any more changes, still have one more mandatory stop to go. So it's MDA on 2 stops leading the AM class. Hashtag blessed in second position in the AMs with 3 stops. They're pretty much done and dusted. I'll say they won't have any more stops, but they have done the requisite number. Red Sky Racing have done their requisite number. They are third and could have been possibly higher up had they not been caught out by that safety car earlier on. Gala are next up. They're fourth. They've done all 3 stops. And then 5th and 6th in the AM class, Radiation and Bravo, who have both done 2 stops each. Now with 5th and 6th likely to drop further back as they take their mandatory stops. It means that the AM class podium to me is between the 4 runners that we've got P1 to 4. With MDA, the question is how far back are MDA going to drop, and is Rachel Shepherd going to be able to keep the Red Sky Racing car in 3rd place? It's going to be fascinating to see as we wind down through our remaining 44 minutes as the 378 car makes its way back out on circuit. And this is the first time I've realised as well, the AM class, you can see the white stripe under SILVERLAKE means that that's an AM class car. The warmer colour, is it a red or an orange, is the Pro class. So that's the...
You heard the crunch there of the gears as he tried to get it in, and then the shake of the head from the driver. Maybe it isn't quite so fixed. It's definitely the upside down 8. That's what's causing all the issues on that one. I just put my head outside of the box. Really light rain now. It's almost stopped, at least down. We're just heading into T1 is our comms box at the moment. So it is very much easing here at Donington Park, but still raining ever so slightly. And like we said earlier, 40 minutes is nowhere near enough time to clear the amount of water that's still sitting out there on the circuit. So still very much going to be wet conditions and wet lines for the rest of this race. 427 put back onto 4 wheels. The AF Racing squad will have that car dragged off of circuit, but going no further in this race, sadly.
I wonder how much time a telehandler like that has saved in British racing over the course of the last few years, and whether the time saved, you know, people moan and groan, don't they, about race entries going, oh, the cost of hiring the circuits goes up, but they're investing in things like that to give people more racing time. It comes back to us, doesn't it?
Exactly that, yeah. Everything's always reinvested, isn't it, to make the whole experience better for everyone involved. Of course, spending money, no one ever enjoys spending money, but at the end of the day, it is worth it.
I agree with that 100%. So we're looking forward to our last 42 minutes of racing. Again, it's gone quickly. Endurance racing used to drag for me, it doesn't now. All the stuff that we put on at the Brscc, whether it's Fun Cup, well, Fun Cup are responsible for that rather than Brscc, but a working partnership with SILVERLAKE C1 Endurance Series has been absolutely mega. I've got to say, I probably enjoy each one of those, whether it's Fun Cup or C1s. I enjoy each further one more as we go along, as you get more involved in it as well.
Of course, yeah, as you start to learn more as well. The 432 is allowed past then, so that does give the 469 Prep Tech the leading position behind the safety car. But yeah, like you say, it's always the way with endurance racing, isn't it? When you watch it for the first time, you sort of don't really know what's going on. You don't know much about the teams, and it's a bit more difficult to follow. Then as you get more into it, as the rounds go on, you start to learn what's happening and the permutations of the championship as it plays, as it goes towards its crescendo at the late part of the season. And yeah, particularly for me, being involved with the championship, it just ramps that up even so much more, getting involved, knowing all the drivers. And as we were encouraging earlier, if you're a regular viewer at different circuits, just go and head down and get involved. At all club racing, drivers will be more than happy to give you a tour around. Of course, if you've got kids, they'll be more than happy to let them sit in and have a little play around in the cockpit and just get you stuck in. They want people to be involved. They want people to be excited about the series that they're racing in.
Yeah, absolutely. I again agree with that. I was just trying to think. I haven't actually done that many Fun Cups really. I've done a couple a year probably at the most. And yeah, as I said, the more I get involved with it, and hopefully, I was saying the same with the thing with the Fiestas. It's really been disappointing this year. This is my first Fiesta meeting that I've worked on. It's just such a shame we've had all of that season and I've missed it.
Yeah, this is my second this year, but yeah, thoroughly enjoyed being on both of them. They've always been absolutely fantastic people to interview at the end of the race. They're always up for a good chin wag with me. But the racing out on the circuit has been second to none. I've thoroughly enjoyed being involved with the Fiestas, both the ST150s, ST240s and the Juniors as well. All slightly different types of racing, but all very much worth their value in gold. So great to be involved in the coverage, and hopefully you're all enjoying the coverage from wherever you're watching.
There's the telehandler getting some more money back and racing time back, very efficiently moved over. It's such a great vehicle, isn't it, that, to getting the car back on its wheels, and then also doubling up as the tow vehicle. Probably does a heck of a lot more as well during the day-to-day running of the track as well. I'm guessing moving tyres around and getting to the appropriate place when we're rebuilding barriers and things like that. Do you think you could put a grading thing on and grade the sand? Do you think they use that to grade the gravel traps? Oh, that's a serious question.
Yeah, honestly, I think you might be right, to be fair. Yeah. It's clearly done by a big piece of machinery, isn't it, to get that all sorted. That would be a serious amount to do simply by human hands.
I was being serious, just the one time I was being serious.
No. I thought it was a great point. Honestly, the telehandler driver today has had his work cut out for him, hasn't he? He's been left, right and centre across the circuit getting stuff sorted. So I know it's been fantastic to have them involved. And like you say, speeding everything up for us and hopefully meaning we can go to green flag conditions even more speedily.
I wonder how many they have around the track, because we've seen they've probably bought a job lot of them, pretty much like Clarkson's Farm, if you've managed to watch that on Amazon Prime. And I wonder how many of the telehandlers there are. Oh, I can hear a phone ringing. It's not me, is it? It is me. I better turn my phone off, hadn't I?
I thought you were supposed to be the professional here in the box, Richard.
It's my son. He's obviously well up to speed with what I'm doing today, isn't he?
Maybe he's watching this and going, actually, maybe I'll change my mind. I want to be in the C1s.
Very possibly. Always a bit of a worry. He's supposed to be dog sitting for somebody today. Perhaps he's finished.
That's the perfect time to have this on in the background.
That's not with Bark either.
Terrible. That's your from your best stroke of the weekend to your worst stroke of the weekend there, Richard.
Lucy smiled. She's been polite.
She was being polite. Yeah, that's, I think, the right way of putting it there, Richard. I'm only messing. I always thoroughly enjoy your banter in the comms, Richard. It's great to.
I've enjoyed working with you. If anyone wants us as a double act for next year, I'd be more than happy to. I don't know whether John would be more than happy to take bookings, but I'd be more than happy to pair up with you. And if people are looking for I'll give you a shout.
Well, yeah, I kind of assumed we were now coming as a pairing when you gave me a little kiss on the neck earlier on in the pit lane. Sorry, we're keeping that between us, are we? Oh yeah, sorry, Lucy's here. I mean, that never happened. A professional relationship only between myself and Richard John Neal. Right, we continue on then. Let's turn our attention back to the cars out there on circuit. It is PrepTech who now take the overall race lead, but of course, PrepTech, Cat DT, MDA and Brimstone Racing all needing to serve us another pit stop here in the final hour. So net top three then, WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, Bacon Racing with Liquid Molly, and Hashtag Blessed, your top three overall. And of course, Hashtag Blessed in the top three overall, but your top amateur team as well. Very impressive.
Yep, this is the only one and only, if they finish on the podium, the one and only time they race as amateurs.
Indeed, yeah, it will be, won't it?
Colin Bysouth, you amateur.
I mean, they've proven themselves, haven't they, today?
Yeah, Colin Bysouth, he's a legend, Colin Bysouth. I mean, a top level. It is a little bit weird, but it's amateur in terms of C1 racing. We're not calling Colin an amateur for his exploits in, far from it, in Mazda Super Cup racing and Mazda racing generally. So it is weird, but as a newcomer, you can come in. And what I think's nice is that the organisers don't expect you to transfer all the skills from another formula into this.
Exactly. Well, jumping from different types of cars and different series and whatnot is always a challenge, even for the best racing drivers. And that's again why in the Fun Cup they've still got that £10,000 prize, because they're pretty confident that even if you are a top level racer in another series, come and try the Fun Cup. You're going to find it a challenge, and the same in the C1s. It's a new, different formula. So many drivers out there with so much talent. It's still a very challenging one to actually be victorious in.
I still kind of think that's never going to go.
No, it was nearly 10 years, wasn't it?
We've tried to think it through. I've tried to think it through, and I thought first, as I said to you, I think before, was at Croft. I thought, well, yeah, that'd be a piece of cake. Just get a couple of junior drivers and get them to the driver changes, bang, you're away. No, it doesn't work. It's been proved it doesn't work.
Indeed. But all I would say is maybe someone absolutely top level, we're talking like the Max Verstappens of the world type thing, might have a chance. But then again, 10 grand to them is pocket change, so why would they bother?
Well, exactly. And you wouldn't want, we'd love to see him come and do that. They should be exempt from it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want them. He can crack on with his GT3 racing at Nürburgring, as he's been enjoying over this weekend. There's more plane watch going on. Another DHL plane heading off from East Midlands Airport. As again, we wait to go back to green flag conditions here. This has been a particularly lengthy one in terms of the safety cars. Is this safety car number 5, I think, during this race so far? And this has been one of the longer ones. We're ticking down towards 30 minutes left to go now in this one. And we wait to see when those safety car lights go off. Of course, cars have been excavated from the gravel, but of course lots of gravel have been kicked up onto the circuit with all of that. So the marshals again doing a fantastic job to use those sweepers, use them to get the gravel back into where it should be, off of the circuit, because there's already little grip out there. Stick a load of gravel out there and it gets even worse. So marshals doing a fantastic job.
Oh, they are. It just goes to show how much work there is to do. Should come and sort my drive out for me, actually. Those guys doing a super job, getting things all nice and clean. So we'll see whether Daniel Kell can, what sort of position he will be able to get the situation up into. Whether he will be, how far is he going to drop down? Maybe top 4, top 5. We'll see after the safety car finishes how quickly he will come in. But as I say, there is still a stop to go from him and the CADT car, as John has already mentioned. Yeah, top 4 cars still to have their next stop, including Jeremy Crook I was going to say it was going to be an interesting 45 minutes. We've had nearly 10 minutes under the safety car whilst they try. It is important that they get that gravel away, because if you're going for a wide line, as cars will want to do in the wet, when there's no gravel there is more grip.
Indeed. Yeah, that's where you'll find the grip in these very damp conditions, to say the least, here at Donington Park. But as we say, the marshal's doing a great job to get it off of that new racing line and providing the grip that the drivers do very much need out there on circuit. We've seen plenty of off-track excursions in this race, so any bit of extra grip I'm sure they'll be very thankful for as we continue on for another lap under the safety car conditions here. Good race to end the weekend, though. It's certainly been pretty topsy-turvy, hasn't it? It's never been an obvious shot at the race lead for any one particular team. It's been chopping and changing throughout the order through this race so far. We've got a couple now rising to the fore who we think are going to be the ones to watch here through this final 30 minutes, but still very much all to play for.
Yeah, the question is, do you get your last stop done now? Do you risk another one? There might be another safety car. We might finish under a safety car, which could scupper things. So I think the ideal thing now is to get what you need to get done, and get out front and get up to the front as quickly as you can in case we do finish under safety car.
Indeed, yeah, lots of strategy playing into this one. Yet again, another pretty lengthy safety car period is helping with fuel saving as well. So again, this will play into the fact of these drivers who do still need to take a pit stop, whether they can maybe just skip refueling and save a little bit of time. As we can see there with the Donington Park flags, it is super windy out there. It's been pretty windy throughout the fact when we've had heavy rain as well. The rain seems to have relatively eased now. The wind certainly hasn't, and that is going to make these C1s even more slidey than they usually are.
It won't help, will it? For sure. The good news is the wind will blow the clouds away. Hopefully it doesn't blow any more in. Fingers crossed, as the work really done. Look at that, really great work from our marshalling team here. Very nearly done. I suspect light's still on the safety car. And Daniel Kell, I was wondering whether, I don't think Andy McEwen has all the stats for this, but he does on Fun Cup, doesn't he, for the number of safety car laps and this, that and the other, which is how he enjoys his winter, updating the stats. I've got to say, I've done a similar thing on Mazda, and not in terms of safety cars, but career wins and all that kind of stuff. Although this year I got bored with it because Ali Bray's won every race, hasn't he? And
I guess it made it a bit easier for you, didn't it?
It just makes it a bit easier, but it also makes it more boring because you go race win, Ali Bray, race win, Ali Bray, and we've done that 12 times. And I don't know if you saw the... were they at the last round? Were they at... They were, weren't they, at Croft? Oh, you weren't at Croft, were you?
I was at Croft with you, but yeah. Not for that one.
Yeah. So he got second in one race, and they said, finally, Ali Bray's winning run's been... And then we had a judicial, and Steve Fuckton got track limits. So it was Ali Bray again. And the worst thing was I'd written it on my sheet in pen.
Oh,
which
classic.
is, you know, anything. And in racing, the one thing you've got to learn is you always got to have either Tipex or a pencil and do it in particularly minis. The Virtue Motors Mini Champion. Write anything down, write it in pencil, because the Croft meeting that the Minis had, the Mini Festival, how long did it take? 6 weeks? And when we were here 2 weeks ago, they had a judicial, reinstated someone into a win from 6 weeks prior.
Like me.
So I'd written the result in for the third time. And then after Donington, there was another judicial with Olivier Algeri at Westbourne. I don't know if you saw it on social media. But they got protested, the car was stripped, they had an illegal diff in, team didn't know, and it was the suppliers issue and everything else. So, you know, I'm not pointing fingers at them. But that part went in before Croft, so the result that we'd undone at Croft got undone again. So we had to write that one up for the third time. And it goes back to that point I made earlier on about the fixtures are provisional until the race is run, and then the results are provisional. But we don't tend to have that here or in Fun Cup.
No, that is true. That's often something I mention a lot more in karting. When we get to the end of racing, I'll be like, results are very provisional in this one.
Yeah. Karting dads being the hockey mums in America, karting dads in... I was talking to my American boss about that the other day, actually. Hockey mums is a big thing. It's karting dads over here.
Yeah, honestly, karting mums as well now. Karting mums as well, getting properly involved. But no, it's always great to see drivers and the family members and team members getting properly stuck in and involved. But obviously, to a point, there's got to be racing with respect as well.
Tend to get racing mums or racing dads in car racing. They do seem to be more vocal in karting.
Definitely.
I can't think of too many parents that I haven't enjoyed spending time with on the circuit.
I think that's maybe as well that once you get into cars, you're a little bit older and you're sort of maybe getting on towards sort of 15, 16, 17, and you're becoming more of your own human.
And parents are less protective of the kids once they get into car racing, maybe.
Exactly, yeah, that would be my thoughts. Whereas some of the incidents that I see down in karting is when the kid's like 7 or 8 years old and they're just like, I want to go on the PlayStation, please, and the parents are there fighting their corner to get penalties given out or rescinded or whatnot. But yeah, as I say, all needs to be done with respectfully. We always race with respect. Right then, we're still ticking down. Less than 30 minutes left to go in this race, Richard, and we've been on the safety car for a best part of 15, 20 minutes now, haven't we?
It's been a really long one, isn't it? It's going to be frustrating for the teams thinking about their strategy. I've forgotten what strategies I was thinking about for some of these guys. We've still got the Ryan Bensley, David Drinkwater car with the fastest lap, that 1:43.753 from early doors in this one. Are we going to get a quicker one as the track dries out? Rain stopping, you can see the wipers a little bit less active than they have been on the course of the race so far. And I'm wondering whether Daniel Kelly's going to be keen to make a stop. So we might get what we had on the end of the first hour, the end of the second hour. Lights are finally out on the safety car, and we'll have a lap. And then are we going to see the first 4 cars diving into the final changeovers? Remember, Jeremy Crook hasn't had that long in the car. Daniel Kell's had a fair old stint. The Drinkwater Bensley car, we're not expecting to see them again. Oscar Proietti, who is running net second at the moment, will probably stay in the car, as will Colin Bysouth. So it's the Drinkwater, Proietti and Bysouth that we're probably going to have to keep a handle on as we get into our last half hour. And we go racing again with the PrepTech car with Daniel Kell, Northern Saloon and Sports car, class-winning driver from this weekend. Great to make his acquaintance, and look forward to catching up with him at Silverstone next week with AIRTEC GP. Nice to have something else to talk about other than F4 racing as well. It really is great to see people doing different jobs, but there is the CEX car. Will lead perhaps for another lap. What's your call here? Straight in?
I think it's got to be, hasn't it, really? Just in case of another safety car. We've seen plenty in this race already, so you don't want to be playing with fire. I mean, that's not really the right term, is it? If it isn't so wet, any fire would be extinguished in this weather. But you get what I mean. I think it is likely going to be straight in for quite a few of our drivers then, and then we'll see that proper fight for the race lead start to kick off. It is half a second between net first and second, and then only about 3 and a bit seconds back to net third place, and your leader in AM at the moment. So lots to continue to watch here in the final 30 minutes of this Silverlake C1 Racing Series endurance race here from Donington Park. Don't go anywhere. Just less than 30 minutes to go.
Just in an absolutely mega move. Off camera, I was looking across, going down to Redgate. Rachel Shepherd was hacking it down the outside into Redgate and pulled off a brilliant overtake going down into Hollywood and down the Craner Curves. Fair play, Rachel. And that is all in defence of the again, potential third place. She's still in third place at the moment with the Red Sky Racing car in the AM class. So super job by her. Didn't see it on camera, but I saw it out the window, so I thought we'll give it a quick name check here. Now, here comes Daniel Kell. We're expecting him to pit. There's only 26 minutes left. So Daniel Kell has broken clear. He hasn't got to worry about anybody in front of him. Hasn't got the spray in front of him as well, which may be why people drop back. Is he going to pit here? No, he's not. Call me a liar.
Going to carry on, isn't he? Well, we all thought he was going to come straight in, but nope. Presses on for at least another lap or so. Number of drivers in behind him, though, flying straight in. I think that was second and third on the road at the moment. Cat DT and MDA. I think I'm right. I'll wait for that to update. Cat DT officially into the pits. Yep, there we go. MDA as well. So both those diving straight in. As there comes the 356 out. I think they maybe had been in for a little bit longer, though, because we never saw them come in earlier on. Here's the 466 into their pit box for Cat DT. And just further up there, the MDA car doing exactly the same as they get the final pit stop done and dusted. Quick driver change here to end the race with 25 minutes left to go. New driver hopping in for the final stint.
We're going to see Jeremy Crook come in as well. He's a little bit further down the pit lane, garage 8. And they need to do a third stop, and that's the complication, isn't it, really, for the not really a complication. I guess you can do 2 stops with one driver and then one with the third stop with the second driver.
It's interesting to see there with the Cat DT team, the driver that just got out, even in the chaos of the pit lane with everything that was going on, was doing his best to convey information to the new driver that's getting in of where to push it and maybe to hold back a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Communication key, as well as the actions of the team getting the driver out, driver in, belts. Haven't seen any refuelling, as you said. There hasn't been that much fuel used in this 3-hour race. 396 car ready to rejoin the fray. And there is Rachel Shepherd, so we'll have a little check once all the pit stops are done and see where that car is. But it's been a good run, as ever. Great team, Red Sky Racing. I think one of the last rounds I did with them, they had a very early rollover, but at the moment, 12th place. Gala Performance. Gala Performance have actually gone ahead of them, and they were on 3 stops as well. So Gala with 3 stops worth. So that's Rachel maybe down to 4. She has overtaken some cars. I'm guessing some backmarker traffic as the Blessed car goes through again. Colin Bysouth still expecting, as Colin had 2 or 3. No, they've had 3 stops at the moment. So it's PrepTech still with Daniel Kell out front. Jeremy Crook has now had his 3rd stop and is in the pits. So we're very nearly going to get our picture of what's going to happen. It's going to be around about 20 minutes that we're going to have pretty much a straight race for.
Indeed it is. Yeah, we do have to be a little bit careful with those numbers because, of course, the drivers right at the sharp end, it's not going to matter because they won't have come in for an extra stop. But some of them further down might have ended up coming in at one point for an issue and then going back out, which would have registered as a stop on TSL, but won't be registered as an official stop in their race. So we've just got to be a little bit careful about that as well. But at least watching these, we can get involved with this net race lead. We're side by side here as we head up the hill, and they're right in the middle of a bit of traffic as well. This is your 2 race leaders, WRC Developments with CB Auto Services and Bacon Racing with Liquid Moly. That's going to be the inside line for the right-hander for Oscar Proietti, and he might steal away the lead here, forcing the other driver outright. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Blessed are in there as well. You're right. Sorry, I didn't realise how much they closed up. It was 1.3 seconds back at the start of this lap alone. Have they just got both of them? I think they might have done. Yes, hashtag Blessed. It's the overall lead of this race. So despite the aggressiveness there from the Bacon team, they've stayed in 2nd place. They've gained a place, but it's 2 positions lost for the WRC Development squad, down from 1st to 3rd. Hashtag Blessed into the overall lead of this race.
Yeah, Colin Bysouth, didn't I say you'd want the sprint driver on there? But you've got a C1 veteran, a C1 expert coming up and having a go on the outside run there, but also coming up is David Drinkwater. Goodness me. So we've got, here they come across the line again, side by side, Bacon Racing with a challenge. Now you can see how difficult it is for them to see as they come through, but Colin Bysouth will now take the lead on the net race. Daniel Kell still the overall race leader, but Bysouth up into P2, net lead. David Drinkwater next up from Oscar Proietti, and so you've got just having a quick look. Yeah, Colin Bysouth, remember, amateur but expert driver, great sprint driver, and soon to lose the amateur status as far as C1 racing is concerned, because this is the podium battle that we've got with 21 minutes to go. Bysouth, yeah, always quick. It's a bit of a shame that, imagine what it'd be like if you had Aidan Hills in the car with him as well, as they did at Silverstone. Aidan disappeared because it wasn't a chance of a win at Silverstone early on. I think he did stay a little bit longer than he originally intended, but Aidan hopefully will be back in the 24 hours with the likes of Colin Bysouth next year. And of course, now we've seen that, if you've got Colin who's getting all this extra C1 experience, losing the AM status, put him in with the likes of Aidan Hills and other drivers, you need more in the 24 hours to be able to do it efficiently. If he can pull drivers like that back in, then they're going to be in with a real shout of winning the 24 hours next year, which is going to be bigger and I'm sure 100% better. The key thing here is Colin Bysouth's not getting away. 2nd and 3rd net need to keep in touch with each other and try and keep him in sight.
Indeed, there needs to be a little bit of working together then. They have switched around on this last lap. WRC Development's back through on Bacon Racing. Bacon looking to the inside line into the final corner. That door was always going to close, and it does, but well watched there from Oscar. He holds it in behind, doesn't get a bit too aggressive there into the final corner, sticks in 3rd place for now anyway. This is going to be interesting as this plays out through the final stint, and amazing to see, isn't it? We're into the final 20 minutes of a 3-hour race. There's been 5 safety cars. There's been crazy weather with thunder around the circuit, yet we've got 20 minutes to go and top 3 are pretty much nose to tail.
Pretty much what you want, isn't it, to do. PrepTech now in pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see who Daniel Kell hands over to. Race leaders still continue. That's Blessed in the pit lane.
It is. You're right. They've come in and it looks like maybe they have an issue. Is it the 326? That's an unexpected pit stop for #Bless. We were just singing their praises, and has it all gone wrong with only 20 minutes left to go in this one? Having a lengthy chat with the marshals here. They're down near the stop-go penalty section of the pit lane. We haven't seen a penalty come up for anyone though, so we're going to err on the side of might be an issue with the car rather than an issue with the stewards. But sadly, we've lost a driver, lost a team from this three-way squad for the lead. It's down to 2.
How strange is this? So we now have the PrepTech car about to rejoin the fray. He will, I think, drop down the order a little bit. The 469 car, third driver for PrepTech, not getting too much racing time is Josh Goldman. So Josh will come and do the last 20 minutes or so as the battle for the race lead is now what we're looking at. And out front, it's David Drinkwater from Oscar Proietti, who's going to try and close him down again. He had a look coming into the chicane last time around, but it's the poppy livery on the car that leads. It'd be appropriate if that was at the Races of Remembrance, wouldn't it, the poppy livery? And surprised that they kept it on all year, but it is a very distinctive car. The Liquid Molly machine still busy chasing him. #Blessed. This is where I should have probably been down in pit lane to find out, but Colin won't probably want a microphone in his chops at the moment if there is a problem.
No, indeed. He's not feeling so #Blessed at the moment, are they? After this unravelling of their race result right in the dying moments. And yeah, it does just seem to be an overall issue. Everyone's standing around not too sure what to do with themselves as they continue to drop down the order. But even though we've gone around for pretty much a whole nother lap, they've only dropped down to 6th place at the moment. Here might be the change to the lead. Oscar goes for it. Down into Old Hairpin, held up by a back marker there at the Poppy branded 586 and dropping down into 2nd place. That was a good, aggressive, committed overtake from Oscar. He takes the lead with 18 minutes to go for the Bacon Racing squad.
Totally unflurried about the traffic that he was coming up on as well. Just used the opportunity to go through. So the Liquid Molly car goes through into the lead. Yeah, had little things happening to that car over the course of the race, but no major dramas. But you'd have been quite well excused for thinking that they might not have taken the win with a couple of offs that they had in that early session. It all promotes now Nick Beaumont into 3rd position in the JW Bird car. And we've hardly spoken about Nick Beaumont in the 591 car at all. Trojan Motorsport 341 up into 4th. 5th position is PrepTech with Josh Goldman now at the wheel 469. And now we have to look down the amateur class, spin for 432. The amateur class still headed by Colin Byself. That's going to disappear. It's Adam Button who's still in the car. So it looks like Adam has only shared it with, I don't think we've seen Michael Dark. Maybe Michael electing not to go out. They have had all their stops. Have a quick look across for Adam. Let's have a look. I've lost him. There he is. They have had 3 stops. So it looks like, I think Michael Dark has maybe elected not to go out in his stint. I don't recall him being out earlier on. Forgive me if I've got that wrong, team. But we did see in the early part of the race Charlie Dark doing his stints, and now, as we said, it's Adam Button who's had a fairly long stint of it as well. But the battle's still on for the lead as David Drinkwater closes in again. I'll have to go back to my amateur class podium and have a look, but at the moment it looks like we're going to see... Oh, it is Michael Dark. I beg his pardon. Apologies, it's gone through. Michael Dark has taken over, and it's just that he hadn't tagged in and it caught up. David Drinkwater not being left by Oscar Proietti.
Not at all, yeah. Chasing him up the hill, isn't he? Looking for a potential re-overtake here for the race lead, but Oscar's wise to that one. Holds the inside line and holds the lead for now. I think with that pit stop you were just talking about now completed, I'm pretty sure all the drivers have completed all 3 mandatory stops up and over. Will he get the overlap here as they go up the crest into the right-hander? They'll appear back into view. Is it the inside line? No. Outside line forced to there for the 586, and just about Bacon Racing holding on to the lead, but this is going to be a sketchy final 15 minutes for both cars. Not only the drivers in it, but also the team members all watching from the sidelines. This will be a serious nail-biter to bring this one home. Not only are they battling for the lead, they're having to continue to pick their way through the traffic on a very slippery circuit.
It can be a key part of racecraft, can't it? Seeing that the back-marking cars or the cars that you're putting an extra lap on come up, and if you time your defensive driving correctly and time your move on the back-marking cars, you can just buy yourself an extra few tenths here or there around the circuit. And Proietti will know that. David Drinkwater will know that as well, and he wants to keep him very well within arm's reach. The gap was only 1/10 of a second as Colin Bysouth comes back out. It'll be interesting to see how much time Colin Bysouth has lost. It looks like he's going to not get the overall podium, so we'll retain amateur status into next season as far as the championship is concerned. But back with the leaders, and it is now a change again. David Drinkwater back in front.
Indeed it is. Yeah, impressive racing between these two, but it's not going to stop there. Trying the outside line is the Bacon team. They might get shoved off onto the green stuff here. It remains very slippery, but fantastic move there to try and retake the lead, and he's done it as Oscar. Brilliant overtake. Retakes it and immediately chucks his car straight in front of the car that he's battling with, holds position, retakes the lead. This is awesome here with 15 minutes to go. It's going to be nip and tuck. And at the end of the day, it's basically going to be a big game of chess, isn't it? They can use the slipstream and make an overtake, but it's who gets the overtake in the crucial final few moments. And if this with this scrapping going on up until that point, they just need to keep giving each other enough room. That's a big wobble for your race leader. Off into the gravel they go. Can they grab it back and bring it back onto the black stuff? Just enough. But how much time have they lost from that one?
David Drinkwater, I was about to say, I thought David Drinkwater held a few cards here because he'd been passed and then he repassed Oscar. And Oscar's not an easy driver to do that too, and he's got a bit of breathing space now. And I just thought, yeah, if he's tracking him, he might be waiting for the final stages. He knows where the car's stronger, he knows where he's got the racecraft to be able to repass him the way the cars are at the moment. And he was putting him under pressure, and I think the pressure very possibly got to Oscar Proietti there, but he's still in the mix. He can still close up. He can still prove me wrong.
It's so easy to make a little mistake like that. Like you say, pressure is building here as we count down the seconds towards the checkered flag. So easy to make a little mistake like that, and it just bites you. But he did so well to hold it and not get dragged off there. When he dropped two wheels into the gravel, it could have so easily dragged him further out, and he would have wasted 5-10 seconds getting it back on the black stuff. He got it straight back on. Really impressive stuff, and it's lost him about 2.5 seconds then to your new race leaders once again. WRC Developments with CB Auto Services, and here they continue on, but they're catching a couple more back markers as well. And look how hard Oscar's pushing in the background, using all the circuit and more there to try and chase down the new race leaders ahead of him.
David Drinkwater is not going to be an easy guy to catch, though. Quick update on the amateur class following all the stops. Now, MDA are the amateur class leaders and going to create a little bit of C1 racing history. Second position with Gala and Red Sky in third. So Red Sky have maintained that podium. Rachel Shepherd doing a good final stint for the Red Sky Racing team as we continue to watch our race leader, the 586 car, running well. Remember, this car with Ryan Bensley in the early stages set the fastest lap of the race, and you can see why we were saying it's two really class drivers. David Drinkwater has done a super job. The Bacon Racing car not really making any particularly large inroads at the moment into the race lead, but there's still 12 minutes to go. There are still maybe errors to go. We're getting a camera flick. Is there a problem for someone somewhere? No, there isn't. Okay, so have me worried for a minute, I can tell you, as they go through once again. A bit further back, there is the 424 chasing the 396. Are they top 10 material? No, they aren't at the moment. Again, need to keep our eyes on the amateur class car of Michael Dark. Remember our septuagenarian. Oh, that's the third place car in the AM class. Rachel Shepherd has a spin. Not sure if she was helped into that. That could well be third in the AM class down the drain.
Indeed, yeah. What were the gaps looking like there for that third place in the amateur class? I think she had a bit of time ahead of Bravo Racing. Difficult to work out because she was only 1 lap down, whereas the driver behind us 2 laps down. So the race leader somewhere in between them as well. So it'll be a difficult one to work out. We'll see when she does cross the timing beam again where she ends up. Like you say, was having a monster of a stint through that one, picking the way through the traffic, getting back up into the top 3 in the amateur class. Hopefully not all thrown away there at the final corner, but we'll give you an update as soon as we can there for the Red Sky Racing team. We look forward back to our race leaders again. The 586 has picked their way through that bit of traffic very nicely. Of course, it was just over 2 seconds the gap, down to 1.6. So Oscar putting in some good pace, but let's see whether they can chase down the race leaders. I've just spotted on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen, it now says that the Bacon team have the fastest lap, but on the live timing, it still is held by the WRC Developments team. Granted, only by a couple of tenths, so clearly the rain stopping out there over the last 10 or 20 minutes is allowing it to dry somewhat. We're back to the sort of pace that we had in the first stint of this race.
Colin Bysouth we saw on track there, down in 16th position at the moment. Yeah, well away from it. I wonder whether he might have been able to salvage an AM-class podium, but yeah, he was in the pit lane for a very long time. Looked like an outright podium as well as the AM-class win, but at the moment it's MDA that are doing the business in terms of the AM-class. Fortuitous for me that one of the teams that I managed to talk to one of the drivers, and it's lovely to see that, and the team have enjoyed it. I think they're in the second or third year of racing, a bit of BMW racing beforehand that they said that they'd done, and now we've got Proietti having cleared the traffic. He's got an open view now of the driver in front, and this is going to be a key target for him. Now he can see what he's chasing.
Indeed, yeah, he can. Only clear air now between himself and his rival, and as they both try and chase down a race win here at Donington Park. As he overtook the back marker there, I thought that I saw a flash of the headlights, so maybe just I can see you now. There's no one blocking my view. I'm coming for you, the 586. Let's see how that gap falls then, now that Oscar has a bit of clear air between him. Just as I say that, back marker overtaken there by your race leaders. So again, it'll be another car to clear for the Bacon team. But I'm so interested to see in fresh air who is able to find more pace out of these two drivers. As I was mentioning, we're knocking on the door when they aren't overtaking any back markers. We're knocking on the door of the pace that we saw at the start of the race. It does look like it, doesn't it? It does look like it. Oscar has the fire lit underneath him after that brief mistake earlier on at Coppice. He wants to bring this race win back, not only for himself, but for his dad, for his whole team as well. 8.5 minutes he has to try and find a way through.
It's kind of been the story, hasn't it, for the Bacon Racing team, because we saw Sandro in the first stage getting up there, then having a couple of errors or offs, whether they were errors or being forced off is another matter, and one to look at again. But then they bounced back, and we're seeing exactly the same thing from Oscar. So whichever driver is in, we've seen the same thing happening again and again. But it's giving us a fantastic race. David Drinkwater then. Ryan Bensley will be watching nervously from the pit lane. But the 434 car, no question about that. The gap has gone down by over a second. One second and 1/10 in the last lap. And he's challenging for the lead now as they head to the Grainers.
This is amazing pace from the Bacon team, isn't it? And it is now officially a new fastest lap of the race from Oscar Proietti. He chases down your race leader, applying the pressure down to the bottom of the crater curve we go through Old Hairpin. Will there be a bit of contact? Not quite. Just about racing room given, but no space opens up for the team in second place. We'll continue to follow up the hill once again. This is nail-biting stuff for the team members involved. They'll be watching these screens like a hawk here at Donington Park and working out what's going on out on the black stuff as we're continuing to find more overall pace out there. But they're so close in pace. Actually, I say that. Sorry, I was getting caught out. They're not so close on pace. That was how Oscar closed in so quickly on the last lap. He did a 43.7, new fastest lap of the race, versus a 44.9 for the driver ahead. 1.2 seconds in one lap alone. That is monstrous pace from the driver of the 434 as he continues to chase the race leader down. But as I always say in karting, it's one thing chasing down a driver, it's a whole other thing getting past them.
And as I said earlier on, we've already seen David Drinkwater repass Oscar, put the pressure back on him, so he won't be I don't think he'll be that phased if he loses the lead, because he'll know in his heart of hearts that he'll be able to fight back and possibly retake the lead if he was to lose it. He wants to hang on to it for sure. Let's look back to third place. Going back a couple of laps, the gap was 11 seconds to Nick Beaumont in third. They've closed in the JW Bird Motorsport car, which is being shared with Phil House, who did the early stints, has got a little bit closer. Not close enough to trouble the top two, but if they get into a tangle, we could see the JW Bird car getting up and closing in on them. What's the gap now? It's gone out to 11 seconds again, so I got all excited over nothing.
But like you say, though, you've got to be in it to win it. Anything could happen ahead of you. They put themselves in that position, and now they're just praying, aren't they, that these two come together at some point and they can side through to a relatively simple win. Currently still on the overall podium, still doing a fantastic job with the JW Bird Motorsport team, but they're basically just in the land of praying for now to see what happens to the two drivers ahead. We're ticking down towards only 5 minutes left to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen. We've done nearly 2 hours and 55 minutes of C1 endurance racing action here at Donington Park, and this is seriously crescendoing to the checkered flag.
Well, we're getting a little bit of a concertina effect here between first and second. The gap opens up, it closes again. Proietti is the chaser, but the man under pressure is Drinkwater. He may be under pressure, but significantly he is the driver in the lead, and that is what is going to count when they get to the timeout on this one. And they've got a little bit of traffic coming up. One more car coming up for them. So it seems to be Drinkwater made the most, I think, of the traffic that we had earlier on, dealt with it superbly. And here come Atul. It's going to tell you what's going to rub salt in the wound, isn't it, if Proietti does it on the last couple of corners?
We'll wait and see, But indeed, onto a new lap we go then. This is going to be the start of lap number 85 of this race. Of course, probably a few less laps than we were expecting, just for the amount of safety cars that we've had throughout this race. 5 pretty lengthy safety car periods for some big issues out there on circuit. Gap remains with about half a second then between our two leaders. Now, how is this back marker going to play into things? Will it be an easy overtake for the 586, end up holding up the 434, or will the 586 get a bit held up and then give the opportunity to Oscar Proietti? Let's see then. Down the Craner curves they go, following the back marker down into Old Hairpin. It's always a case of where do you end up catching them as well, because of course there are some much easier places on the circuit to put that overtake in. There are some much more difficult ones. Oscar looks so committed down to the bottom of Craner curves. He's all over the back of your race leader. They catch the back marker right at the bottom as they head through Old Hairpin. Back marker moves to the side, graciously so, and the top two fly on through nose to tail.
Yeah, flying past the crispy moth. Racing car as they do. I tell you what, it was Proietti, wasn't it, that made the most of got the lead through the back markers earlier on, and then David Drinkwater seems to have sort of responded to that. I think it's, as you say, it's where did the back markers fall, but certainly Proietti was reading some of the back marker situations very well indeed earlier to get into the lead, but it's still Drinkwater that hangs on from Proietti, with Nick Beaumont still back in third place. The gap's come down again to 10.7 seconds back to third place. Fourth position is Trojan Motorsport. Fifth position CADT. Quick look at the amateur class. It's Gala Performance leading the class now from Michael Dark, who's dropped down to P2, with the third position Red Sky Racing. Rachel Shepherd did hang on to third place.
Fantastic, good to see. Even with a little bit of spin, hangs on to the top 3 in amateur class. That team doing a really good job. As we've got a driver stuck in the gravel trap with only 3 minutes left to go here. It's the 519 that has gone off piste. That's Project 9 Automotive, who have gone off from 18th place. That's gutting for them. Might be even more gutting for us here if we go into a safety car period to end the race. Really, if you're Oscar, and if you're thinking there might be a safety car coming here, if you drive past the incident and it's still green flag, surely you've just got to send it, because it might be a last opportunity to do so.
By the time the safety car picks it up, yeah, 100%. That's why you want to be in the lead at any time in the race, isn't it? Particularly at this stage, when you get to the end. He's doing a little bit of drifting. He's really having a go for it, is Oscar Proietti. 2 minutes 33 on the clock. The race officials will be having a debate in race control. Do we put the safety car out? Do we try and let it run? The drivers will know the car's there. They'll see the waved yellows. There's no danger, I don't think, to driver or marshals at the moment, as the clock ticks down here at Donington Park on the last regular Silverlake C1 Endurance Series race of 2025, and things are getting closer again. Here comes Proietti closing up as they come through once again. Are we going to see it? The gap is around about a car's length at the moment as they head again uphill. Was that another car, a separate car? So another car, the 446 car. The Jam First Motorsport machine is going to, I think, make it out. Or is he? No, he's beached. That is going to, well, with 1 minute 47 on the clock. Again, that's at turn 1. Thanks very much, Kieran, for letting us know that. Are we going to get, we'll get waved yellows there. Now, waved yellows, whilst they don't mean safety car, the fact that it's not a safety car doesn't keep David Drinkwater safe, but the fact that there are waved yellows, possibly at 2 places on the track, does keep things safe for him, because it means that the driver behind cannot challenge. There's our second car, the 519 machine, very much stuck in the gravel. I think the marshals are pretty much saying that is game over for them. We've got the 432 car up front as well. He will see blue flags to let him know, but it's 1:11 on the clock. There'll be waved yellows there. You can see the brave marshals working to the once we get past the yellow flag zone. You can see Oscar Proietti goes for a wide line, trying to get a bit of momentum down the hill. At the moment, we've got the back marking car not wanting to cede any position, and this is not helping our race leader. The other car's got out, so we've now got waved yellows removed from there, but the 432 car, I don't think realises that he's got the 2 race leaders behind him. 42 seconds to go on the clock. Proietti now, the Liquid Moly car starts to close up again. Is he going to make the move as they get into traffic again? The 432 car has proved very difficult to pass, but he moves to the outside line as they go up towards Schwantz. They're through, they make it through. Drinkwater's through, Proietti through as well. The 432 car is dealt with. Are they going to catch any more as Proietti takes a tight line there? Out of McLean's corner, up in towards Coppice they will go now. He gets closer, closer, closer. This is going to be... Watch him take a wide run. I think a wide run here at Coppice will give him momentum down the straight and maybe tease his way up towards... This is going to be the last lap. Look at the clock. 5 seconds to go. It could be a lunge at the end of exhibition straight into the Fogarty S's for the last time. He's going to try and close up. Here is the view on the last lap of racing for the C1s this year. It's being covered by Drinkwater. Masterly defensive stuff from him. He keeps the car over, gets a little bit of a wobbly on as they come into the chicane, but he read that well, grabs a little bit of curb on the way out. It's a drag to the flag here, clock's down, checkered flag will be dropped as they go across the line, and it is David Drinkwater. What a superb race between David and Oscar, the final few minutes of that race. Nick Beaumont is around about 10 seconds back and will take third position, but an absolutely superb Silverlake Endurance C1 series race here at Donington Park, and it's David Drinkwater who takes the race win. Of course, the 586 car being partnered by Ryan Bensley, who set things up beautifully with the earliest, fastest lap of the race earlier on. The Poetti family, Sandro and Oscar, brilliant racing all the way through the course of the afternoon to take P2. And Nick Beaumont and Phil House completing the outright podium. We then look to the amateur class. I can tell you that it's already been taken by Gala Performance in the 380 car, have won it. And there are some jubilant scenes down there in pit lane. Second position in the AM class will go to MDA, Michael Dark at the controls there. So the MDA car in P2, and third position, has it been confirmed yet? We're still waiting for Rachel Shepherd in the Red Sky Racing car to complete the podium for the AM class, and we'll look for the green Red Sky Racing car, which will come across the line now, 527, which does so now, and the Shepherd family will be absolutely delighted, and that gives us our 2 sets of podiums on what has been, I've got to say, an historic weekend for C1 racing. What better way as you get to the end of one season to set yourself up for a brand new campaign. We heard from Robin Welch from Silverlake earlier on in the day that next year's fixtures are going to be up and made available on socials over the week, and we're going to see more racing like this with the new format of everyone having to stop, 1 stop per hour, the new AM class which has come in as well, and we look forward very much to seeing more Silverlake C1 endurance racing next year. Wow, a moment to take a breath, and we'll look at the result. WRC Developments taking the win. Bacon Racing with Equimolly in P2. JW Bird Motorsport 591 in third, completing our outright podium. Trojan Motorsport next, ahead of 5th position CADT. PrepTech come up to 6th place at the end, and a good finish for Brimstone Racing. Alec Livesley taking the final stint in the 338 car after the roll this morning. Gala Performance take the honours in the amateur class and 8th position overall, ahead of Abbott Racing, which was a pro team. Second in the amateurs, MDA, with Michael Dark finishing off, and then third, completing the amateur podium, is Red Sky Racing with Rachel Shepherd bringing the car home in 11th place overall. Bravo Racing next up, 4th in the AMS, they were 12th. Rabsport Racing 13th, will drop down to the 15th. Alpha Trojan 15th from Silverlake. Radiation Racing and Advantage next up from Ugga in 19th. OPC PR with the Johnsons next up. Then it's Silverlake Racing Team 21st, TGR next from DFTS. Gemini Racing 24th from Emax Motorsport. Unusual to see them way down. Project 9 next up from Crispy Moth, who very nearly got involved in the lead battle down in 27th. 28th, FBR from Team M8S Racing. Then SCR followed by JW Bird 31st. 32nd, AF Racing. We're into the teams that had problems, but we'll give them a name check anyway. Team MKD, Jam First, WRC Developments, Team Insane, DCM Racing, and PMF Racing with CSR a long way. Well done, everybody, for taking part and giving us a truly memorable, weather-wise as well as racing-wise, event for our Silverlake C1 Endurance. So I think it's probably it from me, Richard John Neal. Thank you ever so much to John Ratcliffe for doing the honours all through the day. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you. Thanks everyone to Alpha Live. Let's go down for our final podium of the day with John.
Wow, what an end to way, all the way to end the weekend here at Donington Park. As you can see, 2 days of comms has taken it out of me. I think it's taken out a few drivers there in that 3-hour C1 endurance race. That was an amazing way to end the weekend's action here at Donington Park. Let's have a chat with some of the drivers on the podium in that race. They're having a chat with P2, so we'll dive over to you in a second once they've got the photos all done and dusted. What a battle we were treated to at the end there. I'll dive in with your race winner. What a battle. You were defending perfectly for the last 10 minutes or so of that race. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Ryan did all the hard work. I mean, I just had, yeah, I would make him sweat and make him wait to the end. But Oscar had good grip through a few of the corners, so, and a bit of traffic played into there where he got past me and I got back past him. So, all in all, I think it was fair racing and, you know, no contact. So happy with that. Car looks all good, unscathed, and we're good.
Perfect. Yeah, your battle was fantastic to watch, and yeah, from us looked all fair, really exciting. So, well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'll also jump over to yourself if you don't mind, sir, because the first thing I wrote down for the last for the first 2 hours of that race was just 586 storming start. It was a great start from you.
Yeah, there was a lot of traffic at the beginning. It was a bit argy-bargy, a lot of bumping and rubbing and stuff. But as soon as we got out in the lead, I just got into a rhythm, and it was sensational. I loved it.
You guys pressed on really well. It was like no matter what was happening throughout the race, all the safety cars and whatnot, you guys were just there and thereabouts, tipping away at it, and you managed to get it at the end.
Yeah, the car felt really good. Certainly through my stint, it was all offline, driving offline, and we were just able to keep momentum up and banging the lap times. Obviously, as David went out, it closed up a bit. Wasn't sure whether he was aware that the car behind him was actually fighting for position, so I jumped on the pit board and was like, hurry along. But yeah, he made me sweat for a few laps. Yeah.
He quickly became aware, didn't he? And then what a great defensive showing to end that one off.
Yeah, brilliant. He's an experienced driver, quick peddler, so I had faith in him.
Good. Yeah, great teammates then, worked together well, and a victory. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. We'll dive over to Oscar as well. Had to settle for second in that one, but your battle was unbelievable.
Yeah, I did have to settle for second, but honestly, David is such a good driver. He's He's cunning as a fox. He knew every move that I was going to make, and even when he didn't know what I was going to do, he knew exactly what to do to counter it. There wasn't really anything more I could have done, especially in the last 2-3 laps. There was yellow flags at the old hairpin and was it Redgate? I'm not sure, but yellow flags all over the place, which made it difficult to find somewhere to pass.
It did, yeah. We started drivers going off left, right and centre. Just apologies about the language there. Drivers were going off all over the place. We kept it green, though. We thoroughly enjoyed your battle. There was one point where you were in the lead. You made a slight mistake up the top of the course. I was so impressed you actually got it back on in such quick time, but then you caught that gap so quickly again.
Yeah, that was me being an idiot, to be honest. I wanted to pull away from David. I wanted to create a gap, and I just overpushed it. Got the rear end stepping out on me. Did my best to correct it, not roll over, basically. First thought was don't roll. The second thought was let's get back on the black stuff. Yeah. And reel in that gap.
We'd seen quite a few rollovers in that race, so I think a fair thought to have. Last question from you. Into that final corner, final lap. You were all over the back of him. You're looking for any possible opportunity. You just didn't quite open up.
It didn't. I thought if I did go for it, it could end up in contact, and I didn't want to race David like that. That's it.
Understandable. Yeah. Well done, mate. Second place, a cracking race. You treated us all to a great race from home. Cheers, Oscar. Thank you very much, mate. Great to see you. And yeah, there we go then. C1s are done and dusted. I don't think we've got third place down here. They might have already cleared off into the collecting area. So we'll wrap it up from here in between two beautiful C1 cars. What a weekend it's been here for the autumn race weekend, Brscc autumn race weekend at Donington Park. 2 days of racing, loads of different championships and series, and it's been an absolute banger once again. From myself, John Ratcliffe, and of course from Richard John Neal alongside me in the commentary box. We hope you have thoroughly enjoyed watching all of the racing action, and from wherever it may be for the next one, we'll see you there.